of one scenario, essentially. Just showing you how close these decks are. And it's interesting because you think the Flareon could be the advantage, right? Carnelian, burn attached energy, but then Pikachu just sends a discard pole. Uh-oh, Latias in the prizes and the Pikachu
bundle.
and the Iron Bundle.
Oh my goodness.
And for Matthew, nothing too bad, the Flareon, but does
One
play.
Flareon, so we're okay.
2 Crispin in the prizes for Matthew, but it looks like, here we go, game 3, Swiss round 9 feature match here at the Gdansk Regional Championship. Matthew has opened that Wellspring Ogerpon. You love that. Ultra Ball being used. Now, does he have energy to attack? Oh, that hand, actually. Wait, getting rid of a Noctowl. That hand didn't look too clever to me.
It really didn't. And unfortunately, with 2 Crispin prize, that's all Matthew plays in regards to energy acceleration. It's just 2 Crispin in the list. So Matthew is going to have to be quite clever with his energy attachments here and give them really full value and possibly even stall out with this Ogerpon for a little while. Unfortunately, the effect of Sob does not remain when Hoot Hoot evolves.
Yep, that is a great point. And yeah, I guess because you're relying on using Burning Charge, attack we haven't seen so far in this best of 3, but for 2 energy, Flareon does 130 damage and accelerates 2 basic energy to your Pokemon. So you can be a bit more reliant on that if you play it, of course.
Looks like we might be needing to take an Eevee with this, but we've opted for
I think it has Eevee in hand already.
Oh, brilliant. So we do have the Eevee potential. We've got Pidgey. There's potential here for the Crispin not to matter too much at this point in time, thanks to our Flareon. But it's certainly not looking the best.
Not the best. Does have another copy of Noctowl, though, so can evolve into Flareon and activate Jewel Seeker. I actually didn't spot that on the first time I looked at the hand, so not the end of the world. It's over to Lewis, though, who also opens Fancool Rotom as well. Hoot Hoot in the active. Fancool activates. Search your deck for 3 colors Pokemon, 100 hit points or less, I should say, and put them in your hand.
Honestly, it's the backbone of this deck. That Fan Rotom is necessary. We need him first turn, and that is it. There is no doubt that these decks work best when they have Fan Rotom on their side. And what better way to showcase a game 3 here in Gdansk, Poland, than to give both of these decks that first turn 1 Fan Rotom to see which one can make use of it best.
Yep. That's what you want in a game 3. Both players to set up. So, we have a, a good slog of a battle. That fan call is going to conclude for, it looks like, Hoot Hoot, Noctowl, and Ditto. Now, remember, Ditto, thanks to that transformative start ability, can turn itself into whatever you like, provided you can get it into the active spot. So I would imagine, well, I would say we can't use Latias. That's currently in the prize cards right now. So we would have to see a turn attachment and a retreat or a jet energy as well. Let's see how Lewis can get this in the active.
Or Ditto as well, so we can retreat the Hoot Hoot and transformative start.
Yep,
so
there we go.
There's the attach, retreat into Ditto for transformative start. I imagine to get a Terra Pokemon in play so that these Hoot Hoot can actually be useful next turn. So this might be a Wellspring Ogerpon as well.
Yep. It could be, but bear in mind, we did see the turn attachment. Unless you also use Sparkling Crystal, we're not going to see a sob from Lewis. And I imagine he doesn't want to commit the Sparkling Crystal, well, this early on. And just a sob, we want to hold on to that.
Oh, it's a tough choice between the Terrapagos and the Wellspring Ogerpon. They've gone for the Terrapagos out of Ditto. So getting that Terra Pokemon in place so that next turn we can start using our Noctowl. Now, considering a third Hoot Hoot, there it is.
The Noctowl
He realised.
Could you imagine that on a basic? Just bench of grab Jewel Seeker. That would be good.
Okie dokie. It looks like it's a time to pass back over to Matthew and see whether he can take advantage of the fact that Lewis doesn't have much protection for those Hoot Hoot right now.
So we had Area 0 Underdepths as the top deck. Yep, Jewel Seeker is live, Matthew. You do have that Wellspring Ogerpon there. Don't worry about that. Now, that would be disastrous if we didn't.
Oh, my word.
Rare Candy. Do you have access to Pidgeot this turn? You go Rare Candy.
Ultra Serrano.
That does get there. Search your deck for 3 EX Pokemon and pop them in your hand. Don't see it too often in the Eevee box deck, but here it's working great. That's all you need. And then the beautiful thing is, Serrano finds Pidgeot, Pidgeot finds quick search finds whatever you like.
But Serrano will also help to get these EV evolutions.
It does.
So Matthew will be able to take some of those as well. There's so many options. There's too many options. Noctowl's opened the gates and it's flying through them. So we're going to be able to get whatever we need here, whatever Matthew thinks is the best call right now to keep his game consistent. Looks like we're going for that rare candy in Serrano. And then, of course, we're going to go and get our EX Pokemon. So we're going to grab a Pidgeot, a Latias, and...
Not Hoot. Can't take that with Serrano.
No, we can't take a Noctowl, but we need to do some counting. We need to make sure they're there.
That makes sense.
Yeah, with maybe a Terrapagos as well, or...
Serendipity, that also works.
There's so many choices. I think that's the beautiful thing about putting Serrano in this deck. It's a really underrated card.
It really is. And you know what the scary thing is about this turn as well, Amy? Matthew still has Quick Search available. You know, the turn continues at this point. Quick Search letting you grab any card you like from your deck once per turn on a free retreat 280 hit point Pokemon. I mean, you can attack with Blustery and discard the stadium. It's not the worst attack in the world. And throwback to our interview with Emma Hagen that we had on stream earlier, saying that Pidgeot's the best card in format. This is the deck she champions, this EV box deck. And you can see why. Here's the Quick Search. I wonder what we're taking.
Yeah, I'm not sure at this point because we are struggling. We obviously can't play Crispin. We've, you know, used the Serrano instead, which is a nice tell from Matthew. He's not told Lewis he hasn't got the Crispin by attempting it and failing it. He's realized and gone, okay, right, what's my next best play? My next best play is creating consistency because that's going to hopefully put me in the driver's seat of this game. Having Pidgeot and always being able to continue playing just because I'm always going to have that quick search available, at least for now. But I'm not sure what I'd take in this scenario. I'm not the expert on EV box. Matthew is.
It looks like Fire Energy was taken. So you do need a Fire Energy, of course, to attack with Burning Charge. There is the turn attachment of the Fire Energy. Oh no, taking it back.
Considering it.
You do have Flareon in hand. Does play 2 copies.
It is our first game of Phase 2. Every play does matter. So taking your time to consider maybe which energy needs to be attached where and when is a really important factor.
It looks like we're just going to see the Sob now. Okay, so a bit of a... Oh no, going back, consulting the hand. Is going to be the Sob. 20 damage.
Yep, there we go.
Terrapagos retreating. If you are joining us here, this is Swiss Round 9 feature match here in Gdansk. This is Phase 2 action. Players want to try and get wins, put them in the back pockets. They can catapult themselves into the asymmetrical top cut and beyond. Is over to Lewis. Bear in mind, this is a best of 3. Both players have game 1 and 2, I should say. So whoever wins this match, 90 minutes left on the clock, will take the win.
Yeah, it's a curious position that Matthews put Lewis in here, kind of forcing that use of the Terrapagos, but I don't know if Lewis can get enough damage out at this point to be able to knock out a Wellspring Ogerpon EX. We need to get this bench a lot more full than it is. We're going to need an Area 0 Underdepths to start things off and then get all those basic Pokemon alongside it. And I'm not sure Lewis's hand is looking quite as advantageous as we'd like to be able to pursue that line.
It looks like we are going to see the Jewel Seeker activation. So it looks like Area 0 Underdepth, step 1, or piece 1 of the puzzle, I should say, is being used there. I think let's have another Ultra Ball in hand. I can use another Jewel Seeker, you know, go Jewel Seeker into Jewel Seeker, but it would require a monumental effort because your support for the turn would have to be Crispin to get energy in play, or Sparkling Crystal plus turn attachment. Very costly things to do here this early on. So let's see what Lewis can manufacture.
Yeah, you need a full bench to take this out. So we're going to need every single Pokemon helping us out. We do have the bench space now. We can go all the way up to 8, but we can't do much else right this second. We have a Nest Ball, we have some Ultra Balls in hand, which I reckon is why we're going for this Mew, so we can thin the hand down, draw up, and hope for some more Pokemon. So going to start that journey right now, we have a Lily's Clefairy and a Nest Ball left in hand, so we can Ultra Ball, then Nest Ball, maybe even play down the Lily's Clefairy and then Mew. But the Lily's Clefairy could be risky. It's got low HP, and Matthew's really Pokemon can definitely deal with that.
There's a Noctowl going to come down, Jewel Seeker, Crispin. Okay, so here's the minigame for Lewis. Can he fill his bench to the maximum of 8 and use this Crispin to accelerate energy? So we've done step 1, Area 0. We're doing step 2, attaching the energy. Can we get step 3, Amy? And that is fill the bench with only restart available. and potentially whatever we take here off this Crispin, I mean the Dual Seeker I should say. Nest Ball was being debated.
I think we have to go for the Nest Ball. I think the Buddy Poffin only gets us one Pokemon due to the Pokemon that are already out in play and the prize cards. So I think that we have to, it might work out, I suppose, but it's a tricky one, that's for sure. Here's Lily's Clefairy, Buddy Poffin for the one Hoot Hoot, which is a nice Pokemon to be putting down because of the amount that have already been utilized.
True.
Crispin for the 2 energy, which we're going to have to put into play right away.
Yep.
And then we restart. Oh, we play, is it a final Nest Ball?
I think there's one more Nest Ball in hand, so this could
we
find
restart with Mew.
Yes, would be nice. In the prize cards, probably
do we even have enough Pokemon in deck? Wait a minute, Shay. Do we even have enough Pokemon in deck? Because we've got 3 in the prize cards, remember?
I think if Fez is in the deck, we should be okay. I'm assuming it does. Well,
Festivity's in there.
Festivity should be around. We want to shuffle up here. I guess if you were shuffling, you're not going to play that Nest Ball. Maybe you restart first, actually, to see what you draw into before you play the Nest Ball. Because then you might draw into it. Yeah, draw into a Pokemon first without having to play
Here we go.
There's a restart for 2.
This is the magical 2.
2.
Oh no, Shay! It's not going to be enough.
Wait, is it not a Nest Ball in hand? Oh, okay.
Oh, is that enough?
That's a KO anyway. Is that a KO?
Oh, it's exact math. Yeah, it's 21, 210.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
it's exact. I thought we had to have full bench. I was wrong. My mathematics was wrong. And yeah, it's exact math there with the Hoot Hoot and the Clefairy. So we're able to keep a little bit back. That's my bad. I did bad maths.
Did take Pikachu EX out of the prize cards there. So we did need that Topaz Bolt. That's a very big attack. We use that quite a lot. So it is over to Matthew now. Going to promote the Pidgeot EX. Has a free retreat cost. There's the Flareon.
Oh, here we go. But we do need a lot more than just this to be able to kick things off. So we're going to need to get some real firepower going behind Matthew to catch up now. Lewis has set the pace and Matthew needs to respond in tow. A 2 prize knockout needs to be taken now.
Yeah, Burning Charge doesn't get there, 130. Carnelian's very expensive to use, especially if you know Topaz Bolt is around. You haven't seen Lewis use the Sparkling Crystal yet, so that is a possibility. We saw it in game 1. Maybe you can try and do a Terapagos into Terapagos, Unified Beatdown, well, face-off for lack of a better term.
But it looks like we might need to use that Sparkling Crystal because we still don't have access to any Crispin.
Oh, yeah, of course we don't because they're in the prize cards, yeah.
This is going to be tough.
Yeah, you don't really want to burn in charge here. That's, oh no.
No, it's not ideal in the slightest.
And I guess this is the downside. When you haven't got, maximum copies of Crispin, you are reliant on burning charge. You might have to use it in situations where you don't really want to.
There is a world in which we can, we get the Night Stretcher, we go for the Crystal, and we do kind of pull this together, but it's gonna be a struggle. I think we're gonna Night Stretcher for the Noctowl, maybe, and then use the Noctowl to be able to piece together our next area
100%
with
correct.
Yeah, with the Buddy Poffin, it looks like, and maybe the Crystal, and then that will allow us, or a Counter Catcher maybe being considered. That's interesting.
Yeah, I don't mind a Counter Catcher.
No, I don't
Crystal
mind.
Counter Catcher.
Maybe we are going for a bit of a Flareon angle here. Maybe trying to kind of bring something into the active.
Yeah, you can KO a Hoot Hoot with Burning Charge, right? And just hope that your Lewis can't piece together a Topaz Bolt. It's very possible. There is the Counter Catcher onto the Hoot Hoot. And then we see Sparkling Crystal attached to the Flareon. That's going to hit the active thanks to the free retreat on Pidgeot. Burning Charge, 130 damage. Search your deck for 2 basic energy. Attach them to your bench Pokemon in any way you like. Well, to 1, I should say. So there is the KO. 1 prize card for Matthew. Let's see what his energy are and where they're going to go.
We went for Crispin with extra steps, a.k.a. Flareon's first attack there. And yeah, so now we have a little bit of momentum behind us if we're Matthew, but unfortunately leaving that Flareon in the active, which is quite nice for Lewis, especially since we just got that Pikachu. So this might not be great, but at least we're not afraid of the Wellspring Ogerpon.
This would be devastating if Lewis can piece together Topaz Bolt this turn. Leave it in the active, has Resolute Heart. That would be horrible for Matthew. Can he do it? We know the Pikachu's in hand. He took out the prize card. He hasn't any hand disrupt yet. So we'd need Sparkling Crystal plus Crispin combination. Does have, 1 Hoot Hoot available and a restart.
And then we might be able to get a Pheasantipity here now, and then that gives us an extra 3 cards. So knockout was taken, so we do have that available.
Topaz Bolt, there's the Earthen Vessel. Finning is winning. Fin the deck. Well, remember, got to be careful actually, because you do need the energy in deck for Crispin.
Yeah, you definitely do. You need as much as you can.
Wait a minute, we're seeing a turn attach
to Lily's Clefairy.
Full Moon Wonder. Was it 20 plus 40, right?
It's 20 plus 20 for each benched Pokemon, yours and your opponent.
Oh, yours and your opponent's. Hold on, here we go. So what we got? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 140, 160, 180, 220, 240. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's enough, thanks to the Area Zero.
Area Zero Underdepths working for you and your opponent is coming in useful here. Lily's Clefairy in plenty of range for our Flareon EX at this stage. And we're able to use Pheasantipity. We got the Crystal as well. We don't need it right now. No, Clefairy can't use that, but it's really useful for a Pikachu later on.
Yeah, does still actually need to get the second energy on, by the way. Crispin does get there. Do you play Energy Switch? We do play Energy Switch as well.
Yeah, we do. Lots of cards in the hand, but I'm not sure any of them are giving us that final piece we need right now.
We would love to... Wait a minute.
No, I don't think they do.
There's no way.
There's nothing.
There's no way.
We're having to go into trap. No.
This deck isn't okay. I can tell you that for free.
What is happening?
Wow.
Wild.
Unified beatdown. Matthew Robre might have been given a lifeline here. That's not going to speed at which he's putting those dice. So like, give me my turn.
He got away with it.
That's cheeky. He really did get away with it.
Wowza. With all the cards being drawn there, I was convinced Lewis was going to have that out and just take down that Flareon. But we have now a little bit of time as Matthew to try and claw our way back into this game. Flareon's sticking around for a little bit more time, but we still don't have a Crispin. But that's okay, because we have the Sparkling Crystal, and having that for 2 attacking turns is really impressive.
Yeah,
that doesn't often happen.
So with this, if you're trying to get back into a game, having Quick Search available is one of the best things you can do. Basically saying whatever I want, I can go and get. Didn't actually see what he took there, or maybe he's consulting the hand. You know, Carnelian is obviously live. If you can get another basic energy attached, you maybe do a Carnelian plus Boss's Orders turn. Try and remove the Clefairy, remove an energy. Obviously, you can't one-hit KO Pikachu EX, of course. It looks like the Quick Search target has been taken, just eyeing it up there. What do you think is more of a scary Pokemon for Matthew to try and deal with right now, Amy?
Honestly, I think the Pikachu is, but he can't deal with it, and I think that's rather the problem. I think if I were Matthew and I could pick a knockout here, I'd want to be taking the Lily's Clefairy.
Remove the energy as well.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the other choice would honestly be the Mew EX, because it is a valid attacker, and also it has that restart ability, so just limiting what my opponent can do in regards to their card draw, because it is quite nice right now. There's a lot of card draw Lewis has access to in comparison to Matthew right now, so there's that to consider. But we're just going for Terrapagos versus Terrapagos, and unfortunately Terrapagos got knocked out.
Yeah, who would have thought Terrapagos versus Terrapagos? Terrapagos win and lost that unified beatdown for the KO though. Matthew Robre takes 2 more prize cards, 3 prize cards left to take in our feature match here in round 9. Lewis Beck has 4 prize cards here to take. What can he do? Full Moon Wonder is obviously live from Clefairy. If you get 1 more energy attached. Pikachu EX.
It's certainly an interesting one. We've got a lot going on. And
well, there we go.
On both sides of the board, there's so much. And I think that's what you have to take into consideration, is all of the potential that your opponent has. And in these 2 decks, they work fundamentally with the same base, but they have so many different factors, so many different cards. Actually, they are really difficult to work around when you're working in unison like this. But the Wellspring Ogerpon's an interesting one, because we might be able to kind of make a situation where we can take a knockout from the active and the Flareon on the bench.
That is true. Yeah, you would hit for active, you can maneuver. Actually, I think you can probably, you can just use the bench access attack. Torrential Pomp to KO the Flareon, I should say. Here is a flip the script there. Professor Choi's scenario was found, I believe.
But still not much. We do have an Ultra Ball. We can get a knocked out on the go here. Obviously, Area Zero Underdepths is unlikely to be removed as a stadium right now, so we're kind of okay putting that in the discard pile, but it's what to consider next, because again, this game is marginally about resources and the use of those resources, the timing, and also the expertise that it takes to know this matchup, because it is so tight. There are so many options available to either player, and it's about who leaves those resources open and for when. We've now utilized our final Hoot Hoot, and we've gone for the energy switch. My goodness, so that does give us a bit more flexibility right now.
Energy switch is huge, actually. It's one of the cards we're hunting for in the last turn. There is the energy switch onto Wellspring Ogerpon. There's the Sparkling Crystal. There's the turn attack. As you did say, the Torrential Pump is
Here comes the boss. It's happening. Hoot Hoot.
Flareon, it looks like.
Oh, but then the Hoot Hoot's probably going to be targeted on the bench to limit that card draw. 3 prize cards, Shay.
That's a 3 prize cards turn. You called it. Torrential Pump is live. It is deadly. Oh, this is looking quite scary.
And you know what?
What?
That means Briar, once again, cannot be activated because Lewis will take 3 prize cards, leaving himself on 1, and Matthew Rowberry's going to need to really struggle to now get these last 3 prize cards taken. My word. But it could happen. Lewis is left with 0 energy on the board. So can they keep this up with no more Hoot Hoot? So, this still could go either way. We're down to the last few prizes, but it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, this is really close. Lewis can obviously always try and do Assault Landing into Fan Rome to try and close this game out, but with no Hoot Hoot available, we'll have to try and piece that together via flip the script and restart. Matthew does have Quick Search available, though, but you can't win the game in this exact turn. So what can he do? Try and put the biggest hit point Pokemon in the active and take a KO. But, with no Noctile available himself, this Quick Search will have to do a lot of heavy lifting.
I mean, they'll be able to use Flip the Script as well, so we have a little bit of card draw, but nowhere near as nice as being able to cherry pick the exact cards you want a few times over. Pidgeot's going to be able to start putting the puzzle together, but we might need a few more pieces. Matthew's going to need to put something with high HP in the active. I don't even know if it's possible to... The thing is that there's no energy on Lewis's side of the board, meaning that it's going to be really hard to power up a Pikachu in one go, right? We can't even energy switch it, for example, right now anyway. If we got a Teal Mask Ogerpon into the mix, now that would change things up. But as it stands, this is a difficult scenario for Matthew to be in. Oh, did you see that?
I did. Looks
like Shay, do you reckon?
I think it's going to have to be the Iono. It's going to have to be. Thinking, well, I think it's quite good, right? Look at your opponent. No energy in play. Have no Hoot Hoot available. Right, let's Iono you to 1, and I can start my combo. He can still attack with Unified Beatdown. Ooh. We are going to see a little Flareon hit the board as well.
Hello, Flareon. We can attach energy slowly to that. We have an attacker on the board with energy. We can utilize Terapagos. I think the Iono here would be such a lovely way to try and make that comeback, forcing Lewis down to 1 card in hand with no more Hoot Hoot on the bench. They'd be restricted to just using Mew EX, possibly Pheasantipity EX. Matthew trying to bring his own consistency back onto the board with a Hoot Hoot. And here we go with the Iono. This could change things up and make it quite difficult for Lewis to make that comeback, limiting the amount of cards that he has in hand. My word, could this be it? Could this change things enough, or does Lewis have too much natural card draw and it will just be all over?
Here we go. Iono resetting both players' hands to the amount of prize cards they have remaining. Matthew got 3. Flip the script, draw another 3. Lewis obviously only taking 1.
A tough conundrum. We can play some more Pokemon. We can get a Unified Beatdown knockout on the Ogerpon here.
Yeah, that's definitely live.
We do have that possibility.
Is it Blood Moon being eyed up here? This is an interesting card we haven't had a chance to talk about much, but it is really good in this matchup, doing 240 damage for a little 0 energy.
Yep.
Yeah, because
0 energy right now.
0 energy, big KO, 260 hit point basic. If you're wondering how that attack season skill reduces the attack cost by 1 for each prize card your opponent has taken, Blood Moon attacks with 5 energy normally. Lewis has 5 prize cards taken. It attacks for 3.
Here we go.
It is over to Lewis now. What can he do? Remember, he did get hit with an Iono, but does have restart, does have flip the script, so can start the turn with a 6-card hand. But how do you deal with a 260 hit point behemoth in the active?
frustratingly, there is a boss's orders in hand, but no Pokemon that can do anything against the ones in play. Oh, that's it. That's it attached to a Fan Rotom and a boss for game.
And the boss is the assault landing into Fan Rotom. There is the turn attachment. There's the boss orders into Hoot, and Lewis Beck takes our Swiss round 9 feature match here in Gdansk. Congratulations.
Absolutely phenomenal plays from both players, but Lewis just brought it forward with that Terra Box style deck that we have.
Trainers, welcome back to glorious Gdansk, where dreams are built, decks are tested, and destiny awaits. Yesterday was a grueling gauntlet, 8 rounds of phase 1 and round 9 kicking off phase 2 that pushed everyone to their limits. Today, the stakes soar, pressures peaks, and our competitors will need every ounce of focus, faith, and a little bit of fortune to claim the coveted title of regional champion. My name's Alex Dow, one of your casters for the weekend, here to guide you through the storm of strategies and celebrations. I'm joined by a lineup as legendary as many Pokemon. We have our storyteller of Showdown, Amy Wosley, our hype, the volume, the noise, Shea Burton. And fresh from across the Atlantic, bringing that North American flair, Emily Foreman. We've had a night to rest and recuperate. How are we feeling for day 2?
Honestly, pretty positive. Everything seems to be falling into place, just like the autumnal leaves, and we're having a great time. You can feel the buzz in the room. It's honestly electric, and I think we're going to have some really great games today. We've got lots of surprises in store, so you guys better stay tuned.
Yeah, exactly that. It's been incredible just catching all of the action from day one so far. But we've, of course, had some fantastic locations that we've already been to as part of the EU circuit. And not only here in Gdansk, but we have so much more to come. Shay, talk to me about some of your favorite locations that's coming up.
Well, I want to draw attention to the fact that after Gdansk wraps up today, the next event will be our first IC of the season over there in Sao Paulo. So it's very interesting to see how that pans out. Now, I'm going to say I'm a little bit partial, or impartial, I should say, to Birmingham and London, you know, hometowns for us, for most of us here. But then also, for the first time ever, Pokemon XP, fast forwarding all the way to San Francisco, you know, that is the gem in the schedule for most of our players and spectators here. So, you know, it's hard to overlook that one.
Yeah, everyone vying for that spot to compete at the World Championships, and Pokemon XP to really make a real like showcase of what Pokemon is for all of our trainers, all of our fans, everyone who can celebrate what we love as a hobby. But if you are keen on joining us for a future event, make sure you can go to that website just below there where you can register to compete or even just spectate. Just take it all in at arcade9.gg/events/Pokemon as well. But we know this season has been something that's introduced a lot of changes, a lot of adaptations for our players as well. But we know our tournaments have changed a bit slightly, and I think we just want to kind of explain that and make sure everyone at home can follow along as well. Amy, please do us the honors.
So we've had some Swiss format changes. We've got +1 round at the tournament with more than 65 participants and an asymmetrical top cut, which is capped at 16 total participants. People today will be vying to get into that asymmetrical top cut. That is the aim of the game right now. Jump on in there for your chance to battle it out to get into that top 16, top 8 even. And then we have the end of round update, where instead of 3 turns after time is called, we now have 1 full turn per player instead, and a limit of 10 minutes. For more information, if you'd like to check out the full wording of those new rules and any updates to come, then check them out at championships.pokemon.com or scan the QR code on the screen.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And of course, as we are going through this weekend, we'll make sure to continue guiding you through and giving you as much information alongside that as well. But that website is absolutely fantastic for us to make sure we know everything that's going on. But we've spoken about trying to become a regional champion at these tournaments. We know these players are not only battling out for that as well. There are a lot of other things that they're also vying for, including those very special championship points. Emily, can you talk to us about that?
Absolutely. In order to make it to San Francisco, you got to have a lot of these championship points here, as you can see on the left column, depending on your placement in the regional. Now, of course, it only gives us up to top 64, but points do go sometimes as far down to something like a top 512, for example. But these points are very important and very key to getting your invite to San Francisco because of the column on the right. There's only 135 spots here in Europe, in Masters at least, to make it to San Francisco. You got to make sure you're within that top 135. You need as many points as possible here. But once again, plenty of things to be kind of going to bat for.
Yeah, amazing to just see that all on screen. I mean, it's just so important for all of our players to be consistent throughout all of these tournaments. Come on, let's time to make some noise for what else they're vying for here, Shay.
Well, the winner's going to take home $10,000 US. That's not bad for a weekend's action of playing with some Pokemon cards now, is it? Second place, we'll get $7,000, and it cascades all the way down to top 32. Worth noting, juniors and seniors don't leave empty-handed as well. They get a little bit of a prize. And, you know, it's not all about the money, let's be honest. Pokemon card game players, we love Pokemon cards, we need Pokemon cards. So how about leaving with 108 booster packs? Not too bad.
No,
yeah,
that's not shabby.
It's incredible just to actually see that you get prizes for just the booster packs as well, alongside just having the chance to experience this whole tournament structure and just competing with everyone else that loves the hobby as well. I do apologize for that moment, of course, but do you know what we get a chance to show now? How some of our players have been doing coming into our actual phase 2 of competition here.
We've got a star-studded lineup. As we can see, so many competitors from around the world blessing our top kind of phase 2 qualified players as it is. We've got some absolutely fantastic players, some that we saw yesterday even. We've got Lewis Beck up there, Henry Brand. Of course, we have Cohen Moores, Alexander, Christian Fontenot, Armani. We've got so many good eggs here, including Kai Wainwright, who was doing ever so well in Lille and continuing that now. We saw Gabriel yesterday. We've been so blessed this event to not only be able to feature a lot of these players, but they've gone on to carry the flag and continue the gauntlet on today.
Yeah, so many incredible names, and that's just a snapshot of the number of players that have actually made it into phase 2. I mean, we saw so many great players on stream yesterday already, so I'm really looking forward to seeing who else we're going to be able to showcase their decks, their players, and all of the different strategies there as well. But of course, we are joining a couple of rounds into phase 2 here in day 2, so we do have the current Swiss rankings here as well.
Yeah, we're starting to get into that point where people are questioning where they stand in regards to that asymmetrical top cut that we've been alluding to this whole time here. And as you can see, Masters Swiss round 11 here on your screen. I was out in the crowd before we started broadcast watching Emma Hagen and Nicolene play a little bit earlier. It was a Flareon box versus Golden Go with a Mega Mawile in the mix as well. So we're talking about all of these changes that players have made from Lille to Gdansk. I think that is one of the big ones that I've seen so far, but two very capable ladies at the top. It was really fun to watch.
Yeah, there's some incredible names here already. And of course, this is at the start of Swiss round, also at the end of Swiss round 11. So we still got a couple of rounds for these players to keep pushing themselves up to the very top. But some of those names just really do stand out. I mean, there's still some opportunity for seeing some players go back-to-back top cuts as well, considering it's only a short week ago since we were in Lille. But at the same time, some of those players that we actually included were part of our players to watch for this tournament. Shay, I know you were in Lille. There's a couple on there that we actually did get a chance to see.
Yeah, so Kai Wainwright and Alberto Conti both made, the top cut over in Lille a week ago. Alberto Conti obviously made the finals, so he's going to be doing his best to try and defend his crown. And then we have Mateus, fresh off the top cut placement at the World Championships, part of the Polish player base, really strong testing groups. Unfortunately, wasn't his day yesterday, but I believe Kai and Alberto are still in the mix. And Kai looking like highly likely going to try and get himself back in top cut and maybe try and catapult himself a little bit further this time.
Yeah, thanks for that, Shay. I mean, some of these players are incredible. And of course, we got some of that international flair as well. We know regionals are bound for all of these players from across the world. So just have a talk about some of these players here, because we've got Henry, Piper, and Kieran. Yeah,
so I think, unfortunately for Piper and Kieran, not in the running still for asymmetrical cut, but I do believe Henry is still kind of looming around. We saw him yesterday still on Dragapult EX, same 60 as well, doing what he does best and absolutely wiping the board, 5 prize turn. Henry, of course, also a absolute delight to talk to. Can't wait to see if he, does the same run again.
Yeah, it's incredible, and that's why we have some of these players to watch, because, despite being fairly big names, but, just being able to bring them to light again, showcase just how great they are at, piloting some of the decks, like that 5 prize turn is something we're going to keep seeing over and over again. But at the same time, I know this is what most people have been waiting for every time we wait for one of these tournaments, one of these days. This is the meta, or the breakdown, I should say, for phase 2 of our competition. 303 players here. Shay, you really need to walk this through to me, because I think there's some surprises.
Yeah, I think the big surprise, obviously, the standout is Golden Go sliding all the way to the top and having a pretty big margin over second place at Dragapult there. Interesting wrinkle to the wrinkle, a lot of players saying that Dragapult did really well in Lille. So you can just say, well, I'm just going to make it rain and escort those for 330 hit point Dragapults to discard pile rather quickly. Interesting to see. Obviously, we've got the Gardevoir, Monkey Doy plus the Jellicent and lump them together. Technically only 1 percentage point behind the Golden Go. Marnie's Grimstyle still hanging around the mix, It's a deck that sort of I feel goes under the radar a little bit, getting represented there at 9%. And that Terra Toolbox, a deck that I still think is really well positioned right now, still in the mix as well.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and of course we have the best of the rest, Amy.
We do have the best of the rest. And you know, last season we saw it a lot where one of the best of the rest just shot up the rankings and took the whole tournament. So it could very well happen again. We've seen these decks a lot around. A Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan was kind of featured a lot, and I believe did really well in Brisbane, which has just concluded. So congratulations, Ryuki. We have Joltik Toolbox, which I know a lot of people piloted yesterday, but 16 of those players made it through. Charizard Pidgeot, which we've seen a lot throughout the format, to great success. Raging Bolt hanging on by a thread, still yet to have its moment to shine. Flareon EX, there are only 9 decks, but actually we've already seen a lot of them are doing very well, so let's keep that momentum going. And just at the very end there, Cerulege with Lunatone and Solrock. It's so interesting to see that we have the 2 Solrock Lunatone decks sandwiching the rest of the matchups between them today.
Yeah, it goes to show as well when you look at the entire meta breakdown that the more aggressive decks sometimes just don't feel like the play or their conversion is that great going into day 2. It's very interesting to see where Raging Bolt, you know, only a couple months ago was really kind of at the top saying, you know what, I can take out a Dragapult fully in one turn, but now it's better to just kind of get your setup, wait for your right time and start swinging then. It's very interesting to see where our meta has gone.
Yeah, and that's where we go into this our whole idea of rock, paper, scissors, but then there's multiple of those going all the way around. Talking about going all the way around, we'll circle back actually to, I think, some of our predictions. Let's just see how it compared to what our meta breakdown actually was. Let's start things off with Emily, because I know this is a deck you played last week, of course.
Yeah, a lot of reps on it, which is why I was pretty confident in picking it for my caster predictions. Once again, when you see Dragapult, when you see Gardevoir, when you even see Golden Go at the top of these rankings, you say to yourself, well, if I want to just go on ahead, these decks typically like to go second. If I want a deck that allows me to go first and set up comfortably with no real fear of like maybe that early game Iono, for example, I'm going to go Terra Box. And honestly, that Wellspring Ogre Mask does its job, that Torrential Pump, those first 2 prizes, and we can figure out the rest of the 4 a little later.
Yeah, I know we've spoken about it a bit yesterday as well, but you decided to counter your own pick with that Shaman at the same time. But we know how important that card is, right? And the kind of format that we're in. So just give us a little bit of an inkling why you chose Shaman as well.
Well, I think we actually saw it in one of our stream rounds where we saw a full bench and there was a perfect opportunity for a Torrential Pump onto a Monkey Dory sitting on the bench, especially because Monkey Dory has become key in a lot of decks that we have in our format. So essentially putting the Flower Veil over Monkey Dory, saying, you know what, you can only do 100 to the active. It actually worked out pretty well for that player.
Yeah, all right. So that's great insight there. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have to touch on yours, Shay. I mean, you started off with Mega Lucario EX, which is a really, really good, powerful card. We've seen it sort of teched into a number of places.
Okay.
But I also want to touch on that tech card that you chose after. But go into Mega Lucario first.
Well, I think my picks are quite, well, they're rather simple. They both do the same thing. Mega Lucario just escorts whatever your opponent has into active, straight into the discard pile. Like Mega Brave, Premium Power Pro. And you know what? Mega Electric also does that as well. 330, just whatever your opponent has in the active, it just KOs it. And then you've also got that cheeky first attack as well, making yourself immune to basics. So I'm actually a big fan of the Mega Manetric EX. Probably hasn't converted terribly well, unfortunately, for this event. But as Mega Pokemon and more of these hefty stage 2s enter the format, we saw Charizard do well in Milwaukee, Dragapult do really well in Lille. My thinking was, if we can just KO them really fast, which those decks really don't like having done to them, by the way, you could be on for a winner.
Right, yeah, I appreciate the whole sentiment that you love for the Mega Pokemon. Just to give you a little inkling, though, there is one Mega Lucario in day 2, or phase 2, I should say. So at least someone else can chat. Look, the surprise in the face.
Come on.
Of Shea Burton there.
Where are they? I want to shake their hand.
Well, Amy, I know you said this a lot, where it was all about if you can't beat them, join them. Dragapult EX was your pick of the tournament. Give us a little bit of an explanation why.
I'd like to take personal credit for the fact that it's not number 1 on our graphic today. I think that I cursed it, and I'm sorry. But it has been so strong, and it's had strong hold on this format for a while. Gardevoir numbers were starting to drop, and I felt like it was just the perfect opportunity for Dragapult to come in and just clean sweep another event. But then my second choice, of course, was that Solrock, which is fundamental in Golden Go. so I've still got a chance at that caster pick with so many Golden Go in the mix. Yep. I really think that the Solrock as an early game attacking option gives so much flexibility where we didn't have it before.
Yeah, certainly covering your bases there. I think that's like 29% of the meta.
That's cheeky, that, isn't it? Picking Dragapult, which had, what, 4 in top 8, and then picking Solrock as well.
Yeah, it's incredible, but I mean, very sound logic. I decided to go, of course, the back route of saying, well, Dragapult did really well last week, and what deck is great into Dragapult is those Gardevoirs. Yes, some people call me boring, but it's one of those times where it's like, if it goes under the radar just that little bit, doesn't get the respect sometimes it deserves, it just comes straight back to the very top again. And look, it was still one of the highest played decks. If you combine that with the Gelatin builds, it's actually second at like 16%. Yep. I think I saw from the meta breakdown there. So really interesting way again, because we all have differences in terms of how we think of the actual meta and how it all comes back around. It's really, really interesting to hear the insight. My other card was Professor Churro Scenario, which we saw come to trumps in multiple times during the actual tournament itself yesterday during rounds as well. But yeah, that's just a little bit of an inkling of what we thought we would be continuing following, making sure you guys are actually seeing all of our choices as well. Let us know what you guys think as we continue the rest of the competition. Make sure you're catching all of the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast, where you get all of the information around this current regional, the other events that are coming up as well. And there's just so much more information on there just to keep hearing about and reading about, just as we try to give you the best experience possible. But at the same time, make sure on the socials, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon on any of your favorite socials there. Shay's giving us our lovely little pointer to X there, the app. Use the app #PlayPokemon, use the hashtags, and make sure you're following on X, YouTube, Facebook, or even Instagram. And of course, make sure you're following the channels on YouTube, the app #PlayPokemon, or on Twitch, the /Pokemon TCG as well. But I mean, that's a lot of information to take in there, guys. I mean, how are we feeling at the moment now for the rest of our phase 2? I mean, Shay, just that one Mega Lucario. Are we hoping? Are we looking for a dream?
Of course. Like, what a ridiculous question. Of course we're hoping for the dream. Heave ho, catch, Mega Brave. That's what not to love. But what, realistically, though, I'm also intrigued to see, you know, I think Terrabox is really well positioned. We saw the EVBox come on stream a little bit as well. I think that's a deck that could really go under the radar and sort of come up. So I'm intrigued to see how that pans out. But one thing I'm really interested in, though, will Dragapult have that massive conversion again? You know, it's always been a little bit of the bridesmaid, never the bride. Obviously, it had a big finish in Lille just a week ago. Could it do it again? Or have people just said, enough is enough now, I'm not having that, and they're going to, you know, boot it out of Top Cup?
Yeah, amazing. I mean, it's just kind of one of those things that we'll always be keeping an eye out on, right? But we always love to see like new decks as well. Mega Evolutions, of course, we got a chance to see a bit of innovation with the Mega Kangaskhan sort of Bouffalon deck. That's always something that's going to stick in our memory throughout this as well. But I feel like that's enough from us here. We're going to have to try and kick it backstage as soon as possible to get ready for the next rounds. But we've got something just for you to kind of catch up on exactly what's going on during our regionals.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win, and you move on. Lose, and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Yeah, certainly had to pace it back here. I've never seen Shay move so quickly in his life. But yes, I'm Alex Dow once again here at the Gdansk Regional Championships alongside my good friend Shay Burton. How are we feeling? I've asked you a couple of times, but we're here behind the desk now. How are we feeling about going into our next rounds as soon as possible?
Yeah, no, it feels a lot more real when you're here. You know, as we join our phase 2 action, this is where, you know, the nitty-gritty, every match point really matters. You know, we saw it last week, you know, even if you have the same amount of match points to get an asymmetrical top cut, unfortunately, not everyone is guaranteed. So you want to make sure you try and turn those ties into wins, and you want to try to turn those losses back into ties. So what that basically means is whatever games we get on, I assume are going to be very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, so entertaining, so important, because everything is on the line at every single point from this moment onwards, and that's kind of the most important thing and most special things, because I mean, with our phase 2s, there's only a finite number of rounds, you know, in comparison. It's a bit smaller. It's normally sort of 4 or 5 rounds that we typically get in comparison to the 8 rounds that we get of day 1 phase 1 play. But speaking of phase 1, we have that meta breakdown. Let's have a little look at that once again, because it's always so important to just see what all our players are going to be facing up against, Shay.
Yeah, so this was our phase 1 yesterday. One thing I want to draw attention to is the Charizard and Pidgeot, because they did a little bit of a disappearing act, quite honestly. When we looked at phase 2, we'll get into a bit of that later. Marnie's Grimstyle is a really interesting deck, all right? Because, you know, we've seen its power level. A fellow caster of ours, Mike Ellis, did really well, top 16 placement in Frankfurt with it. It has the tools in the toolbox to, you know, dismantle decks, but it's one of them, you never really see it over that 8%. You don't really see it in the top cuts that often, but it always is represented there solidly. Obviously Gardevoir, you know, and that's just the Monkey Door. We do have the Jellicent as well, sort of add in there to sort of complete the Gardevoir EX archetype. They're always well represented. But then the Golden Go EX with the Lunatone Soul Rock engine. Now, I've got a little question for you, Alex.
Let's go.
I was having this question debate the other day. I'm convinced that Energy Search Pro is actually better than the Lunatone Soul Rock engine. What do you think about that one?
I'm a big fan of being able to go straight into a massive knockout.
Yes.
So Energy Search Pro, it feels like when that card came out, it was purpose-built for Golden Go, right? And you've already got a massive amount of draw power with coin bonus. But at the same time, drawing cards is very, very good. So adding in the sort of Soul Rock Lunatone package and getting Lunar Cycle is incredible, right? But typically it then means you're changing your A-spec card to something like Precious Trolley, or maybe something a little bit less sort of, I call it power cards, or something that we've kind of coined previously as well. But yeah, Energy Search Pro it just feels so much nicer when you have when you have those coin bonuses, and you can slam down 7 to 8 energies very easily, take massive knockouts, and you don't have to worry about it then, because then all you need are superior energy retrievals, right?
Yeah, exactly. It gives you a very nice linear game plan. Energy Search Pro in superior energy retrieval. One thing I do like about the Lunar Rocks engine, though, having access to the Soul Rock as an attacker.
That's
true.
You
know, Golden Go. With Energy Search Pro, you know it how to play against it, right? It always has to attack the 2-prizer. It always has to find these stuff, so Itchy Pollen becomes a lot more scary to deal with. But that Soul Rock, I should say, really good. 70 damage can give you access to some early game, you know, knockouts. Lets you KO stuff like Voodoo, low hit point Pokemon, and then for complete bailout option, saying, right, I haven't got anything else I need, there's 70 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a lot of 70 attack damage from sort of single prizes like Fan Rotom, for example. I've seen that even teched into Golden Go before.
Good point.
But, you know, we're talking about a lot of these decks, and Golden Go we'll touch on, I'm sure, in a moment as well. But the best of the rest, the other decks that were actually just as popular heading into some of the more previous tournaments, like that Mega Absol EX deck. We also do see Gardevoir EX Jellicent as well. We do get a chance to separate that because they do play a little bit differently, despite having the Gardevoir sort of package to be able to get the energies, attachments across the board. But there's some other decks there. I mean, I played Joltik Box, the Joltik Toolbox, I should say, with that little Joltik, the little ticker, and Jolting charge is always a bit of fun. But I'm always interested in looking for those cards that kind of cheat the game a little bit. You know, Iron Hands takes an extra prize, or Teal Mask, Ogerpon there, and the Terra Toolbox that Amy loves. But Emily loves, sorry. But Zoroark, I was going to give you the floor because you had a chance to see it in action last week. Yeah, it's an interesting one that Zoroark, right? Because, you know, it had, what, 2 top cut placements in Lille. We had it on stream a few times. Piper Lepine, Perch in motion when she plays so fast. You can see her lines in the interview. I was like, you know, what's this for? And she was like,
this, and this. I was like, wow, okay. Has a really good Gardevoir matchup. You know, that's what it likes. You know, Gardevoir tends to be one of the most represented decks, if not second, along those lines. But then it never really seems to get above that. What was it there? Like what, 3, 4, maybe 5%? It never really gets that much respect from the player base in regards to representation. And I find that really interesting because you think after a big statement like that, Piper Lepine, Gabriel Fernandez, and his brother were all on the deck as well. These are high, world-class players all piloting the deck. Why do you think it never seems to catapult itself onto like the first page graphic for representation?
I guess the back-to-back Lille into Gdansk is always going to be a factor as well. It's a short amount of time. People don't always feel too confident with maybe Enzora because it hasn't really had always the greatest of placements. I mean, it did come second in the seniors when Gabriel piloted it most recently as well. And of course, recently it's had some good, fantastic placements. It's just hasn't quite ticked over and really converted sometimes. But that's the nature of the game. I mean, as we do get a chance to kind of now look into the Phase 2 meta as well, does this Phase 2 meta work for Enzora, Shay?
I don't think it likes Golden Go EX as the most popular. I can tell you that one for free. Yeah, that Golden Go EX can munch Zoroark EX, because you know Zoroark EX loves to use that powerful rage, right? You know, dealing damage back. And I tell you what, if you're a Golden Go player, if your opponent's putting dice on their Pokemon, you're not doing your job right. They should be getting sent straight to the discard pile. So I guess in that respect, Enzora, maybe that's why it has had a very good conversion here. Dragapult EX Dusknoir, you know, that's no surprises. What, 4 in a top 8 last week? People are just going to say, well, if it's that good, let's just play it. There's that Minus Grimmsnarl again. I draw attention to hanging around. Interesting. The Terra Toolbox was right far down actually on best of the rest, and now has flown up the chart to be the fifth, I should say, most represented deck, tied 5th, I should say, with Gardevoir Jellicent. Why do you think that is?
It's like what you mentioned about how it can kind of just prey on some of these stage 2 decks, or even sometimes Golden Go, right? Nice and early. Yeah, you can take down some smaller HP Pokemon because you have things like the Wellspring Oakpon EX, which allows you to just, like I said, cheat the game a little bit, right? Taking 2 prizes on single prizes is always a bit naughty at times, but it's one of those decks where you also still have great attackers in Pikachu EX, for example, where you can take one-hit KOs. We kind of saw it quite a bit yesterday, actually, because a lot of our Terra Box players were actually doing so well. I mean, and also slightly different builds as well. You can tech in a load of different cards, different attackers into the deck to handle different shapes of the meta. You know, sometimes and often you'll get like the Terapagos swinging away, you'll get the Clefairy swinging away into Dragapults. So there's like really sort of nice sort of niche plays that you can make with the deck, and when it's in the hands of a really, really good player, it can surge up, just like we saw from the Phase 2 meta, and it's really cool to see.
I think there's something to be said as well for all of your attackers being basics, you know, not having to evolve up. You can just slam them down, get them into play. The Jewel Seeker engine, we know, had it on stream quite a bit yesterday. It's just really good. You know, it reminds me of the, do you remember Shady Dealings from back in the day? It reminds me of that Shady, having Shady Dealings on the stage 1. Ooh, okay, I can see why that's pretty good. Yeah, super versatile. Again, I think I said this in Lille. I thought it was really well placed for Lille. And obviously, it's a week. Not much has changed. I mean, with Dragapult having such a resurgence, you could argue, as you say, torrential pump KO and Dreepies and Dracloaks really fast. Making games non-games, really, is what Terrabots can do. And it does it very fast.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, the 2 decks that came into that sort of Phase 2 meta was the Terrabox and also the Gardevoir Jellicent, which was kind of creeping in there in safe place as well. So a couple of decks fell off, which I believe was the Charizard Pidgeot deck from the Phase 1 meta, and also what we've already seen as Ceruledge, which really, there's been this whole argument about what's the best Solrock Lunatone deck that we've kind of seen. We know Amy's the one who kind of picked that as one of the caster prediction choices, of course. But it really has gone to show that Golden Go Solrock Lunatone, despite us saying we like Energy Surge Pro, has been that really one that's come up full trumps and come up to the very top there.
Yeah, I guess, you know, if you're already drawing a lot of cards with Golden Go, how about we just draw some more, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Draw cards, get energy and discard pile for superior energy retrieval. Now, we had a quick little gander there at Phase 2, the popular decks. What about that best of the rest? Mega Kangaskhan Absol, Alex, right. Talk to me about this one. Had such a good Milwaukee, and just ever since then, it seems to have just fallen off the face of the earth. What's happened?
Well, the secret / not so secret deck heading into Milwaukee was only piloted by sort of a core set of group of players who had either got the information or sort of started seeing the deck and was given the lines of how to play it. It took basically that tournament by surprise, right? Then we had 2 weeks heading into Lille. So this is where players are adapting. They have a chance to see all the lists, to see all the lines, actually start to figure out, actually, despite having a strong archetype, big basics, and having draw power, having this Claw of Darkness attack that can rip off cards from your opponent's hands, there's ways to play around it, and it's got some really kind of unique weaknesses as well.
Yeah.
Absol, it sort of falls prey to kind of the grass type Pokemon, and that kind of allows you to take a bit of more collateral damage into the Charizards, the Marnie's Grimmsnarls as well. Mega Kangaskhan, despite being a big, heavy hitter, do have to flip some coins for that fantastic attack, but it's fighting weak. So then people start thinking about heading into places like Lille. Do I tech in something like the Hooper EX, which allows you to sort of, it's energy crush type attack, right?
Yep.
Where it's like 50 times of energy on your opponent's side of the board. And what does that deck tend to do? They use Turbo Energize to stick a load of energy on. It's this sort of ways of people are having to make in terms of techs and plays, and that's where it's sometimes maybe fallen a little bit short. It has a lot of space. I mean, I'm talking about this quite a lot now. It has a lot of space that you can kind of tech in some really unique cards. I mean, we saw a different variant yesterday, I've already mentioned, and we all kind of like were shocked with the Curly Wall variant of the Absol box deck, or I call that a Mega Kangaskhan deck more so. But then you can also play cards like Enhanced Hammers, more energy switches once you got the energies on the board state. You can play Crushing Hammers, I've seen Airy, your favorite Xerosic as well.
Oh, that Xerosic Machinations.
Kind of crazy to be able to fit all these cards in, but when you have just a big basics deck, you can do that.
No, yeah, and that's the as we said with Terra Box, when they have all your attackers just be basics, when they're basics that have that much hit points, that only helps us out. But now, since we're going from phase 1 to phase 2, we're gonna actually have a little look at conversion rates, and I actually want to draw attention. Hopefully it's on the graph. Oh, it's not, I'll have to talk about it afterwards. But let's look at this conversion rate. And then we say the Terra Toolbox with that 32% conversion. So that means if you were a Terra Toolbox player entering these halls yesterday, you had a third chance to make it into phase 2. By far the highest, but to be honest, Golden Go as well, 29%. That's ridiculous. Yeah,
that's something that we definitely didn't expect, right? We know how strong the archetype is, but to have that sort of, I'm going to call it crazy sort of conversion, just under 30% there. 52 players out of 178 Golden Go Lunatone Solrock players had actually made it into phase 2. Remember, we're just looking at the deck conversion rate here. The total masses in phase 2 is 303, as you can see from the graphic here as well. But then, of course, this is how it breaks down, how many players of each of these archetypes are piloting it for the rest of today, but also how many players from this top 6 most represented decks in phase 2 actually brought it to this tournament. And that's what makes it so interesting, right? We talk about how relative sort of conversion rates are different across tournaments. These decks are near enough at least 20% each. I mean, there's 21%, and Gardevoir at 18, Gardevoir Monkey Dorish there at 18%. That's, I mean, pretty close to, if you divide it by 2, that's almost close to 20% already. Dragapult Dusknoir at 19%. That had a crazy conversion last week as well. And Marnie's Grimmsnarl, we talk about it so often. It's had this kind of spell of it doesn't want to face into Golden Go, right? That's what its whole kind of rock, paper, scissors heading into the World Championships was. And then though that kind of fell off a little bit, Mike did super well in Frankfurt, something we get to touch on quite a lot because he was one of the core Marnie's Grimmsnarl players to play into this archetype. And then heading into Mega Evolutions, it's got some additional new cards that helps it.
Yeah, it's an interesting deck. I want to keep an eye on that Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Like I said, it's always knocking about. You can't be surprised to play against it, but hasn't really had that big statement finish yet. Could this be the weekend? It could, but as I said, there was something I wanted to draw attention to a little bit earlier, but it wasn't on the conversion graph. Ceruledge. Disappearing Axe. I want to go out on a limb here and say, just don't play it. If you're going to play a deck like that, just play Golden Go. Why are we playing Ceruledge over Golden Go then?
It's probably a little bit more straightforward in terms of the package that you get with Solrock Lunatone, because you get all the energies into your discard pile, right? And from then on, all you need is a fire energy to attack. It also has some other, what I've already said, cheating mechanics to the deck. It has the legacy energy, which often people play, which allows you to, well, your opponent only takes 1 less prize when they take a knockout, which is kind of not what you typically want to see or do.
Definitely.
And then it also has cards like Briar as well. As a Terra Pokemon, it gets to really sort of take advantage of sort of those types of cards, those types of mechanics in the Pokemon trading card game right now. And I guess that's why it's so attractive. But you're right. It's really difficult to give a good reason to play the deck right now when it just doesn't seem to get there.
It always is. It always tends to be for phase 1 on the first page. That means a lot of players playing it. But then for phase 2, it always, as I said, it always does a disappearing act. It hides under the table because not many people play it, or make it into phase 2, I should say. So yeah, Ceruledge players, I mean, we had it on stream yesterday, I believe. As you say, it has the Briar, has Legacy Energy. These on paper are fantastic cards, right? But when you can't summon them at will, you end up not a lot of the games being a non-factor. We had it on stream, and Legacy Energy got used to pay retreat. You don't want that, do we?
No, certainly not. And I guess it's one of those things where you can apply a lot of pressure nice and early. You can do something you can do like probably 150 without really breaking a sweat. But Golden Go does massive knockouts without breaking a sweat usually, right? And so that's kind of with a weird like influx of different players choosing between decks like that, those kind of aggro decks. I mean, they're both stage 1 aggro decks rather than the aggro basic ones that we've seen in formats gone past. Yeah, Raging Bolt has come back onto the phase 2 sort of best of the rest meta, which is kind of cool. But yeah, look, it's still a deck that people kind of enjoy playing. It's relatively straightforward. It does apply a lot of pressure. It does make your opponent have to answer questions when they're already staring down at probably 1 or 2 Terra Pokemon that are going to start swinging for a lot of damage.
Is there, I guess now that we're playing the Lunarox engine, there probably isn't any space. But do you remember like back in the day when you would play like the Crispin, so you could do the bottom attacks, the Burning Amethyst, I think? Any thoughts on that? Any reason? Mega Absolar's 280, right? You know?
I guess, but then there's so much HP manipulation right now in terms of like Bravery Charms and Lively Stadium. I'd be, if I was staring at my opponent and they were playing Ceruledge with Crispins, I'd question them for one, because they should be using supporters to draw cards or discard, right? The Professor's Research or Carmines. If they're using Crispin, it feels like they're having an off turn.
Okay, fair enough. Well, there's my ramblings from the Madman Berts over here. However, we have players ready at our table, and we actually mentioned some of these decks. So let's head down there to the table and get our next round started. Familiar face on the right. That is Mike Ellis, fresh off his top 16 placement at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, our EU regional starter for this season, as it were. And he'll be facing off against Francesco on the left. Mike Ellis, obviously top 16 with that Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Spoiler alert, he has not changed since then. He's been a champion, an absolute bastion of this deck, playing it all the time. And there's that Frankfurt top 16. He might be trying to add another little page to his resume here. A
little nugget to his, resume. But yeah, he's been fantastic. He actually has gone undefeated and won all of his rounds in phase 2 so far. So true testament to someone who's like dedicated a lot of time to an archetype and actually is piloting it so well. I know he's chuffed inside. I got a chance to catch up with him yesterday. A good friend of all of ours, really.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's great to see him doing so well, and Francesco's piloting, I believe, Terrabox. Once again, it's going to show just how strong that archetype is, because you know you're in a winning position for with a deck that, again, last week there were 2 in the top cut as well. So it's just like going to show just how strong this archetype is. If you can pick it up, play it super tight, super well, all the lines work for you. You know, you can get yourself in this position and be so close to one of those spots. Yeah,
and we saw with that incredible conversion as well. I think it's like 29 or something like this, 25. Either way, very hard conversion for the Terrabox as well. But this is going to be an interesting matchup. I don't think I've seen play out too often. The Marnie's Grimmsnarl, a deck that, you know, likes to spread damage around and take multi-prize turns against an all-basic deck that really wants to try and make non-games. Worth noting, Francesco, I'm going to be a little bit of a body language expert there. I don't think he likes his hand and what was in the active spot. We will be able to confirm that, of course, a little bit later. And there was a mulligan for both players beforehand. Let's consult these prize cards, though. Yveltal, Shaman, Terrapagos, and the Marnie's Input. I don't think terribly bad for either player.
Well, there is that Shaman over on Mike's side. But here we go, fist bump. Round 13 here. Both our players kicking us off for our day 2 of competition. Francesco is going to be starting things off with that Fan Rotom on the bench and that Hoo-Hoo in the active spot.
Yeah, so while Francesco, that lead didn't seem too bad, actually. He looked really upset. Maybe that hand isn't that great, but does that Fan Rotom? And he is going to play a Nest Ball as well. I'm going to work out what's in the prize cards. Worth noting as well, in the prize cards, there was the 1 copy of Water and Metal Energy. Does only play them as one-off, so Sparkling Crystal have to do some heavy lifting. But while he does do this deck search, let's run you through this Terra Toolbox archetype. It's a fun one. It relies on a whole bevy of Terra basic Pokemon. Wellspring Ogerpon is the build around, I would say, that torrential pump attack does 100 damage into the active and 120 to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. So can really start picking up low hit point Pokemon really fast. Now you're probably wondering what that fan Rotom is doing. Well, it's letting Francisco grab 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 hit points or less. And you're seeing there's a whole suite of owl Pokemon here. That's because Noctowl has that Jewel Seeker ability. When you evolve into it, as long as you have a terrestrial Pokemon in play, you can grab 2 trainer cards and put them straight into your hand. So the deck is very simple. You use Noctowl to power up your attackers of choice by using cards like Crispin and Sparkling Crystal, as we do see the Ditto Transformative start to get a Wellspring Ogerpon into the active. So you use cards like Crispin, Sparkling Crystal to power up other attackers as well as Wellspring Ogerpon, like Pikachu EX, Lily's Clefairy EX, and then you can even use Iron Leaves as well. But that is all she wrote for Francisco. Ooh, the opening of the secret box. He's loving it. Look at it. He's loving that. The secret box being played here. Discard 3 cards from your hand, and then you can grab a Pokemon, you can grab an item, so I should say a tool card, a supporter, and a stadium. So Alex, while Mike concludes this secret box, talk to us about the Marnie's Grimmsnarl archetype.
Yeah, I know we've spoken about it a little bit already, but it's one of those decks which really has come to the fore and kind of just takes advantage of your opponent's board state. It utilizes, of course, the main attacker, which is the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. It has its own built-in sort of energy acceleration with Punk Up as an ability, has Shadow Bullet, 180 damage to the active and 30 to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. But you combine this with a lot of damage manipulation cards. You've got the Frostlass with its Freezing Shroud ability, which during Pokemon Chep-Up, so basically between turns, you put 1 damage counter on each of Pokemon on both sides of the field that has an ability. Now, why would you want to damage your own Pokemon? Well, you start flinging damage back over to your opponent's side with Monkey Dories. It has an ability, so it clocks up some damage counters on it, but then it has Adrenabrain, and when you've already got energy acceleration on your attacker, you can afford to use your energies to attach to your Monkey Dory and start using Adrenabrain. We've seen how powerful that archetype already is, and here we go. It's just kind of showcasing here, Mike, with, I believe that might have actually been a top deck secret box, by the way.
Oh, really?
With all the pieces, when you combine it with so much search in the deck, because that supporter is so important to just get the right pieces whilst you use your Buddy Poppins to get the others, just like the Snow Runts or Nest Balls to get your Monkey Dories. And look, just look at this go. Wow. You know, you get the energy attachment. Lily's Determination as well from the secret box.
Yes, from the secret box. This is a barnstorm of a turn 1. However, Alex, I don't get too carried away. We need to see a basic energy here. How many does he play? He'll just play 9. So we do need to see 1 here, but Lily's Determination, a new card for Mega Evolutions. As long as you have 6 prize cards remaining, shuffle your hand into a deck and draw 8. If you haven't, draw 6. We need to see a basic energy here, though, to really cap off this masterpiece of a turn. Do we see it? We do. Well done.
Yeah, always so important as well. Gets the second Monkey Dory down. Does go down a route with the tool attachment to the Monkey Dory. Why is that so important, Shay? It's got 110 HP. And what does Teal Mask, Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX do with Torrential Pump? Only 100 to the active.
Yeah, and that's going to give you damage to manipulate with the Adrenabrain, but we are going to see the TM evolution to evolve up the Marnies, Morgrem, and a Frostlass on the bench. I mean, Freezing Shroud will be live right now, so some damage counters. It looks like Francisco's already popped them on the Fan Rotom, the Latias, and the Hootoo, and then they have been put on the Monkey Dory as well. And bear in mind, terrestrial box Pokemon have low hit points. This Freezing Shroud will start to add up. Remember, it stacks. If you have 2 of those out, that's 2 damage counters in between turns as well. So keep an eye on that. A lot of Terra Box Pokemon do have abilities.
Yeah, I know I was getting a bit excited that Monkey Dory has 110 HP, but when it's also getting
shroud,
when you're freezing shrouding yourself, you are putting it within range of a torrential pump. And he's seen Mike's not been able to get a Shaman down with that incredible Flower Curtain ability, which would be one way to protect yourself from a double knockout here. We do get the first Jewel Seeker of this round here, as well as that Insomnia, I believe, who has evolved up to a Noctowl. Jewel Seeker, as Shay has already mentioned, allowing you to grab any 2 trainers. There's a Sparkling Crystal, that shiny pink A-Spec card of choice, instantly attached. Crispin allows you to attach so long as you have 2 different types of energy in deck. The first one you pull out is the one that would go to hand. The second one then is attached to your a Pokemon of choice, as we do see the Psychic and Grass there attached to the active. He has the Teal Mask on the bench as well, so for some hidden extra draw power if we draw into a Grass energy. Here it is, Torrential Pump.
There we go, damn it. All going to carry the Frostlass and the Monkey Dory. Interesting. Double prize card Turbo Francisco. That Torrential Pump will shuffle those energy in. That's interesting. I was expecting the Marnie's Morgan to be KO'd there, but gone for the Freezing Shroud instead. To be fair, that can really fast get out of hand. But Francisco does take the first 2 prize cards there. Swiss round 13. Feature match here at Gdansk Regional Championships. Another Marnie's Morgan hit the field. We see the Night Stretcher going to grab back Snorunt. Frostlass by the second Night Stretcher. So Freezing Shroud is back online. I believe, yes, Marnie's Grimmsnarl is in hand. Punk Up ability activates. Search your deck for 5. Oh, that's a ridiculous amount, by the way. 5 Dark Energy and attach them to your Marnie's Pokemon in any way you like. Now, normally you only ever see something like this where you get them onto your Marnie's Pokemon, of course. But what this means is turn attachment is still live. You can start to develop Monkey Dory as well as develop your attackers. And I tell you what, when your main attacker, that Wellspring Ogerpon, has what, 200 hit points, 210? This Shadow Bullet is going to do a lot of damage. And there's the Ino as well. Okay, yeah. Good turn here for Mike.
Scary turn to face up against when you are the Terror Box player. You do have a Hoot ready to go as well, which is one of the key things that Mike's, unless he finds a counter catcher, for example, isn't going to be able to. But one of those is prized because you want to try and limit the amount of accessibility your opponent has. He does get a chance to use Spike with Jim, despite not necessarily having to a moment ago, because he already had, I think, both Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX in hand.
Yes.
But he's used it now to full effect. Now gets to use it Arson. So 2 free Pokemon Search, which is fantastic for him. Does kind of give Francesco, oh no, he does have 5 bench Pokemon already, so he's already bench stocked. We'll need that Area 0 Underdepths to expand the bench here. Double Monkey Dory now live. Just needs an extra energy eventually at some point on that Monkey Dory to start again. We're going to be seeing so much more of this Adrenabrain at some point. But we're going to have to keep an eye out because we've spoken about how Terrorbox can fit in so many different tech attackers into the deck. And we're going to be, you know, we've already spoken about the big bad dark Pokemon having grass weakness. It's going to be a scary moment as we do get a fantastic Shadow Bullet attack now. 180 to the active and 30 more to the Hoo-Hoo after an Adrenabrain to put it down to 30 left as well.
And then here, Freezing Shrouds.
The ticks are ticking up.
Yeah, interesting. That's why I think we saw Francisco evolve the Insomnia Hoot to get out of the ability. What's in that hand there, though?
It's got Pheasantipity. He's got Boss's Orders.
Nothing did get knocked out, though, of course.
I don't know if there was an... Oh, no, there is a knocked out in hand already. So it's just kind of deliberating which route he needs to go down here, because you're not only having to try and handle this turn, of course, you're also probably going to have to try and figure out your next maybe couple of turns if we even get there. Here we go, Jewel Seeker for 2 cards.
Worth noting, Francisco does play another grass type attacker outside of that Teal Mask Ogerpon that he can use. The Iron Leaves, you know, does swing itself into the active via its ability Rapid Vernier, and does 180 damage times 2. That is enough to KO Marnie's Grimmsnarl. That does require a lot of grass energy to be in play, though. So let's see. Earthen Vessel looks like being played here, Alex.
Yeah, it's got to get those energies onto the board set as soon as possible. Can continue drawing cards if we find a grass energy as well. I think there's that energy switch also in hand. We're going to talk about some of these tech cards shortly in a moment, as well as the Area 0 Underdepths is going to be the next choice here. We're going to need to draw some more cards here because I don't know if it's enough at the moment in terms of what we're working with to handle what's in the active spot. But let's just see the route that Francesco is going to take this. There it is, a Earthen Vessel pitching away a Fan Rotom, 2 grass energies. That's always a scary sight if you're a dark type Pokemon with a grass weakness, because you're starting to see maybe that Teal Mask Ogerpon get powered up, or even one of the tech cards in Francesco's deck, that Iron Leaves EX.
Yeah, the Iron Leaves, that Prism Edge, we did talk about it a little bit earlier. 180 damage times 2, Rapid Vernier would get itself straight into the active. But here is the Teal Dance. Attach your grass energy from your hand, draw a card. Nest Ball was found. Remember, we did take Area 0 Underdepths from the Jewel Seeker. So now Francisco can have 8 bench Pokemon in play as long as he has a terrestrial Pokemon. There's a turn attachment. Okay. There's the energy switch up into the active. So that means Torrential Pump is still live.
And he's got boss's orders in hand as well.
Okay.
So we can try and we're going to be able to torrential pump again for 2 further prizes. And get to move for some more draw power because there's only 1 card left in hand and we can get a full value restart with Mew EX.
Okay, Mew EX is weak to dark. I mean, actually, it wouldn't matter. She's 180. Here is the boss's orders. They're going to bring up the Frostlass again. Francesco said, I'm not letting this freezing shroud run over me. There's going to be a full restart for 3. Fantastic ability to have on a basic Pokemon as well. Ultra Ball, I think you'd love that. Hasn't got a Hoot developed now, though. So this could be a big turn. But there's Torrential Pump for another double KO. Francisco is setting himself up rather nicely here. As long as he can get through this Marnie's Grimmsnarl next turn with a Grass Attacker, that will wrap up our game 1. However, Marnie's Grimmsnarl is a comeback merchant deck. It can easily take 6 prize cards turns. What can Mike manufacture here? 1
Iono left in deck. 1 is currently prized here. It's going to be so important. Just kind of course, double checking exactly what he's able to do here because he's going to have to stem the flow a bit. He's going to need to try and limit what Francesco has access to. The Mew and the Pheasantipity does mean that he's protecting himself quite well from an awkward attack, maybe from Mike here.
But is there a world in which you don't take KO, perhaps, or don't activate the Pheasantipity? Here's boss's orders, though.
Yeah, he can take... Well, could have taken 4 prizes here if he'd chosen something like the Mew EX. Because then, oh no, of course, the Teal Mask,
it has the
Terra
terrestrial
Pokemon.
Rule, cannot be hit by bench damage while it's on the bench, I should say. Here we are going to see another Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Punk up ability. Attach 1 more energy and shuffle the deck, of course.
And this is where sometimes the Marnie's Grimmsnarl has struggled a little bit. It does need that additional draw power, so it's kind of reliant on many of his supporters to get into it. Can still Lilies for a full effect of 8. Has Arvin in hand as well, but it's not...
It's not this turn, though,
oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, of course.
So there's the Adrenaline Brain, though. 10 damage. Is he going to... Yeah, this is interesting. Going to go on the Noctowl, so that's 50 there. And I think, is he going to try and play around to flip the script this turn and say, I'm not going to give you an easy way out. So there we go. 180 damage to the active. 3 damage to counters to play with. On the Noctowl. And I wonder why are we checking what's underneath, Alex? Is that technical machine devolution play being eyed up perhaps?
I mean, he could, but I believe he discarded it with that secret box earlier.
No, so I don't know. There's only played the 1. Okay, maybe he's
just making it easy
bit mind tricks. Well, how many technical machines do I play? Do I play 2?
Got it the wrong way around. But yeah, that's the kind of key thing here. Now is on Francesco to try and piece together some way to get this maybe knockout here if possible. But we're just getting the attachment on the Teal Mask.
It's hard though. No Hoot developed. You know, so there is no Ultra Ball bailout. Hand is rather large for restart. Can use an Ultra Ball to try and find something so you can restart from, maybe 1 or 2 perhaps. We did see the turn attachment of the Psychic as well, so Teal Dance is still live.
Yeah, this is again the same way we just spoke about Marnie's having a bit of trouble sometimes with draw power when you don't get a chance to activate Mew or Pheasantipity to actual true value. And you don't have Hoo-Hoos down. You're sometimes just playing a top deck mode of looking for a particular card.
You're in top deck city if you haven't got a Hoo-Hoo out. I can tell you that with the Terror Box decks. Here we are going to see the restart for 1.
Oh, it's just deliberating.
What monstrous card are we looking for here, do we think? Yeah, so was it basic metal, lightning in the hand? And
is that an Iono in hand as well? I mean, that's why he asked maybe how many cards are in yours, Mike. I don't really want to give you 6.
Yeah, you're giving the stage 2 deck 6 there.
This is trouble. I mean, Mike currently does have access to the Arvin, so can maybe grab something like...
Oh, it's going to go for the... I know. Okay. This guy only gets 2 cards off this, by the way. So if these 2 cards are unplayable, we only get 1 off restart. Mike gets a fresh hand of 6. Oh, is that Lily's Clefairy and Area 0?
Yeah, this is going to...
Can bench the... Well, I mean, you could bench Lily's Clefairy, but that low hit point 2 prize Pokemon. Area 0 obviously cannot be played because there isn't Area 0 currently in play. You can't replace a stadium with a stadium of the same name. So Latias is in play, I was about to say. That can't retreat for free.
but it's still then in range of just a Shadow Bullet 30.
Anything there, really.
So would you ever want to just leave it in the active so it can soak up the 180 and force that much jamming? This is great.
So we can discard some of the Pokemon that have damage on. Okay, big turn there. Since Area 0 was replaced, you only have 5 bench Pokemon. So Francesco removing that damage and getting a restart of 2 cards here.
Does have Grass Energy to continue drawing as well, so this is looking quite nice. Does have Crispin and Ultra Ball for next turn, but so if something goes down, that leaves space for Iron Leaves and a Crispin to get more Grass Energy on the field. So Iron Leaves could be a pretty scary option there.
Iron Leaves is,
But Mike has sort of maneuvered into an Iono there from that previous Iono. Here's a Monkey Dory coming down with a Dark Energy, of course. Right now, a little bit less impactful because there's only 1 damage counter.
What support to go with?
Yeah, surely.
Mike. This is a tough decision, but has gone for the Ino. Woo. And Francisco, like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, it's that was a strong thing. Does still have the draw into Mew. Could even, just draw straight into it.
Point.
And that's
Lily's switch, I think that was.
Couple of cards you could play down.
Counter Catcher, Freezing Shroud. Counter Catcher could be huge here, actually. So I'm not hitting into that Fan Row. Going after the Grass type. Can we reach into that, though? So that would bring you up
190.
To...
And then the 190 plus the 180.
Plus the Freezing Shroud will get you there. That'll be a mid-turn knockout. That gets around Flip the Script if it did come back down by a Nitro or anything like this as well.
Mike's got to be feeling pretty good about this. So massive
3
Shadow Bullet
card turn here. Removing the Grass-type attacker and removing energy as well.
Yeah, so just all ticks up. So Noctowl will get knocked out via the Freezing Shroud
as well.
On the next turn, I believe, because I think it had 50 damage on it, the 30, and then 1 Freezing Shower. So it's on 90 right now, 10 HP left.
Okay, big turn there. Francisco. And this is what I said, this Miners Grimstone is a combat deck. What are we looking at there? Switch.
Looks like a Nest Ball that was kind of
Nest Ball. Well, if all that energy was in play, that Nest Ball, I guess only has come from hand, actually, so that wouldn't have been a quick bailout.
So is that Lilies? So we can be playing. It's just... how do we maneuver? I mean, all his Pokemon, apart from the Noctowls, have free retreats, so we can kind of just play and expend the switch for the moment and maybe kind of see more cards.
Nest Ball being played here, though.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't help the Iron Leaves activity to use that, of course.
Rapid Verdier has to be from hand.
Yeah. So now it's just down to how else can we piece the energies together, because that's the quote-unquote easy knockout on the Marnie's Grimstar EX, but we can't be easy.
Yeah, but
because there's no energy.
Get to it, yeah. I mean, can we...
We need the Till Mask.
Till Mask. Crystal's gone, though. Oh, yeah, Till Dance gets you there. So Crispin plus Till Dance plus
But he can't Crispin because he's likely having to play the Lilies.
I mean, you could fell Nest Ball, restart for exact... Oh, no, I don't think restart even gets you there, does it?
No, the switch.
So here's the switch. Okay, switch into Latias to that free retreat thanks to Skyline. A restart for 2. Ultra Ball.
Pikachu, it looks like.
Oh, Pikachu. I mean, you could have just slammed that in the... Oh, no, to be fair, Freezing Shroud immediately invalidates the ability, doesn't it?
It's come down, though.
It has come down, though, Lilies.
This would mean that if he finds an Area 0 under depths, we can reactivate some more bench space available, because now we have a Terra Pokemon back in play again.
Yeah, this is true. And that's what this Marnie's Grimmsnarl does. It really forces awkward endgames, because you can't afford to falter too much. Mike is knocking on the door of victory here. Francesco has to try and stop that from happening. Blood Moon, I did see a Blood Moon.
Yeah, but
260 hit points.
Not quite enough in terms of damage output for the moment. It is a big boy, but Mike's going to be looking for something like one of those, the one-off boss's orders. Oh, he's used boss's orders, hasn't he? And his other counter catcher is prize, so he's got no gusting, so Francesco could maneuver into maybe a single prize and not allow Mike to really take victory on his next turn, I believe. Here is a Super Rod being played. Got to replenish some of those energies and key Pokemon as well. Real tense here because Mike's got a massive opening if he can just try and stem the flow here. Looks like he got the Iono off the prizes as well, so can continue just
to reset
slowing down Francesco.
And this is the thing. This is Marnie's Grimmsnarl's games to lose here now. It is in that late game scenario. Turn attachment to Pikachu EX. This is what is needed to do. Remember, Freezing Shroud is around. That'll put 1 damage counter on each Pokemon with abilities. We want to see a free retreat thanks to Skyline into Fan Rotom again.
Yep, so
we have used restart already, I think, just debating.
Yeah.
Oh, are they saying should that Mew EX have more damage perhaps? It has been in play for a while, to be fair.
Yeah, I think just double checking. It's one of those where we're keeping each other honest, which is great from our players. Yep, Noctowl is knocked out between turns.
Yep, so that was a pass then, so Freeze Dry will activate. 1 damage count on every Pokemon with an ability, both sides. So that was an inter-turn knockout on the Noctowl. Mike will get to take a prize card.
Yeah, so his Iono is going to be a bit worse for him.
Has he taken a prize card yet, though? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there he is. It's coming. It's coming. Mike's been playing this for 2 massive tournaments now.
There we go. He's taking it now. Very good. Yeah, but this is looking dicey now for Francisco, though, right? Did take the Shaman for what it's worth. But as you did say, Mike, would you love to take a counter catch from that prize card there?
Absolutely.
That would have been...
That would be game and win in hand. So
yeah, but here's the Ultra Ball. He's picking up pace of play. Hyper Blower. Okay. That will push Van Rome out the active.
Could go into the Noctowl
Could go into the Noctowl, though, but you can KO the Noctowl with the Adrenaline Brain. That forces a 2-prizer in the active Hyper Blower. Discard it from the bench, force your opponent to change their active, and that means Mike will wrap up game 1 here in Swiss round 13 with the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck. One absolute masterclass of how to pilot it, and look at him, face as ice. Deep breath, though. 1 more to go. But he is game 1 up.
1 step closer to actually making it potentially into maybe an asymmetrical top cut here. Remember, Mike's been doing super well with the deck already. I remember his tweet saying about how he may ruin his average position, but this is a replay on exactly what's going on. Got some massive sort of amounts of damage on the board, utilizing that Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. But then there was a massive swing turn that Francesco was able to utilize with that stadium of his jamming tower at some stage, was able to just remove some of those Pokemon from play. But this is it. This is 2 massive Shadow Bullets. Look at the amount of damage counters on it. And this is where it went down to just 5 Pokemon on the bench.
Yeah, that's right. Francisco had the counter to the counter, removing all that damage in play. But then to set him Mike back a little bit, but was just able to stabilize. You know, Francisco, remember, was off to the races in this game and did actually take the lead. But then, you know, as the games go longer on, it's sort of similar to Dragapult. The longer the game goes on, the more the pendulum of power swung Mike's way. Because Marnie's Grimmsnarl, if you give it time for Freezing Shrouds, for Shadow Bullets, and for Adrenaline Brain to just get damage into play, eventually you will not be able to stop them from winning the game.
Yeah, I love Mike's little kind of fist bump shake there after the fist bump of that game 1. So yeah, like I said, he's 1 step.
Sparkling Crystal and the Iron Leaves.
This is probably not exactly what Francesco will want to be checking in through his deck for. That's going to be a bit of a worry because he doesn't know where they're going to be. Can still very easily power up a Wellspring Ogerpon EX to fire off an attack. But it's going to need an additional piece, and this is where it's going to be a little bit troubling, as we do see, I believe, an Ultra Ball here. So it's likely to be that Fan Rotom does lead the Wellspring Ogerpon EX here. So it's just saying, look, this is the threat. You're going to have to deal with it, Mike.
So I have a question for you, Alex. We saw Francisco get off to the races quite early in this game, but you heavily relied on cards like Pheasantipity and Mew EX. Now, with the Mew EX immediately getting discarded here, do you think Francisco's going to try and limit his uses of them and maybe try and really lean into Noctowl, or is that not a viable strategy, do you think?
I mean, you would love to just make sure you have the hoo-hoots ready to go when you need to, right? Because you know Mike's game plan is to constantly just kind of disrupt where you can, get those ticks on the board, and then when you're ready, sort of take the knockouts when you want to. Having access to Mew, I mean, does have some recovery cards. We've already seen the Super Rod. There are cards like Night Stretcher in the deck as well, you know, just so we can bring them back. But yeah, one of the key aspects here is still just trying to get your early game going, and who's the way to do it? It does get a Water Energy attachment to the active, which is basically a Sparking Crystal at this point. So now it's just a crisping away from actually getting a 2-prize knockout, should Mike get some more little basics on the board.
But it is worth noting, Mike does have access to Shaman this term, or this game, so if you can get that down, Flower Curtain would prevent any bench damage done by EX. Immediately eyeing him up is available. You know, a card I believe someone picked as a caster prediction in Lille. Really important card. I guess this terrestrial box loves to feast on these low hit point Pokemon, and Shaman just says, stop that. Your torrential pump is just doing 100 damage to the active, my friend.
Yeah, I'm going to draw the curtains on that potential play.
Love that.
As it was Emily's for this weekend.
Oh, it was this weekend. I knew it was here and there somewhere.
I keep just teasing her about the fact that she's countered her own pick. But anyway, yeah, Shaman immediately comes down. Francesco's now staring at a pretty hard Pokemon to deal with. Now probably has to be thinking about how do I then now go down this kind of typical 2-2-2 sort of prize mapping route.
Yep.
You're going to have to go through some of those Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, but when you don't have access to line leaves for an easy sort of smack into them for a KO, you're just going to have to rely on things like the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX, and that takes a moment to power up as well. Yeah, Mike's
Here it is, hands together. Would love to see an Arven here or a Lily's Determination. What?
He's got something.
He's got a Lily.
He's got both.
And the Arven. Oh, ask and you shall receive, everybody. Had the choice of two, but now can do the monstrous turn. Look at that. Immediately iron up the secret box, iron up the tool cards. Here we go. Now, if you're Francisco, this is not what you want to see, right? You're down the game, and you see the stage 2 deck immediately doing what they want to do. They got down Shaman to counter you. They then got the bailout Pokegear into the Arven, which then gets Secret Box, which then gets TN Evolution. So that means we could be staring down 2 Freezing Shrouds before it even comes back to you, or Marnie's Morgrim. It can start to get out of hand.
Yeah, it's a troubling position to be in, because you know the Secret Box really truly unlocks what Mike's deck is all about. Just getting one of the 2 stadiums, and choice here is of course going to be the Spike Move, so he can get another Impidimp out of the deck. Of course, he has the Technical Machine Evolution that you've already said. I mean, actually, he doesn't even need to. Might not even play it this turn, other than to maybe take a card out of the deck, maybe just to get the active one ready to start evolving up as well as a Buddy Poffins, the other sort of item choice. You're now going to get your Snow Runs into play. One is prize, so one is a little bit of a liability now, as Iron Bundle to force some things as well.
Interesting, just to make life awkward. I mean, worth noting, Assault Landing isn't live right now. There is no stadium.
So Mike's just holding on to Spike Move. I mean, that's probably a right way of doing things at the moment. There's the evolution up from that Technical Machine Evolution here. Impidimp doing great things to bring Frostlass and Morgrim into play.
Fantastic turn there from Mike. When you're a game up, you have a turn like that, you have to be feeling rather confident. Is over to Francisco. Now, let's have a think. What's the ideal turn here? Because there is no way of like cancelling Cologne Shaman and do the Wellspring Ogerpon. That's not an option. That's not an option now.
Not anymore.
As we do see the Freezing Shroud conclude. Worth noting, both those who do not have an ability, so no damage on them.
So we can deal with the Shaman, right? It's taken Freezing Shroud damage. We can actually just attach to the Fan Rotom. We've got Noctowl now. That could get a stadium, which means Assault Landing could be live. Okay. And we have Boss's Orders in hand.
Boss's Orders in hand. Okay, so you need one piece of the puzzle there, and we do have it. Yeah, okay.
And then from then onwards, you know Mike's already got a stadium, so you got to be thinking about which stadium you're going to be utilizing for this attack.
Now, it looks like Francisco might be eyeing up the Jamming Tower here. Now we saw how impactful using Jamming Tower was to remove... Okay, it has gone for the Area 0. Okay, I was getting very worried there. I thought we saw how impactful Jamming Tower was to removing damage, but it looks like it has gone for the Area 0 instead. Yeah,
so he knows he's going to lose one of his Area 0s on the next turn, right? Mike's going to play down Spike Move. Gonna get a Marnie's Grimmsnarl live and going as well. Here's the Boss's Orders on that Shaman. Flower Curtain is just trying to limit what that is available. Gets the Mew down as well.
Okay.
Sometimes a little bit scary, but draw one. Yep. And it's just...
Take a prize card as well. The Assault Landing, sending that Shaman back to the discard pile. Francisco wants no part of that Shaman at all. Did he take Sparking Crystal?
Yeah. No, it didn't. No.
Took the Rotom. Keep an eye on that. Is over to Mike. Now we know has the Sparkman Stadium in hand, and we know had the counter catcher as well. Going to bring up Hoot. I like that actually. Saying you had to do a bailout restart, and you've only got one Hoot available. Let me try and clear it. Bear in mind, and it's going to do it with a big Lily's Determination as well.
Guaranteed knockout, because he could just grab the Marnie's Grimmsnarl from the stadium. And that's why, you know, all this synergistic cards that you get in Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX decks, they just work together so nicely, especially when you combo it with the Secret Box Ace spec. That truly unlocks everything there. Didn't even hit any of them from the Lily's to 8, so can just grab it when he chooses to do so. Gets the Monkey Dory down as well. I don't know if there's a Dark Energy in hand.
There's not.
So he's just missed that piece. That could have been quite nice.
That would have been nice.
But, you know, when you're you're in this sort of position, like you've already said, Shay, you're not going to be complaining.
No, I think if you was to tell Mike this would be your setup, we're game up, I don't think he'd be complain. No. I don't think he'd be like, oh, I can't believe I missed basic energy there. You know?
Could Spikema for potentially... Oh, no, he's already used it to grab for the Marnie's Grimstar EX. But, yeah, later turns, if that hangs around, you're going to use it to grab the another Morgrim out of the deck as well. And just kind of prep the second attacker. But this can be a bit scary because...
We didn't get Shaman back.
Yeah, Mike doesn't also know that Iron Leaves is currently prized. So he's not currently taking out... You know, there's 2 energies on the board state.
As we do see the KO onto the active Shadow Bullet, we are going to see the damage getting spread, and we do see the Freezing Shroud ticks as well. Francesco, hand wasn't the greatest. What have we got there? Crispin.
Jamming Tower come to hand as well. Fan Rotom's come into play, a second one. That's probably not ideal because he's got to play down some cards. Jamming Tower's now also in play. Switch into the Mew.
We're burning cards for the big restart then. So I think has 2...
Yeah, 2 cards in hand. One's a Crispin.
I mean, you could play the Crispin now. Wait, has he got 3 cards in hand or 2? Oh, it is 2. Okay. Oh, yeah. Restart for 1. You really want to try and keep your support for the turn. Big 1, no restart.
What are we working with?
Was that a Ogerpon, perhaps? I think it might have been an Ogerpon. Here is the Crispin. Search your deck for 2 different color basic energy. Attach 1. Put 1 in your hand, so you get an extra turn attachment. So we are going to see the Lightning and Psychic. We're going to see a free retreat cost. Thanks, well, to the free retreat cost on the Mew. Torrential Pump. Now, remember, there is no Shaman now. So Mike's bench is live, and it is just going to be 100 damage into the active. Bear in mind, the Monkey Doors will be bouncing back 60 of that. And where will this 120
They need some darks first. But
this is true, actually, good point.
Ooh,
but
he's decided not to go for the Frostlash. That Fan Rotom is going to go down as well, I believe, because that goes to 70 now.
Yeah, mid-turn
loses
KO.
all energy from the board state. And
no Hoot either.
Yeah, feeds another Fan Rotom onto the bench as well. This is the only the only other troubling thing of this deck. When you use Torrential Pump, despite it allowing you to take 2 prizes often against smaller board states, you actually get all your energy shuffled back into your deck.
Worth noting, Francesco did take the Sparkling Crystal off that prize, by the way. So, you know, we have to keep an eye on that. That is the A spec. Letting you reduce the attack cost of a terrestrial Pokemon it is attached to by any type of energy you like. It's over to Mike now, though. And it's an interesting decision. Why do you think he went after the Marnie's Impidimp versus the Frostlass? Because he was so anti-Frostlass in game 1, but now he had the chance. Oh, no. Triple Monkey Dory.
They need energy, Shay.
They do need energy, but that's not what you want to be staring down for. We know Mike does play, I think, 1 copy of Energy Switch, I believe. I did see that, yeah. I have energy in hand, actually, to be honest with you. That Lily isn't going to be for the full 8 anymore. There is an Ironer there as well.
Counter Catcher not live because both players have taken 2 prizes each. Yveltal being brought into the mix now could potentially clutch up the game a little bit.
That's not live. No,
that's not live. Yeah, there we go. Nope. Hang fire for the moment, at least. But this is the worrying thing now. Now Mike's overbenched and there's no more impedance to come down for the moment.
Point, actually.
And this kind of gives maybe a small opportunity for Francesco. I mean, I'm sure as you just keep taking prizes, you are just trying to look to see if you can find the Iron Leads and other ways to get energy cards onto the board state.
Yep.
Lily's for 6 here because Mike has taken 2 prizes. Still a very good card. Still shuffle draw 6 is still fantastic. You don't have to discard any important resources like you did with research.
We did get 1 basic dark.
Yeah, so we're gonna potentially heal this Marnie's Grimmsnarl back down to, after another tick, down to 90 and then to 100 with the tick as well. Oh, it's just going to be removing some damage counters from the Monkey Dory for the time being, targeting the Noctowl on the bench, which also will take ticks because it has that Jewel Seeker ability.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a massive 108 damage to the active, which really puts it into range of just another Monkey Dory tick later as well.
It can get quite scary as we do see the Blood Moon Ursaluna getting shuffled in as well. 2 comes of basic dark energy. Oh, decided to get against Blood Moon Ursaluna. Maybe going for the Shame. I think a Shaman's time been and gone now. Not 100% sure. Well, we saw the Hyper Blow Iron Bundle be the game winner in game 1. So that's going to get shuffled in instead. But this is the scary thing for Francesco here. You can't... you can't let the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, I mean, I say like it's easy, but you can't let Marnie's Grimmsnarl just keep having its way because, you know, might not be applying pressure and taking prize cards exactly this turn, but this game will end fast if Francisco can't fire off attacks. But here is Shadow Bullet, 180 damage into active, 30 damage or whatever you like. Van Rotom, as we did say, Freezing Shroud actually picking up all of Francisco's bench Pokemon there. They all have an ability. And then Mike's hitting some as well. Okay. Francisco, what can we do?
Yeah, Boss's Order, Sparking Crystal in hand, and a couple of other cards. Looks like he hit the Water Energy as well. So now just trying to deliberate exactly what route he needs to take here to try and have a chance to bring this game back. I mean, it's just not quite... He does need to deal sort of... So that Marnie's Grimmsnarl's currently on 130 damage. Will take additional tick damage between turns if the Frostlass sticks around, so it goes to 140. Is it 320 HP? And then Marnie's Grimmsnarl. So it's still
330, isn't it?
So 330. Is it? No,
320, I apologise. 320, you were right.
So 180 is working with, right?
Is there a world you go for the genome hack?
Well, can you get the energies onto it?
Yeah. I mean, that would work in theory. There's Sparkling Crystal.
Hello.
There's a turn attachment. Restart for 2. Wow, committing energy there is nuts, by the way. That means...
It's very interesting here because now Francesco is going to be restarting for 2 cards.
Love to see a Crispin.
Is that a Latias?
Latias and a Hoot Hoots. The ability Hoot as well, for what it's worth. Yeah, yeah.
More damage tick. It's never a good feeling there. So now what do we do? Because we now used the energy on the active damaged Wellspring Ogerpon EX.
We have a boss. Okay, Boss Sob.
Yeah, Boss Sob, but you're just ticking some damage counters. It might get more darks on the board. He could just keep, like I said, sending it back over. Sob is, and more, every Pokemon is getting damage counters here right now.
Oh, Rotom KO this turn, right? Rotom gets KOs on 6.
No, it just got
on
hit.
6.
Yeah,
okay,
it just got ticked up. So, if
coming
Mike,
back.
Yeah, if Mike passes his turn, doesn't do much. He can't pass his turn.
Nice Stretcher is in hand. Is there oh no, the energy got shuffled in, I believe, actually. So there is no energy in the discard pile. Okay, it's over to Mike now, though. Ooh, interesting.
For 4.
Okay.
I mean, if Mike finds the right pieces, he pushes himself so far ahead
those
that
pieces
he's okay
energy,
with.
Do we think? That's what we're looking for here, to get more use of Monkey Dory?
Oh, absolutely. That's always a good start.
Basic energy, energy switch also work?
Getting out of the active doesn't hit anything.
Doesn't hit anything. Counter catch is still not live.
1 tick can take 2 prizes this turn just by simply moving a Monkey Dory tick. Even to the Noctowl if he wants to, but just goes for the active, removes the Sparking Crystal and the energy from play. So that's 2 prizes. We'll get a 3rd via that Rotom. And then,
took a Dark Energy from the prize card.
Nuts.
So then we get the second use of Adrenabrain. That's going to be, that's going to be game, actually, because that was his last prize card to take. Mike Ellis with the pop-off as well. Stand proud, my son. Congratulations. He wins our Swiss Round 13 feature match here in Gdansk. Marnie's Grimmsnarl Masterclass, everybody. If you weren't convinced, you should be now.
Yeah, incredible display of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX deck. Congratulations, Mike. Truly well done there to really take this Swiss Round 13. Commiserations to Francesco, but just unfortunately wasn't able to close out despite game 1 being so close, and we get a chance to watch it back right here, right now in the replay.
Yeah, this game 1, Francisco was off to the races. Make no mistake about it, applying pressure, but Mike was just able to stabilize. This was a massive turn, by the way, removing a lot of damage, which Mike was just trying to build up. But even with that being said, Francisco just run out of steam a little bit. These Ionos were back-breaking, and then Mike was just able to slowly but surely build up the damage. Look at all those dice being placed, and it just can get out of hand realistically. And then Mike was able to just close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. All these damage ticks over really sort of adding up across both board states. And just when you can just manipulate all of this damage, despite Francesco doing his utmost to remove some heavily damaged Pokemon, but this Iron Bundle was what came up truly to the fore here and was able to give Mike the win. I always love that fist bump there. And there it is, Iron Bundle once again, making it a little bit harder for Francesco to get into the game in game 2. We know there were some awkward prizes. Frostlass did come down here, but that Frostlass didn't, well, actually stuck around in comparison to game 1.
It was an interesting decision from Francesco, because in game 1 was very anti-Frostlass. So any chance he had to get rid of it, he would. But in game 2, here it is actually, using the boss's orders to get rid of the Marnie's Morgrem, not boss orders, I should say, torrential pump, sorry, to KO the Marnie's Morgrem. And the Freezing Shroud, you could argue, was the X factor in this game because those damage counters really started to add up. When Adrenabrain is moving damage, Shadow Bullet is doing damage, and then the Freezing Shroud gets involved as well. All these low hit point Pokemon, Alex, they don't have a lot of time.
Yeah, and we loved this kind of next couple of moments here after this Shadow Bullet. And it was just, despite the corner lock from this, or sub lock, I should say, we got the knockout on the Wellspring Ogerpon EX, took 2 prizes, hits Dark Energy, and instantly realizes I just need to send one more over, and it's the damage tick that takes the final 2 for Mike Ellis. So congratulations, he's on great number of points. He's put himself in a great position to be potentially banging it out for asymmetric top cut as well.
Yep.
But then, of course, we'll get final confirmation of all of that in due course. But yeah, what a back and forth game we saw there, because it just felt like Francesco was starting to run away with it in game 1 and was only maybe a couple of pieces away from just actually taking that, and then it puts Mike on the back foot.
That's the thing I said about this Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck. It keeps you honest. Like, I think if you can apply pressure from as early as turn like 2 or even 1 perhaps, and just keep applying pressure, you can really put the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck on a clock, because they need turns to do those monster 3-4 prize card turns, right? But however, if you falter, if their Iono sticks and you let off 1 turn of pressure, that's all they need. Adrenabrain, Freezing Shroud, Ponka, Shadow Bullet, all of a sudden, my board is gone. My board is gone. TMD Evolution, we didn't even get to see it there. TMD Evolution. That's another thing it does against, like, like the Dragapulse and the Golden Goat. Stack them all up. TMD Evolution. Lift them all back up to hand. KO the low hit point basics on the bottom. And that could often be all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, Mike's demonstrated it on stream, but as I mentioned before he even got to this point, he had to play all of his games and win all of his games in phase 2 to get to this stage right now.
Fair.
Because he did go in with one of those just at the threshold, I believe, because he had a bit of a rough first few rounds when I caught up with him yesterday. But then he's just been going strength to strength to strength. And as I kind of mentioned, when you just have a little bit of fortune sometimes, maybe he's hit the right matchups. I'm sure we'll get a chance to figure out exactly what his journey's been like to this point so far, when we get a chance to speak to him as well. But I can't wait to actually hear, because when he brought the deck to Frankfurt, it was the deck that was been discarded by so many.
It was,
right? I don't think there was many people who actually continued playing that deck. And then when a player like Mike, who's been dedicating his time to something like Marnie's Grimmsnarl, playing the lines to, I'd like to say, almost perfection, in a way.
I agree.
And then he's been obviously casting behind the desk at times as well. He's always been championing the deck, but he's brought it back again in the Mega Evolutions format. And still saying, well, this is still super strong. Just needs to be in the right hands, in the right matchups. And yeah, here he is once again.
I think the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, one of the biggest recipients of Lily's determination for what it's worth. I do want to give a massive shout out to Francisco there. Did have some awkward prizes and had some fantastic turns, applying the pressure early on, using Jamming Tower to remove the damage as well. But unfortunately, wasn't able to secure a win there. But you said you couldn't wait to hear from Mike. I believe he's ready in our interview area. So let's kick it down there and hear from him.
Thank you so much, casters. I am here with last round's winner, commentary extraordinaire, and apparently back-to-back top 16s, and now in ASIM, Mike Ellis. Before we get down to the details of how your last match went, how are you feeling?
How am I here again? How have I done it? I genuinely, a hand on heart, didn't expect it to go this well. Like, at Frankfurt, that was a surprise. This event, I was 2-2 going into my toughest matchup, managed to get a tie, and then from there have won every round since. So this whole tournament for me has been like, surely it can't keep going on. So I've been incredibly lucky, and I played really well. I'm really happy with the way I played, but ultimately this has been one of those events where you're just like, everything's going well for me.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, the way you've been playing this deck, and honestly, you've been back-to-back with this deck, right? You've entered Frankfurt with it. You're now obviously in asymmetrical top cut with it here in Gdansk here. But let's actually go through some of the details of your game, right? So game 1 here, I think the biggest note I have on my card, Shaman's Prized, right? So you know what's about to happen. Talk me through your thought process on how exactly you set up the board when you know a torrential pump is coming.
Well, the first thing was I looked at my starting hand and didn't like it and got a secret box as my top deck, so that was quite nice. Always just start Buddy Pop in and secret box, that works. But then when I went through the deck, I was like, oh, this is great. I can set up the perfect board, Shaman out, and I'll be fine here. And then when Shaman wasn't there, I was pretty confident because when I played in Frankfurt, I didn't play Shaman and I played 3 Terror Box. And whenever I had a strong start where I set everything up, I could still win it, especially when I had that INO, because as soon as you INO and take away their options, even if they take out 2 really important things, you can rebuild the board, you can set up a lot of knockouts. They have to take out either the Frostlass or the Grimstar line, so it tends to be pretty safe. So anyone who's playing without Shaman, you can still win it. You just have to set up perfectly. Just get your Buddy and your secret box turn 1.
I mean, sometimes you just got it in your hand on the top deck. Still, though, I mean, still revisiting this game 1, you were setting up damage perfectly on Pheasantipity and the Wellspring Mask Ogerponi X. How did you feel when that jamming tower came down and essentially erased all of that work?
I'll be honest with you, that turn where I took the Pheasantipity damage, I was basically just thinking, I want to set up damage, force my opponent to find resources, and then set up for the next turn. Because I needed time, I needed to be able to play out a bit of options. So I wasn't too fussed when it went because it meant I had a little bit of damage to play with, but I just wanted to make sure that they had to get rid of important stuff, and Fez was the thing that was stopping me taking a knockout. So I thought, well, if I swing into the Fez, if they get rid of it, then the Fez is gone, and then I can start taking knockouts. So it worked out in the end, and I mean, I feel like I was quite fortunate in that game 1, but you know, I saw a line and it worked.
Well, you want to talk about things prized. Let's move into game 2. Francesco, unfortunately, did prize not only Sparkling Crystal, but honestly, one of the biggest outs to your deck, that Iron Leaves EX here. How did you feel going into that game 2, especially when you made an interesting play where you actually bench locked yourself out of setting up another Grimmsnarl? You put down the Yveltal there. Talk me through kind of your mindset there.
Yeah, so I didn't have an energy yet, and I wanted to keep any energy I had on board available. So if it was on a monkey, I wanted to keep it there. The Yveltal was a free pivot for me, so that if I needed to, I had the Blood Moon Ursaluna as a finisher. And I thought I was being really smart by super rodding in everything but the Blood Moon, but actually I should have kept some energy there because I had the energy available with Night Stretcher. But ultimately, I was trying to set up for a Blood Moon finish. That matchup is really favorable for Grimmsnarl if you have Shaman, because you cut off their main option, but there's still other lines even without the Shaman if the Shaman gets knocked out, and it makes it so much more in favor, especially when the Iron Leaves and the Crystal are prized.
I mean, that is 100% fair. Now you're heading into asymmetrical top cut.
How?
For real this time, by the way.
How did this happen?
We'll see how it goes. What matchups are you wanting to see so far around the top tables, and what matchups are you kind of nervous about?
I mean, I'm happy to be here, to be honest. Oh, I'm having a great time. I don't mind. I'll play anyone. As long as it's not Mega Absol, that's really rough. But like Guardy's not that free. You still have to play it really well, and good Guardy players, especially those who are in top cut, will be able to beat it. Polt with Dust Noir is really rough if they get the early item lock and jamming. Golden Go is really tough, but you know, like all of these are beatable. That's the thing with Grimmsnarl, is it can beat everything except for Mega Absol, which it really struggles with. So you just gotta find the secret box turn 1.
Well,
Easy.
Mike, we were doing a little bit of a deep dive of your socials, and we just wanted to show you a little tweet that you had made right when the weekend started. Do you mind reading
yes.
that for me?
On my way to Poland, time to reduce my average regional finish after a fluky Frankfurt.
Yeah, now great. Now, how do you feel? You know, what would you tell yourself a couple days ago now that you're sitting here with me?
I mean, the problem with Frankfurt is it's set a new precedent in my head that I have to win a tournament for it to be better.
Oh.
I have to get top cut for it to be better. I just wanted to make day 2 at Frankfurt, and then obviously that went really well. Now I'm just like, I'll just take anything. I just keep playing, have fun. Like I was 2-2-1 at this event. I thought the tournament was over. I was about to, you know, quote retweet that and go, oh yeah, here we go. This is perfect. But no, I mean, there's still a chance, right? If there's a lot of people in asymmetrical top cut, I could lower it by 1 or 2.
Well, it's very fair, but still, before I let you go, of course, any shout outs you want to give before you head into your asymmetrical top cut?
I mean, everyone who plays Grimmsnarl, I've been messaging a lot of people. It's like too many to mention, but in particular before this, I messaged a few of the players who played it at Lille, get some advice around their list. So Kieran Farah and and Zapdos TCG, I think I messaged. So they were amazing at helping that. Shout out to Megan, my wonderful girlfriend at home who's watching along. My home testing partner. I'm looking forward for you to come along to events once you're done with your exams. And then, yeah, pretty much everyone from the locals who supported. I appreciate everyone.
Well, Mike, we will be watching you closely, not only in this run, but of course in the rest of the season, as now you might have a chance at Worlds, if you can believe it or not. Still, though, you're talking about testing partners. I know a great place where you can actually find your testing partners here at your local scene.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Yeah, if you want to get involved in your Pokemon League near you, get your phone out, get your camera out and scan that QR code. It's actually something I've had to do really recently because I moved about 2 hours south in the UK and I didn't know where my local league was. So I had to go and find where that was, and now I have 2 locals that I go to twice a week for some Pokemon action. Might not be as good as Mike, unfortunately, but I have a lot of fun.
Yeah, despite moving somewhat local to me, he hasn't messaged me at all. But yes, just like Mike, who
I don't like you.
has attended his local scene, I know he's been one who's been helping to even grow multiple local leagues as well. He's Mike is a dear friend to a lot of us here backstage, and is someone I spent a lot of time with, but he's always spoken glowingly about the scene he's helped to grow, the scene he became part of in London when he was around there as well. So it's just like a true testament to just showing that someone who wanted to get involved into the game found multiple avenues to do so, either just by playing, through friends, just whole hobby. You know, it's the Pokemon trading card game, it's the Pokemon video games, Pokemon GO, Pokemon TCG Pocket. There's so much out there, and so many of us have the same hobbies that we all know and love.
Yep, so for nothing else, you'll be in a building with loads of people that love Pokemon. In my opinion, that's some of the best buildings to be in. But that's it. We'll have a little rest now before our asymmetrical top cut will get started soon. So my job for you is to get yourself a nice cold beverage, little snack, something like that, because we'll be back with our asymmetrical top cut action real soon.
My name is Calvin Connor, and I'm from Seattle, Washington.
Calvin Connor, 1 game away from that regional championship victory.
My go-to starter would definitely be Charizard. Oh, Charmander. I started playing Pokemon because my whole family was kind of into it. All my brothers played as well. So we started at Uncle's Games, actually. It was at the mall where we first found where Pokemon was. So we would all go to the local leagues. So in my first Worlds ever, I was a junior, and I felt like I was really prepared for the event, and then I ended up losing almost every single round. I kind of got shell-shocked and was like, okay, there's another level that I can get to in this game. My father, he likes to play Pokemon TCG as well. He would always be there for me and have my back throughout these tournaments. Sometimes you take a hard loss and you just kind of sit there for a minute. It's always nice to just have that person that's there for you and will help support you and get you through it. I did end up quitting from 2016 to 2020, I believe. I had a lot of changes going from high school to college, and over COVID, there was online play going on. Just getting a chance to compete and play again gave me all the strength to say, okay, I'm gonna start going to events again. My favorite moment was London 2022. I played in the asymmetrical top cut at 8-9. I ended up losing that game, but I did end up proposing to my wife at that event, so that was one of my favorite moments from Worlds for sure. My #1 goal is to always just be the best version of myself that I can be. So going into every game with a clean slate and saying, how can I play this game the best that I can? Something I learned is that it's okay to fall down, not always win. If you put the time in, you put the effort in and the practice, you will eventually get there. My deck was a Regidrago V-Star with the Teal Mass Ogerpon. So you play a plethora of Dragon-type attackers inside your deck that you can copy, like the Alolan Executor, Dragapult, Giratina V-Star. This finals match was just crazy. I tend to make conservative plays. I talked to my brother about this. He was telling me that I should make more aggressive plays and go for the wins. I said, all right, I'm gonna flip this coin. If it's tails, I'm gonna win this game. I'm gonna become a regional champion.
This could be the biggest coin flip of the year. Oh, are we going to see this? We're gonna see swinging speed. What's the flip? Tails!
To just finally get this one, it just feels like a weight like lifted off my shoulders.
Cal Cutter off a coin flip wins the Toronto Regional Championship.
My last finals was Peoria in 2022, and I played against Tord Reklev, who a lot of people say is the best player in the game. It felt like that was my chance, and I was just right there, and that was the one that got away from me. So I would love to get a rematch with him at the World Championship. My little brother actually ended up winning the World Championships in the video game. To be a champion with him, it would mean everything to me. I was planning on skipping this one. My grandma ended up passing away last week, and she was there for me when I won my first other tournament, which was Nationals in 2013. My mother, she was like, you're gonna win this one for her. Like, she would want you to go. It just felt like she was there with me for this one.
Right then, everyone. Now, I said yesterday that I was probably the most excited for an interview of all time. I have now one-upped that because I am joined with Tord Reklev and Liva Reklev, Tord Reklev's mother, everybody. So, my first question to the floor is, well, I guess for Tord, I should say, when your mother said she wanted to come to this event, what happened next?
So this has been in the work for quite some time, actually. She just said a time ago that she really wanted to join one of the events, just see what we're up to, right? Be here in person and like soak in the experience. And you know, finally we managed to make it happen. So it's been in the works for quite some time, and I'm happy we managed to do it here in Gdansk. So.
And actually, this is my birthday present. My birthday present from Tord and my husband. It's the best birthday present ever.
Oh, wow. So there we go. Not only your first ever regional level event, but it was a birthday present. And not only that, folks, it was the best birthday present. Now, I also have another question here, though, because obviously we all know Tord takes his pre-tournament preparations very seriously. We saw for Milwaukee just gone, literally birthed a whole new archetype that took over in Milwaukee. So Tord, what was the event practice like in the lead up for this event for your mom?
Oh, well, I mean, I think I put in more, effort into my mom's deck than my own deck for this one. My own deck, I kind of just wanted to try out something new. And you know what? I think I can conclude with the new thing was not quite as good as the normal version. I played Gardevoir with like Trolley, but Mom's deck was pretty cool. I think the standard format right now is so complicated. There's so many difficult decks that you need to be, I feel like, so top-notch as an experienced player to like really get the most out of each deck. So I tried to find an archetype and a build that, could give a little bit more mileage out of just the build itself as well, like a little bit less lines, so she didn't have that much to focus on, can just try to be a little bit more in the moment, right? So I was very happy with the pretty straightforward Gholdengo version she played this weekend.
I'm very happy about it too, yeah.
I was about to say, Levo, how do you rate your son's deck skills? But apparently it works out pretty well. Now, this is an interesting dynamic because we spoke a little bit about this yesterday. Obviously you taught your son how to play Pokemon. And now I imagine for this event, he was teaching you. How have you found that all panning out?
He absolutely teach me, yeah, and he has done so for several years now. So we have reversed it, yeah. We have played a little bit together, and he gets me to play live a bit, yeah. So but he's very helpful. So yeah,
I can imagine he definitely is. So Liva, talk to us a little bit. Do you remember the first time your son Tord was on stream? Was you watching?
Yeah, I watched it After, yeah, but I don't remember the year, but it was actually rather fun because I think he was on the stream 1 minute because he dunked his opponent, so it was very short.
Yeah, my very first stream match was in 2012 at Worlds, and it was being done a little bit less professionally than we are doing these days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just like by the top cut, was really cool. I was playing against one of the best Finnish players at the time, Esa Juntunen, and back in those days, you were allowed to attack on the first turn of the game if you were able to. And I had a really good start and launched a Darker EX Night Spear and knocked out his only Pokemon and won the game immediately. So that was fun for me, but not so fun for him.
I can imagine. Now, Leva, would you say, is there like a standout performance or a standout moment in Tord's illustrious Pokemon career that is like your favorite?
I don't know if it's the favorite, but I really remember the first time he won NIC. I see, because that was he had done very well at the UIC before with the fourth, but when he won the NIC, it was very big. It was.
Yeah, that was a very standout performance there for yourself, Tord. Now, Leva, this is your first regional level event. You know, obviously you've watched via the streams and you've seen it all pan out. Have you had a good time? Was it everything you hoped it would be?
Everything. It was actually a lot more than I hoped it would be. It has been so much fun, yes. So I really hope I can do this again, yes.
Oh, that was going to be my next question, to be honest. You know, you've had so much fun here. It was your first one. Do you think we're going to get you to see you at more events moving forward?
I hope so. I really hope so, yeah.
Because because I was keeping tabs on you for the whole day, I'll be honest. And there was a time, I think you were, 4-1, I believe, or something in that ballpark. And I was thinking, could you imagine the double phase 2 from the Redcliffe family? That would be absolutely incredible. Tord, do you think we can do it? Do you think that could happen?
I mean, she keeps showing up to events, you know? I mean, definitely doable. At one of them, you know? And we'll keep building some cool decks for her. So
I need that. I need his help a lot. Yeah, but actually, I think we was 4-2 at the same time, both of us.
Oh, at the same time, 4-2. So that could have been, what would that have been, round 6? If there was a world in which you won and Tord tied or lost, you would have actually been doing better. Was there any point in the event where you were actually doing better? Do you know?
No. He did better than me.
I mean, we were tied at one point.
Yeah, we were tied at one point.
4-2 at one point. So.
Yeah,
you were tied.
That was it. And actually, I think that's crazy that we were tied at one point. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what? To be perfectly honest with you, Leva, to be about you were tied with, in many people's opinion, the best ever Pokemon player of all time, even for a little bit of the tournament, is a standout to your performance. So I think everyone at home, let's give a massive round of applause for Leva at her first ever regional level event and was tied with the mighty Tord Redcliffe as well. Thank you so much for your time. This has been an absolute incredible interview. I'm so glad to get you on. But for now, we're going to have, this is just a testament to how much that Pokemon truly is a family game and open to everyone of all ages. So for now, kicking it back to the desk and the casters.
Welcome back, Pokemon family, and family is on the docket today as we just were blessed with that interview. What a fantastic story, and one that I'm sure that we can probably attest to vastly in the community. I know lots of parents that come with their children and vice versa, and that is just one small tale of a bigger story of Pokemon is for everyone. It is a family game. Get involved, get over here, no matter what age you are, whether you're a little one, whether you're tall, whether you're older, whether you're younger, it doesn't matter. You might as well get involved when you're here. Give a different game a go. Maybe if your kids are playing TCG, why don't you give Pokemon Go a go? Maybe you're more of a Pokemon VGC player. Either way, Pokemon is for the whole family. And speaking of family, my name is Amy Wasley and I'm back here with my good friend Emily Foreman. tournament, and we are going to show you some more fantastic games today.
Yeah, honestly, that last one, just, you know, you and I were watching it backstage, just honestly, not only, of course, hyping up a deck that we actually haven't seen in quite some time on the stream, but honestly hyping up a friend, you know, part of the caster family, right? And we were always bringing it back to the fact that we're family at the end of the day. Mike gave a great interview, and as he said it best, I don't think he expected to get here because he sat down, he looked right at me. He's like, how did I do this? So honestly, it goes to show that great runs do happen, right? And especially Mike, that's been the kind of the story, right? How far can Mike take it? Now, granted, he's made it into the asymmetrical cut here, did get 12th, I believe, at Frankfurt, according to his own post. Can he go higher than 12th? We'll have to see.
He very well might. But speaking of decks we haven't seen, it is your turn to choose. In the Twitch chat, make sure you're over on Twitch, not YouTube, because you can give it a go yourself of choosing what you'd like to see on stream, and we will do our very best, like no one ever was, to make sure that we try and get your choice on stream as soon as possible.
I think, Amy, if I really want to kind of, if I were to have a say, right, I would really like for everyone to vote for Golden Go. Now, here's the thing, right? It might not be like the hottest take, right? We've seen Golden Go a little bit much, right? But Nicolene is on it, and I watched her match versus Emma Hagen a little bit earlier down at the top table. She's playing Golden Go with a Mega Mawile as the finisher. So you want to give me what I want? That's my whole thing. I'd love to see, you know, fellow ladies on stream playing it at the tables, because I believe there's 2 in cut.
Ooh, that would be lovely, but we have lots of other decks. Of course, we have Gardevoir, Mega Absol, Golden Go, and Zoroark EX. Make sure you're over on Twitch. The voting is happening now, so don't miss a beat. It can go by quite quick. If you need to, sometimes you have to click the channel points button to bring the voting up. So if that hasn't appeared for you, try that. Otherwise, make sure that you are voting on Twitch. It's not on YouTube, because we need to vote over here, but we'll do our best to get that on as soon as you can. I think if I had to have a pick, I would want to see some Zoroark EX, because we haven't seen that yet this tournament.
We did see it round 1. Shay and I got to...
it was just so long ago. I forgot, Emily. I'd like some more, please. It was such a long time ago since I've seen a trade.
Still, though, I mean, Zoroark is definitely one of the decks that really kind of has developed over the past couple months, right? I mean, we were seeing it with Darmanitan, we're seeing it without Darmanitan, we're seeing it with Pecharunt EX now, and Okidoki EX as well, that was coined in Milwaukee, and, you know, last week in Lille with Piper. So we got plenty of way to go with that deck. I'd love to see it getting innovated more and more.
100%, and it's got so much potential with that trade ability. We've seen it be a literal world champion ability. Why not more? We definitely need to see more from it. There's definitely more that can come and go from Zoroark. But speaking of lots of different decks, we've also got other divisions here at the tournament. We're going to be crowning 3 champions today in the trading card game. We've got juniors, seniors, and masters, of course. And let's take a little look at the deck analysis for phase 1 with the juniors.
So, Amy, you run a Pokemon League, actually, back in the UK. You actually have a really strong kind of younger division player base here. And you told me in Lille that they were constantly hitting Farigiraf in their meta.
It happens so much. They came up to me like, Amy, how do I stop the Milotics? And I was like, oh my goodness, kids, right? Let's have a think. What are we gonna boogie on to now? And I think that really shows when you've got kind of these aggressive style decks that we know the juniors love to play, like Ceruledge, like Raging Bolt. They can just get a little bit stuck by walls. But again, Ceruledge being the first deck on that graphic, you've got to remember it's very last on the best of the rest for Masters in phase 2 here. So the fact that the juniors were really championing that archetype, and you don't see any Golden Go on this graphic, really surprises me. So I wonder how that changes over to phase 2 for our juniors. I'm sure we'll find out in a little bit.
Going on over into it, it is going to be that Gardevoir coming back up into, of course, that top position. 3 regular Gardevoir, no Jellicent, and then, of course, on the other side, 3 Terrabox, though, coming up pretty high there into our 3rd slot here for the Raging Bolt, of course, tied. Honestly, all 3, if you don't combine the Gardevoirs, right, which people, you know, we tend not to do, right, all 4 of these decks are technically tied, but it's very cool to see Terrabox up there as well. I think, once again, we've seen the power of a torrential pump here from Wellspring, Ogerpon EX here. So seeing Raging Bolt does make me a little bit happier too. Like you said, the juniors tend to play a little bit more aggressively. You still got Ceruledge there, but also, of course, Charizard, Pidgeot to round it out.
But the question is, Where's Golden Go gone? Just not around, but 19 other decks. So not just those, there were 35 players in total right now. 19 of those 35 are playing something that wasn't on our graphic there. So I wonder what they've been cooking at home.
More Farigiraf.
maybe it's more Farigiraf, which I saw on the tables yesterday doing quite well at sort of 3 and 4-0 records. I saw some Farigiraf there. Definitely something not to be messed with when you're playing things like Raging Bolt. Oh, goodness gracious. Like those just basic Pokemon that just can't get through it. Terra Box, of course, struggles into the Milotic, where you can't be attacked by a terrestrialized Pokemon. And then the Cornerstone EX, which we've seen so very much in lots of decks, but it lends itself into this kind of walls archetype that we talk about, which is basically, I'm going to try and stop the other player from being able to do any damage to me whatsoever, and then I can take my prize cast slow and steady, and you just set that pace and keep it going. And it's a fun archetype, which I've seen a lot of juniors doing well with, but I did see some in day one, in phase 1 doing quite well, but unfortunately they must have just hit those bad end of the matchups towards the end of the day, because I don't think we've seen many at all on the top tables now.
A little bit tough, right? But let's go on ahead. Now that we've looked at our juniors, let's look at our seniors. Naturally going up there should be a little bit of a different meta. Now, Amy, you were really missing your Golden Go.
I missed him so
found
much.
It.
Oh,
It is
thank
right
goodness.
there, right at the top there. Does not surprise me. Golden Go, even though this is phase 1, right? Seeing the top of the graphic here, very interesting, right? I feel like while Golden Go has not like won that big moment yet, right? It's still once again being played so much thanks to your tech card pick of the weekend, Solrock and Lunatone. You get tons of draw, and honestly, what's better than drawing cards?
Exactly. If there's one thing about any trading card game, drawing cards is always top dog. It's always better to be able to have more of your resources, to invest more, to get what you need to faster, and that leads to winning the game. But if Golden Go is gonna have its moment, I'd love it to be here at the Amber Expo in Gdansk. That beautiful amber that is mined is similar to the color of Golden Go. I can see it piecing together so beautifully. And if it needs to have its moment, if it's gonna knock Gardevoir and Dragapult off those top spots, Gdansk is where it should be. It just feels natural.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? Because I feel like we've seen tons of first-year masters, right? Of course, Gabriel Fernandez coming in, making a storm here, but also in North America, I've seen a ton of first-year masters really come in and have some of the most consistent performances at regionals and still sitting at the top of our leaderboards. And I think it really goes to show that your skills can be developed either in juniors, seniors, or when you come in as a master. I think if it's anything that you've taken away from the past 20 minutes of Amy and I being up here, is that it's never too late for you to start. It's never too young for you to start either.
No, I completely agree. There's no chance that I've even had children come along to my Pokemon League who haven't quite developed the reading skills for Pokemon yet. But I tell you, the amount of kids that really pick it up quickly when they know which Pokemon does which attacks and they know which supporters do what thing. And so once the muscle memory comes in of, Crispin, I know him, he lets me look for 2 energy and I can do this. So once they have that in their brains, once they realize that actually I've learned my deck, I know what the cards do, the reading is secondary. The only thing they really need then is a bit of help from a judge here and there if their opponent's cards do things they don't understand. And that's honestly it. So I think you're quite right. Pokemon is for everyone, and we're so blessed to live in a Pokemon world where we can express ourselves, we can be ourselves, meet so many like-minded people, and also just the fact that we have divisions allows that growth as well.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the phase 2. Of course, we did get a great look at phase 1, but sometimes these conversion rates really can stump us. But if it's one thing, right, missing from seniors on the first graphic, right, but now not the second. Here comes Golden Go again, right?
Here we
this
go.
Is also really interesting, Amy. Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, kind of high up there, if I dare say so myself.
I think you're right. And also, I love the Gardevoir Jellicent. There's no other Gardevoir.
Nope.
Gardevoir Jellicent is there at 5 decks total. That is 6% of our day 2 for the senior trainers. So you can see at the top there we had 90 senior trainers. These are some of the decks. We have 40 in other, which is an interesting number. Sort of just under half of the decks aren't one of these typical decks we'd see in our meta game. And a lot of the sort of troublesome duos are definitely at the top there with Dragapult Dusknoir and Charizard, which has always been quite a consistently high deck in the meta for the seniors. But seeing Gardevoir so low and not having one of its archetypes represented at all on this analysis really surprises me.
Yeah, absolutely. I think once again, Terrorbox still holding, it has held strong in this meta across all of the divisions. It's just where it's placed on the meta, like on its graphic, right?
Yeah.
Still though, it's very interesting to see how things change from each division, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of, I think right now we're in a slower format in Masters. We want to take our time. For example, we want Archer Cloaks to set up Recon Directive so we can sift through the deck, right? We're very, you know, non-rare candy type of format, right?
Yeah,
and I think in juniors, it's like Carmine, energy hit the discard, keep going, lunar cycle, and I'm going to hit you with Abyssal Flames for 200. GG's. It's very interesting to me to see how all of those formats kind of come together.
I like to see how each division thinks as well, because when deciding which deck to bring to an event, one of the key and important kind of skills that players pick up is not only knowing the cards that they're going to be coming up against, but also assessing how their deck works into those decks. And the fact that there's an entirely different metagame going on in 2/3 of the room here is wild to me. It's bizarre that it's so different, but those are what are going to make the best trainers coming out of those divisions, is that they are learning those skills so early to be able to say, okay, Dragapult on Masters, but I'm not in Masters. I've got to be looking at a totally different ballpark. I need to make these decisions for myself. I need to put these tech cards in. I need to make sure that I'm testing against what my age division are playing, because it's a totally different game.
Absolutely. And once again, just to kind of bring it all back to locals, right? You can find other players your age at locals. I have to say, not to keep talking about Amy's League, right? But Amy's League, when I went there for a cup, she had maybe like 8 or 9 seniors and juniors. They had their own division. At a cup, they had their own cut at a cup. Like, that is big, massive numbers. So props to you, Amy, for harboring a really, really welcoming community to everybody of all ages. And once again, it just goes to show you can play Pokemon no matter what you look like, where you are, how old you are. It's always a game for you.
Oh, you're gonna make me cry. I'm getting all emotional.
Don't cry yet.
No, it's a big deal, and it is a lot. And I think that we are so blessed in this community to have so many like-minded people. Because I don't know about some of you out there, but I really struggled to find my place in the world.
Absolutely.
And now that I'm here, I know I belong, and it's the best feeling in the world to know that and to be part of something bigger and not feel like a little fish in a big pond. And I think that that is the case for a lot of our players as well.
Yeah, and once again, it all comes down to just going to your locals, right? Just, you know, walking through the door. It is okay to be new at something. That was something for me when I went to locals for the first time. I was horrified to even walk in the shop by myself. I actually waited in my car for an hour for my friend to show up because I was too nervous to walk in by myself. But sometimes just taking a friend, right? I didn't even go to a pre-release. I went to the internet. I said best deck in Pokemon TCG.
Oh my gosh.
I played Arceus V-Star. I had no idea what my deck did. And I waited for one other person to come with me. I was able to win 1 round, maybe out of 3, I think.
I mean, that's really good.
Wow, like I actually won something. I'm going to come back next week. And it's all about just taking the jump in. But once again, pre-releases are currently going on for our next set, Phantasmal Flames. It is a perfect opportunity, not only because you get to open the new set kind of early and play a little, you know, couple cards, right? But it's an opportunity for you to go and meet people.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the best opportunities. And I'm sure a lot of our masters have done that before. Let's swing it back to them and have a look at their bracket right now and have a little gander at how we're looking right now for that top 16.
Oh, I really want to see Emma Hagen, Nicolene.
Oh, that would be good.
That's actually
They've already played.
Yeah, I was about to say there's a rematch. I actually got to watch that in the field. I would love to see that so much. But of course, as we've been kind of seeing it down here, this is also another international top cut, Amy. Here you have Mike Ellis. Hermione is back in that top cut as well. You also have Christian Fontenot, former regional champion here. You also have, I'm still looking, Cal Connor from NA, still now in cut. Once again, we have another international top 8, Kato Arai as well. This is going to be a great time. Too many names for us to just focus on, right?
Honestly,
There's so many.
I could just be like, okay, I'm going to read all of these out because they're so exciting in their own right. All of these trainers are well-established, fantastic players in their own right, championing very different decks, which just kind of shows the breadth of our format.
Right.
And honestly, I'm so excited to watch this unfold. If you had to make me place bets on what's going to happen, I do not think I could physically come up with anything. I think we're just going to have to wait and find out the surprises for ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also it will come down to matchups. The matchup roulette you end up hitting, right? There are some times, and it goes for all decks, right? You hit that one matchup where you're like definitely not my favorite, or oh man, this could be an auto loss if there are things that are just absolutely out of my hands,
out of place.
right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing about a card game, right? Sometimes it all does come down to luck. Sometimes it does come down to those top decks, which is why it's a big deal, right? But once again, a very diverse top 16.
Yeah.
Here,
hugely.
It's awesome. I do believe we had another player bubble out who was on Greninja EX as well. So,
no, you're kidding me.
So it's just happening again, but still, honestly, I'm so excited to see where this goes, Amy, because I definitely don't think it's one of those top cuts where we still, I mean, we could very well in our top 8 see another Dragapult, you know, half of the room, right?
Oh, 100%.
But I think there's a couple of other, you know, sleeper decks, as I like to say, like Emma Hagen's my player to watch here on the EVs. Just right before, I think, Lille, she was number 2 in Europe, and now she's here again, trying to take back her spot, even go number 1 potentially above Tord if she wins it all here.
Magic.
So I'm excited to see how this one is going to roll out.
Honestly, I can feel the excitement coming from you, and it's fueling me. And I feel like we're just so jazzed to get right into some Pokemon action. We've got such a stacked top 16. We've got that asymmetrical top cut, which I'm so happy about this season. I feel like it really gives people a chance to shine, a chance to push to the top in a very kind of controlled and natural way. They do get to climb the ranks rather than kind of, there's fewer bubbling out scenarios. I'm really gutted to hear about the Greninja, to be honest, because that is a deck that we just haven't seen, we haven't heard about this weekend, and clearly it did really well. So huge shout outs to Greninja, because we unfortunately weren't able to cover that. But maybe next time, keep on hopping to the top, Greninja. I believe in you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we do have our players actually now sitting down, shuffling up here. Do have Julius Krag versus Cal Connor. So we're talking about NA representation here on the desk. We got it in our asymmetrical top cut as well. Cal Connor, a very decorated player in North America, and has once again also been here for the Lille Gdansk kind of double regional weekend. I'm excited to see how this one is going to go. Honestly, I forget, Amy, I've been talking to so many players of like how their runs went. I'm not sure what Cal is on just yet, but I know for me, Cal had one of my favorite regional winning moments from last season where, you know, he hit heads on Swinging Speed, and then the Mute did a 360 on the table because it kind of it slipped on the table. The table's actually really slippery, by the way. So like seeing the heads, you know, doing the 360 was good vibes.
It was good.
I'm excited to see how Cal kind of approaches this as well. Once again, new season, new format. We'll see how exactly this one's going to go. Unfamiliar with Julius, though, but I'm sure, obviously, you're asymmetrical top cut. You're going to put on a great show regardless.
Doing really well. And thank you, everyone, for voting, because we are able to feature your community choice on this matchup. So if you were voting, then thank you very much. I really appreciate that, because I wanted to see some more trading. So we got Zoroark EX, of course. That is honestly one of the kind of underrated decks in this format. I feel it's been doing really well, but not a lot of people have been bringing it in those phase 1s. I just haven't seen the numbers, which is really surprising to me. But then it has great conversion. If you're a good player, you keep your head screwed on and you buckle down. I feel like this is the position you end up in, and no one's going to be particularly upset at that.
So let's head on down to the stage. But Amy, to kind of build up onto your point here, I think Piper Lapine gave a really good interview about Zoroark EX last weekend, Lille, where she was kind of saying this is like not the deck that you're going to really be seeing out in your round 1, round 2 of Swiss, right? This is really kind of a deck that has been cultivated. It's been carefully crafted by a lot of our top players to really find its way around the meta here. So I believe it is going to be Cal Connor on this Zoroark EX like you had asked for here. We'll see how this one is going to go. But once again, here's Cal Connor. You know him, you love him. You got, honestly, look at all of these accomplishments underneath the belt, right? And once again, we're talking about playing in these younger divisions. 2 finishes at Worlds in top 8 in the seniors division, but of course, most recently, that Toronto Regional Championship from last season.
Yeah, absolutely. And here is Julius Cragg, EUIC top 4 in seniors. 2019 and top 8 in 2018 to 2024 EUIC top 64. This is one big old champion of those IC events, those international championships. Oh my word, you've got to be a good player to go far in those. So the decorated Cal Connor against Julius, the king of ICs at the moment, looking like those top placements are coming fast and furious through. Honestly, this really is going to be a battle of Goliaths, tightening their decks to perfection. Both very celebrated by this community. Both have fantastic results. Both have had lots of success in the past, but which one of these 2 players is going to go ahead in our asymmetrical bracket? Let's take a look at those prize cards, Emily.
Nothing too crazy in there. I do just want to point out the version that Cal is playing of this Zoroark EX. It is playing the 1 copy of Mega Absol EX, and the ace spec there is going to be Hero's Cape. I'm excited to see, but it is Julius's turn first, going first, and as a Dragon Pole player, you love nothing more than to open with a Buddy Buddy Pop, and especially with that Badoo in the active, right? You don't have to attach to that Badoo to get it out of the active. It does have free retreat, so we actually have a pretty nice setup here. Now, on Julius's side, I do see that copy of Dusk Noir prize, not exactly what we want to see, and only 1 copy of that Drake Cloak, and Latias as well. The thing is, though, that copy of Professor Turo's Scenario 1 of in the deck is prized here. So I'm excited to see how Julius is going to be playing around that.
Badoo, one of the most fearsome grass types in our meta. Badoo, 30 HP doesn't bother Badoo. Badoo! Itchy Pollen does 10 damage and means that your opponent cannot play item cards on their next turn. Badoo is a Pokemon I have not been able to announce this entire weekend thus far, and I'm gloriously doing it now just to cover the basis and bring back his majesty to our stage. I'm a fan of Badoo. Oh, yes, I am.
See the Luminous Energy attachment here, and I do see the Jamming Tower in hand as well. I think Zoroarks have kind of moved away from the TM Evolution line, but still, I mean, you love nothing more than, once again, to see a Buddy Buddy Poffin on your side as well. Going on over into Cal's prizes, Pecharunt EX is prized. That could be pretty useful for later on if we had some sort of stall method out there, but still, Zoroark, we know what it's good for. We know that trade is amazing. Discard 1, draw 2, and especially when you have multiple of them you're seeing per turn here. But also with the Yveltal as well, our new favorite kind of clutch Pokemon that keeps you stalling in the active, waiting for your chance to go. Now, once again, we do have Julius prizing the 1 copy of Professor Turo's Scenario. Watch out for that. That could come into play a little bit later.
It very much could, but now for Cal, they're just doing some prize checking. So if you're new here, all that means is that Cal is trying to currently work out which cards from his deck are in his prize cards so that he can strategize correctly, sequence well, and know exactly what he's playing towards. We don't want to be playing a Buddy Buddy Poffin and not having any Pokemon to grab with it and things like that. So all he's doing right now is having a little look after receiving 2 Zoroark from the deck to the bench. Zoroark is not only a great attacker, but it's a great support Pokemon too.
This one's going to be so interesting because I'm looking at Cal's list right now, and there's a lot of one-of supporters here, right? The one-of Penny does make sense because we are playing Mega Absol EX, right? Once it takes so much damage, especially from a couple of Phantom Dives, right? We want to protect it as much as possible. Reprise liability, not that great. Penny makes sense here. Playing one copy of the Janine's Secret Art as well, just a way to poison and attach that energy acceleration just in case if things go wrong. One copy, Amy, of Eri, though.
Ooh.
So once the hand is getting a little bit too big, we can absolutely discard some of those item cards, get a choice of 2, actually. That could be pretty helpful when sometimes you slam down Eri into an unsuspecting secret box. But here in this deck, Julius's ace pack, obviously going to be that Neo upper energy.
Of course, so won't be affected by Eri. But for now, we're back over to Cal, and looking like we've gone for the Ends Reshiram, which is obviously one of the kind of fuel to the fire that we need to add to Zoroark. Zoroark's attack copies the attack of an Ends Pokemon on the bench. It's very reminiscent of Mew VMAX in that respect. So we need an Ends Pokemon on the bench if we want to be effectively attacking with Zoroark. And of course, we've gone for the Monkey Dory with its fantastic Adrenabrain ability to be flinging damage back at Julius, including probably the 10 damage this Badoo might inflict in a moment. Oh, 20 because of weakness.
Not liking the hand, though, Amy, as we go on back to Julius's turn here. I see a couple of boss's orders, but I don't see a Dracloak, and that is the biggest thing.
Goodness.
And here we go. Here comes that Ends Reshiram coming up into the active here. Not what you want to see, but more importantly, we do have Itchy Pollen here. No item cards for Cal, but it does not matter when you have 3 Zoroarks in hand, apparently. So while, yes, you can't use items, but you can still use those trades. That's pretty good.
It's pretty good, and we can also be trying to get towards an air balloon here. Now, I imagine this was a tactic to attempt to stop Cal from being able to attack this turn, do anything effective. Kind of, Julius hasn't had the opportunity to get set up yet, needs more time, and Cal's going to be drawing these cards hoping for an air balloon, but there is only one in the deck, so it might be tough to get there. So we've gone for Eri.
Going a little early here. Cal's gonna get the vision that he wants here as he sees. I mean, not much to really work with, right? No rare candies coming into Dragapult anymore, so something like a rare candy Dragapult EX into a Jet Headbutt, not even possible on the table right now. So there goes that Eri. Do also play a Palpat, so we could use it for a little bit later here, but I think Cal has the information he wants, he needs. He's just gonna pass, but what a top deck, Amy, right into that Lily's Determination. We know we're gonna use it this turn.
Could not ask for more. Cal just learned Julius's entire hand, thinking, oh yeah, I've got some time. I'm gonna pass because I don't need to rush. Julius is not having a good time with that hand. Julius top decks possibly what I might regard as the perfect card to get out of this scenario, drawing 8 with Lilies due to the fact that he has 6 prize cards remaining. Cal now doesn't have any information other than what was shuffled into the deck. And Julius now has a fresh hand to start going much faster into the direction of getting some Dragapults on the board.
The thing is, though, we didn't draw into any direct Dracloak, so we are going to have to discard with this Ultra Ball here to start getting ourselves moving here. Granted, I mean, I see getting rid of a Dragapult. We do play Recovery, of course. We played 2 Night Stretchers, so if and when it's time to re-evolve into that Dragapult's really not that big of a deal. We can get into 2 Dracloaks this turn, but we could also start to try and set up at least a little bit of our Dusknoir line. Now, granted, once again, that Dusknoir is at the top of the prizes. Not going to see it too often here, so we might just want to keep seeing the deck. But honestly, I'm not a big fan of the Lily's Determination on what it gave us, at least. It's forcing us to discard some of the things that we need.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but at least we get a Dracloak online. It certainly wasn't happening with the previous hand. So this gives Julius almost just as much draw power as Cal, except with the little caveat of Recon Directive makes you put 1 card in your hand and the other to the bottom of the deck. It looks like we're eyeing up the Ultra Ball. We don't really want the Dragapult. I honestly think we take the Ultra Ball here. We use the Ultra Ball to get another Dracloak. We try again with that Recon Directive.
Yeah, and you're right, Amy, as it will be Dragapult coming back down into the bottom of the deck here, as we are going to play that Ultra Ball. The thing is, we're starting to kind of thin down cards that we actually need, right? We don't really want to get rid of that Monkey Dory either, right? That's a key part of this deck and about the damage counters here. So it will be the Ultra Ball discard once more for what I assume is going to be another Dracloak. We still want to see more of this deck here, but still, I mean, Julius did keep Lily's Determination in hand. I'm assuming that's going to kind of be one of our options, but did also keep the Iono in hand as well. If Cal is going to have a crazy next turn, we can Iono things away.
I think that's the thing. Julius plays a lot of Iono. There's 4 total in the deck. And he kind of needs it in this scenario because Cal's going to draw a lot of cards. And if you don't stop him, he's going to have his whole deck in his hand in no time.
Ooh, okay. Fire Energy counter catcher. It is going to be the Fire Energy here. We can actually split the energy on to both of our Dracloaks here, just leaving it possible here. And it will just be the choice. Do have Luminous Energy in hand as well. But of course, it is just going to be Budew doing Itchy Pollen once more here as Cal now back on over to him. We'll see how he's going to trade away these pieces because this ends Reshiram is stuck.
So a reminder, Calvin cannot play any item cards this turn. So we're going for our first trade. We can draw lots of cards, but we can't play any items. And that might just be what Julius needs to slow him down. Second Monkey Dory hits the board and a Lily's Determination could really shake things up.
This one's going to be interesting. We'll see if Cal's Lily's Determination gets a little bit more energy on the board here too, right? We have to be very mindful. Now, here's the thing with Pecharon EX being prized, Amy, is that was kind of the key piece that allows for you to kind of maneuver all of your Dark-type Pokemon into the active, things not getting stuck. Now Cal actually has to draw into this air balloon, which is a lot tougher here. Tools not locked by item lock as well here. Very important note too. So we'll see what these 8 cards once again give us here.
Let's see.
See how this one's going to go.
So many cards.
One more too much, Cal. Yeah,
there we go. That's
8.
why it's really great to lay them out on the table. It just gives you that like insurance policy of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, oopsie. Put that back. No one saw it. It's okay. Okay, we're trading away a Buddy Poffin. Didn't quite see what we needed. We've got a Cleffer and something else there I couldn't quite see. But that Pecharunt being prized is such a thorn in the side. We've got a Mochi. We can increase our damage output. We did get 1 energy. We can start to throw damage back at Budew, but 2 isn't quite enough. And the pesky Budew survives still on 10 HP. So Cal's decided to bank that for later and pass over to Julius.
The cards are giving us Lily's Determination, Amy. We do have a Monkey Dory we can bench down. Julius really thinking about that one here, but we can see another 8 cards. And once again, Lily's Determination, the strongest supporter, I would say, coming out of Mega Evolution. Of course, 100%. You still have Lieutenant Surge's Bargain and Acerola's Mischief. But the fact that we get to recycle the deck, I think a lot of players have kind of thrown out their professor's researches and just added in Lily's, right? You're able to see almost the same amount of cards, right? What's 1 off of 6 or 7 here, when you could see 8, right? And you don't have to discard everything to unstick your hand. It's a very, very powerful supporter card here. So once again, 8 cards here coming down for Julius. We've got the Neo Upper Energy as well. And we have a Duskull that's also massive. Draws into the Hawlucha, but don't need it just yet. There's no Zoruas down on the board. But still, that's a better hand here. The question is, do we want to start going and attacking now?
The nice thing about the Hawlucha is it also fixes the mathematics a little bit on the Zoroarks being 280 HP. Helps towards being able to put fewer damage counters via Monkey Dory on there to get it to a clean sort of 200 for Dragapult, and then using the excess damage counters on the bench to kind of take a bit more of a clean sweep like we saw yesterday.
Very fair here. First Recon Directive, really thinking about the hand here. I do think holding the Dusclops should be okay, but instead, no, we're going to prioritize setup. Completely fine here. Do have that Duskull in hand. Either way, though, we do have access to a Dragapult EX this turn, and like we talked about, it is really important to start setting things up. Now, Cal has done a really good job of also getting his Monkey Dory ready to go. And of course, once again, we're looking for that acceleration, and if this Budew once again does another Itchy Pollen, we're not going to be able to see something like an energy switch into a Janine's and getting all of that extra energy onto the board here. It might just be better to just, you know, Itchy Pollen again. It's really hard to say.
It is hard to say. I think the Monkey Dory kind of puts you off a little bit because you know that that's coming back at your Badoo potentially, and that just kind of sets the pace of the game. Cal's definitely going to get at least 2 prize cards in a turn that way. So I feel like this is the point where Julius now might consider going a little bit more aggressive. I think we can definitely get a Dragapult online. We're 10 damage away though from being able to sort of do any sort of fancy boss maneuvers on that Reshiram yet. We're a couple of damage out in each way, but I think honestly, I just don't know whether it's worth taking a single prize Pokemon for Julius right now. We are going for the Itchy Pollen, and over to Cal's turn.
It is also pretty important to kind of talk about Reshiram and the way that Powerful Rage also does work. And while, yes, you can absolutely hit into a Zoroark for 200, the way that Zoroark's actually going to deal that damage back out to you here, but it is going to be that Janine's secret art that does come down. You can attach energy, and if you attach energy into the active, that Pokemon becomes poison, but still, regardless, if it goes onto the bench, you're A-okay. This is a really great acceleration card. We really love to see it, but it has to be onto the dark type Pokemon. It can't be onto Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory, psychic type.
Absolutely, we can't be doing that. Janine only helps out those sneaky dark types, but a really interesting card, because some might think, oh, but I have to use my supporter. Is it powerful enough? Well, in this instance, absolutely, because Zoroark only needs 2 energy to attack.
Draws into the air balloon, I believe, Amy, so we could be starting to go here, but it is going to be the first Monkey Dory using that Adrenabrain to take out the Badoo here, and now Cal is on the way of potentially getting another prize card and going up 2.
I love this sequencing because you're not revealing that you got the air balloon to your opponent. So now Julius might promote something that can be knocked out by a Zoroark that is more damaging to his play, thinking that maybe Cal still is stuck in that active position. But he went for Duskull, which I think is actually a great decision.
There's that air balloon once more here, and the attach for turn onto end Zoroark EX here. Then Cal is finally going to be able to use Night Joker for this turn here as the attack. We'll see what the trade gives us, another energy, but honestly the biggest find is the air balloon, Amy, as we are going to be copying, using Night Joker to copy our Virtuous Flame, and we will be doing that 170 damage, taking that Duskull out. Cal Connor goes up 2 prize cards.
Yeah, 2 prizes, 1 turn, 2 single prize Pokemon, but that's no sweat when we've got no damage on the board on Cal's side. Now, thanks to Monkey Dory, we take the final Zoroark from the prize cards and on to Julius to try and put some pressure on and bring this back. Dragapult only does 200 damage to the active Pokemon, which is not enough for Zoroark. We're going to need to have some shenanigans go on to achieve that HP total in the end, which could be a little tricky. Now Julius is on the back foot.
It's going to be interesting here. I mean, we do have Boss's Orders, Dragapult EX as well. We could start, you know, stacking that damage up, maybe even potentially taking out the Ends Reshiram.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
We really want to go for it. But the problem is, it's just looking a little odd. The Recon Directive, though, is going to be a choice between Night Stretcher and Pheasantipity here. We might just want to reestablish here. We want to start getting our combo pieces off, because once again, we really don't want to be hitting into our End Zoroark EX, because Powerful Rage is just going to send all of that damage and then some, if it's poisoned, right back at us.
Precisely. Unfortunately, kind of adds fuel to Zoroark's fire, right? But in this instance, you're right, Emily, we're just re-establishing the board. We're using Night Stretcher to get that Duskull back, because we're going to need to be taking 1-hit knockouts. We're going to have to do 1-hit KOs on the Zoroark, and the... Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Boss's Orders for the Monkey Dory. That'll be a clean knockout on the Monkey Dory. Where are we going to go with the damage to the bench? It is mandatory. We can't get around it. Now, I imagine it's not going on a Zoroark. So do we go Reshiram or do we go Monkey Dory?
I think we could actually go Zoroark.
Maybe.
It's just going to be very light, right? We don't want to just stack so much, and that's why the Boss's Orders play here is really smart, right? We'll take a single prize, which technically we're still behind, right? But we're not stacking up all of that damage onto a Zoroark where Powerful Rage is going to be applied here. So it is going to be this 5 damage counters potentially going down on Monkey Dory here. And I think one thing to note is that when people kind of look at the Pokemon trading card game, people love to prioritize what we like to call a 2-2-2 prize map, right? Where they say to themselves, you know what, I just want 2 prizes, I want 2 prizes, I want 2 prizes. But honestly, one of the biggest Pokemon that makes that thing happen is actually Monkey Dory.
100%.
So taking out the Monkey Dory here is the correct play. We're going to head back on over into Cal's turn here. We'll see what he's got up his sleeve here. Got another Dark Energy here, so we will be able to at least send some of that damage back here. But the question is, Amy, where does it even go?
I honestly am not sure at this point. We're going for the Dracloak. I love this play. It's limiting Julius's card draw for the rest of the game. None of his other Pokemon can help him draw cards. So if we've got no supporters in hand, and we burnt through a lot of draw supporters, we had to discard some, we used some. Love this idea of taking out the Dracloak, taking a slow and steady approach, and Cal is just trying to get the upper hand on his opponent, especially where Dragapult is a big fan of taking lots of prize cards in one go.
Gotta watch the deck though, Amy. As great of a trade ability as it is, you really do kind of siphon through your deck very, very quickly, right? So you gotta watch a little bit here. Going to trade away that Yveltal here as well. So we're gonna still, once again, see more and more options here. Cal might go for, I mean, he already played the boss here, but my question is, we're gonna be moving the damage counters right onto that Dracloak. Instead of just keeping the damage counters on the board or a way that Julius can actually fling the damage counters back, we're actually just going to try and get rid of them as much as possible here. Very smart from Cal.
It's a pseudo healing method, really, isn't it? You've healed your Pokemon. You don't have to worry about that being sent back. Monkey Dory is a Monkey Dory counter at the end of the day. We can just fling the damage back and forth forever. So instead, getting it out of play entirely is really clever. We're back onto Julius's turn now, and we've got to try and reestablish the board. Again, Emily.
Yeah, not exactly what we want to see here either, right? Has a Professor Turo scenario considering too as it goes to the front of the hand. Do have Hawlucha. We have another boss's orders.
Yeah.
We can get something started here, but honestly, we're starting to get into that point where we're really wishing we had Dusknoir, right? I believe that En's Reshiram does have 130 hit points as well, so we could go on ahead and Curse Blast that, and then we have a little bit of an easier time here. But unfortunately, there's one copy of Dusknoir, and it's at the top of the prizes. Not seeing it just yet. Has the counter catcher, though, also considering that, because Julius does have 5 prizes compared to Cal's 3 here, so we'll see how exactly it is going to be played. But I think once again, this is just the smarter move, right? You take the battery out of the deck, and then while yes, you still have attackers, right? The damage counters are such a big thing here.
Yeah, you can't allow that Monkey Dory to keep kind of causing monkey business in the background and just continuously put the pressure on with its braininess and that Adrenabrain ability. Unfortunately, you've got to deal with kind of those problems that may not seem glaring, but actually are adding all of that energy to the deck and the fuel that it provides. Knocking out that Monkey Dory, going straight into Cal's turn now. And we have loads of cards in hand, lots of flexibility. But what's the right play to keep Cal on top here?
It's probably just, once again, maneuvering around what's on the board here, right? I would say the boss's orders, again, to Monkey Dory. It just feels like we're just picking on the Monkey Dories in this game. But that is technically the right way to go about it, right? We know from Powerful Rage, the more damage that a Zoroark has on it, it's not exactly the best here. And to be quite honest, also, I mean, 170 isn't really doing enough to knock out a Dragapult EX here. Cal's deck looking very, very low here. It's either a way that we can replenish the deck, but we're going to have to Iona within either this turn or the next turn.
True, true. Now, I suppose that's why we've got so many one-of cards in the deck, right? It's okay to have one of lots of things. If you're drawing the entire deck throughout the game quite quickly, like we've still got 3 and 4 prize cards left to go, and a very low deck indeed, like you say, Emily.
Artisan gonna come down here as well. Definitely don't want to Iona ourselves into it here. We have a ton of cards though, Amy. Super Rod here is another way to replenish. I mean, Super Rod is definitely another way to replenish the deck. And thanks to Cal placing down Artisan, we are able to go on ahead and re-grab this Monkey Dory here. In regards to Cal's recovery options though, 2 Super Rods in the list as well. So I do believe we have another one to go here. But yes, it is going to be Artisan for that Monkey Dory. Feels pretty good.
And a nest ball for the other, so both are on board. Back already. These monkey, 1 went out and 2 came back. It was a very, very succinct, flawless energy attachment to the Monkey Dory and then bossing the Monkey Dory. How many times have I said Monkey Dory today?
It's true. Nothing is actually about our attacking Pokemon.
No.
They're set up and ready to go, right? But once again, it's putting us all back to kind of this point that we have in the meta and what has been now for quite some time of Monkey Dory is the issue, right? You see something like a Gardevoir EX kind of running rampant, right? What do? You take out the Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
You see Dragapult stacking up damage counters. What do?
Take out the Monkey Dory.
You take out the Monkey Dory. And if it's one thing that we're learning from this set, it's how key the Monkey Dory is in all of this, right? The thing is, though, I need Cal to heal up this End Zoroark EX in the active, right? We do see from Julius there is a Hawlucha in hand, and we were talking about that a little bit earlier, and we want to make sure that we can protect the Zoroark as much as possible. I do not doubt that Cal also sees that line as well. He will probably heal up that Zoroark all the way to health again. He's probably just going to push it right back onto the Duskull. Yep, perfect.
There we
two
go.
prizes right there. Cal not even letting me finish my words.
No, Cal's on it. Just absolutely putting the pressure on, saying, right, Julius, I have 1 prize card left. You have some single prizes there. Now the Dusk Noir engine can't be used at all. We are not going to be Cursed Blast. In fact, feels like that's a curse on Julius more than anything, as this single prize Pokemon shows Cal the key to success, shows that Cal has an easy Pokemon to knock out. And in fact, Julius takes that read straight away and picks it up to say, oh, you know what, I can't use this. Professor Turo's scenario keeping Julius alive for a little bit longer. Is it going to be enough though, Emily?
I mean, Amy, I'm looking at the hand and I say to myself, what now? Right?
Yeah.
Like what now?
Where do we go?
We have a lot of energy on Dragapult here. We are going to just Phantom Dive right away. We're going to jet headbutt. We're going to jet headbutt.
That's just very clever. Very, very clever. A low damage attack so that we're not getting stung by the Reshiram, which scales with how much damage the Zoroark has on it.
Yeah, but it is going to be the concession by Julius, and it will be Cal winning this first game, right? And it goes down to show, right, how important these setup turns are. Once again, a slower meta, more methodical way that we're putting our bench together here. Cal going to take a very masterful game 1, and the way that he maneuvered his deck, and that's the big thing with End Zoroark, right? It feels like these most impressive plays are when we have the least amount of deck to really work with, right? Understanding when's the right time to Super Rod here. We're going to check out the replay, but the Airy coming in here, once again, a big surprise and showing what Cal's list has kind of teched to the format, right? There's nothing more satisfying than airying something like, for example, a secret box.
Honestly, and getting that hand knowledge was really clever. It was just a shame that Julius kind of took that and was like, you know what? Thank goodness I got that Lilies off the top deck. And we saw as the game went on, we were able to start the momentum by taking out 2 prize cards via Badu and then knocking out this Duskull. Monkey Dory doing its thing and Zoroark coming up to follow. And really, Calvin did this really clever dance around Julius's Pokemon. Cal was never looking at that Dragapult as the target. That Dragapult could stick around. It's okay. It can't one-shot Cal's Pokemon. So Cal was able to do this beautiful dance around Julius's Pokemon, bring forward the Pokemon they needed at the right times, use 2 Monkey Dory to take out the Duskull, which was beautifully done, meaning Julius then could not at all manage any more Dusclops nonsense. It had to stay. You might as well Professor Turo and start again.
Yeah, if we learned something, it's patience is a virtuous flame, but not in this game, Amy. That is going to be prized here. Not exactly what you want to see, but you do have another in the deck as well, alongside another Yveltal. So we'll see how exactly Cal's going to be playing around that. Julius, of course, did mulligan here, so Cal does get an extra card. Now, I was looking at his hand a little bit. He does have another Zorua and an End Zoroark here, but no other hardware that we can really work with, right? Not exactly our favorite thing here. So we got to see how Julius is going to be able to bring it back here as Cal just going to tap. We don't want to keep giving End Zoroark some cards here. We'll see what the top 7 gives us.
I gotta say though, Cal's deck is really clever in the way that it works. And having these Pokemon in 2 orbs works really well. If you do prize 1 or both, you draw so many cards that in theory it's fine. Let's have a look.
No.
I don't love those, Emily.
No, that's not great.
No, I really don't love those. The Ace Spec Neo Upper Energy being prized, a Badu and a Dreepy and a Counter Catcher. It's really not great. We want some of those a lot earlier.
Well, the thing is, not only having the Neo Upper Energy prize, having one copy of Badoo prize, not that great either, but having a Dreepy prize as well, and a Buddy Buddy Poffin, right? And out to it, too. Not exactly what you want to see here if you're Julius. We're going to go through that deck, and we're going to have that Rude Awakening, unfortunately, that we don't have everything we want. Now, granted, this board setup is a lot better than our game one, right? But then again, brings the question around. We get this, and then what, right? We don't have an energy, I believe, to retreat into Badoo, so we just kind of have to let it kind of fly by the wayside here. And something that we have for you guys, Emma Hagen was able to defeat Nicolene and go up 2-0. I'm rooting for Emma, honestly, to win it all. She has worked insanely hard here, as we are still, once again, deciding what we're going to be able to see here on Julius's turn. But once again, no access to Badoo. That's a big trouble when it comes to this deck.
It is. It's going to allow Cal to have that kind of explosive start that he was unable to have last game because of Badoo. Ooh.
It was Lily's Determination. I couldn't see what card it was, but that feels good, right?
I was waiting to see if we shuffled our hand and put it to the bottom of the deck.
Very fair. But now that Ultra Ball also does make sense, right? Where we do want to prioritize getting another Dreepy rather than just getting the Badoo and hoping we draw into energy, right? I think that is the correct play here. Julius, though, once again, getting bailed out by this Lily's Determination feels real good. Cal is going to take the cut here. We'll see what 8 cards Julius is going to be able to draw into here. Ideally, a Badoo and an item lock here, just so Cal's not going to be able to get to it so easily here. I see a Hawlucha.
No, we're not there yet.
I see Blood Moon Ursaluna. What else do I see, Amy? I see a Dracloak for next turn. Jamming Tower, and I'm not seeing not only a Badoo,
no energy.
And no energy. And that's a big thing, right? Especially when your ace spec is prized, Amy, where you really need these 1 energy attaches per turn. This is where it starts to get a little bit scary here. Ultra Ball still being utilized, though. We can grab another Duskull if we'd like to, or we can potentially get that second Cloak ready to go for next turn. I don't know if anything's going to go too wrong, especially when, I mean, Cal is not playing Ends Darmanitan, which a lot of Zoroark decks have actually taken out.
Yeah, this is a tough call. We're using the Ultra Ball. I don't know if we're deciding to get anything, because obviously that fourth Dreepy is...
Got a third Dreepy. That's all you can really ask for.
Yeah. I think that's what you've got to consider, is that actually card draw is king here, and we need to establish the Dracloaks as early as possible, and we're going to be relying on a supporter next turn to do so.
See what the draw is for Cal here. We knew that he doesn't have... Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
All right, chill. It's still the... Oh, my goodness. Also drew into the energy for turn as well. We could potentially see a Night Joker. But one thing, Amy, for sure, we are going to be seeing trade. We'll see Cal start to kind of siphon through this deck here. 2 cards, and unlike your Cloak, where you have to put 1 back, you just get 2 in the hand. Now, granted, once again, the whole point of Ends Zoroark EX is that you copy an Ends Pokemon. So that Artisan coming down is massive, because now we're able to actually grab Ends Reshiram here. We can actually get an attacker going, but still, my goodness, what a top deck here from Cal. His board is completely set up, and also an Iono to boot as well. Not great.
This is wild. That is that explosive start I was talking about. And in our top gut, we have Daniel Magda taking a 2-0 victory against the Ends Zoroark deck we're currently seeing working to perfection. My word, there we go. 1 extra step up in the standings there. Cal's going ahead and popping down another Zoroark. Here's the Artisan, absolutely for that Ends Reshiram, which just really does run amok when it comes to Julius's deck.
Artisan, too, just one of the best stadium cards that I think that we have in format, which allows for you not only to, of course, when you're playing these setup decks, not only grab the basic that you need, like a Dreepy or an Enzarua, right? But also grab your Duskull. Things like Monkey Dory can also be grabbed off of Artisan. And, of course, the obvious choice here, which is Ends Reshiram, because we do need to copy something here, and I don't think, Amy, we want to copy Scratch for 10 on Zorua.
I'm going to go with a no. I think you're quite right. The possible interesting plays we could see from Julius here is trying to target down that Reshiram. The other one's in the prize cards. Cal does have Recursion, but it's going to be harder to see with just sort of siphoning through the deck to try and get towards them. Might be able to buy a turn there, but honestly, looks like Cal is well and truly trading his way to the top and keeping a very strong board state. Very much leading this game, putting the pressure on after a 1-0 victory thus far in our best of 3. Artisan, I love the way it's balanced. Your opponent being able to use your stadium as well means that Julius will be able to sort of thin the deck a little more, get another Duskull out. Maybe even it's time for a Badu. We do have the Luminous Energy in hand from Julius now, thankfully, after that Iono. So Julius might be able to start to make a comeback now, thanks to Cal's Iono and Artisan.
I like how Cal has the Pecharunt EX in hand, but doesn't want to bench it just yet, just in case something along the lines of, you know, trying to mix up your opponent's play here. But while yes, this hand is better from Julius here, I think we are going to have to just attach a Luminous Energy to one of our Dreepy and Iono here and hope that we get into a Cloak. We at least have a way out here. And we know after Cal, you know, having such a strong hand, might as well just go for some Disrupt at this point here too. But the problem is, Amy, I don't see an attack coming this turn, period, point blank, right? We don't have a Dragapult. We don't really have the answer here. And this is my whole thing about how Dragapult has become a lot slower, right? We've taken out the rare candies, right? Once we're going down, we have to just accept that we're going to be going down here. But like we talked about, I mean, the Badu from the Artisan can be grabbed here. See how exactly it's going to play out. But that Monkey Dory definitely for sure wants to get onto the bench, especially with Cal, you know, already starting to attack here and there.
Yeah, I think the Badu at this stage, like Badu can be a good late game play, but I think right now it's a liability. I think when Cal has a Monkey Dory on the bench, there's too much potential there. 30 HP is just a little too scary. We got another top cut result for you guys. Thomas taking 2-0 again. Look, that's really similar to Emma's game,
it's the
right?
Same exact matchup.
Same exact matchup and the same exact result there. Really showing that Flareon and Leafeon and all of those lovely EVs are great into that Golden Go after all.
Yeah, I think it's a great counter pick. Once again, also utilizes Wellspring Ogerpon as well. So here we go, though. We do find a Dracloak off of the Iono here, and we do also have a counter catcher in hand if we'd like to continue to go down that route, maybe potentially counter catcher up the Ends Reshiram and try to, you know, keep it there once more here. We'll see what the recon directive brings, though. It is the Hawlucha and the Dusk Noir. Not exactly what we want to see on both sides, but maybe, honestly, I like keeping the Hawlucha just in case here, but I have a feeling that Zorua is definitely going to grow up next turn.
Yeah, I think that's the risk, isn't it? And even if you decide to sort of use a Dusk Noir in this situation, it just doesn't help the 50 damage isn't enough, Dusclops, because we can't get to the Dusk Noir because, again, no rare candy are in this build, and that really slows everything down. It's not just the Dragapult, it's this Dusk Noir engine as well. And Julius just doesn't have the velocity, the speed right now to bring it back into his core. He needs to try and force this game back into a position that is advantageous for himself, but it just feels like a massive uphill struggle.
This is probably the tougher choice here, right? Actually going to opt to get rid of the energy here, but once again, to direct you guys to the top cut here in the Charizard mirror, Hermione once again going to be making it in and having a back-to-back top 8 feels really good here, but still Hermione, you cannot count out the Charizard, but you also cannot count out that counter catcher play that we talked about a little bit earlier, forcing that Ends Reshiram back into the active here. We'll see if Cal can draw into this air balloon or that one copy of Professor Taro scenario.
Here we go, trading away Serrano, making sure that we're keeping going. Here we are. We've got so many options. Cal, okay, playing that Serrano.
There it is. Yep.
There it is now to go ahead and grab 2 more Zoroark and a Pecharunt. Boss's orders obviously brought Reshiram into the forefront. Can Cal find the air balloon to retreat it?
He has the Pecharunt now to do that just for himself, right? You can use subjugating chains to bring up the end Zoroark into the active again. And this is what I was happy about Cal actually holding it and waiting to actually evolve here, just in case something like that were to happen. Sometimes it is more advantageous to have multiple Monkey Dories down rather than just one here, but still got a army of Zoroarks here on the bench here, but there's that Pecharunt using subjugating chains to bring Zoroark EX once again into the active here. It is going to be poisoned as well, and once again, like we talked about just a little bit, how important it is to keep track of that poison damage, because Monkey Dory is just going to fling it right back at you.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. It just puts the pressure on tenfold. After not revealing the Pecharunt due to the prize card situation last game, Cal's at an advantage from being able to kind of make Julius waste resources in the way of using a boss's orders when maybe it wasn't advantageous to do so. Pecharunt now is a little bit kind of not so happy about the fact that Dragapult does 200 damage.
That's fair.
So it is a little bit of a liability, but I think it's an important liability when we're talking about the fact that it serves multiple purposes. It's a good attacker late game, right? It actually has a really good attack that people really overlook. It does 60 times the amount of prize cards your opponent's taken, so it could be a good finisher.
Absolutely.
But also, it gives us those switching options when we have Dark-type Pokemon, and it poisons us, so we're damaging ourselves, which Monkey Dory loves. So it has sort of 3 uses, it's versatile, and I think that's what gives it its place in this deck.
Going to be the double boss's orders off of the Recon Directive. Real hard choice to make, but Amy, I'm not seeing too much work in the hand. I think if we don't find a Dragapult DX this turn, we might just have to attach an energy onto one of the other Dracloaks, because we just have to come to terms with the fact that it's probably not going to stick around much longer. You'd rather kind of keep your energy separate, not going onto the same Pokemon here, but here comes third Dracloak. Can we find something to help us here? Ultra Ball definitely does get us somewhere, right? But then it comes back to the question of the energy, right? Do we want to keep our energy split? We could potentially just Jet Headbutt the active, but we know that the Zoroark is poisoned here. We do know that Cal, from a lot of these trades, does play Binding Mochi. Now, granted, it wouldn't take us up all the way, right? But we have to consider the Monkey Dory was sitting on the bench, so we can start sending damage back.
There's so much at play here. So many factors to consider for Julius that this becomes a really sticky situation. We've gone for the Dragapult. We've got the energy. Where does the next one go? And where are we sitting with damaging anything? Do we boss's orders? We haven't played a supporter yet, right?
We played Lily's Determination.
Oh, we did
to get
do the
us
Lilies.
into this hand,
You're
unfortunately.
right. So we're going to have to wait. Oh, gosh, it just feels so bad. If we could have bossed here, it would have been lovely. But the amount of damage you deal, it feeds into Reshurum's game plan.
Yeah, and it is just going to be the Dragon Headbutt as well. Another line, Amy, that we could have seen if we had just drawn into the Dust Clouds. Could have popped Curse Blast and let the poison take care of the rest of the Zoroark as well. But unfortunately for Julius, just has to kind of come to terms with the fact that Jet Headbutt is the best play here to conserve the energy onto the board. Once again, Neo Upper Energy is prized here, so we have to play extra careful. Back on over into Cal's turn. We'll see how exactly he wants to play out this turn. Do have a Janine's there as the supporter, and we will be playing it, I guess, to accelerate some more cards, especially because if the dark energies go to Pokemon on the bench, of course you don't get poisoned here, but I'm assuming Cal does have an energy switch in hand, so we can energy switch one of these dark energies onto the Monkey Dory here, so we can start sending some of this damage back. Now granted, once again, putting down this Pecharunt EX means that we don't get the double Monkey Dory battery that we had a little bit earlier, so this Duskull is going to potentially stay kind of here on this turn, but is it going to be a repeat of last game where the Dragapult says, or, you know, the two main attackers here are like, I'm not really worried about you in my way. I'm worried about what's behind you.
And I think that's a key point, is being able to assess what the real threat is to yourself. Cal is very much making a statement, being this far ahead, having such an established board, kind of everything that Cal wants to be happening, right, is happening. And we're having those trades into just the right cards. We've got a Buddy Buddy Poffin, which We're trading away, of course, for 2 more cards. It's great when you have cards in your hand that you don't need. Your bench is full, and you're like, okay, great, trade. Trade 1 for 2. Here comes the energy switch, right onto the Monkey Dory, activating its Adreno
I was
Brain.
just about to talk about this, Amy.
Go on, tell me about it.
I saw, you know, the very nefarious pink card get drawn, this Hero's Cape here, the Ace spec, and I think we saw a little bit yesterday how we would like to Hero's Cape something like the Mega Absol, right, to give it a ton of health, right? But why not also do that to your end Zoroark in the active as well, right? Getting a plus 100 HP
That's
definitely
wild.
feels really good, right? And this is the big thing with, you know, the math of Dragapult, right? Julia's had a great lineup to find another way to do something like, you know, going for the full Phantom Dive this turn and then taking the knockup. But now the Hero's Cape math actually, you know, doesn't really help us here. I do see a draw into Dusk Noir, but there's no candy in the list to jump a step here either. I think it might just have to be the Iono at this point, or once again, we're going to go into this boss type of line.
You know what? I like the Iono, and I'm going to tell you why I like the Iono. I like the Iono because there are 2 jamming towers which could turn off that cape.
True.
And if they turn off that cape, Julius could swing this back around yet. It could come back. So we need everything in our power to try and get this jamming tower to turn off the ability of the cape. The cape's shimmering shine and luster will falter because jamming tower says, no, excuse me. Back down where you go. That cape doesn't suit you.
Could it be counter catcher onto Pecharunt this turn? At least get us back into the prize race here, or is it going to be back onto the Monkey Dory? But yes, it is going to be the Pecharunt here. Still supporter to kind of save as well. Big thing here is that Zoroark EX has lost its poison, so not going to take too much more damage here. Still has the Hero's Cape, but as you alluded to, Amy, Jamming Tower is still very much looming in this list as well. But as you were talking about when this Pecharunt came down, right, it's 190 base point damage here, and then, I mean, Dragapult hits that for free. Now, granted, we are going to have to throw some damage counters around, which this does allow for Cal to put down a second Monkey Dory, but we got to get this Duskull evolved this turn. We did find the Dusclops here, but if we get a second Monkey Dory, that one's going to go for sure.
We got another Top Cut update for you all. We've got Kaito taking the win against Jamie. Kaito piloting that coveted Absol with Mega Kangaskhan. Jamie's Jellicent build of God of War not quite stepping up to the mark there and falling to the darkness.
Ooh. Okay, interesting. It is going to be Julius activating Curse Blast here. Does make sense, right? I mean, Dragapult can take a 3 prize turn here and at least even it up here. But once more, I am worried about this powerful Rage back onto the Dragapult here. See how the prize trade is going to work out, but why not just get rid of the Monkey Dory? Because once again, this is the battery here. Cal going to pull the Cyrano off of the prize cards here. We'll see how exactly the prizes are going to kind of fare out. But of course, when you use the Curse Blast, you're just trying to get to that number mark here, and it just makes the most amount of sense if it is going to be on the on the Monkey Dory, excuse me.
I tell you what, we just took off the prize cards, Emily.
Tell me.
A jamming tower.
Ooh.
So that cape isn't going to be as effective for very long. Will Cal kind of take the read and switch into the Zoroark on the bench at some point? Who knows? But for now, we've got this damaged Zoroark in the active and a cape that might not remain quite so effective. Now, interesting set of supporters in hand. Definitely kind of got lots of options with Lilies and Boss and Eri, but we've gone for the Eri, and Cal's gonna see the jamming tower.
And that's the information, right, that Eri gives you. Not only do you just get to get rid of the 2 item cards in hand, right, but now you actually get to see the hand. You know exactly what's coming, but unfortunately, Cal can't take that and then say, all right, well, I've seen your hand, now I'm going to Iono you out of it. Cal now has the information that he knows that this Hero's Cape is going to be turned off next turn. Very important to note out here, and especially if this Dragapult stays around. The Monkey Dory could very well, if we find the way to use the Jamming Tower, get a Luminous Energy attached onto it and take out the Zoroark right in the active here. Could be a couple different ways, but I think Cal has to find a way to attack with one of the other Zoroarks this turn, preferably the one with the energy already on it here, but I don't think without Pecharunt we have a reliable switch out.
No, especially because we can't use the air balloon because of the cape kind of blocking that. We've only kind of attached one item, one tool card to our Pokemon. So we have the air balloon, but we can't put it on.
Artisan here, probably for another Monkey Dory, right? Makes the most amount of sense as we see the energy switch in hand. So we can go on ahead and take that energy off the Zoroark onto the bench and start moving the damage counters at least back, right? That would definitely alleviate some of the pain here of having the damage counters on to the Zoroark. Can we find a way to not only energy switch the energy on the one on the bench to the Monkey Dory, right? But find a way to find another Monkey Dory and then set up a second one, right? Because then we get to just get rid of all of this damage here, but we're going to put it onto Dracloak, I believe.
Yep,
yes, it is going on Dracloak.
T.
And then we'll see how exactly Cal wants to handle it. I mean, 170... fix my math, Amy, should be enough.
Yeah, that knocks out. And so Dragapult will be KO'd. Julius did have to discard the Night Stretcher due to the effect of the Eri. So it's not going to be as easy to procure a Dragapult back into play, but certainly not an impossibility. But Cal has made it quite difficult for Julius in this instance, as Julius will not be able to attach an energy to Monkey Dory, as well as the Dracloak, which is what would be necessary to take the knockout on this Zoroark.
This is big, right? I think what we need so far is a way to disrupt Cal's hand, because once again, Zoroark, you just have the entire deck in the hand. You're just waiting for it to go or find a way. Now, here's the thing, right? I don't think Julius knows that the Ends Reshiram would have an out to it thanks to the balloon there. But the problem is you also have that Monkey Dory set up as well, Amy. So we could still keep using Adrenabrain to keep getting some of these damage counters off, especially if we find a second one here. But it is going to be the Buddy Buddy Poffin taken off of the second recon directive here. We'll see how exactly we want to play this out. I'm hoping for some sort of Iono here at any point to try and just at least bring the hand back down, but it might just be the Badoo. What do you think about this one?
The Badoo is an interesting addition, but I think it just isn't enough because we just could go ahead and attack. Cal takes that one prize card remaining and takes our set 2-0 to Cal Connor with that fantastic Zoroark EX, trading his way to victory.
Yeah, this is a great showing from Cal, right? And another great showing from a top player who's innovated and Zoroark, right? If it's something that we've seen from week to week, from Leal to Gdansk, it is 100% the way that we can maneuver this end Zoroark, where we can free up space, for example, the Eri, seeing things like Penny as well, but also the latest Ace spec that End Zoroark likes to play, not Secret Box anymore, but Hero's Cape to protect the Absol, to even protect the End Zoroark itself. Great stuff from Julius, of course. Very unfortunate prizes game 2, just prizing your Ace spec, especially in a kind of slow attach type of deck like Dragapult is now. You definitely need that, and you have to be very careful. But I think both players played this matchup as well as possible, right? Go around the big guy and just get the Monkey Dory that really does the work.
And that's exactly what happened in this game 1. We just kind of ignored the big guy in the active and just went, no, okay, I'm going to scoot around that. I'm going to make sure that I'm knocking out the little Pokemon that are pesky in the background. And actually, Cal didn't really have to worry about this Dragapult at all. He just kind of maneuvered really well around it until it was time. So that was game 1 to Cal. Game 2 was just really unfortunate for Julius. The setup was slow. We weren't able to Badoo, we couldn't item lock, and then it just took us a while to even get a Dragapult online. Meanwhile, Cal was taking prize cards left, right, and center, just really astonishingly rapid in his acceleration of his deck, showing how essential Janine's secret art is in keeping those energy in play quickly, which is exactly what Julius was struggling with. And through many turns of Monkey Dory adrenabraining damage back and forth, Cal was just able to manipulate a board state that became too difficult for Julius to even touch at the end. We weren't able to re-establish a Dragapult and a Monkey Dory at the same time due to lack of energy, which is what Cal excels in, and Julius just kind of fell short in that regard. So no, not enough energy on the board on Julius's side, no Ace spec to kind of come out of the woodworks and help with that scenario, and and then it was kind of all she wrote.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate too, but still, Julius absolutely should be proud of yourself. You're making asymmetrical top cut here at Gdansk. Great showing here. We tried to give you as many updates throughout the match as possible on how our asymmetrical top cut is going. One thing that I do want to point out just at table 1, Arthur, who we haven't really had a chance to showcase yet, who was technically at the top of, the top of the Swiss at the end, was also playing Marnie's Grimmsnarl. So Mike and Arthur are currently playing a Marnie's Grimmsnarl mirror. Fun.
Marnie's Grimmsnarl mirror. That sounds stressful. That sounds really stressful.
As someone who failed
my
math
gosh.
once, if I had to cast that, I would probably have to have my notebook out with a calculator. So
I feel like we'd have to have an Adrenabrain counter at that point. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how it's shaping up. Alongside, of course, Mike and Arthur, we have Marnie moving forward into top 8. We know that that has already been established. And every other game thus far has had a conclusion. We're waiting on that mirror match to conclude. Obviously, it's going to be a long time. We know that that mirror match is a tough one, and it is going to be back and forth. So as long as both of them get set up, I'm not surprised they're the last ones playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a very big kind of section of our top 8 that I want to draw a little bit of attention to is going to be your lower quadrant here. Emma Hagen versus Kato Arai. Absolutely a crazy match. But then, of course, you have Christian Fontenot and Thomas. And I just want to say a great semifinals. I would really just love to see it. Emma and Christian are really good friends.
They are.
They've tested together before. They've traveled together before. Yeah. So the storylines within this top 8, the top cut, are starting to write themselves. Can Mike Ellis win this regional and then punch his way to San Francisco as a player after just casting Worlds last season?
That would be some adrenabraining. That would be some real adrenabraining. Wow. That would be such a fantastic storyline. But you're right. We have friends. We have previous champions. Kaito did great in the European scene last season as well. So we've seen loads of success from Kaito before as well. Similarly to Ryuki's run in Europe last year, who's just done really well over in Australia this weekend. So actually, when we're seeing all of these players come together, the script writes itself. We have so many wonderful players and good friends, in fact, in this top cut. And honestly, they're all fighting tooth and nail. Is every Pokemon trainer for themselves at this stage. And honestly, I think the sportsmanship that comes along with that is so present, especially when we see everyone on stream.
Absolutely. Well, our interview is ready, Amy. I want you to, you wrote down a transition. I'm going to let you say it. Go ahead.
Okay, everyone. Let's trade Amy and Emily for our caster Shay and Cal. See you in a bit.
Yeah, thank you for that, Amy. Yes, I'm joined now with our asymmetrical top cut winner of our feature match, Toronto Regional Champion back in the day, Calvin Connor.
Yes.
My first question is, Calvin, how are you feeling right now in this moment?
I'm feeling pretty good, but I want to win another event, so on to the next.
Okay, just straight up onto the next. I like that. Next game up. So your deck ends Zoroark.
Yes.
What made you want to pilot that for this event?
I tested and talked a lot with my friend Gabriel and Vinny Fernandez, and I decided it would be the best choice for this event.
Okay, well, it sounds good. Obviously, had a terrific showing in Lille. 2 in top 8 there. Talk to us about the Dragapult matchup. It seemed to be like you was in control for most of that best of 3. Would you say that's normally how it pans out?
Yeah, I faced a few Dragapults throughout the event. A lot of it comes down to just if you set up. They Badoo you and you try to set up, and if you end up setting up, getting your Zoroarks out, and creating like a board they can't really deal with, it's a little bit difficult for them to win.
Obviously, playing into that powerful age is never something you really want to do. Now, you had some interesting cards that I think have been sort of more popularized for this event. Cards like Janine's Secret Art and Eri. What made you, what decisions led you to that?
I think Janine's really good under item lock, because when you're under item lock, you kind of struggle to find the energies. So when you use Janine, it's able to just find 2 out, and it's so good. And then Eri's really strong against decks like Golden Go, but you can catch Dragapult sometimes too, because you draw so many cards, and there's some turns where you don't really want to do anything, where it's like, man, Eri here wouldn't be too bad. I can kind of rip some cards out of their hand.
Yeah, I guess I find that, back with Zoroark GX days back in the day, when you could see an extra 6 cards a turn, it means your supporter isn't necessarily tied to seeing your resources. You can have those more powerful disruption supporters up. So we saw you now in Ace Match, know you in top 8 now, I should say. Had an absolute masterclass there against Dragapult. What kind of decks are you sort of scared about facing though?
Gholdengo is not my greatest matchup, but I can catch them with the Eerie, which is nice. You can Eerie, Palpad Eerie, and try to hit their superior energy retrievals. But it kind of just depends on what's in their hand and what's not, because they're going to draw a lot of cards, and they don't really play Disruption like Iono. So that's really the main strategy against that deck. And then you can also Eviltal lock them, depending on their ace spec, if it's Prime or Secret Box, kind of depending.
Okay, well, there we go. You heard it here first. Can Calvin dodge the Gholdengo? Can he hit a Gholdengo perhaps and barrel his way through it to get himself another regional championship under his belt? Only one way to find out. That's by watching the stream. Thank you so much for your time, Calvin. It's been a pleasure. But for now, we've got a quick break before we get our top 8 match started here soon.
Whether you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokémon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least one basic Pokémon. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn when knocking out an opponent's Pokémon. The active spot is where battles happen. A Pokémon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokémon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokémon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokémon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokémon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's 2. The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in 1 turn.
Just going to conclude that Earthen Vessel.
Plus, our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokémon TCG.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament, check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't going to work. you know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
All right, welcome back, viewers, here to the Gdansk Regional Championship. I'm Shea Burton, joined by Alex Down. We are about to get our top 8 feature match started real soon. And you know what that means? That means the massive amount of prizes now on the line.
Yeah, there's so much on the line in terms of just every little step of the way now, because they're so close to getting to potentially, you know, that top 4, that final, and then even potentially going home as a regional champion this weekend here in Gdansk.
And that's what you want. You know, being titled a regional champion. That's a good name right there, you know what I mean?
Nice.
Get a lot of championship points, of course. You get the auto invitation to the World Championships, of course. $10,000, of course, as well. And that's what's going for all our players' minds right now, because even to get to this point, you have to say this has been your weekend, right? You've had a good slew of matchups. You've made some great plays. You've turned some ties into wins. And you just really think, I'm sure everyone else now who is still remaining in our top group is thinking, this could be my weekend. I want it to be my weekend. How do I make that happen?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even getting to this point right now, I mean, we've seen how like ecstatic Mike was, and we caught up with him backstage after when we had him on stream as well. But getting to this point now, I mean, I'd be gassed, right?
Oh, of course.
Absolutely. I'd be enjoying myself, and at this point, every else that I can gain from here is like just another little bit of like cherry on top.
Yeah, the icing on the cake.
Exactly. But you know we have really incredible and fierce competitors, right? Everyone's going to be gunning for that title, and there's a lot to look forward to. I mean, of course, we've just had the asymmetrical top 16 match with Kyle Connor and Julius Craig, but obviously there were other games happening in the background as well that I've been trying to keep you up to date. But this is the updated Masters bracket, Shay.
Okay, so let's go top to bottom then. So we have Mike Ehlis versus Arthur. We just had Mike on stream, obviously, 2 rounds ago. Now let's go into a game 3. It's actually the Marnie's Grimsnarl mirror match right there. So
wild.
I'm sure they both would have been very happy. I'm sure they both would have rather been on opposite sides of the bracket so they can try and get Marnie's Grimsnarl as further as possible. Unfortunately, one of them will not be progressing to top 8. Then we have Hermione. You know, really well in Lille, of course. Winning it all back, same deck.
Exactly.
You know, said yesterday in his interview, said, I don't think Charizard's a good deck for this event. All this, that, and the other. I tell you what, I wish I could be as good as him. Take a bad deck, apparently, for the event and catapult yourself into a top 8, where he will be facing either Mike or Arthur. We just had Calvin Connor there with that pretty rather swift 2-0. Against an absolute titan, though, Daniel Magda, who I believe was, number 1 in Europe for championship points last year, I believe, or in and around the mix for a bit anyway, right?
Absolutely. He was on a tear last season after aging up into the Masters division. I mean, Cal himself was someone who also aged up and has been doing consistently super well ever since he's been in the Masters division. We've seen his name just across the leaderboards across the ponds now.
Yeah, all over
on
the
multiple
place.
occasions. But that's definitely one that we're going to try and keep an eye on as well. But heading to the bottom or the other side of the bracket, there is Emma Hagen, who did overcome Nicolina Pedersen in a swift 2-0 match in top 16, who will be facing up against Keito Arai, who, again, is not someone from these shores. He's come all the way over from Japan, looking to try and maybe, do his utmost to take his own invitation into the direct invitation to the World Championships as well. So that's going to be another thing that we're going to be making sure we're keeping an eye on. And the very bottom there, Christian Fontenot did overcome Max Roberts to make it into top 8. And then Thomas Ducrot did beat Pascal Tillenberg there. So they'll be facing off in a hope to try and make it to top 4.
Yeah, and interesting to keep an eye on the bottom of this bracket. If Emma Hagen progresses through to top 4, and so does Christian Fontenot, they're roommates. They live together, right? So that would just feel like an everyday amount of testing if they can find their way there. One interesting storyline I want to keep an eye on, though, you did mention Keito Arai coming all the way over from Japan. Obviously, Japan had a rather good showing. I think, was it Melbourne Regionals this weekend? Brisbane, I should say. That was an all-Japanese player final. So imagine if the Japanese come over here, take this event home. They take over Brisbane and basically saying, listen, you guys, you need to step your game up a little bit here, because we're just going to take all these regional championship trophy medals home, I should say. So that's something interesting to keep an eye on. And at the top of the bracket as well, Calvin Connor could do the same. Take this Rio Championship back over to the North American shores, as it were. So we got, we have got a few Europeans there in the mix. But that means that's just a testament, though, which I think has been a storyline following through from Lille. This is a back-to-back. We've seen people from all over the place. Henry Brand, obviously coming from Australia. But a lot of people know Vinny Fernandez, who did get 2-0'd by Daniel, coming over from Brazil with his brother. Just showing that this could realistically have been like an IC top cut here.
Absolutely. I mean, this just shows the grand scale of these regional level tournaments becoming really true international stages now for all of the players from various different places. I mean, having back-to-back obviously is a nice way of getting to play more and more Pokemon in a short amount of time. So it's been great having that here in Europe, and it's been great having so many people come over, even everyone who's maybe even just playing in Europe, who typically might play one event, they might suddenly be thinking, well, there's back-to-back. I've done a lot of testing for one. Why not just go to both? And this is how you start to really sort of entice a lot of players to come to the fore and maybe make a bit of a name themselves sometimes.
No, you never know. If you do well on back-to-back, you think, what, LAIC, I'm fancying my chances a little bit.
Now you're getting ahead of yourself.
Me? I'll just be looking to get a couple wins under my belt the way I'm going these days. I'll tell you that for free. However, this is our top 8 feature match here. We'll be getting started soon. And what's going through these players' heads there, Alex? Your player's been in this situation before where, as you say, to even get to this point, a lot of people will be very happy. But obviously you want to try and go as far as possible. How do you sort of approach these next few rounds?
I mean, considering you've already played 15, 16 rounds or whatever it is right now, that you've been put a lot of reps in across various different decks that you've already played against in this tournament, many rounds as well. Your deck's already getting to the point where you know how consistent it is and you just feel pretty good about it. Right now, it's just taking that one small step, right? But at the same time, it is one step at a time. You take it as it comes. There's great players. You're facing international champions, regional champions, multiple top cut opponents in these sort of latter stages of a tournament like this. So you're just going to have to kind of, play your game, do your business, and then sometimes you do need a bit of luck as well. A little bit of fortune doesn't go amiss.
I think even to get this far, the cards would have fallen the right way. At least a good few amount of times going throughout the weekend. But as I say, everyone's got their own storyline, right? Everyone, wants to take the regional championship home. Everyone's going to want that $10,000 US, I'm sure. Everyone thinks that this is their weekend. Unfortunately, is that they can only crown one champion in the Masters division, and we're only 3 rounds away from finding out who that's going to be. It does all start with this top 8 match kicking us off soon.
Yeah, and talking of the stage, we know our players are actually ready right here, right now, and it will be this matchup of Flareon Box up against Mega Absol. We've got Emma Hagen on the left-hand side up against Keito Arai on the right. So we're really in for an incredible matchup here, I think.
This is star-studded. Keito Arai has been in and around the TPCI events, has been placing well all over the shop, to be honest with you. And just to even consider making this journey, he's feeling quite confident in his abilities. But Emma Hagen, an equally top player herself. EOIC top 64, Lille Regional top 32, Stuttgart Regional top 32, Milwaukee Regional top 64. And worth noting, Emma has been a truly international player towards the start of this season. Every time you see her on social media posts, she's in a different country and she's earning championship points here, there and everywhere. She's been doing it all this EV box deck as well, Alex. So I'm sure she's feeling very confident. This is her time.
Yeah, she's been vying for that #1 Norwegian player spot for a while. She's been duking it out with the one and only Tord Rekler, but she's in and thereabouts. But we do have Kato here, who's been we've seen him multiple times on stream. And he's come to so many events. You've already alluded to it. I mean, look at the 2 ICs he's been able to attend in the same season, a top 4 and a top 8. He's come to Frankfurt regionals and been able to get another top 4 there, and he's been a regional champion outside of his own tournament structure in the TPCI sort of circuit, and taken a direct invitation as well. But he's really just truly demonstrated that Pokemon is such an international game, and the high level of standards across the world is just truly amazing.
And you know what that means, viewers at home? That means we're going to have an absolute barnstormer of a round here. I'm very excited to see this Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol deck in action here on stream. Okay, again, that big lean back and the deep breath in. Don't mind it. We've got 75 minutes on the clock. Looks like prize cards are being divvied out here. Petulant in the prizes. Psyduck, that's going to be very impactful here. Leafeon and the Fan Rotom for Emma. I don't think anything too catastrophic there, I feel, Alex.
I mean, the Leafeon could be something that's really useful.
It looks like mulligans?
Here we go. No, I think it's Emma's going to start. This is it. We're kicking off top 8 of our Gdansk Regional Championship here. I believe Emma is going to be the one that's going to be kicking us off, as it looks like she's just preparing that Ultra Ball there. Eevee in the active spot, facing up against a Monkey Dory. Here we go. I mean, Shay, just give us a little bit of information about this Flareon Noctowl box deck.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this deck, quite honestly. You can say the sort of build around attacker is the Flareon EX for 2 energy, does Burning Charge, terrestrial Pokemon as well, does 130 damage and accelerates 2 basic energy to your bench Pokemon. However, it also has the attack Carnelian, which is 280, and with some damage modifiers like Black Belt's training, you can start to reach higher numbers, and Gravity Mountain gets there as well. Worth noting, the deck relies on colorless Pokemon. Oh, wow, that the turn? Sorry, so we see the Fan Rotom to get out a Pidgey, a Hoo, and a Noctowl, and it's a pass. We will come back to that later, but for now, it is Key Terrorized turn.
Yeah, and this his turn now to work out exactly what his prize. He does lose, as we mentioned and seen in the prizes, one of those mobility cards in that Petulant EX, another way to kind of ramp up some damage counters occasionally on your board state as well. But he is, as we've already mentioned, piloting this Mega Big Basics deck. Mega Absol box is one of those very unique sort of formulations of cards that have come together, but you start to try and get loads of energies on the board state, so you can start utilizing multiple different attackers, multiple different very good abilities. So you can use Mega Absol to start using attacks like Claw of Darkness, where it's 200 damage. Your opponent reveals their hand, you discard a card from there. You've got Mega Kangaskhan, which has that incredible run errand ability, allowing you to draw 2 cards when in the active spot. But it's got rapid fire combo as well. Technically, you can hit unlimited damage if you keep flipping those heads. And then when you're using a big basics deck with so much HP, you can still once again go back to that active Pokemon in the active spot right now, that Monkey Dory with Adrenabrain, and you can start trying to protect yourself with the Monkey Dory Adrenabrains, utilizing Penny to kind of bring up your board and just kind of eliminate any sort of damage counters on your board state. But you have so much different ways to kind of pilot the deck in a way to either attack, to sort of prevent KOs, and just kind of try and handle the meta in a numerous variety of ways.
Yeah, it's really interesting because it's hard to play around, right? Because if you choose not to play into Monkey Dory Terminal Period Mega Absol, they'll just start to Claw of Darkness you and take some cards out of your hand. If you do, Terminal Period can be quite bad. However, we have a result from another top 8 feature match. Thomas Ducros currently 1 game up with Flareon as well against Christian Fontenot. We'll feed you more information as and when we get it. But for now, Thomas Ducros is 1 game up. Worth noting back here in our game home, though, we do see a Turbo Energize attached to the active Monkey Dory and that Lily's Determination, meaning Kato can shuffle his hand into his deck and will draw 8 cards since he has 6 prize cards remaining.
Yeah, looking to get one of those 9 energies. We know 3 are prize right now, so one of those 6 energies remaining from the deck to actually start utilizing that Turbo Energize.
Not there.
No energy cards. That could be a real stumbling block for this Mega Big Basics deck right here, right now. And there's not really a way to kind of maneuver around, is there? What else is in hand?
Currently prized.
So
wow, so that could be the first falter here for Kaito. Don't think any playables apart from the Pokemon. So it is just going to be a pass. Now it is over to Emma. Got to quickly cut the deck first, but it is over to Emma now, who ended the turn with that fan and Rotom to get out Pidgey and Hoot. I managed to catch up with her earlier on stream. She said the reason she plays this deck because she loves Pidgeot EX. That quick search ability, letting you grab any card you like from your turn. Can Emma get into it? Is over to her. Now let's see what she can do. She's going to start the turn off there with a Sorino. Letting you grab 3 EX Pokemon from your deck and put them straight into your hand. The fact she's eyeing up Pidgeot and Sparkling Crystal, I wonder what she's going for here. And now I didn't actually have a chance to sort of conclude how this deck works. I have to sort of speed up a little bit here. So Flareon X can attach energy to a multitude of attackers. I've already mentioned as Carnelian for 280, but you can use cards like Blood Moon, Ursaluna as well. Leafeon EX is currently in the prize cards, and Wellspring Ogerpon as well for torrential pump to apply pressure. Here is Noctowl coming down. Jewel Seeker though. Rare Candy Pidgeot. Uh-oh, Emma Hagen is off to the races here. Quick search, Sparkling Crystal. That means Burning Charge is now live. That is enough to KO active Monkey Dory and attach 2 basic energy to one of your bench Pokemon. Emma senses the faltering Kaito Arise set up here and is immediately going to pounce, taking the first prize card here in our top 8 feature match here in Gdansk, and gets 2 energy attached to the benched EV EX as well. Worth noting, EV EX can evolve into any Evolution EX card as well.
Yeah, sort of giving you plenty of HP on a basic for the moment, so it can be surviving any future terrible attacks that might come your way. But for the moment, we're applying a lot of pressure. But I always love the combo of the Noctowl and the Pidgeot engine. So the Noctowl just instantly grabs your Pidgeot when and as you need it. And then here it is. It's come trumps, because now you've got a Flareon EX in the active attacking. You've got an EV EX ready to evolve into another attacker at some stage. We do know the Leafeon EX is currently prized. That could be a useful attacker into the Mega Absol EX, or maybe just generally when there's a lot of energies on the board state right now. But it's on Kaito to try and stem the flow here. Does have an Arven. We know one of those key resources he plays in his list will be that Precious Trolley. That's how you set up the board instantly as soon as possible. And also has that second copy of Turbo Energize. Again, a very important inclusion should he need to use it.
But we probably won't be able to get the Earthen Vessel because we still, won't be able to grab the Precious Trolley because needs the energy still,
of course,
right?
Yeah, good point. Especially when you prize 3 of your 9 energies. I mean, even with the Earthen Vessel, you still have to leave a couple in deck for the Energize to even work. Necessarily as well. So could be an awful sort. Here's the Mega Absol being discarded from the Earthen Vessel. Earthen Vessel, I should say, sorry.
We have another result from our top 8, the asymmetrical top cut match, I should say. And it looks like Arthur was able to win the Marnie's Grimmsnarl mirror match and advances to top 8. And Mike Ellis, unfortunately, did falter, but massive congratulations to both players there. But Arthur will be continuing his campaign through to top 8 and beyond.
Yeah, and the #1 seed progressing, and we'll be facing Hermione in that top 8 there. Commiserations to Mike. He did seal his own fate by saying that he will average down his 12th place from before. But back to this game, because it's ever so important. Energy attachment to the Monkey Dory. He knows this is a pretty perilous position to be in right now. Does need to get energy flowing across the board state. Does have another Monkey Dory ready to kind of go down onto the bench if necessary to do so as well. But remember, he's staring down at a Flareon EX. There isn't really, right now, isn't one-hit KOing a Mega Kangaskhan. There's the Turbo Energize also attached to the active spot. Black Belt's training could be used, but then you need to gust it up somehow as well. There it is. Yep. Turbo Energize.
I was just eyeing it up. Is there a way to maneuver Mega Kangaskhan X into the active with a Black Belt's training? I don't think there is. We are going to see Turbo Energize get 2 energy in play for Kaito. Now it is over to Emma, who's still, I think, in the driver's seat here. And this is an interesting thing. When you have the Pidgeot engine available, it means you're not so reliant on keeping Hoot in play, because the quick search can not normally get you there, as we are going to see quick search being used here. Now, I wonder what we're going to go for. We're just going to go for another Burning Charge, perhaps. Looks like eyeing up getting some more Hoot in play.
Yeah, I mean, one of the cool things, especially as you kind of mentioned, you're able to cherry pick the cards that you want from your deck, because we do get the Hoot down onto the board as well. But again, because you can cherry pick your supporters or any card, reality, Emma does play things like the Briar, so even if she's working with having to knock out single prizes like this kind of board state here, there could be a turn or a world where she can just utilize the Briar to get those final couple of prizes if your opponent's on 2 as well. But yeah, Kato finally gets the Mega Kangaskhan in the active spot, so Run Errand will be live here.
And worth noting, with that burning charge attack, Carnelian is live. And with Mega Kangaskhan in the active, Black Belt can be used. So unless we see any modifiers to increase that Mega Kangaskhan hit points, it currently isn't safe.
Yeah, Leafeon taken from the prizes as well. Here's a Run Errand for 2 cards. Does get and go into a Pokegear and a Yveltal into the hand right now. Looks like a Pheasantipity is being eyed up to draw and sort of go into a few more cards. Just see if this can completely turn the game around. Flip the script. Draw 3 cards when your opponent has taken a prize on their last turn.
Ooh, there's a Rosette Machination. I see a hammer of some kind. I think it's an enhanced hammer.
Yeah.
It's not the most helpful right now. Here's the Pokegear. Look at the top 7 cards of your deck. Grab any supporter you find there. What do you think Kato's looking for here, perhaps? The hand is rather large, so I don't think we want to start shuffling away with like a Lily's. Oh, I mean, Lily's was the only target there, actually. Oh, no, Boss's Orders as well. I stand corrected.
Yep, I guess.
But we're not really, we're not attacking this turn, are we? By the looks of it.
Seems unlikely. Just the Lily's determination for the full whole hog of hay, but just second guessing himself, it looks like right now, just seeing if there's any other direction to go down. He does have his back up against the wall a little bit here, considering Emma has been able to set up quite a bit of this board state. And just kind of deliberating right now the direction to go down, probably keeping an eye on that Yveltal just to be like, is this maybe a route I have to take?
Yeah, is there any clutch targets perhaps? We would have needed to take Boss's Orders for that. I think does have a Boss's Orders in hand actually. We have seen clutch. Yveltal had his talons all over this game, the meta game so far. And it looks like Christian Fontenot was able to take game 2 here rather quickly against Thomas Ducrot. So that's going to a game 3 in our other top cut matches. We'll keep feeding you information as and when we get it, but that's going to a game 3. Is this a judge being played here? No, it's a lively stadium. Don't know where I got that from. I apologize. It looked like a judge for a second.
I mean, I've definitely toyed with judge in Mega Absol box type decks because you draw so many cards, you can try and limit your opponent, take a big knockout, and also Claw of Darkness, kind of cute. So I kind of like it. I kind of like where you're going with it. But it was just a stadium that it was kind of eyeing up. Nestball being played down first, wants to get that maneuverability into play as soon as possible. Looks like he's kind of eyeing up that Latias EX with the Skyliner ability. Maybe going down the route of Yveltal isn't a terrible plan here right now.
The problem is with Yveltal, though. Quick search. If Emma has it out, she'll just grab it straight away.
There are a couple of outs in there. I mean, Emma is playing 2 Jet Energies in her list, so there are ways to kind of maneuver herself around it. Here comes the Mega Kangaskhan. Just just kind of highlighting and reminding everyone, of course, that has been used already. That's why you see the little tilt on the Mega Kangaskhan EX.
Worth noting, Larvae Stadium has been put in play. Basic Pokemon have an extra 30 hit points that would actually push Mega Kangaskhan outside the range of Carnelian plus Black Belt combination. We are going to see Counter Catcher into Eevee EX and then the Lily's Determination. So no Boss's Orders now. Shuffling up the deck. Worth noting, Eevee can attack. You know, it does do 200 damage. Good luck saying this attack name, though. Corsating Quartz.
Corsating Quartz.
Corsating Quartz. Golly.
Golly, indeed. But yeah, Kato can actually take the knockout here as well if he's able to find an energy switch because there is energy on the Monkey Dory.
Ooh.
Hasn't hit it yet. There's one. There was one there. So
rapid fire combination. I don't mind that, you know, with the lively stadium. Imagine if you...
that's a basic as well, right? So we'd have to flip heads.
We'd have to flip a head. Yeah, good point. And the counter to the counter. Okay. But
is that the route you go down? Because you're just limiting what Emma...
I don't mind it, you know. If you found a Bravery Charm as well, that would have been really good.
It would be nice, but this is where Kato has to really earn his stripes here, work out the best possible plays from this scenario, because remember that Flareon EX is still waiting in the wings.
It really is.
And that's still a scary proposition as we do see the energy switch being played now. It's likely to be from the Monkey Dory to the active Mega Kangaskhan EX. Does mean all the energies are committed to this one attacker now.
Quite scary. If Emma gets Stadium Replacement Black Belt, that could be all she wrote for game 1 here. But we do see the energy switch onto active. Rapid fire combo. Now we do need to, we do need to flip ahead. Well done, everyone involved there at the table. Love to see that. Here we go. If we see a heads, Eevee is KO.
It's
and
gone.
It is. Big rapid fire combination. Kito takes his first 2 prize cards, are evening us up technically. All the energy has been committed though.
Has got the top deck, the Jewel Seeker knocked out as well. We have sensitivity for a further 3-card draw before we even commit. Hits the stadium.
The stadium off the flip, the script. We don't even need to commit. Quick search, Jewel Seeker. Iron up the immediate black belt training. Your Pokemon do an extra 40 damage this turn to your opponent's EX. Carnelian does 280 on that Flareon. It is live thanks to that sparkling crystal. So 280 plus 40 is 320. We're placing the stage. Kangaskhan only has 300 hit points. That would be a big KO.
Yeah, I think Emma is eyeing it up right now. That quick search has been that Black Belt's trading. Does get the Noctowl evolution up now for Jewel Seeker as well, just to even set up the board state, maybe a little bit even more, try and get some more attackers on the board state, because it is just that Flareon right now. Generally, you won't feel too bad because that Flareon doesn't seem like it's going to go down too easily. But let's protect that board. Let's get another Hoot down. Black Belt's trading played. Here we're looking at a massive knockout here as the Eevee EX also comes back from the discard pile.
And then we're going to see the glass trumpet, but there we are going to see the free retreat. Here we go. A big KO there with the Carnelian. Massive turn. Emma Hagen only has 1 prize card remaining. Love to see. I do apologize. That was a turn attachment to the Eevee. It was not the glass trumpet, but only 1 prize card left for Emma to take here. A big 3 prize KO.
Yeah, another little quick update as well that we did just see on screen there. Daniel Magda has been able to take game 1 against Cal Connors and Zoroark. It's not a deck you typically want to see if you are playing a Zoroark list. But there it is. It's 1-0 right now for Daniel Magda. Advantage, Daniel.
Okay. Back over to Kato. Right, what do you do? 0 energy in play. 0 attackers in play right now. Energy switch has been committed. There's no sort of way to burst energy in play. I'm intrigued. Could we do some clutch shenanigans?
I think just with the Pidgeot that's available, it does make it a pretty hard direction to go down. I mean, Kato hasn't seen any of the Jet Energies yet, right? So that way he doesn't quite know that's the direction we got to take. I mean, he's gone for the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX onto the bench now able to attack with no energy cost. Precious Trolley now also being utilized to kind of give his Pokemon free retreat. The Latias has gone down to the bench. Skyliner providing all basic Pokemon free retreat costs, as in free as in empty, 0. Mega Kangaskhan also being pulled out of the deck as well. The idea is just trying to get those cards out of the deck so we can try and get into the better cards. The only worry is right now when Emma can continue to just cherry pick what she wants with that Pidgeot. It's a scary, scary thing. Looks like just deciding whether to commit the energy attachment there as well. Like I said, that Blood Moon attack has been reduced to 0 cost because of the 5 prizes Emma has taken, because it has that seasoned skill ability, of course. Monkey Dory getting into the action with some dark energy on it now as well. He does have Iono, and this is one of those shuffle and pray scenarios.
Yep, this is interesting. Worth noting the text on Carnelian. This Pokemon cannot attack next turn, so Emma will have to sort of do some musical chairs if she wants to attack with Flareon. Jet Energy, free retreat gets you there. That is worth noting. So Emma gets 1 card off the Iono. It was a Jet Energy.
Found the Jet Energy, just showcased
so they're just saying, well, okay, yeah, it is going to be the concession after that Jet Energy, as we do say, that resets the Carnelian. It looks like.
Yeah, it doesn't matter which attack. I mean, it could have been like Mega Kangaskhan, but
we'd need the Black Belts training perhaps actually to KO the Mega Kangaskhan. So it looks like we're not quite there at the concession yet.
I mean, we were close.
The Pokemon have come back down to the board. There was the 3 cards from the Iono, I guess what they're saying, but wait, were they?
Yeah, we'll get confirmation in a moment because there's, Kato's only taken 2 prizes. It's 4 he would need to draw. And had the attachment, but yeah, it looks like it's just a concession. I think because of the Jet Energy being shown anyway, Emma's in such a fantastic position, so takes game 1 of our stream feature match, top 8 against Kato Arai. So congratulations to Emma, sort of really getting one foot in the door right now to top 4. Here's the replay as we watch it back.
Yep, and quite honestly, I think this was the turn here. Rare Candy, Pidgeot, Sparkling Crystal, turn attachment, Burning Charge, turn 2, and Emma just immediately applied pressure. Worth noting, Kato Arai missing the Turbo Energize, really set him off on the back foot because he missed that basic energy. And Emma, all credit to her, had to still close the window for any potential comebacks. And then this was the monster turn. This was the turn we was building towards. That black belts training plus Carnelian combination. Anytime you're taking 3 prize cards in a one-hit KO fashion, you're going to be doing all right. Eve had the EV, EX in the back waiting for top Leafeon out the prize cards. And this was all she wrote, really. After this KO, Kato Arai was struggling, couldn't really do much. And then, that's pretty much all she wrote there for game 1.
Yeah, incredible display of just kind of showcasing not just the Dual Seeker engine, but in combination with Quick Search as well. And it's just like great to see because let's face it, Fan Rotom can actually get the Pidgey line and sort of pieces at the same time.
It does, yeah. It's just really well built deck. Oh, Playerun and the prize is bright, and an Eevee. Just play Eevee EX. Kangaskhan can't. Certainly plays EV EX. Oh no, there's no access to the evolutions for Emma this game.
There we go, game 2 of our top 8 feature match now. Emma is going first again. It looks like Kato has decided to go second, and so we're just trying to get those Turbo Energizers off as soon as possible. We do get the Nest Ball down from Emma. It does start the Pheasantipity EX, but this is where she's going to double check and see, actually, there's a couple of those EVs just not available.
Yeah, and this is really interesting because, as everyone keep an eye on it for Emma's reaction here, I've always looked at these EV box decks and thought, why do we only play 2 EV? I guess, you don't really use them too often, but for this exact situation, it's not unheard of to prize 2 copies of the same card. No, technically they're different cards, but, for this purposes, the same card.
Yeah.
So I'll look at the list now. If we don't have access to evolutions, what are we going to use a bit? Terrapagos?
Enlighten me. I was going to say, there's only the
one
EV and only the one EV EX that's available. So Emma's going to have to do some real creativity here to try and get out of this scenario, maybe get hold of one of those EVs.
Typically players take their prize cards bottom to top, EV EX is at the bottom, so it looks like we are going to see the fan call conclude there. We do see the Terrapagos hit the bench, so that could be with the Sparkling Crystal. Now, this is a lot of information for Kato there. He's thinking, hold on a second, you're prioritizing Terrapagos? That's like your tier 3 or 4 attacker here. But Kato does open up the Precious Trolley. That's what you want. In a top 8 match, you're one game behind. I don't want to go fishing for my ace spec. I don't want to play I don't want to poke again. Let me just open it in hand.
After a bit of a tough game 1 as well. So this has got to be a fantastic feeling. But yeah, you're right. We spoke about this before when me and Emily were actually casting another game where it's just like they were just checking each other out or just trying to work out what was prized, what isn't prized. It might have been us as well. There's been a few games like that across this weekend. And it's just like, it's down to whether you can keep that poker face and be like, I'm going down this route for a reason. You just got to work out if this is the right reason or not. But Precious Trolley, let's going to see how this board state is set up for Kato, because Terrapagos does cap at a certain amount of damage, right? So the Unified Beatdown.
240?
Yeah, if you have sort of 8 benched Pokemon, and that's kind of a real extension there. And what do we see on screen, Shay?
Wow, Hermione going up a game 1 rather quickly against Arthur and that Marnie's Grimstyle. I think Marnie's Grimstyle is probably slightly favoring that Charizard, but Hermione said, no, not today. I'm going to win game 1. Now Arthur has a chance to do the reverse sweep, but has no wiggle room, has to win game 2 and 3. So we'll keep eye out for updates as and when they come. But for now, it is back to Kato Arai, who has opened up the Precious Trolley. That is the card you want. Hasn't even played supporter yet. So Turbo Energizer, I think, is what we're going to be looking for here as well. Obviously, we missed that in game 1 for Kato, actually.
Exactly.
So he's going to try and get access to there. But now, for now, it looks like Precious Trolley is going to grab Mega Kangaskhan, 2 copies of Monkey Dory. Now, is this a matchup where we see Mega Absol, Alex, do you think at all?
I think from this position, knowing that there's no EVs currently available, it's still not generally a direction you want to go down too early, just in case Emma could spring one out of nowhere. So right now, I think you're probably quite comfortable even going into the Mega Kangaskhan and saying, well, this is a big tanky boy. Probably not going to be knocked out from a Terrapagos. attack. Unified Beatdown in 240, even with a black belt, you know, you're doing 280. It's not really quite enough, but here comes the Arven as well.
Open Arven as well.
So just needs the Earthen Vessel that I'm sure he's double-checked to get energy if there's not one already in hand, and does have the Turbo Energized there. Both of them aren't prized. There you go. There's the Earthen Vessel being selected as the item card of choice. Just needs to discard something from the hand to be able to get a couple of those energies out of the deck. Looks like it's going to pitch away.
Absolutely. So that, if that doesn't give you insight into how he's going to approach this matchup. And you're right, you know, like Leafeon EX is useful as Grass type weakness, Verdant Storm 60 for each energy attached to all your opponent's Pokemon. And you know, times that by 2, hitting for weakness, 120 damage for each energy attached. That gets out of hand. You know, a throwback to the Plasma Leafeon had a very similar attack. That powerful Energy Crush, I should say.
Energy Crush, yeah.
Yep, great card. We are going to see turn attachment to the active Yveltal and the Turbo Energize. Now, I'll tell you what, if this isn't a completely different game to game 1, KO must be feeling quite happy with this setup. The turn 1 Bravery Charm as well. That's a 350 hit point basic Pokemon, Alex. That is a rather high amount.
Yeah, now this is going to be the interesting choice because we've seen multiple different ways of players actually piloting this deck, and this is where the Turbo Energize has to become a little bit cute. Do you start powering up your Monkey Dories, knowing that at this moment in this board state, you probably won't get knocked out? It means you've got more damage to play around with. Or you start powering up your attacker with the Mega Kangaskhan on the bench there with the Bravery Charm. So it'll be interesting. Here's the 2 energies. Yep, straight onto the attacker. We're going to try and save those. Ooh, there we go.
No.
See, there he goes. A second guessing
Put him back there, KO. Come on.
Apply some pressure.
Apply the pressure.
Here we go. Knocked out.
Knocked out straight away. Jewel Seeker. Now, what are we finding? Oh, rare candy
Serrano.
Rare candy Serrano. And you know what that turns into rather quickly, people? That turns into rare candy Pidgeot. And then that turns into whatever card you like.
Yeah, this happens all the time. I know it's generally been something that Emma's been championing alongside her friends who have also been piloting this deck as well, but we do see the immediate choice of the rare candy and then Serrano for the Latias, the Pidgeot, and the Wellspring Ogerpon EX. Got to be bearing in mind right now that Ogerpon can deal Torrential Pump, but 110 HP is a bit annoying to deal with in the active
looks like we're going to see a unified beatdown here. That is going to be the KO. Sparkling Crystal. Oh, Emma did not take the Eevee from the prize cards, though.
Not yet.
Take the Area 0 Under Depths.
So
Terrapagos does have 230 hit points, though, or 220, I should say. So Kato would need to flip 1 heads for the rapid fire combo. It was 230. I apologize. What am I second guessing myself for?
Yeah, it's always worrying when all these HPs get increased by the stadium, by the tool. But here we go. It's going to be, if we are going to fire off a Mega Kangaskhan attack, the rapid fire combo, you know, we'll have to flip heads. That means Kato can't play the stadium. Probably wants to hold on to the stadium for a bit longer anyway.
Yeah, true. You've
just
got the Bravery Charm as well.
Just as a bit of a bump for the future Area 0 Under Depths. But yeah, there we go. Fully powered up. Mega Kangaskhan EX now. Big free prize attacker basic in the active spot. Can still run errand as well. Does have Pheasant Dipty. We're going to have quite a bit of draw. There's an Iona also in hand. Oh, and here we go. We've just got confirmation that Daniel Magda has secured his spot in top 4, dispatching Enzoroark, piloted by Cal Connor, who was part of our top 16 feature match. Daniel Magda has made his way into top 4 once again.
Yep, massive commiserations to Calvin. Kind of did say he was trying to avoid Golden Go as long as possible. Wasn't able to. Here's the Zerosic Machinations. Love that. Making your opponent discard till they have 3 cards left in hand. It's rather interesting. These Jewel Seeker decks love to amass the combo pieces. The Zerosic Machination, the sort of soft counter that we've seen some players play, has now been used. And Emma having to discard a rare candy, a Serrano, and is that Night Stretcher? Or Area 0 Under Depths, I believe.
No, Area 0 is in hand. So kind of then means that there's a couple of pieces. Here's a rapid fire combo. Heads!
Oh,
does take the knockout.
There we go.
Does now go ahead on prizes with 4 prizes remaining. Emma's still got 5 to take. Of course, still staring down at a free prize in the active spot. But Kato has been able to flip 2 heads out of 2 so far.
Now, this is actually quite scary if you're Emma now. How do you respond? It's going to have to be a sob lock. It has to be, right? Because you haven't got any attack. Your Sparkling Crystal has been committed and is gone. So it cannot be that. And that we do see the Wellspring Ogerpon hit the bench. Buddy Poffin being used because area 0 and that is in play now.
It's one of those scary things, though. I mean, even trying to use a sob lock, you know your opponent's playing the deck that plays so many pennies, and Kato did just take one off his prizes.
Okay.
So we'll keep an eye on that as it comes along as well. But who's getting down is always going to be so important with these types of decks. Despite having quick search, you know, why not grab any free cards? Well, pretty much any free cards you want during your turn. As quick search is being utilized now. So let's see the direction that Emma takes this in, just to try and actually get back into the game a little bit, because there are no energies on the board right now.
Energy on the board. Sparkling Crystal committed already.
Had to put down the Wellspring Ogerpon EX just so that Noctowl can actually be used for his ability as well.
It's just going to be a retreat and pass into the fan. Rotom is over to Kato. Worth noting real quick, Christian Fontenot was able to defeat Thomas Ducrot 2-1. So he advances to top 4. Will his roommate Emma join him there? And you want me to find out? That's why we're getting back to this game, but we will keep feeding you information when we get it. But for now, Keto, start us off with a run errands.
Yeah, I think that was a reverse sweep as well. I guess Thomas, I think, took game 1, right?
It was, yeah.
But that does mean we have 2 Golden Goals, Soul Rock Lunatones in top 4 now alongside Daniel. So, of course, the other match that's currently being played not on stream is that Arthur Trichler versus Hermione. So it's going to be either Marnie's Grimmsnarl, Charizard EX, alongside one of these 2 decks on stream here to face up also in top 4 against the Golden Goes.
So it is over to Kato there. Has used the run errands.
Has used flip the script.
Nothing got knocked out last turn though, no?
Oh, yeah, unless maybe it's just
maybe it hasn't been.
Maybe just for his mind.
Yeah,
maybe just for his mind to say, like, it can't be used.
That's true. We do see a turn attachment to Monkey Dory. Oh, wow. And look at that hand. That is a big hand right there.
Yeah, you want to be targeting down some more important Pokemon than this Fan Rotom, which has been offered as a bit of a tribute here.
And look at all this multitude of 2 prize Pokemon with low hit points that all require just 1. Oh, and here's the boss's orders. I imagine this will be picking up one of them. There's the Pheasantipity. I was saying Pheasantipity requires 1 coin flip heads to KO. So does the Ogerpon. So does Latias. All of them are options. And it looks like it is the Pheasantipity that has been taken. Makes the most sense, since if that does get KO, we don't use flip the script. But here is rapid fire combo. Do we see 2 hits in a row? Alex, the answer is
not right now, but maybe we can play around with some damage counters later with Monkey Dory. But at least that way you're not giving Emma a chance to draw more cards with Pheasantipity right now.
For sure. And it is only, what, 10 hit points where being carried. As you do say, Adrenal Brain will make quick work of that if it comes to it. Now it is over to Emma. Has the Leafeon in hand. I would love to be attacking with that right now. That's not an option. So what we got here? We got some Hoot down. I mean, a Noctowl. We've got Black Belt's training.
Yeah, we can maneuver around because of Skyliner currently being live, which is a positive for Emma here. But, I mean, again, in comparison to game 1 where Kato had his back up against the wall, Emma's having to struggle a little bit without one of those EVs. To use as a sort of a big attacker and start powering up some of the other ones. Because right now, we're just going to have to potentially rely on, I don't know, maybe getting Blustery back, or Blustery Wind, or at some point, Blood Moon Ursaluna herself.
I guess there is a world, if you go for Blustery Wind, you can discard area 0, clear off your Pheasantipity with that damage, perhaps.
Yeah,
and I think that's a concession from Emma, just saying, yep, with 2 EVs, I cannot win this game. Kato Arai takes game 2. We're going to a game 3 here in Gdansk. Our top 8 match. The winner of this next one will advance to top 4. But Kato Arai able to even this series up.
Yeah, taking this to a game 3, and here's the replay. And this is the pivotal moment, right
here,
I mean, we just saw, we definitely play an EVEX because we saw it under the prizes. But Kato kicking things off with the best opener in his deck, and then just kind of was toying around essentially with Emma's hand for a while with that Zerosic that was being played, whilst also taking the big knockout, removing Sparking Crystal from play, removing that 1 energy that was in play, and taking 2 massive prizes there, and just going ahead despite this boss's orders, meaning that you had to flip heads again. I think it's just having damage on the board meant you're just so far ahead, and Kato was just able to do enough to apply so much pressure where Emma couldn't really do too much because she just didn't have access to those EVs.
Yeah, literally, when you have no attackers and your backup attacker goes down into Rapagos with your A-Spec, dicey. Like, I was trying to think, you know, we were trying to work out what's the lines here. And when you can't see the lines, yeah, just keep it moving to a game 3. Right, so the winner of this game, if you are just joining us here, well, you're joining us at a good time, first of all. But the winner of this game will be advancing to top 4 here at the Gdansk Regional Championship. Emma Hagen on the left, 1 game. Keita arrived from Japan, 1 game. Both players star-studded, had terrific seasons. Only one of them will advance. Who will it be?
Yep, absolutely. Look, just having a little look at the hands. I think Keita's just kind of playing out multiple turns in his brain right now, because it does look like he's had access to Arven and things like Mega Kangaskhan, draw cards. We get a chance to see.
I believe that's both Crispin.
Right, and
the
Crystal.
Sparkling Crystal as well.
So that's going to be something.
Is that both copies of Crispin? We double check that. It is. So no Crispin available, no Sparkling Crystal available as well. Emma pointed at someone in the car. I don't know what that was, but it made me laugh. It's over to Keita. Let's have a look. Boss's orders. Penny, I know. I'm not support.
Not too bad.
Nothing too bad. You'll take that. But here we go. Game 3 getting started here in our top 8 feature match here, Gdansk Regional Championships. Emma is kicking us off, opening not only Fan Call Rotom, but also opening a Buddy Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, and Shay's favorite tone, it is going to be that win and go to top 4 or go home action here for this final game of our top 8 feature match. But this is where Emma's just going to be seeing that purple's going to be prized, but we'll have access to those EVs, so we can go into those attackers at some stage. Double Crispin being prized.
Only copies.
Only 2 copies as well. That's actually,
I said that, yeah.
That's actually kind of naughty, these prizes.
So that means we have to get a turn attachment here if you want a turn 2 burning charge. That's like no if, ands, or buts about it. There is an energy in hand?
There's 1 energy in hand.
Okay, we need that then.
We have Buddy Buddy, raw Buddy Buddy Poppin', and then also the Fan Call for 2 Hoo-Hoos and a Noctowl. Has an extra 1 in hand at the same time here. Another little tail. The energy is going on to the Eevee, and it's a pass over as Emma shuffles up. And Keita, like I said, has access to the Arven. Top decks, the Blood Moon Ursaluna. So Arven will be able to grab something like that Precious Trolley and the Technical Machine Turbo Energize as well. Can also draw 2 more cards before even making that decision.
Start the turn. Let's see if you get into any of those combo pieces now. Ooh, unfortunately not.
Got Iono for future turns.
Don't mind it.
Yeah, it's always handy because we're always just a bit wary that Emma can start swinging away quite early as well. But at this point, it's going to be real interesting if we do get a Turbo Energize, or if he does keep a big bulky Pokemon like Mega Kangaskhan in the active spot. Will he Turbo Energize to 2 Monkey Dories maybe, knowing that, you know, Emma typically has to maybe Burning Charge first rather than Carnelian, and then it's just some damage counters to play with later. We'll keep an eye out on exactly the kind of routes and angles that both our players are going to take, of course.
I find it interesting because even though it's unlikely to get the turn 2 Carnelian Black Belt, it is possible when you've got Jewel Seeker and Quick Charge. But yeah, but Kaito doesn't know what's in the prize cards, right?
Yeah, true.
Do you play around that? I think if you're toying off with probably giving up a 3 prize card KO, if it was me, I'm betting a Yveltal in that active or Monkey Dory straight away.
I mean, it's a scary thing because even if you lose 1 prize, remember, Kangaskhan is a free prizer.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it kind of then brings it back to 3 knockouts, right? Which is always a little bit scary. But Keito's in this position where he's played down the Arven. I can only imagine it's going to be Precious Trolley and the Technical Machine Turbo Energized, but he's obviously double-checking.
Was there an energy in hand as well?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw 1. Yeah, so we've got most of the pieces are going, and then we've already seen the Iono for a future turn as well.
Did see that.
So let's just see. I guess it's just double-checking again. He's got to be thinking about not just this turn. He's got to be thinking about his turn 2, his turn 3. How am I going to be able to handle this Eevee if it evolves into one of those big, scary evolution Pokemon, as it were, or, you know, so it's going to be one of those tricky things to try and work out.
Arven still being debated here. You have to imagine, I think I have a chance to consult the hand here. Was there energy there? Oh, no, there is. Okay.
Yeah. Have faith. Have faith.
You know. So, yeah, it probably would be Precious Trolley plus Turbo Energized combination, but it's really taking his time to think. I don't mind it. You know, this is Top Cut. We have extra time with Top Cut rounds, so Let's have a look.
Yeah, plenty of time on the clock. I mean, the first 2 games.
Yeah, they were
went
fairly quick.
Exactly that. And we've got, 37 minutes, just under 38 minutes to go. And this gives our players a good chance to kind of get into the game. And both players are pretty set up, right? You've got the fan call off, you've got the Noctiles in hand, you've got the Wellspring Ogerpon EX on the bench to allow Jewel Seeker to work, of course. And here comes that pink A-Spec card, Precious Trolley, instantly giving you what many deem as the perfect board in this type of deck.
It really is what you're aiming for, right? Precious Trolley plus Arban combination. And Kato has opened that. And I'm really intrigued to see how this game pans out, because Emma has some hurdles to jump over, but I know she's played this deck so much, I'm sure she probably thought of lines. However, Kato has, as we did say, the perfect start. Precious Trolley, immediately fill your bench, meaning you're not having to fish for Pokemon for the rest of the game. You can just play off your board. And it looks like it is going to grab Latias, Monkey Dory. Debate on the next one. In case you don't know, Precious Trolley lets you grab as many basic Pokemon like from your deck and put them straight onto your bench. When you're playing an all-basic deck, it basically says, whatever setup you want, just go and get it.
Yeah, and that's why you don't necessarily have to play cards like Nest Balls, which typically we often see in a lot of these types of decks.
Yep.
It looks like, is that the conclusion there as well? We have the Latios now, Skyliner. It is live. Doesn't want to waste an energy attachment, so gets it onto the Monkey Dory. Should it survive an attack
for sure
from his opponent? And there it is, the Turbo Energize being utilized here. I can only imagine with only one real target on the bench is going onto that Mega Kangaskhan as soon as possible. I want to highlight as well.
Okay.
Actually, not quite yet, actually. Here we go. We've got the Flareon EX. We'll come back to my point afterwards.
Okay. Flareon EX has hit the field, so Jewel Seeker is online as well.
And what do we get with Jewel Seeker the first time?
Rare Candy Serrano. That's what we got last time. And that means Pidgeot, and that means Quick Search, and that means whatever you like.
Because Serrano also gets the EVEX. And that's also another precious sort of piece of the puzzle, because then your Burning Charge is powering that up for a future attacker.
And there we go. Yep, Serrano, Rare Candy. He's going to use the Serrano straight away. And there's the beauty of the Jewel Seeker plus Quick Search combination, right? Being able to, as close as you can get, guarantee yourself a Pidgeot turn 2. Remember, Emma's hit Pidgeot turn 2 every single game so far. That is just rather good, if you ask me. And it looks like, oh, okay. we are back, just considering, but it looks like Flareon did take the prize card there. It did use Burning Charge and then attach energy to the active. We are going to try and feed you information. Both players are shuffling up there. So yeah, Emma has taken the first prize card here in our Game 3 top 8 feature match. Remember, the winner of this game will advance to top 4. And it is over to Kato there. Has put Mega Kangaskhan in the active, we imagine. And we're back. We'll be using Run Aaron there. So there you go. Just to confirm, then we did see a Burning Charge KO onto active Monkey Door, and we did see the Burning Charge attachment to the active, and then we rejoin the action with the Mega Kangaskhan in the active. Run Aaron has been used, Alex.
Yeah, I just realized, of course, because the bench space had to be used for the Latias, didn't have access to an Area 0 Underdex there, had to Burning Charge to the active, so now it's prepared with Cornelian for a future turn. And it can be quite a scary scenario. So Kato probably needs to find something like that Bravery Charm
almost
to really
non-negotiable at this point, because when you only have the energy on the active. Oh, and there we are. We're going to see a turn attachment and the Bravery Charm as well. That's Mega Kangaskhan now has 350 hit points, just outside range of a Carnelian plus Black Belt combination. But credit to Emma. She did prize her energy acceleration, did take Sparkling Crystal from the prize cards for what it's worth. So,
maybe might see it come down a bit later if we do get another EVEX and another Flareon or Leafeon come down onto the board at the same stage. But just Kato's second guessing himself. He doesn't want to necessarily misplay here. Such important turn.
Really is.
Because the only way we're knocking out is if we flip 2 heads. Has committed the energy to the active, of course.
That's the scary thing about this deck, Alex.
Rapid fire combo is never a guarantee.
It is never a guarantee, but it's also a non-zero chance. We saw John Eng do it in Milwaukee, right?
Yeah, you're right.
2 heads in a row can just auto-win some games at some point. We are going to see the Iono, though. That's going to reset Kato's hand down to 7. Emma down to 5. Worth noting, since the Sparkling Crystal was taken and now been sent to the bottom of the deck, does have ways to find it, obviously, via Quick Search.
And right now, I guess, Emma doesn't have any other Hoots sort of live, right? It's just a Pidgeot she's going to have to be working with. Even if we fire off a rapid fire combo this turn, there's less likelihood of actually getting return KO'd because of that Bravery Charm.
Yeah.
It does mean Kato's in the game here.
It does. Does anyone play any form of tool removal? No.
I don't believe
tool
so.
Scrapper, no jamming tower.
It's a pretty tight list when you're already only playing 1/1 Eevee, sort of.
Yeah, great point. Great point.
To go eventually into your evolution Pokemon. Looks like just deliberating, putting down another Pokemon there. Of course, it's just that Pheasantipity. Doesn't want to offer it up as an easy knockout, of course. I mean, it would save some damage on the Mega Kangaskhan EX, but, you know, if given the opportunity, Emma could just boss's orders it up, right? There's 2 boss's orders in the list. 1 is prized.
Yep.
And it's just kind of double checking here exactly the board set. I mean, there's so many different lines we can go down. Pidgeot opens up so many doors, but I'm sure Kato's going to be looking for the one way to handle this as well as possible here. So just what else is in that hand? What else are we working with?
I don't know, it's tough. All your energy's committed. You know, you are a rapid fire. I think there's a bit more. Has Run Errand been used? I think it was used at the start of the turn when it came back. I'm sure, right? But, you know, we have table judges there. They will be able to work that out for us. But that might be just what's going on right here. And, oh, here we go. Rapid fire combination. 2 heads. This game could be over.
Or 1.
Oh, no. Here we go. That's 250 damage, Alex. Will we hit 300?
It's off table. It's a celebration by Emma.
Celebration, so that would imply it was a tails, and you're putting the dice on. Whoa, the hall went silent for a minute there, folks.
We can only see so much, but that's a massive moment here. So Pidgeot now being utilized for quick search. Losing that Flareon EX could have been so detrimental to the game plan.
Could have
for future turns here. I mean, it's still in range of a Monkey Dory Adrenabrain ping should there be some damage counters on the board, but I'm sure Emma's going to look to avoid that where possible. Quick Search has grabbed the Area Zero under depths here, and now
in hand.
But ooh, there's just an attack into it.
What is this? A Burning Charge or is it a Carnelian?
It's going to be a Carnelian. No, you're going to go down surely.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you're going to start attaching energy to your Wellspring Ogerpon, perhaps. Big swing for 280 damage is over to Kato now.
So massive amounts of damage counters across the 2 active Pokemon.
There is.
Now,
all these dice.
20 HP remaining on the Flareon EX. Like I said, that could have been a really, really bad spot if that knockout happened. It was just 1 die roll away, 1 heads away from a massive 2 prizer going down. But it's over to Kato to see what else he can muster up here.
Does still need Dark Energy to do the Adrenabrain, perhaps?
Yeah, and that means it's another energy that's not on another attacker.
Yeah. Does it actually have... Oh, Earthen Vessel. Okay, there was Earthen Vessel. Okay.
Yeah. We got pieces. It's just... But we're still in a tricky spot.
Yeah, we are, because even if you do say attach energy to Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain, take your 2 prize, as you say, we're not setting up another attacker, and your main attacker doesn't have a lot of hit points right now. There is a world in which you try and do some shenanigans with Torrential Pump, KO active, KO bench Monkey Dory at the same time.
Yeah,
that'd be a 4 prize card turn, and that is why we did see the turn attachment to the Wellspring Ogerpon. We know that Sparkling Crystal was taken from the prize cards.
Yeah.
So keep an eye out for that one.
So this is where it comes down to, I mean, if Kato does retreat the Mega Kangaskhan EX at some point, it is susceptible. It's not a Terra Pokemon, doesn't have that sort of Terra barrier or protection to not be attacked from on the bench there. But this is where Kato really needs to figure out the line of play here, because what do? Do you get an energy onto Monkey Dory and energy switch it to another attacker as soon as?
You do have energy switch in hand for what it's worth.
I mean, you could penny it up as an option and energy switch away for it off the Mega Kangaskhan, try and set up another attacker, try and buy some tempo back, and actually just wipe off the damage. And sometimes that's what the deck is looking to do.
Yeah, great point.
But, you know, that's why there's a couple of different lines we can take here. The Pokegear has taken an Arven for the moment. He's not currently using it. He's shuffling up after selecting the Arven from that Pokegear 3.0, which is obviously a card that's utilized to try and find some of those pieces when it needs it. Looks at the top 7 of your deck, select a supporter there, reveal it, and put it into your hand.
Okay, let's catch our breath here. This is actually a really close game.
Super interesting. As what we've got throughout this whole weekend so far. And this is why it's so interesting here right now. So, run errands, two cards.
Psyduck.
And a Nest Ball.
Okay.
Can we work with that right now? Hasn't found Penny. Plays 3 copies. 1 is prized. So it looks like has to go down the Arven option here. Maybe if you get an energy switch, you attach to Monkey Dory, you move some energy away.
Then
you move some damage away and E-switch it back to another Monkey Dory, and you take 60 off. Does that help at all? It's taken 280 damage. Has 350. That would put it to 110, I guess, if it's on the bench. That's not good enough.
Try and push it to the bench, yeah.
Ooh, it's a very tricky spot. Earthen Vessel for 2 Dark Energies first. Let's see the direction that Kato will take it. Remember, he is behind on prizes. Something like the Counter Catcher is an option. But remember, we know Emma is holding on to the Boss's Wheels, I think you mentioned, right?
Yeah, Boss Wheels is in hand. And the reason why this is so tricky, viewers, is that Wellspring Ogerpon on the bench of an energy, its attack torrential pump does 100 damage into the active, then 120 to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. Now, you do have to shuffle the energy in. But what this means is that currently this Mega Kangaskhan, even if it takes a care, which it probably will, isn't going to be safe. If it's in the active, you know, a Torrential Pump picks up some prize cards, as the Arven is going to conclude for Counter Catcher plus Turbo Energize.
Yeah,
this is interesting.
Maybe it's one of those angles now where we'll try and stall a little bit, maybe still take the knockout through Adrenabrain on this Flareon EX. But then before, of course, I take those 2 prizes, I'll Counter Catch something else up just to be a bit of an annoyance. Maybe one of those Noctowls, because it doesn't have the free retreat from the Latias EX, of course.
This is true.
And then maybe that's the angle here. And just kind of then could Turbo Energize to another attacker, just get it semi-prepped. It's a tricky one, Shay.
Because we know Jet Energy actually gets around that rather well.
Yeah.
But there is Counter Catcher. Ooh, we're going to try and KO the Wellspring.
Well, let's give it a moment.
Probably not, actually, because you're still not advancing energy to your board, are we?
There's the Monkey Dory attachment, so Adrenabrain live.
So this would KO Flareon, right? It does.
That's
okay,
2 prizes.
mid-turn knockout, everybody. 2 prize cards for Kato. 2 prize cards were taken. Didn't catch what it were.
Was
we'll
a
see them
Dark
together.
Energy.
Dark Energy, I know. Taken from our handy dandy pop-up there. The situation is just like this.
So now this is.
And as you do say, we do have energy switch in hand, as you alluded to earlier. We could see use ×2 perhaps. Another Monkey Dory. Oh, there we go. Energy switch.
So is this the angle that I mentioned? That would bring it down to 60, 120, 180, and then just 5 on top to 230. There's the Pheasantipity as well being benched. Still, with the Bravery Charm, is that enough?
Maybe he's trying to say, I'm going to hit as much as possible and carry a wheel. I'm going to flip another heads.
To be fair, this could be
if you flip heads here, this is devastating.
Yeah, again, we're in that scenario. Again, it's just 1 heads away.
That would also pop the area 0. Worth noting.
Good point.
So you have to discard something.
Easy fan Rotom choice, I suppose.
Yeah, true, but then you'd be bench locked.
No, you always get,
wouldn't.
Think of the interactions.
It's a fun interaction, though. Yeah, it's good.
Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Blood Moon.
Let's get an attacker ready. And
just in case, low maintenance attacker. Wow, this is a swing turn right here, everybody. This is probably a good turn without the coin flip.
Well, actually, hang on. If with the second Monkey Dory, it's 30 damage moving over to the Wellspring. That's putting it within the 200 already.
You don't even need the coin flip. You're right. You are right. Wow.
Give me a moment and we'll get there.
We get there eventually, folks. We're trying to work it out. We're always 1 step behind the players for the most part,
right? We found the energy switch play, so it's all good.
We did get there.
Maybe just playing this down just to kind of get out.
So you don't draw into other Iona or anything like this.
Yeah, Bravery Charm on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That's a big tanky boy as well.
Boy right there.
Here we go. Second Monkey Dory. 30 damage onto the active Wellspring. Massive attack here. Another 2 prizes taken. Aerosir Underdepths is no longer available. Emma actually has Night Stretcher in hand. That's why she decided to discard the Noctowl line there as well. So can have access to that. But what can we piece together from this scenario? Both of your attackers are gone.
What can we piece together? That is the $1 million question right now. Sparkling Crystal is live. Both the Crispin are still in the prize cards.
Hits the EVEX from the Flip the Script, but that one's not able to evolve on the turn it plays.
The same turn. You'd love to see a cheeky little Leafeon would have come out here. That would have been nice, actually.
Yeah, it does need stuff like that right now, but this is, I mean, does have access. Is Iron Up something like that Blood Moon Ursaluna as an option as well? Eevee's come down, obviously, then reactivates the Area 0 under depths here.
It does.
So this is just how we piece things together. Yep, the Noctowl is selecting the Nest Ball for the Blood Moon Ursaluna and an Iono to hand. So I think that's just kind of the angle going down. Quick Search is still live and still available as well. So we still have the option. You can see the little shake. I think this is getting a real tense moment for both our players.
This is where the game gets made or broke for both players here, depending on what happens. Turn attachment to Blood Moon Ursaluna.
I mean,
that will be able to attack with Blood Moon.
Yeah, that season skill bringing it down to 1 energy cost for the Blood Moon attack. 240 damage. An excellent late game sweeper or attacker in these scenarios, but Kato's also prepped his own, so I mean, if you're knocking out the Kangaskhan, I mean, Kato just needs, well, probably needs, actually, there's only free energy cost that's dropped off. It needs another energy switch, another energy put into hand to be able to do so. Quick Search being utilized first, though.
Okay.
Let's think about that before we even get there. Looks like eyeing up another Hoot because we want to try and protect that board where possible.
Yep.
Oh, all these turns, all these micro decisions that are going to be so important for not just this term, but the next one after that as well.
Buddy Puffin concluding for 2 copies of Hoot Hoot.
One thing to keep an eye on. I know Briar is currently prized, but if Kato doesn't take a prize on the next turn, for example, Briar can be something that could be utilized if a single prize is the
Gravity Mountain going to remove the stadium and discard some of those low hit point 2 prize Pokemon. So worth noting, Briar be a lot harder to use now because there's no Terra Pokemon available. But there is the Iono. Going to reset Kara's hand down to 2. Emma will get 5. This could be the comeback Emma needs.
Oh yeah, can't use Briar right now because it's only an attacker by a Terra Pokemon as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. With the Eevee gone.
Oh, hits the Noctowl from the Iono. So a big Blood Moon KO here for 3 prizes. Mega Kangaskhan going down.
Yep, big free prize card turns like Briar, Crispin, and Boss's orders will get taken, I imagine. We'll find out.
Boss's orders in hand, but that's not really enough right now.
Wait. Gravity Mountain goes down to 250. Blood Moon is 240. Oh, that was dangerously close on the Pidgeot there. Gravity Mountain reducing stage 2 hit points down by 30. Puts Pidgeot down to 250. Blood Moon does 240. Wow.
This is, we've still got a few turns, it feels like, before we come to a conclusion here. Kato's just kind of deciding where we go with this. Blood Moon Ursaluna into the active spot here.
Now, the Blood Moon Ursalunas do not KO each other. There is no Adrenabrain damage to be used yet.
Yep. Oh, hits a Pokegear.
Pokegear. That's not a bad little Iona to 2, that is it? We'll take them.
Can maneuver around with his own Latias EX as well, something that Emma is unable to do now. Has to utilize something like the Jet Energies to move around and start swinging away again. But remember, actually no, of course, with 3 prizes taken, Kato can actually swing if he gets an energy onto this Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Interesting.
So it flipped this, well, yeah, flip the script's not enough either right now because Emma's been able to remove all those 2 prizes. Such an intriguing game, and this
really
is so good.
And it's worth noting with a Jet Energy and a Boss's orders, Emma could close this game out, right? Jet Energy to reset Blood Moon, Boss's orders up, Pheasantipity, Blood Moon, and that gets you into top 4. KO needs to try and stop that from happening.
Yeah,
don't see if we have to get 2 prize KO yet, though. What can we...
Yeah, I don't think there's too much we can do from this scenario. Remember,
Kato self-damage or anything like this is there, so...
Kato's the only one with a sort of a liability on the board state right now. But of course, does Emma have like both pieces of the puzzle in her hand right now? There's energy switch. There's the energy. There's a... Oh, actually, no, there's 2 EX Pokemon on the bench right now. If it was just the Pheasantipity, maybe you could have pennied that up and then worked on from that game. But it's just one of those awkward scenarios. Maybe do we weave in something like a Yveltal attack?
Just thinking that, but then the Jet Energy is kind of Emma's win con anyway. She can quick search for it no matter what.
But then still need a boss, right? Still need 2 pieces.
Yeah, 2 pieces.
Quick search guarantees 1.
Does have the Hoo-Hoo, but there is no Terra Pokemon in play for Emma actually, so the Jewel Seeker is not an option. There is the Pokegear. Xerosic Machinations, Bosses. Wow, good option support.
A few different options.
I don't think Xerosic's ever the target.
Not anymore. Probably a bit late.
Yeah, that time's been and gone.
So this is that position. I mean, I wouldn't want to be in Keita's position right now because you're having to almost second guess, like, well, what are you working with, Emma, in that hand? Because you did Iono, you got Iono'd yourself to 5, plus the 3 cards that you've taken from the prizes as well.
Yep.
But yeah, like you said, unless something's knocked out here, you can't use any of those knockouts for like the boss's orders and then Pidgeot for the jet energy.
You're right, yeah.
That would have been one way to have done it. This is real tense.
This is close.
This is real tense, Pokemon fans. If you're just joining us, we're in game 3 of top 8. Emma Hagen playing that Flareon deck she's been piloting for a while now, up against Keita Arai's Mega Absol box, or what I like to call Mega Big Basics, because I haven't even seen Absol.
Yeah.
Other than going into the discard pile. So this is, real tricky scenario. Was that a Mega Kangaskhan in hand as well? Or just kind of deliberating exactly the boss's orders. Penny, Arven, like 4 supporters there in that 7.
There is
4 different supporters.
Yeah, exactly. There's a Penny in hand, I think, as well. Missed energy doesn't help us at all.
Would have loved to have seen maybe an Iono to try and slow the game down.
Would have been great, yeah, because you say Emma needs 2 pieces of the puzzle. Quick search gets you 1, so you can try and remove it if it's possible. I think right now, as it stands, I believe Boss's Orders is in hand, right? Because there's a Giovanni full art. I don't think it's been played. So
I think there was 1 prize, right, from Emma's side. So
So as it stands now,
but hands down, so we can't actually see it for the moment. But
I love that, keeping us in suspense.
We'll just be working with the information. Ooh, Zerosic being taken. Let's see what else he's working with again.
Zerosic, forcing your opponent to discard till they have 3 cards in their hands.
I mean, you can just keep the pieces that you need.
Yep, true. I mean, I don't think the combo Emma needs is going to be more than 3 cards. So as we do get another update, Arthur able to right the ship and win game 2, forcing a game 3 against Hermione. Going to a game 3 there, we will get confirmation of that when we get it. But for now, it is 1-1 in our other top 8 match. Back over to here, though. The Zerosic is being played.
Whoa,
the
the options here.
Massive, though. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's why you could choose to do so. But, I mean, some of those cards aren't actually most useful. Although, hang on. Oh, no, Bravery Charm also on the active. So even with Black Belt's training that's currently in hand, there you go. So Crispin knocked out Ultra Ball, Briar, and another Ultra Ball being discarded now. Emma's held on to the Black Belt's training. So can reset if finding a Jet Energy, and then, well, it's not a knockout with that.
No, it's not. There's the energy switch.
So we're just swinging into maybe. Yeah, we go.
Okay. Blood Moon combination. What
Jet Energy top deck.
That's game then, because Jet Energy will reset Blood Moon, and then Boss's Orders is in hand to pick up Latias, and Emma Hagen wins our top 8 feature match here in Gdansk and advances her way into top 4 with the pop-off as well. Congratulations.
Yeah, incredible play. I mean, we had 1 piece of the puzzle in hand already. That means we always had it. So then Emma, without her hand being disrupted, was always having to play the stone cold poker face and actually close out the game with the final 2 prizes there. I wonder if things would have been different if Keita was able to flip 1 more heads. But in this scenario right here, right now, we get a chance to watch it all back.
Yeah, and this was game 1. This was the game where Keita was a little bit slower out the gates we would like. You can see that Turbo Engines in the discard pile that wasn't used, and Emma was immediately able to capitalize and apply a lot of pressure with the burning charge to get energy into play, take KOs quickly, and get more energy into play. And that meant Carnelian was always a threat. And Keita in this game 1 was kind of faltering, didn't really get much going on, I feel. And yeah, she wasn't really able to get out the gates. This was the devastating turner. This was the, the Carnelian plus Black Belt combination. And anytime you leave the Mega Kangaskhan in the active without a Bravery Charm or Lively Gym, this is what you have to be careful of, because that 280 number from Carnelian plus the Black Belt is enough for a KO.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible display of her deck that she's been piloting for so long now. We saw that turn 2 Pidgeot come to the fore so often, pretty much every single game. But then game 2, we had that rough rising where we couldn't actually get one of those EVs out to start swinging away. We had to try and weave in the Terrapagos EX. That was taking a single prize. Missed this clutch heads here. Knocked out the Sparking Crystal Terrapagos EX plus the energy that was on the board state. And there wasn't really much Emma could do from that stage. There was the case of maybe trying to sacrifice the Fan Rotom, but Kato tried to just take the knockout on the Vezendivity. Did actually hit tails this time. One of the few times which maybe the heads would have been just super too far ahead for for Kato, and Emma had to just kind of showcase that they're both actually prized. But we went to a game 3.
And this game 3, this was the scary turn. One heads had this dice here, this one that's about to go out. If that was heads, I don't know how that game would have panned out. Emma with the pop-off, Kara thinking, oh, Emma, look at that. She knew that she could capitalize now and get off to the races. And any time you have the Pidgeot coming down the area 0, you know, all sorts of to fill the bench, draw a lot of cards. And Kara was never actually able to develop 2 attackers at the same time. And that's why as soon as Emma could deal with this Mega Kangaskhan, which is how we saw here with the stadium replacement, removing all those easy 2-prize Pokemon, no more rapid fire combo KOs for you. Blood Moon Earth Luna came out exactly where it needed to in the late game. And here it was, the turn where KO couldn't hand disrupt. Jet Energy plus Boss didn't even need to use Quick Search. And that is all she wrote for game 3. And Emma Hagen books herself a ticket in top 4, 2 rounds away from being crowned a regional champion.
Yeah, incredible display. I mean, I'm just going to keep saying it over and over again. This deck that she's been piloting for so long, to some fantastic finishes as well. As an international player, as you kind of mentioned, you know, playing here, there, and everywhere, she's been really a true sort of master of a deck, similar to what we've seen with some other players across this tournament so far. But commiserations to Kato. He took himself all the way to a top 8 again in another one of these sort of TPCI regional tournaments here. But he's not going home empty-handed, which is a great thing. But Emma will be continuing to fiercely compete to try and get into the final and then maybe take it one step further.
And I feel as if Emma's one of those players who's been due a big finish. This could be her weekend, already starting off with a top 4, maybe finalist, maybe a champion. But that's enough from us for now. Let's kick it down to Amy for our interview.
I am overjoyed and so beyond excited to introduce you all to my good friend Emma Hagen, who just won her top 8 game here in Gdansk, Poland. How are you feeling, Emma?
I don't know if I've ever felt more relieved in my life. My heart was racing. I typically, one of the fastest players I know, I was taking it slow.
You kind of have to in that scenario. You need to make sure that everything is played out to perfection. And my heart skipped a beat with that top deck of the Jet Energy. I know you could quick search for it, but I started to well up. I couldn't believe how fantastic that was. My goodness, what was going through your head in that final moment where you could see the board states and just thinking through that turn after the Zerosic?
I am rank 1 Norway, rank 1 Europe! That's what's going through my mind.
Yes! Oh my goodness, that is incredible. What did you do to prepare for this tournament?
We did actually something very special for this tournament. Me, Christian Fontenot over there in top 4, Julius Mokrag, who lost in top cuts, and 3 others have been in Gdansk for a week. We have been theory crafting, we have been testing, we have been playing every matchup we needed to play, and we got a 50% conversion into top cuts.
That's what I'm talking about. Dedication to the game. You all were here and practiced it out. That's such a great idea. It's like a holiday. You went away with your friends. You did the boot camp. You worked hard. You played harder. And now you are progressing even further in this tournament with your testing partner, Christian, as well. That can't be a better feeling for your group, surely.
No, this is the dream scenario. We have literally like dreamt about something similar to this, where 2 of us made top cut. In my first win in ever, if I won it, I would have played against Christian in top 8. Now it's top 4. He's already won originals. My turn now.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the confidence that I love coming from you, Emma. This is your moment to shine. If we get that blessed win today, are you going to keep seeing us at regionals? Are you going to keep competing and staying at that top spot?
Oh, I'm doing this full time now. I'm doing all the EU regionals, most of the NA regionals, Toronto, maybe Indy, NAIC, pre-registration for EUIC at this point, so I'm not even going to whiff it. I'm doing everything.
Emma, I am so pleased. I honestly could not think of a lovelier person to have on this couch right now. I'm so proud of you, and I'm so graciously grateful that I get to call you my friend as well. I honestly, from the first time I met you a few years ago at our first regionals, I felt like we clicked. We were the green-haired girlies going in. You got a slightly different hairstyle now, but still rocking it. And I honestly am so pleased that you are able to bring that energy to our stage, and I'd love to see a woman up there on our graphic this season, because we didn't have one last season.
No!
How would you feel being the first woman in a couple of seasons to be up there?
I already fairly often say I love my life, but that would genuinely be the best moment of my entire life.
I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased. I'm rooting for you as I'm rooting for everyone. Thank you, Emma, for joining us. Have a good relax. Jump back in your Pokeball for a bit to have a zen moment before the next round. But let's go ahead and have a little preview of LAIC to see what we can be looking forward to as one of our next largest events, our international championships.
Meu nome é Henrique Cuninari, eu sou de São Paulo mesmo, onde está ocorrendo o evento. Meu Pokémon inicial seria o Froak, porque meu Pokémon favorito é o Greninja. Olha, em 2017 eu comecei a jogar, mas não competitivo. Em 2022 eu comecei novamente a jogar e tal, aí que eu peguei bem o competitivo. Eu já joguei 2 Worlds. Foram de Yokohama em 2023 e Honolulu em 2024. Eu peguei uma final em um regional, no regional de Joinville. É dessa temporada ainda, a única final tirando essa. Aí eu tava me sentindo meio confiante, só que meio também nervoso. Igual nessa, só que lá eu fiquei meio brincado, eu não rodei muito bem. E agora nessa eu sentia que no primeiro jogo eu conseguia tudo que eu precisava.
Henry Kuninari, one game away from becoming an international champion.
Eu escolhi um deck que eu já jogava há muito tempo. Aí eu sabia que eu tava muito confiante nele. No segundo jogo da final, quando eu dei aquele um draw de uma outra bola, eu pensei, nossa, eu vou ganhar esse jogo, porque eu já tinha na mente a jogada. Aí era só faltar uma carta, e era essa carta o draw do turno, e aí eu pensei, eu vou ganhar essa.
And Henry Kuninari will close out game number 2 with a powerful Burning Darkness and becomes your LAIC champion.
Eu tô me sentindo muito feliz, muito... Eu não sei muito se explicar bem, mas muito feliz, uma variação de muitos sentimentos. Que eu sinto que eu estou cada vez melhorando. Eu vejo esse evento como uma parte dela, uma parte de do que eu quero, uma parte do que eu busco. Tô bem feliz de ter qualificado para esse Mundial. Eu acho que a partida mais épica seria o José Cruz, porque ano anterior ele tinha ganhado o North America International Nike. Eu acho que ele é bom. Meu objetivo é tanto me divertir, como fazer novos amigos e às vezes desestressar mesmo. Eu gosto tanto de jogar, quanto conversar com os meus amigos depois das partidas. Eu tô confiante, porque eu estou bem, eu estou constante, cada vez buscando mais.
Are you guys ready for the Pokémon Center? Yes!
What are you gonna get at the Pokémon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Oh, Psyduck, Quagsire, Tatsugiri. Oh!
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokémon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you! That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you!
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay! How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count.
What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Bop.
Hello there, Pokemon trainers from around the world. We are back in Gdansk, Poland live. My name's Amy Wasley and I'm here with Emily Foreman. We're back to bring you more of the Pokemon action from our top 8 bracket, and I am absolutely jazzed to see what is up next because we have a plethora of decks in this top 8, and honestly, I'm not sure who's coming out of it. We seem to have had mirror match after mirror match so far.
Well, one deck that I know isn't coming out of it, that wasn't in that top 8 last week, a certain deck that is a Psychic type, Alex's favorite pick. I don't know about you, Amy. No Gardevoir to be found 2 weeks in a row in this top 8. What do you think?
I think that's pretty wild. I mean, it has had a target on its back for a long time, though. I think the story that also comes out of here is, where on earth is Dragapult as well?
That's fair, also fair, right? I think so many of our conversations in Mega Evolution is Gardevoir, Dragapult. Well, what if we just didn't have neither? That's a huge point, Amy. I didn't even think about that here. But one thing for certain is that dark types are back on top, right? With multiple different dark types here in our top 8, right? You have Charizard EX still reigning fire down on everything, Zoroark EX, Mega Absol as well, and Grimmsnarl, right? So 4 different dark type decks that are now coming back into the forefront of playing this game really well. Of course, now without Gardevoir and, you know, a couple of things, right? Golden Go was able to squeeze into this top 8, 2 representatives here, but also EVs are finally, I feel like, getting its time in this tournament. And we know just from talking to Emma that the storylines are starting to write themselves.
They are.
Really love to see it.
They are indeed. And honestly, if you look at the names in this division as well, in this top cut, we are so lucky. We have Daniel Magda, we have Christian Fontenot, but we have so many fantastic names. Even Kaito themselves, a force to be reckoned with, and we've seen that season after season now. They are not to be messed with. It's not to be taken lightly, and man, that was a close match. I was sweating backstage. It was wild. Big love to all of our competitors so far in this top 8 as we whittle things down slightly. Amani and Arthur still playing. We have Daniel Magda defeating Cal Connor 2-0. My word, that is certainly a feat.
Yeah, this is a big one, right? Especially, you know, we would love to show you the other side, but sometimes games take a little bit longer. Once again, Marnie's Grimmsnarl does need a little bit of time to start throwing those damage counters around as well. So Arthur and Hermione are definitely on their way to finishing, and we'll see the other side of that top 4 potentially. But if not, of course, once again, like you said, Amy, Daniel Magda here trying to make it into this finals. But if you guys liked EVs before, you guys like Emma Hagen and this, you know, monumental story that's being written, we got her again going up against, honestly, I'm really excited about this one, former regional champion Christian Fontenot as well. And the biggest thing here is that they're really close friends.
They are.
So I'm excited to see kind of a tale of 2 friends happening here, because once again, as we've kind of talked about this entire weekend, your trading partner, also, you know, a very good friend, right? Now you're hitting them in top 4 of a regional.
So it also, I chatted to both of the players a minute ago, actually. So truth be told, I had a little word with them, and Christian said, goodness gracious, right.
Yeah, it's not gonna go
I
on.
don't think I'm favored into Emma, but I did just defeat an Eevee box. So the round before, Eevee was defeated by Christian. So the testing clearly in their little boot camp, like we heard in the interview, clearly has worked. Christian has worked on that matchup, and we know that Emma plays it. So I feel like this could go either way, even though on paper we've got a little bit of a tussle there.
Yeah, I'm looking at the list right now, and of course, when you think about it, right, Golden Go, a metal type is going to be weak to a fire type, and Emma does play 2 Flareon here, right? And you can see exactly how sometimes she can really get kind of creative with the routes, especially when things are prized, right? Prizing your crystal as a Eevee player, not your favorite route, but you definitely have ways around it, especially when she prized both Crispins, I believe, in that final game. She's definitely got routes. Christian Fontenot has a massive Titan to go up against here, but once again, I mean, you beat one Eevee before, but
can you do it again?
Can you beat essentially your testing partner and the person who's essentially kind of taught you the matchup? And from what I'm looking at in the list, it is a pretty standard Golden Go list. Of course, I think we're going to be leaning a lot more into some of these single prize trades, right? With Solrock and Lunatone, your caster pick for the weekend, to see kind of how we were able to mitigate as long as possible.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, with that and within these decks, there are ways to kind of get through those troublesome walls. It will be a lot up to the prize cards, as we've assessed as well. I think one of the things we've seen a lot this weekend is some dreadful prize cards. Actually, I've got to say, we have seen some wild prize cards, and that can change the trajectory of the game entirely. We've seen Crispins prized galore. We've seen Ace-Specs prized galore. We've seen so many cards be in the prize cards. Some one-offs, some that we've luckily got a couple more of in the deck, but it can entirely change how the game goes, and it's something to consider when deck building.
Yeah, this one is just going to be very interesting, because when you look at the matchup on paper, right, it's just, it's a little bit tough, right? Especially when Burning Charge in of itself, right? 130 base, but then ×2 on a Golden Go, that's perfect 260 math. And then you're playing Eevees, right? So you have a second Flareon that you could just power up right away. It's gonna be, once again, one of these very awkward prize trades where, well, yes, you wanna go this 2-2-2 route. It might not be the way to go here. We'll see how exactly this one's gonna play out, because once again, this matchup, not that great.
But speaking of matchups, the cards are being shuffled, the table is set, and our players are almost ready to go. Let's head down and see them setting up, ready once again. Emma versus Christian Fontenot. We'll see how this one goes. It's gonna be an interesting set between two good friends. We have 75 minutes on the clock in our top 4 game, Emma Hagen versus Christian Fontenot. Let's talk about the players.
And once again, both of these players, of course, good friends, but if it's one thing that we know about Emma Hagen is that she has been around so far in just the first 3 months of this season, right? Talking about how she, just came back from the States in Milwaukee, top 64 there. Performance in Lille wasn't up to her standards, but that's okay. You can see every season she's consistently at the top here. Once again, right before Lille, number 2 in all of Europe here. And here she is trying to, go for gold here. She's definitely kind of my player to look out for right now, but you cannot count out her opponent.
No, not at all. As you say, a regional winner in his own right. Stuttgart regional champion, Christian Fontenot. LAIC top 32. And you can hear the crowd going wild for these two in here. They are superstars in their own right and very star-studded players. This one is going to be a battle for the ages. Even if the matchup on paper looks a bit rocky for Christian, I think these two are going to put on a good show for us.
Absolutely. And once again, both of these players, right? Christian has also spent a ton of time in the US as well, sometimes even 2, 3, 4 month long stays in the United States, just going around and playing different regionals. Last time we saw Christian in this spot, I believe it was Portland, which was last season, within that top 4 playing Raging Bolt here.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
now going back to Golden Go here. But once again, these two players have been at the top of Europe for a long time.
They have.
Do not mess with them.
No, absolutely. And I think it just goes to show through their prowess, but also their record in this tournament thus far. Both of them have been putting a lot of interest and a lot of kind of testing into this format specifically. You can tell through their successes already. Lille sadly fell short for Christian, but spent a solid week practicing the entire time. Both of these trainers, there's the handshake ready to start soon. We've got some mulligan action going on from Emma. So for those who might be new to the game, if you don't start with a basic Pokemon in your hand, you have to shuffle your hand back into your deck and try again. And for each turn that you do this, Christian will get to draw an extra card. Let's have a look at his prize cards.
Well, while we're kind of trying to resolve Emma's mulligan here, I mean, nothing too crazy, right? Not having access to 1 Gold Goes and 3 energy, not too bad in the prizes. You definitely, when you are playing this version of Golden Go, you're playing 8 actually. So being down a couple is not too bad here. But I think what's really going to be interesting and what we're going to be trying to talk about, Amy, is how Golden Go has now weird untapped potential in which ace spec it plays.
Yes, that is something that we've discussed, and honestly, it's a very curious kind of debate at this point. Is a hot topic of Golden Go is what ace spec do you play, because there seems to be 4 different ace specs which could really come into play.
Let me talk about them for you, right? I mean, we've started with Energy Search Pro, which we really like to see, right?
We love that. Classic
box.
We love that.
Which
bit of consistency.
People were going for a very long time ago when Golden Go was out. People were trying to make it work with Hyper Aroma, right?
That was a whole thing.
But now Christian Fontenot is playing a Prime Catcher in this list, right? And I think his previous version of this list did play the Mega Lucario as well to get around Cornerstone, which is notoriously a really hard card for this matchup. But he's just let go of the Mega Lucario in total, right? Shay's gonna be really disappointed now that he's heard that. But still, Prime Catcher, going for an aggressive Golden Go
I like
here.
that. I like it. I like the fact that you've gone, okay, well, I've got card draw now. I'm not too worried about the consistency. Do I go for the power play instead? And I think this is the way that Christians used this divisive, specific ace spec to champion this event.
Looking at the prize cards here, one Flareon being down, Amy, is not what you want to see.
Not in this matchup.
Two, definitely plays 2, but that's kind of your winner here, right? Like you use one Flareon with a burning charge to power up the other Flareon with another burning charge, right? But we're heading into our top 4 match. I know this crowd is watching here. I would love to hear some noise for both of these competitors. They've worked so hard to get here. But Emma, starting with the Terapagos in the active, she's fine that fan Rotom. What more could you want?
Really not much as an EVBox player, as this terrestrialized deck demands. We have a terrestrial Pokemon, great, and we have Fan Rotom. So we already have the kind of the perfect starting pair almost. Any of the terrestrialized Pokemon plus a Fan Rotom just helps to get everything started. It looks like we might have split a sleeve there, so we'll just take 1 minute. Bear with us for a moment. The Hoot is unsleeved for the moment, but it's okay. We'll come back to the game in just a moment. We've got plenty of time.
Yeah, it's wear and tear, right? After you play how many rounds at this point? Multiple games in a round. Sometimes the sleeves just gotta go. I know for me, I'm not the best shuffler myself.
I'm not.
Usually, honestly, I sleep from phase 1 to phase 2 last weekend because like my corners were already just horrific and it's in of itself there. So Emma, just gonna take a quick second just to re-sleeve that Hoot. I mean, another like weird, not talked about tip amongst competitors, right? Make sure you bring extra sleeves alongside with what you're actually having. But, we'll see how exactly this one is going to go down. I mean, you can't ask for anything more than Fan Rotom and finding your, basic bench.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the tips and tricks of coming to an event, right? What to bring with you is so imperative. What to pack in your bag, I need enough water, need hydration, need maybe some what else do we need? Maybe some extra jackets, a snag. You want to be able to control your own temperature because these halls, they can get pretty hot, or if the air conditioning is doing a really good job, sometimes you can get a bit nippy because you're sat still for so long in your game. So there's a lot of things to consider. So if you haven't been to a regionals before, think about what you're going to need to bring with you to be able to kind of play Pokemon for this long as well.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. One of the things also that I think players have started to bring with them is a notebook so they can write down their prize cards. Now, once again, my memory is not that great. I'm sure a ton of people's memory is not that great. But we do have the Hoot in a sleeve. We have the energy attachment for turn. Right on over to Christian's turn here. Terapagos, even with just 1 energy on it, is very, very scary here. But I do see Christian, and thanks to 3 mulligans, we got an Arven, we have an Artisan as well, and a Fighting Gauntlet. We can definitely get our beginner board opening massively this one turn.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is going second with the Solrock, that's great, but what's in the active? Terapagos has got way too much HP. We don't get that early aggression that we love to see from the Solrock with a knockout on something useful like a Pidgey or a Hoot without some intervention from a supporter card, which probably isn't going to happen this turn because we want to be setting up. And so, unfortunately, we might not get kind of off the mark in that regard yet because we're just simply not going to do enough damage. Now, I don't know if it's worth even placing damage or whether Christian's going to want to try and promote something else useful. We kind of want to keep the Solrock in play because the Solrock and Lunatone work together, and you can't use the ability of the Lunatone without the Solrock in play.
Cycle Draw is going to come out here, Amy, and I like what you're talking about how it's kind of uncomfortable to set up all the way. I'm really thinking about Christian's win conditions here, and we know how unfavorable a Golden Go into a Flareon is. What are the chances that we can really kind of start playing this 1 prize board? We saw the boss's orders in hand. Do I believe have a way to keep setting up a Gimme Goal? We have Artisan as well with Nestball and Artisan. And we can really keep a 1 prize board if that's kind of the way that we'd like to do it. Now, Christian going to play the Arven this turn does not surprise me. But we got a couple of cute cards in here, like Lana's Aid, for example. Nice way to recycle the deck here. But it is, of course, going to be something like this Buddy Poffin to grab a couple of Gimme Ghouls, get them out of the deck. But we'll see how exactly else he wants to play around this. Because you're right, 70 is not going to be enough here. But, I mean, Emma has 2 Hoot ready to go.
Yeah, so here we are. We are absolutely grabbing that air balloon as well. Might very well go on the Soul Rock in a little bit. Going for the Nest Ball for the third Gimme Goal, making sure that that draw engine is ready to go. Okay, we're going for the attachment. And we got the early Prime Catcher using that balloon to dance back to the bench. Soul Rock now has the advantage into this. Hoot Hoot, it's going to take a knockout. Wow, I didn't see that coming.
No, that is definitely the best of both worlds scenario, right? Where you're able to get your bench set up. You haven't put down the Genesect EX where you're putting down a 2-prize liability here, and you're kind of limiting some of Emma's options here. Now, granted, we do know that she does have the rare candy in hand for something like a rare candy Pidgeot, for example, which does give you whatever you want out of the deck here. But she is going to play that Nest Ball, find Pheasantipity EX, and honestly starting to do the counts here, right? But once again, Christian has led with a single prize board,
which is exactly the position that he wants to be in. If he wants to take a lead in this, he's going to need to prevent Emma from taking multiple prizes a turn.
The big thing here is too, right? If Christian is able to get down to 4 prize cards, then I think it's the A-OK to start evolving into the Golden Goes and starting to find your boss and then your superior energy retrieval to get all of your cards within the hand. We'll see how exactly this one is going to go. 3 cards off of the flip the script here.
Ooh, we got the
Draws beautifully into the Pidgeot here. And honestly, the Jewel Seeker
Did you see that point from Christian? Pidgeot.
Yeah, that's why I stopped for a second. I was like, wait, hold on. But still, now this Jewel Seeker as actually able to grab some more things that we want to see out of the deck. Now, granted, there is still a Wellspring Ogerpon EX in this deck, but do we have the right tools in order to set it up here, or is Emma just going to have to, take 1 prize card per turn?
This is wild, honestly. If any situation was going to be that top deck magical moment, that Pidgeot, just to secure Emma's setup and consistency for this deck and the ferocity that we've seen it can come in with, that really does take the biscuit.
We'll see, though. I mean, once again, we have quick search. We're able to really kind of figure it out here. I did see the Cyrano kind of get thrown around just a little bit here, and I think that's what she's going for here.
Buddy Poppin, and then the Cyrano.
It's hard to see sometimes, especially when our players are so proficient and they work real fast, right? But it is going to be the Jewel Seeker for Buddy Poppin, grabbing 2 more Hoot Hoots and a Cyrano, so we're able to go on ahead and grab the EVEX and some Flareons to go with it as well here. But now I'm looking at this board, and while yes, Christian is able to take a prize card here, now you're leaving a 2-prize Pokemon in the active. But look at Emma already playing so aggressively that Blood Moon Ursaluna has hit the bench already.
Yeah, I think, increasing the Terrapagos potential, but also sometimes putting lots of Pokemon on your bench. So if that Area 0 Underdepths does get knocked out of play, you can then discard Noctowl and such. So it's not a bad idea to almost what some might call overbench in this scenario, just to allow yourself some flexibility. If any damaged Pokemon can be discarded, that's always nice. And there it goes, of course, straight away. And then Emma's going to be able to scoop them up and keep them for later, because they're easy to recover with the likes of kind of Night Stretcher in this instance. So it just sometimes them being in the discard pile is like an extra draw engine for yourself. It's easier to find them later.
Absolutely. Artisan being used here to grab another Soul Rock, and we still have Fighting Gong in the hand as well, Amy. One of the cards to come out of Mega Evolution, where you're able to grab a basic fighting Pokemon or a basic fighting energy. Very pivotal in a deck like this. It really does kind of help Golden Go players reach that either 1, extra energy, or 2, the second piece that you need to keep drawing cards. We talked about this a little bit earlier, right, with Zoroark EX. There's not a more powerful dynamic than being able to just draw the amount of cards you find. Like, it's very rare that you even whiff when you have, 3, 4, 5 draws out of multiple Pokemon.
And that's exactly what Golden Go excels at. And with this extra engine, you're just pushing that to its limit. And you're saying, I'm going to be able to draw cards here. It doesn't matter if I don't draw into what I need immediately, it'll come later. It looks like we're eyeing up the Genesect from this Nest Ball, and then we'll be able to get 2 more Golden Go online, which gives us so much draw power. It's a little bit wild. We are getting 3 Golden Go. That's going to be at least 2, 3, 4, sort of about 7 cards probably per turn.
And Christian playing a little bit more aggressive this turn, right? earlier we said, like, maybe we'll keep the one prize board. It's very important to note that the Briar, right? Briar in these terrestrial decks, when you go those 2-2-2 prize races, sometimes you're actually punished for it. So now, what if Christian is able to take this knockout on Terapagos, and with the amount of cards that we've seen, that may be possible this turn, we can really go on ahead and not worry about that line, because you know Emma's not going to go for something like she's honestly stuck in where she kind of is now, where she has to really kind of go forward and think about this more carefully.
Yeah, she's chosen this kind of board state and this line very carefully, but it does kind of pigeonhole her into a particular strategy, whereas Christian still has kind of a bit of a more open strategy, and they're a little bit more flexible in this situation. Now, he looks like he's just kind of building up that handful of energy. We've got the Earthen Vessel. We can discard the Lunatone, get 2 more. We're building it up. We do 50 damage per energy discarded. Looks like we got another top 8 result there.
Marnie's Grimmsnarl making it into top 4 over Hermione, but once again, big congratulations to Hermione. 2 top 8s in a row, 2 weeks in a row, barely a week apart, really, when you think about it, right?
Spectacular.
Amazing stuff from Hermione, just taking good old Charizard to a top 8. Congratulations. But we got to get back to this match, Emma. We got a lot to work with here, and the boss's order is going to be played here. And now it is going to be Christian taking on a key part of Emma's engine here. Quick Search, notoriously known as one of the best cards where you can really just get whatever you want out of the deck. And look at this, all of this energy in the hand, 280 should be easy to hit, right? There's 150, there's 300, and there goes that Pidgeot here.
Pidgeot is down. The blustery winds have taken it straight to the discard pile, and it looks like we're scooping things up.
Sheesh.
Oh my goodness gracious. Christian 1-0 up. The underdog of this matchup.
Really.
The on paper notoriously difficult matchup, and Christian uses every little inch to go, you know what, I'm gonna limit you, and I'm going to take this game 1. That was exceptional play from Christian.
Christian knows where the camera is. He's so funny. Regardless, though, it was really like this aggressive play, right? But just to say, I mean, you were talking to Christian a little bit before. He stopped me out in the crowd, and he was saying, he's like, I'm not going to win this set. He was very like, I'm going to absolutely get thrashed. There's just no way. And here he is taking game number 1 here. Once again, he's a regional champion in his own right.
Absolutely.
So he knows what it takes to make it all the way to the end. But yes, Christian knows where the camera is. He's playing for all of you guys at home, either on Twitch or on YouTube, watching this set. But I know Emma's kind of gutted by this, because once again, one of the Flareon's prize, not really able to really get things going. And she saw the writing on the wall where it is just going to be going down to a 2-2-2 prize race. And when somebody's ahead, it's not great. Christian played that beautifully.
It was stunning. And honestly, taking out the Pidgeot was really a sign that Christian had this in the bag. He knows how to play this matchup. He's playing it well. And we're seeing that kind of skillful resource management of Golden Go, which really brings it to the forefront of this event. And I just have to applaud that play, because that was fantastic to see. Christian's got a mulligan there, but I imagine these two know each other's lists inside and out. So I don't think there's any surprises in there for Emma. So the mulligan is on the other foot this time, but making sure that we're keeping things succinct. Emma decided, you know what, I'm too far behind. I know how this goes. I know how Christian works. I know he's not going to mess this up. So let's just move on to game 2. Let's take a look at these prize cards. 2 fire energy.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's really bad. That's the only 2.
I was about to say, you are probably looking at the same thing I am. And how many fire energy do you play? And you can guess Emma only plays 2. Now, granted, Sparkling Crystal can actually cover that, because it does reduce the attack cost of a Terra Pokemon by 1. Not necessarily the worst, right? But when you want double Flareon and you have only 1 A-Spec Sparkling Crystal, that's not great here.
No, so it could get a little dicey in that respect. So we've got to look really carefully. This might be what Christian needs to kind of get ahead and maybe win this set altogether. Okay, the prize card's not looking too bad for Christian either. I don't mind this. couple of energy, we've got plenty. One Golden Go, okay. One Gimme Ghoul to go with it. Yeah, that's kind of fine, right?
Yeah, the Lana's Aid going down, though. If you guys don't know, Lana's Aid came out in Twilight Masquerade, put up to any 3 combination of Pokemon that don't have a rule box. So you can't do it with Golden Goes.
No.
But you could do it with Gimme Ghouls, Soul Rocks, Lunatones, and basic energy cards right into the hand. It's not a Super Rod, not back into the deck, but right into the hand here. But speaking of hands, what can you ask more than a fan Rotom to start it out, especially when you're going aggressive already? There's that Eevee already hitting the board.
We've said it time and time again. When you're playing this Terrestrial Pokemon box-style deck, what do we want? We want Fan Rotom. Where do we want it? Turn 1.
Absolutely, right? I mean, especially when you don't draw it here, but Christian going to draw into a Nest Ball here. Now, I'm going to be real with you, Amy. I see a way that we can get some things going, right? We have the Nest Ball in hand, we have Artisan in hand as well, but I'm not seeing the power of Golden Go. I'm not seeing the engine being able to run. No fighting energy in the hand in order to do that, right? So now, honestly, it's not looking too great right here, right now. I once again want to kind of like pose the question of how unlikely is it that we see something like a Torrential Pump? Like, we have all the pieces to technically do it if we really want to get that far, and especially onto a deck like Golden Go. If you're able to take out both Gimme Ghouls, it's a really hard game to kind of claw back.
I think this is it from Christian. We're going to have to pass the turn.
Not great.
Not great. Lunatone in the active. Emma draws, gets the Sparkling Crystal. We evolve into the Flareon, giving us a Terrestrial Pokemon. Noctowl is live. We have Serrano in hand. Not super helpful right now. We have Artisan, though. Here's our first Jewel Seeker. We're in game 2 of this top 4 match. Emma Hagen versus Christian Fontenot at the Gdansk Regional Championships. What are we eyeing up here? I think we're just doing a little count, checking the prizes, giving that real opportunity to herself to check what's available, what's not, what's the game plan, how are we going to stop Christian? If there's anyone who can defeat Emma on this hot streak, if anyone knows her list, her lines, the way she plays, it's Christian, right?
Absolutely. I'm obviously going into the Jewel Seeker here, but I think she's really lining up a way to just get Pidgeot up and running. I think what's very creative about this version of a terrestrial deck compared to something like a Terra Box is not only can you fall back on your Noctowls, but you can also fall back on Pidgeot, right? And I think I love how she's able to prioritize both here. But we'll see the Nest Ball for another Hoot Hoot. That just makes the most amount of sense here. She's got to play down the Nest Ball, I believe, unless it came from hand here. But here comes that Area 0 Underdeath and the Cyrano here.
There we go. Now we're rocking and rolling.
This is clean, right? I mean, Cyrano, definitely a supporter card that we don't see too much of, but now look at the power of it, right? Now we can quick search for even just an energy here. We can get that burning charge going. We can start powering up that other Eevee.
I'm stunned. I am lost for words. That all happens so quickly and so impressively. I'm stunned at how aggressive this deck can be. Christian really took the initiative with the aggression last game and just not having the turn 1 attack to back it up this time. We've gone ahead with Flareon's first attack. And Burning Charge allows us to attach those energy and do 130 damage.
Here's the big part of this, Amy, and it's always going back to the prize race, right? If Christian were to knock out this active Flareon here, that's putting himself right back into potentially the Briar Trap at the bitter end. Emma has already started to set it up, right? If she's able to find that Briar, the thing is, Flareon is, or the 2 fire energy are prized, so she didn't get that off the prizes, but they're pretty low at the prizes, right? So we have to figure out a way to kind of mess with this prize map because Briar is 100% available for this game for her.
Yeah, and it really wants to be something that you're aiming towards. She's clearly threatening the next Flareon, but it's not happening yet. So we've got time, but Christian may not know that. So his plays are going to be very indicative of that. And we've gone, wow, for the Turo to get the next Golden Go to be able to draw 2 more cards because Christian needs more resources to keep this train going. Going for the Nest Ball. I imagine another Gimme Ghoul on bench is probably wise. Oh, we're going to the Pheasantipity. I suppose we got to keep drawing those cards. A knockout was taken on the previous turn.
Yeah, not feeling too great about this one, right? Christian doesn't have the reliable kind of hand that he had in game one with multiple earthen vessels, multiple fighting gongs, able to do it, especially in, when you talk about setup decks, I think of Golden Go, the first one, right?
Yeah.
You sometimes are really reliant on that, which is why the ace spec in this deck has always been kind of debated, right? Where people are like, oh, maybe Precious Trolley is better.
Ooh.
Flip the script, though, we are able to find not only just a Lunatone, a Golden Go, but also a fighting energy, so we can actually cycle, or lunar cycle
here. We go.
3 cards, more energy.
Vessel?
My goodness.
Wow.
The fighting gong, the earthen vessel, and already a metal energy.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if we can actually get all the way up there with the right amount of math.
We might be able to, and we also have the Golden Go, which we drew off the Pheasantipity. We can evolve the Gimme Ghoul that's on the bench because it was played last turn. We have another Gimme Ghoul in hand, which I didn't notice before. So the Pheasantipity definitely was the play from there. So we've actually got quite a good amount of flexibility at this stage to be able to kind of maybe take this into the driver's seat. We've got the fighting gong for another energy. We still need a metal energy attachment for turn, but that's no problem. That's in hand.
Yeah, this one's a little bit tough, right? Because Flareon all the way up to 270 hit points here. When you have 270 hit points, you do need to go all the way up to 300 on your Make It Rain attack here. So I'm interested to see if we're going to be able to make and piece it together here. As I can see right now, I don't see a superior energy retrieval in the hand. I think you're right, Amy, where we are going to have to go into another Golden Go here. Maybe by sequencing, maybe we, you know, Earthen Vessel away the Picnic Basket. My goodness. Okay, Prime Catcher
here we go again.
Yeah, now here's the thing. Now we brought it back to the fact that the Briar line is not going to be something that Emma's going to be able to do here if Christian's going to once again meet her with the same aggression here. Latias up into the active here. Very creative by Christian, not leaving that Golden Go in the active.
No, the only thing this does open us up to is a quick search for the boss and take out a Golden Go and just kind of catapult Emma into the lead in this game, taking more prize cards. So I'm going to go ahead and bench the Ursaluna now. The Blood Moon Ursaluna has proven itself in this tournament time and time again as a ferocious attacker late game. Here's the Pidgeot for the boss's orders being eyed up there. I can't imagine why. I know. It's the Golden Go. The Flareon has weakness into it. It's an easy 2-prize knockout, and it slows Christian down even more.
I think what's sometimes very funny is that when we're really talking about the Pokemon trading card game, sometimes the most obvious play that everyone can see is actually the right play.
Yeah.
So quick search for boss's orders here is going to be the right way around it. 2 Flareons on the bench. This is exactly what Emma wants to see here. And she's able to get the fire energy off of the prizes as well. So that Flareon onto the bench will be able to attack without a sparkling crystal as well. This is massive here.
That's what we're talking about. Getting that fire energy off the prize cards was humongous. We're going over to Christian's side, going for a flip the script. We got some more energy, so we've started to now build up this bank of energy that we need to be able to take a big knockout. Christian can probably get a knockout quite comfortably this turn, but it's going to be tough to then pull together a win just due to how far ahead Emma is, and just avoiding kind of any awkward prize mapping on her side has been really clever. So it's unfortunately looking like it's going to be tough unless Emma misses a beat, which if anyone's going to be able to maneuver and make it happen, it's going to be Christian, but it's looking a little bit sketchy. Managed to get another fighting gong, and we have the earthen vessel, so we can definitely get at least 3 more energy this turn.
My whole thing is when you look at Emma's board, right, look how much kind of checkmate she has on all sides, right?
Yes.
I mean, you can just assume that that Blood Moon Ursaluna is going to get another energy onto it next turn, right? Especially because we know that the fire energy is within hand. And what Christian did really well in game number 1 was able to kind of stop the Pidgeot quick search with the Prime Catcher and with the boss's orders. So I'm excited to see if Christian's going to be able to weave it back, but a very, very slow turn 1 goes to show why sometimes Golden Go can really struggle in a matchup like this, where a deck will technically kind of overrun you.
It's Golden slow, not Golden Go in this matchup, as we are just a little behind, unfortunately. But we do have the energy to finally back up some vicious attacks from Golden Go. But unfortunately, I'm just not sure if it's quite going to be enough. We need to attach for turn. We have the superior energy retrieval, but we do need to discard. I don't think we're going to need the Picnic Basket in this matchup because we are just taking big knockouts on either side of the board. So we do go ahead and discard that alongside another card. Of course, we've got the attach for turn. And here comes the knockout on Flareon, finally with that sparkling crystal. But first up, we're going for a vitality band, so we don't have to spend quite as many energy.
I mean, that's very fair, Christian. Throwing his friend's cards aside here, as he will take that knockout here, getting himself at least on the board just to 3 prize cards, but it is just going to be the concession again here from Christian Fontenot. I think it's really funny how both players see, like, oh, I see the prize map that you have. I was going to say, like, Christian could find something along the lines of a Professor Turo scenario onto the Pheasantipity, and then Blood Moon Ursaluna only hits for that 240, but it's a little bit wishful here. So your winner of game number 2 is going to be Emma. We are heading into a game number 3 and what has been a very, very fun match so far between 2 really good friends.
Honestly, it's been a joy to watch them having fun. Yeah. I loved Christian's look, a picture in game 1. It was very funny and very good sportsmanship as well. But, you know, although we saw the picture, it wasn't meant to be and didn't stick around. Unlike game 2, where we started off, of course, really strong on Emma's side of the board with this flurry of Pokemon that I just couldn't keep up with. A picture, a sparkling crystal, we quick searched, and it just went on, and Christian just was never really able to establish a board strong enough to come back with a meaningful knockout early enough. As a boss's orders, of course, took that first Golden Go down for 2 prize cards with our Flareon. Weakness helping out a whole bunch. Carnelian absolutely melting down that Golden Go, and there's Christian having a great time. We have to remember, this is the Pokemon trading card game, and we are all here for a little bit of fun. But Christian sees the writing on the wall and goes, okay, let's go to game 3 and see what it has in store. This matchup has already had so many twists and turns.
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing for both players, aside from a mulligan on both sides, Christian was really able to kind of take advantage of getting just 1 knockout on his first turn, going second with Soul Rock to at least put him on the board, right?
Yes.
He beautifully set up a single prize board as well, so Emma wasn't really able to kind of push ahead. Like I said, there is Wellspring Ogerpon in this deck, but sometimes you'd rather save your Sparkling Crystal for, of course, the Flareon, which needs it a little bit more here.
Yeah.
But when you're going 1 for 1 in that opening turn, that's when Golden Go is going to be able to power up when it sees that 2 prize Pokemon and start going kind of a little bit faster than you.
Yeah, and it was beautiful pacing. We saw the established single prize board, which was beautiful. And then all of a sudden it turned aggressive as everything evolved and everything got big and scary, and it really goes to show how just holding back, knowing when to turn the tide of the pace of the game is a great strategy. Starting with the Soul Rock there, looks to like from Christian, which is a good start. We'll see what Emma flips over as well. The handshake seals it, and we're into game 3.
There we go. Prizes going out here. That Wellspring going down. Another Fire Energy. I don't know about you, Amy, but I mean, 1 copy of Professor Turo scenario when you play 2, very interesting. But my goodness, Christian going to opt to go first here.
Oh,
so
that's
maybe we're going to try to
curious.
play a little bit more aggressive here. Has the Nest Ball. You can only assume that we're going to go in and grab that Lunatone so we can start going for our Lunar Cycle here. And what a great card, honestly. I mean, I think it's perfectly balanced because you have to have a Soul Rock in play in order to do it, right? But discard 1, draw 3, that's pretty good.
And we don't mind discarding those energy. That's kind of what we want to do. Right. The way that Golden Go works now, whereas before you could get all of the energy with Energy Search Pro out of the deck, the way it works now is that you actually want the energy in the discard pile.
True.
You want it there, and then you want to be able to fish it back out with Energy Search Pro to take your big knockouts. So the skill in this deck is no longer to harbor the energy in your hand necessarily. You're fine to let it go and you'll fetch it back later when you need it. So actually it's more advantageous for it to be in the discard pile, and Lunatone is the perfect associate to make that happen.
Absolutely. And of course, once again, Energy Search Pro can still absolutely be played in these Golden Go decks. But, you know, I love the way that Christian is opting for something more aggressive, right? But there's that Lunar Cycle, draws right into the Earthen Vessel, has the attach for turn as well. well. But with one gimme goal on the bench, not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but she top-decked that nest ball. My goodness, we're going to be able to have a game, Amy.
Here we go, an equally matched game on either side. We'll be looking, of course, for those important Pokemon. We're going to need a terrestrial Pokemon. We need a Fan Rotom to get these Hoots on the board and possibly a Noctowl in hand. We're going to be looking for these really important pieces that are essential for Emma's setup. If she doesn't get these cards, the deck just runs too slow, and Gholdengo will be able to take advantage of that.
I'm looking right now, Amy. I don't know if there's a way that we can actually get this Hoot out of the active here. It's looking a little bit uncomfortable on Emma's side. And while, yes, you are essentially saved from, you know, eating a Cosmic Beam next turn, but what do we do then, right? We are going to grab the Fan Rotom here, but you can see that Pheasantipity EX also at the top, right? We want to essentially plan for that inevitability, but the problem is we're going to see Crisp in here, so we are going to be able to get some damage on the board at least. We can actually get Hoot out of the active here, but I still see, I mean, Christian going up in the prize race first. That Fan Rotom's not going to do enough.
No, I don't know if it's worthwhile necessarily kind of promoting. Call for family. Pidgey, the 50 HP Wonderbird. Oh my goodness, what a surprise. Pidgey in the active, keeping those Hoots safe. Incredible call for family moment there for Pheasantipity. And on to Christian's turn, where we start off with the Earthen Vessel to just get us going. Of course, we discard an energy because, like I said earlier, we just don't need them right now. And they're actually better off in our discard pile for the moment. Of course, we're probably going to be able to use that lovely Lunatone's ability as well to cycle draw some more cards.
I'm worried, Amy, here, though, because you're forced to call for family for a terrestrial Pokemon on the bench here. Christian already with two fighting energies in the discard, plus the Lunar Cycle draw, that's a third, plus the retreat on Solrock, that's 4. If we find a Boss's Orders here, we could Boss's Orders that EV, bring it up into the active, and there goes all of that work to bring it out here. We have to see what happens here. Lunar Cycle for 3. Turo Scenario is the supporter here. We do have some Goldengos, but I don't know.
We can retreat into the Gholdengo and then draw 2. So that gives us a little more flexibility.
Yeah, but then it's stuck there, right? And we don't want to stick it there right when we know that Emma has Noctowl and she's already played one Crispin, and you know that she's got some kind of hardware ready to go here. It's very dangerous to kind of evolve into this Gholdengo here, but do we just have to take for one here? Not even a boss's. We can get the Pidgey, of course, but then that activates something like a counter catcher that Emma can play here.
Is it too risky to leave that Gholdengo in the active? That is the question. Let us know in chat. What do you think?
Could it be the fact maybe we draw one, if we don't find it, we Turo it up and then replace a Gimme Ghoul? So we're still onto the one prize board.
I like it.
That's a line I could see here.
I think it's happening.
Here we go. One card.
I didn't see it.
Oh, it's another Gholdengo here. I'm real worried about this one, Amy.
Oh, I'd love to be a fly on the wall and know what the next card is to know if it would have been worth it. I really want to know.
I'm really worried about this one.
Oh, me too.
Because we definitely don't want to take... here's my thing. If we're going to get on the board, okay, right? Like, fine, we can get on the board here. We just have to take that 2 prize off, but still, I don't think so.
No.
I think it might just be the attack.
Oh my gosh.
It's a little bit nerve-wracking for me.
I'm nervous.
I'm nervous.
I'm nervous. And the Eevee is just the... Okay, looking at Emma's hand.
She has Fire
everything.
Crystal in hand.
She has Fire Crystal, like Noctowl's in hand. If Christian was able to take this Eevee down, Emma could do practically nothing on her turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
She would have to
not. Just a pass.
Wow. Oh my gosh. The Jet Energy as well.
Is it Noctowl for Terra Orb if she plays the Terra Orb within the deck? Terra Orb, grab Flareon and Boss's Orders here. Just attach Sparkling Crystal. Take out the only Gholdengo on the board. That's a line I see.
That really would be devastating if you're Christian. Nowhere to go really beyond that. Not taking a knockout here. Not wanting to activate a potential counter catcher. So did not take the Pidgey out. Leaves Emma a line into the Pidgeot, which then has the free retreat and of course the quick search, which then just solidifies her position in always being able to tutor a card once per turn. any card from the deck could be taken. And because it could be any card, it's hidden knowledge from Christian.
All right, doing things a little bit, a little bit quick here. So she did discard 2 cards while also grabbing the Pidgeot, using Rare Candy at the same time to save some time here. There's the Jet Energy as well, the Area 0 Underdepths, and another Noctowl coming into play here for what I could assume would be something like a Buddy Buddy Poffin. I think she plays 3 though, but it is going to be the Terra Orb for the Flareon, the boss's orders, and it will be the boss's orders, Terra Orb into the Burning Charge onto the Golden Go EX here. Christian is about to lose his only Golden Go in play, and this is going to look really good for Emma because once again she uses Buddy Buddy Poffin. She can get another Eevee set up and ready to go.
Yeah, just getting the Eevee and the Hoot Hoot ready on the bench there. But realistically, Golden Go is golden gone as we don't have any attack power anymore that can cope with the heat that Flareon is bringing.
Gotta try though, right? You gotta find a way back into it. All right, the next card was an Artisan. It was not Boss.
Okay,
so
I feel better
last
now.
Turn though, we'll see how this one could kind of play out here. Going to bump the Area 0 under depths, but that discard is clear as day, right? You just get rid of the Noctowls that you have. We are able to grab another Gimme Ghoul though, so we can get something started. But the problem is, Amy, what after? I was about to talk about this. We have to use a superior energy retrieval to get that energy back in hand so we can lunar cycle. That feels horrific.
That doesn't feel good, but it will help us to establish at least something going on here. A, we need Gimme Ghouls. B, we're probably gonna need some sort of pivot in some respect. We need to be able to drag one of Emma's Pokemon from the bench forward because realistically we're not going to be able to touch this Flareon right now. It doesn't really give Christian any advantage to do 70 damage.
And here's the thing too, Amy, I mean, we can get double Gimme Ghoul ready to go here, but now we have a fully powered Flareon. Nothing's stopping Emma from just using Burning Charge over and over. It doesn't matter about the target at this point. She's going up massively here in this game, and it will just be the Cosmic Beam here for 70. Now, granted, it does soften up a little bit later for another 4 energy just to be used. But the problem is we're not swinging for 2 this turn. That doesn't feel good.
No, it doesn't, especially when Emma's already 2 prize cards ahead. Now, Emma won't be able to take another 2 prize cards this turn, so at least that's something. We have left a 2 prize board state, a single prize board state even, goodness. So that does kind of push Emma onto an awkward prize race. But realistically, it was all Christian could do this turn. Now we're back onto Emma, and my word, she just has every ball in her court, going for the Serrano. Of course, we're getting Blood Moon Ursaluna, second Flareon. There it is, evolved up and ready to go, and the Fire Energy as well.
Yeah, and this was kind of what we were talking about a little bit earlier, right? How you have your backup attacker essentially ready to go. Pidgeot still doing what Pidgeot does best. And the biggest thing here too, Amy, is that we don't even have to evolve this Hoot Hoot, which is also why, conserving the resources here. But here we go. We finally found some Golden Goes to go with here. We have an Arvin in hand. We have a Professor Turo scenario in hand. My thing is, Amy, is just what do you do when you already have... You can take care of one Flareon easily, right? But can you take care of the second one?
Yeah, that's the trouble. And at 3 prize cards remaining, that might just spell it all out for Emma. Christian still absolutely playing this out as he should. We're on game 3 here, top 4 in Gdansk, Poland. And Christian looking pretty in a sticky spot here. And not feeling great, I imagine, about it, because there was such an impressively early potential for taking out that Eevee, which would have totally changed the game, and we just didn't see the resources to back it up.
It's another thing, too, where I don't think it's necessarily safe to bench this Pheasantipity EX either. You saw that Emma was able to grab the Blood Moon Ursaluna off the Cyrano, and it's great to keep drawing cards, right? But those Golden Goes are not going to go down to a Blood Moon, right? So we kind of have to work with what we have here. But if the Professor Turo scenario will be played to grab up a Soul Rock, or a Lunatone, excuse me. There's 2 of them. We'll see how this one's going to go. Double Fighting Gong. Like I said, we can definitely get to the point where we're taking out this Flareon, but what do you do about the one right behind it?
I think that's what's probably going through Christian's head at this moment, is figuring out if there's any lead into that, if there's any way to guarantee it or to disrupt or to kind of just put Emma back on the back foot, but with only Golden Go being our kind of larger attackers and being weak to the fire type is really detrimental. Whenever a weakness occurs in the Pokemon trading card game, the Pokemon does double the amount of damage. So Emma only needs 2 energy on this Flareon to knock out the Golden Go. We don't need to use Carnelian. And she's just flashing. Oh, there we go. We got that was a show of, I think, the Lana's aid.
Oh, of course.
In the discard pile.
Yep.
There we go. Of course, we are knocking out our first Flareon. But I'm not sure it's going to be enough.
Yeah, the thing is, though, very admirable of Christian to still be in it, though, right?
100%.
But my goodness, this is what we like to call checkmate in the Pokemon trading card game. You got that one attacker, Emma, showing that she has capability of just having the second one ready to go, where she's going to be able to use Burning Charge once more to power up this Blood Moon Ursaluna. We'll see the retreat into the Flareon using Burning Charge once again for weakness here. My big question is, once again, Amy, we can definitely get this Flareon out of here, and Christian has played very conservatively, right? We're not putting down anything that can get kind of destroyed by Blood Moon Ursaluna here, so it's really going to be up to these Golden Goes at this point.
It has to be. They have to try and pull their weight. Christian will be able to take another 2 prize cards here. However, the Blood Moon Ursaluna is then ready to go. It's not quite enough, but it wouldn't take a lot of extra to kind of push forward and take the final prize card here. Flushing the black belts training. Emma, goodness.
Be nice. Regardless, though, right? Even if checkmate wasn't already kind of established on board here, you also have Pidgeot to just quick search boss, right?
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about sometimes the most obvious play is the best play to go for it, but Christian's still absolutely in this fight as well, using the air balloon to retreat and draw 2 more cards here. Finds the boss's orders. Now, this is a weird one, Amy. Do we boss the Pidgeot? No.
No.
Boss the Blood Moon? Like,
no.
None of it. I think we just have to take care of what's in front of us here.
You have to, because otherwise the Flareon's going to come back and bite you, right?
Yep, absolutely. And figure out.
That's going to be it. So Amazon 1 prize card. Christian has to deal with this Flareon right here, right now, regardless of the bear being in the bag. The Blood Moon Ursaluna, of course, being that win condition right there. The attached return, taking out this Flareon, fighting tooth and nail to the bitter end. Christian Fontenot. There we go. We are doing it. We're bossing up the Pidgeot and taking that down at least. And then, of course, we can bring forward. We're going to go for the Blood Moon play for fun. There it is. The Black Belts trading and the fist bump to close it all off. Emma Hagen producing masterful plays against her friend Christian to take the big win with Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, great stuff from Emma heading into her first finals here. Our first finalist is going to be decided. And honestly, what a really, really fun set that we did have, Amy. We did see, you know, as much as we were kind of saying this is a Titan matchup where it doesn't really feel good, right? Did go to at least a game 3.
Oh, yeah.
And once again, if we were able to just piece the pieces together, boss's orders on that Eevee in game 3 would have seen definitely a different tune. But Christian showing us all a masterclass on how you're really able to kind of handle this matchup, right? Playing aggressively, only having that single prize board, and then forcing your opponent to play, you know, maybe a little bit shaky here. Regardless, though, really great stuff from Christian. I mean, top 4 is nothing to kind of scoff at, right?
Absolutely not.
I mean, you're still going home with, you know, that top 8 playmat.
Of course.
And that Mega Gardevoir playmat looks beautiful.
Beautiful.
Got a bunch of booster packs as well, and you know, a little bit of money, but who cares about that? Still, though, it is going to be Emma Hagen working her way up towards the finals here. I am so excited for her, but honestly, like you said a little bit earlier, this is what Pokemon is about. Playing a card game with your friends, and honestly, I got feel-good vibes from it.
Having fun is what it's all about, and honestly, couldn't be more joyful for both of them doing so well in this tournament. Congratulations to both of them. Of course, we had that starstruck moment where, of course, we had the Pidgeot, the quick search after the Serrano. We had that Flareon backed up by kind of the threatened Eevee in the back, even though we didn't immediately have the fire energy to kind of back it up. Christian went in, just getting himself on the board and taking out the Soul Rock, and then of course we were able to establish the double Flareon after taking the 1 prize card, because we were able to eventually get to that fire energy in prize card 2 and 3. Christian did a huge knockout here on that first Flareon, going pew, and of course off it went.
I think Emma also kind of showing, I mean, if you don't know anything about EVs, Emma is the person to go to. She has been piloting this deck now for multiple regionals. She has never given up on it. She's never gone to something else, right? But one of the things, one of the supporter cards that we actually got in Prismatic Evolutions is this Journey Together, excuse me, is this Black Belts training where you're able to do 40 more damage to your opponent's active EX, right? Who needed boss in that last turn when we already had Black Belt to really kind of work with, right? And that's a card that I feel like not too many decks have seen, but Emma has sworn by it. I think a lot of the times players choose whether between something like a Kieran, for example, where you can do some more damage, versus something like a Black Belt. And that's, once again, the beauty of this card game is that you can play what feels more comfortable to you, but the Black Belt training definitely does feel right.
Yeah, and it came into effect right here at the bitter end after a knockout from Flareon, leaving herself on one prize card. The Black Belts training and the Blood Moon Ursaluna just mopped up nicely with some fantastic damage output from Blood Moon Ursaluna, utilizing its ability perfectly.
Yeah, great stuff, honestly, from both players. But the stage is starting to get set, Amy. I mean, you were saying it a little bit earlier. Emma is really on par to, once again, not only take back one of her top spots in Europe, right, but becoming a regional champion that she has worked so hard for. And with the same deck consistently from the start of the season now, never switching off of it.
Nope.
Only even just making small techs, right? Last week in Lille, I mean, me, you, and her were at your cup, right? And she was telling me, she was just like, well, I'm going to play Hoopa EX in mine, right? Which is, we kind of decided that that was kind of the universal kind of tech for Mega Kangaskhan. It didn't work out for her last weekend in Lille, so she took out the Hoopa, took out the Dark Energy, playing what she knows, and she's playing amazing today.
And honestly, I think that really goes to show the ferocity of sticking with a deck, because Christian did the same. Christian was on this Golden Go deck last week in Lille, really championed it, has really boasted about it for a long time now, and I know he's practiced really hard. He knows all of his matchup, he knows his lines, he knows exactly what should be done in each matchup. And that's because these two have championed these decks, and that's what some of these kind of pro players do, and these players that we are so decorated in their achievements. They stick with the deck, they know, they nurture it, they love it, and they just know every in and out. I bet if we went out there and asked them just to reel off their deck list, they could do it unprompted.
Yeah, big shout outs to Christian as well. Once again, both of these players going back and forth between North America and Europe, playing in every regional they can. Christian, a great player, as you can tell, he's a funny guy. He's a goofy guy out there. He loves to just play some Pokemon, travel the world, play there with, one of his closest friends. Cannot, preface this enough that they are such good friends. I saw Christian like right in front congratulating Emma right before he had played her too. So feels really good. But I mean, the story writes itself, Amy. Can EVs actually win a tournament?
I don't know. I mean, it would certainly be your day, wouldn't it? Like you absolutely love this deck archetype, the kind of EV and Terra box. They go a bit hand in hand.
Jewel Seeker's great.
Jewel Seeker's great. So
it's a great ability.
The Wellspring Ogerpon kind of sits nicely in both decks, and you're an Ogerpon girly. I know it.
I am. Yeah, it's on me. I have a tattoo of it. It's on my pin. Like I love just. I mean, Teal Mask Ogerpon in it of itself is just such a great card. But Wellspring has become like my new best friend, and you always do have that line to pivot to. And I'm always thinking about it, but especially when it's just Flareon. Who needs Wellspring Ogerpon when you have Burning Charge for 2 energy and you get those big 2 prize knockouts?
You heard it here. This could be the tournament that knocks Dragapult and Gardevoir off the top spot.
I mean, there is no Dragapult or Gardevoir. Nope. It is getting knocked off the top spot.
We're done.
That's crazy.
We're happy.
Honestly, that's really crazy when you think about it, right?
It is.
So many people kind of base their tournament prep around, oh, how is my matchup into Dragapult?
Absolutely.
How is my matchup into Gardevoir?
100%.
People aren't, sitting at home saying, how are my matchups into EVs?
Yeah.
Not me.
Not me. No, it's tough out there. But looking at our bracket now, let's see. We've got Emma Hagen, of course, in the finals, and it's either going to be Daniel Magda or Arthur joining her, and then our finalist shall be crowned soon. soon.
This is so exciting. Just regardless, right? It is Marnie's Grimmsnarl, I know, is one of the cards going up against Golden Go again.
Ooh.
Could Golden Go win its first regional?
Might be its time. It might be. It was
Wait, hold on. I think just looking at it, right? One of these are going to win.
Yeah.
At least in EU, right?
I don't think in the EU none of those 3 decks have won a regionals before.
Right.
So regardless, this is going to be
It's
a
a new
first.
champion.
A new champion is going to be crowned here at Gdansk. I'm absolutely stunned and impressed.
Yeah.
I'm impressed by the deck building, the skills it has taken for these trainers to get to these heights, and a lot of people, the undisputed best decks in format were Dragapult and Gardevoir.
Yeah.
But do we see them right now? No, we don't. And we know that the best players were playing those decks too.
Absolutely.
We know that there were players out there who were championing these decks that have seen so much success, and yet we have barreled and buckled down, and our players have gotten over that hurdle and joined us in this tournament with something a little different.
I think it's, once again, it goes to show that the era of Mega Evolution is here to completely switch things up. The end of Scarlet Violet, it definitely felt like 2 decks were really kind of king and queen, right? Of just kind of the world, right? But now it's just, you know, any deck can do it with, you know, the right run, the right practice, the right list, the right engine. And it goes to show, right? Keep playing what you want to play. I mean, Emma's not switched off Eevees since she started playing it, right? I can't remember when she started playing it, maybe like right before Pittsburgh, but
yeah.
I know she's won tons of tournaments in the States, not regionals still, but other large tournaments and cups with it in the States, in EU as well. You know, she is really kind of the Eevee master of it all.
True. But I tell you what, Emily.
Tell me what.
There must be a terrestrialized Pokemon around here somewhere, because
oh god,
Alex has Jewel Seekered and found 2 very special interviewees to have a chat to.
I'll let you have that one.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I am pleasantly surprised to be able to introduce both Annabelle and Kenji here. Guys, it's been amazing to have you in Europe. I know you've just come off an amazing win. How do you feel, Annabelle?
I feel surprised and amazed that I won, because I definitely think I was in a tough spot, and I was like surprised that like I could actually like win that game.
Oh wow,
and, like,
okay. What was the matchup, if you don't mind me asking?
The matchup was against Wall. They used their Farigiraf, like, which is like really important in that matchup.
But you were able to overcome it, and if I'm not mistaken, you were actually unbeaten this whole tournament run, right?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. But unfortunately, one of the wins you had was against your brother.
Yes.
2 wins.
Oh, 2 wins?
Yeah, I played their second round.
2 and top 4.
Oh man, but I know obviously it's a bit unfortunate to lose, but to lose against your sister, you must be proud of your sister going all the way as well, right?
Yeah. I'm also just like really happy I get top 4, because then it really goes a lot to like my travel award into like worlds, and the only person that I would want to lose to is my sister. So then it's great that Annabelle made us to the finals and won, and 13-0 is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys have been doing so well. You guys are actually the superstars of the trading card game right now. I mean, you guys were here in Lille as well.
We were.
You both, I know you done well, and then you've just taken it even further, because you were the finalist in Lille, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I was.
And Kenji, you done also pretty well as well. You had a pretty good record and just fell short a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But congratulations to you, both of you, for like an amazing week, as it were. What's been the highlight of you guys being and coming over to Europe for Lille and Gdansk?
So I wasn't like going to go to Gdansk because I actually did. He went me on a, he bought me some stuff, and then he read me to go. Yeah.
Right, okay, so very responsible from you, but not from Dad.
Yeah.
Kenji, what's been your highlight so far?
My highlight is probably just seeing Annabelle win her regional.
Yeah?
I think that's really cool.
All right. That's the most wholesome thing I think I can hear.
I also like that I played against Annabelle, and we were just having a blast, and
That's the most amazing thing, right? So coming over all this way to play Pokemon, enjoy it, and actually get a chance. I know it's a bit annoying sometimes to play each other.
Yeah.
But when you're both that good, you both find yourselves in top cut all the time. Yeah. It's always amazing, right? So
yeah.
What's next for both of you? What do you guys know what you're heading off to next from a Pokemon tournament perspective?
Yeah, Las Vegas. I think that's our
Probably
next.
gonna go.
Do you know what tournament you're going to next? Is it
LAIC.
LAIC, yeah? Okay.
And then I don't even know any tournaments after LAIC.
We'll see where Mum and Dad take us.
Yeah. I don't remember either.
Yeah, because I know that we're going to Las Vegas and then UAC.
And then LAIC.
Amazing. Well, it's incredible to have both of you here. I hope you guys have enjoyed your time in Europe. I know you guys get a chance to take a bit of a rest and a break. Yeah. But congratulations again for doing so well. I can't wait until you're actually taking my job because I know you guys casted that game with the other casters across
that was
the
really
ocean
fun.
as well. But yeah, hopefully we get a chance to see you guys soon, all right? So congratulations. Yeah, it's been amazing just to kind of get a chance to speak to them. The family are amazing and yeah, it's so wholesome just to hear from both of them. So straight back to their desk and we'll catch up with you guys later.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Oscar Madsen. I'm here because I compete and just like to play the Pokémon TCG. I started playing competitively around 2013, and that was my first Worlds as well in juniors in Vancouver. And from there, I've been competing on and off since that. And lately, I'm competing more than I used to. I think one of my favorite archetypes lately has been Charizard Pidgeot. That's like the first deck I really like to shine with. I also played Palkia and Teleon, and I like that deck a lot. It reminded me of Ashes and Teleon as well, which I also played. One of my favorite decks of all time is probably the Gyarados deck back from, I think it's 2010, with the Magikarps, and I also played with the Claydolls as well. I think it's so fun to just like deck build, and it feels so cool when you have like something that people haven't thought about and bring that to a tournament. And I think that's what's been keeping me going, just trying to find unique ideas with friends, chatting, and then whenever you find one, just bring it to a tournament and have fun. I think it has to be taught because his deck building is like just next level. And that's also why I played like something similar to him today. Like he played for UIC. I twisted the list a bit and tried to make some different cuts, but I think that's the person I'm looking up to. I've just been chatting about decks all the time, friendly community. Everyone is so nice when you play against them. Like it's just so friendly and kind, and you can just be who you want to be.
Whether you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokémon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least one basic Pokémon. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn when knocking out an opponent's Pokémon. The active spot is where battles happen. A Pokémon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokémon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokémon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokémon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokémon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's 2. The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in one turn.
Just going to conclude that open.
Plus, our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokémon TCG.
Welcome back to the desk, of course. I'm now joined by a little bit less of a surprise, but I enjoy it ever so much as well. Shea Burton, we just had an incredible top four, which went all three games. And we've got the other top four coming up, and they're pretty much ready at the desk right now.
So that means we don't have to wait very long. The winner of this game will be advancing to the finals, where they will be matching against Emma Hagen to be known as the Gdansk Regional Champion. Arthur there on the left against Daniel Magda on the right, two titans of the EU region, the Pokemon TCG, and that means we're going to have a fun little best of three here, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Arthur has already overcome a mirror match in the asymmetrical top cut before making it all the way through to this point here, and now it's in top four. He's been as a finalist in the regional before as well. He's got some very consistent finishes. He's brought along this Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX deck, and he was the #1 seed coming into the asymmetric top cut after all. So you're going to show that he's going to be a masterful player piloting this deck, trying to overcome Daniel Magda's Golden Go EX.
Yeah, Daniel Magda, a titan of the EU region, I think was leading championship points last season. LIC top 4, World's top 8 senior, World's top 8 junior, EUIC top 8. Would love to add regional champion to that list, though. Surprise hasn't got there already. This could be his weekend. But Arthur, a little regional finalist last year. I happened to be at that event and cast that final. A terrific player. Was rather unlucky not to get the dub there. So I think he's going to try and add that regional champion to his resume as well.
Yeah, I was also there. I was the one who was handing him that medal around his neck. So we go back now. We spent a lot of time chatting in times. We get a chance to
check these prize cards.
Hello.
3 energy? Spike Muff? Not a 4th energy, surely.
We're matching.
Mega Morwell in the prizes. Or triple nest ball. What's going on here? Triple prizes here, there, and everywhere. But it looks like our top 4 feature match is getting started here. Arthur on the left, Daniel Magda on the right. Yvettel versus the Gimme Ghoul. And it is Daniel Magda kicking us off. Here we go. The winner of this best of 3 will find themselves in the final of the Gdansk Regional Championship. Daniel Magda is kicking us off with that buddy pop. And while that concludes, let's have a little rundown of this Golden Go EX archetype. It's a fun one. We just saw it on the stream earlier. It relies on that Golden Go. Coin bonus lets you draw a lot of cards. Love that. Make it rain does a lot of damage. We love that. 50 for each basic energy you discard from your hand with the effect of this attack. That is an effective infinity damage output there. As long as you get enough energy in your hand, you can carry whatever you like. And it's got the new addition of the Soul Rock Lunatone engine. Lunatone lets you discard a fighting energy from your hand to draw 3, and Soul Rock gives you a nice little attacker, actually doing 70 damage in the early game. So it's rather simple. Get energy in the discard pile so you can get them back to hand with superior energy retrieval, and use Make It Rain for big, massive, monumental damage.
Absolutely, and we've already kicked things off with that buddy pop in. That gave Daniel a chance to consult the deck, work out what is being prized right now, and it's now just working with the 3 Gimme Ghouls, and it's a pass over. Arthur leads the new addition to the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX deck, that Yveltal in the active spot, just to do exactly the same thing that we just done with Golden Go. As a reminder, Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX is one of those Pokemon which wants to evolve up, has pre-built-in energy acceleration to itself or other Marnie's Pokemon with that punk up ability, and then it starts swinging away with a very cheap cost of 2 dark energies. Shadow Bullet, 180 damage to the active, 30 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. But when you start combining that with things like the Snorunt evolving up into the Frostlass and Monkey Dory, you are actually manipulating a lot of damage counters across the board, especially since Frostlass's ability, Freezing Shroud, during Pokemon Checkup, you put 1 damage counter on each Pokemon that has an ability, both yours and the opponent. Monkey Dory has an ability, so therefore starts getting those ticks on itself and then has to start utilizing that Adrenabrain ability to then throw it back over. But what have we seen here, Shay, after that? Lily's Determination.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Alex. But it looks like the Lily's Determination for 8 new cards hasn't found Arthur any way to get another Impy Dimp down or Monkey Dory. I believe it's just going to have to be the clutch and pass. Worth noting that clutch will hit for weakness, actually. So that will be 40 damage. Oh, there's going to be the retreat into the Psyduck. And it's going to be the pass over. That's not the Barnstormer turn one you want here in our top 4B feature match. So it is over to Daniel, whose mini-game this turn is to try and evolve up the Team Rocket's Petrel. We don't see that terribly often, but I'm a big fan of this card. Basically says, search your deck for any trainer card you like, put it in your hand. It can give you stadiums, it can find you supporters, it can find you items, it can find you tool cards, it can find you whatever you like, realistically. But Daniel Magna's turn here is going to be quite simple. Ideally, or if you're going to find a secret box, of course, love that, a spec. Discarding 3 cards from your hand, and then you can grab a supporter, an item, and a tool card and a stage and put them all into your hand. So yeah, Daniel Magna's plan is very simple here. Going to try and evolve up as many Golden Go as possible and just try and take a KO.
Yeah, grabs that one-off nest ball that's left in the deck. We know 3 are prized, but being able to just very easily search out that Genesect EX with that Metallic Signal ability, then goes straight into those Golden Go EXs. Of course, Marta is just kind of representing that single prize board state right now, and Daniel will have to put in some 2 prizes on the board for him at some stage. These evolution Pokemon can be susceptible to some things like Technical Machine Devolution, but we'll see if we can even maneuver into that position.
Yeah, so we are going to see the Golden Go EX evolving active. Coin bonus lets you draw 2 cards if the Golden Go is in the active, 1 card if it's on the bench. And this is where the Golden Go deck likes to be, getting us Golden Go down, drawing a ton of cards, drawing a lot of edge. Oh, but it's just going to be a pass, actually. No turn attachment, anything like that. So it is back over to Arthur. Let's see what he can do. And Noah has a myriad, an absolute bevy, a cornucopia of supporter cards in his hand. Which one of them will he like to play? Lily's Determination is actually another big addition to this deck, which I think has catapulted it into that solid mid-tier status. But it is going to be a Morgrem evolution, a Snorunt, a turn attachment to Psyduck. So we could be seeing... What are we going to see here? And a Lily's Determination as well. Bear in mind, there is 3 engine in discard pile.
Yeah, that's true. Not discard, the prizes.
Oh, prize card, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did mean that.
they will have access at some point if we take prizes. But at the same time, the energy to decide that could mean we're going to be looking for maybe a Technical Machine Evolution as well.
There we go.
We could use it to retreat, of course, at the same time if we really felt like we wanted to try and clutch the game a little bit. But, you know, just with Daniel not being able to do too much on his turn for the moment, he does have that Golden Go EX in the active spot. Bit susceptible to maybe taking some damage, but let's see what we're working with here. No tool. Oh, there is a secret box he's been able to draw into. So that could mean we can get into some of those evolution tools, but sometimes it can be quite costly to discard 3 cards.
Yeah, I mean, Secret Box is a fantastic A-spec, right? But you have to discard 3 cards from your hand, and with no sort of hand reload, you know, from like coin bonus or, you know, format scan cards like Big Barrel can be quite costly. But it looks like we are eyeing up the Secret Box here, discarding a Monkey Dory, a Marnie's Gore, Morgrem, I believe, and the Arven.
Yeah, it looks like
I should say.
I mean, you are playing multiple copies of that card, so maybe not too much of a worry for the moment. At least there are 3 copies in and around the deck itself, so being able to now cherry pick a supporter card, an item card, a tool card, and a stadium. We've seen it come to fruition for when we saw Mike Ellis piloting the deck earlier on today. Just how impactful, just having access to a stadium which can search out any of your Pokemon, either using Artisan or either using Spike with Gym, but then also just evolving up some of your others to really start getting those ticks over. I mean, right now there's 2 Pokemon with abilities on Daniel's side of the board. There's 1 right now with the Psyduck, in fact, that has ability. So we're looking for trying to utilize some of those Monkey Dories at some stage, maybe evolve up into something like the Frostlass, as we do get the Lily's Determination, the Evolution, the Spike with Gym, and a Night Stretcher.
There's a Spark Move Gin, lets you grab any Marnie's Pokemon you like from your deck. I have a question for you, Alex. We know that Daniel Grubb had 2 Golden Go EX from the Metallic Signal. Only chose to evolve the active. Is that trying to play around Freezing Shroud, perhaps? Or?
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. And plus, just by evolving the active, typically the deck that Arthur is playing doesn't really have that one-hit KO potential. But you're also limiting the fact that if there is that Technical Machine evolution, you know, it's just the 2 Pokemon you have in play that actually gets the damage ticks over as well. But also evolving the active means you could draw 2 cards with coin bonus rather than just the 1.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. But there is the Technical Machine evolution. Getting attached active, the Spot of Gym did conclude grabbing the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. That's currently in the hand. Obviously, can't evolve into that as Marnie's Morgrem was the target. So it's going to be the double Technical Machine evolution into double Freezing Shroud Frostlass. During Pokemon Checkup, that's in between turns, you put 1 damage counter on every Pokemon that has an ability. That is both yours and your opponent's, but does not count itself. So it will be 2 on the Golden Go EX, 2 on the Genesect EX, and it will be 2 on the Psyduck, and then 2 on the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, well. And one of the things that you're going to start to see now as we have 2 Frostlass up and running, you know, those damage counters are going to start ticking across both players' turns quite quickly. We're going to go from 2 to 4 to 6 to 8 in quick succession across those Pokemon with abilities, as we do get a Metallic Signal now being utilized once again from that Genesect EX. We haven't seen the Solrock and Lunatone from Daniel at the moment, but he hasn't really needed to do so.
Maybe it's something you don't use. Low hit point Pokemon with abilities, you know, basic that can be KO'd via Monkey Dory. And it's actually something we haven't really alluded to much here. Is Arthur's deck is a damage over time deck. It wants to build up these damage counters and use cards like Monkey Dory, just maneuver it as and where you want, and your Technical Machine de-evolution to pick up Pokemon, return them to the hand, and KO the lower hit point basics. That's the game plan. We are going to see the coin bonus. We have found a Metal Energy now. Make It Rain is live. We only need 1 energy to KO active Psyduck, thanks to... Oh, but it is going to be the boss's orders. That's the only Marnie's, you know, more... Wait, was it Morgrem or the... What's that? We'll find out. It looks like he's going to go for the Frostlass. I thought he was going to go for the Morgrem there, but I think it's a testament to how powerful these Frostlass really are. You cannot be letting them, you know, knock about and get damage in play fast, because they really do. Make It Rain, big KO there for Daniel. Going to take our first prize card here in our top 4 feature match. Here at Gdansk Regional Championship, Freezing Shroud will still activate. Only 1 damage counter now, though, is over to Arthur. And what did he take? Was it the Mega Mawile?
Yeah, it was the Mega Mawile. Yeah, that was taken. Now, this is kind of the awkward scenario where Arthur has had to put the Psyduck into play, and it hasn't been knocked out, right? So well, we've got a counter catcher on the Genesect as well. It's very likely this is a great play, and one of the great things of getting that Yveltal included, we have previously played the Maractus in the actual deck itself, but having a free retreater with a clutch attack has been fantastic as well. We do get the energy attachment to the Monkey Dory, and now has 2 Pokemon with 3 damage counters on it. We can start really applying a lot of pressure. We have that Genesect just a little bit off to the side at the moment, and Iono also being played here, but this is really walking into Arthur's plans. The only thing I wanted to highlight is that Psyduck's taking up a bench space. You want that to be a Monkey Dory, and you want to be sort of having another maybe Impudent just ready if you need to swing for a bit bigger damage at some stage. But you're representing a single prize board state right now. Daniel's still going to have to take 5 more attacks before he can win and take 5 prizes. So maybe this is the direction we have to go down.
And we do see the Spark Move Gym after the Iono. And I do really love that point there. Alex Racy said, I know your deck, Daniel, a deck, Golden Go, is really good at taking 1-hit knockouts. Well, okay, you can do that, but you're only taking 1 prize card at a time, while my Freezing Shrouds, while my Adrenabrains are going to be putting this damage as and where we like. And I want to draw attention to the Technical Machine Devolution. I think that's what Arthur's going to be trying to work towards here. A tool card that gives the Pokemon it's attached to the attack Devolution, where you essentially pick up the highest stage evolution cards of all your opponent's Pokemon and put them back into their hand. So what Arthur's going to try and do is leave enough damage to where after the pickup, you would KO the remaining benched Pokemon. So in this case, we need 70 damage on all these Gimmighoul or Golden Go, because when they get picked up, they would get KO'd.
Yeah, one of the interesting things to keep note of as we're watching all of this as well, we see the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain over to the Gimmighoul right now, and a clutch being utilized. So then it's 30 damage with the damage tickers between turns, as the Psyduck's now up down to 30 HP left as well. The Golden goes up to 40 damage on it. The Gimmighoul, of course, just sticks with the 3 because of the Adrenabrain, but by not evolving them up, for you to take a knockout on those, you actually have to put the 70 damage counters on it, rather than waiting for the devolution play. If you have devolution and you keep a Gimmighoul still in play, you get the Golden Go back into hand. So then you could just evolve it back up again. And typically these lists, they don't tend to run more than one evolution card as a technical machine evolution, or devolution as well. But there it is. There's the other evolution now. So it's just one thing we need to keep an eye on. There's Professor Churro scenario.
It was in hand off the iron. I was waiting to try and weave it in there, but does have it. There will be no clutch shenanigans. There's a coin bonus for 2. And now that Genesect EX has done its job, got the Golden Go EX in hand and into play, and now it can, be safe in the hand. Air balloon attachment, giving the Golden Go a free retreat cost. That's another 2 cards from the coin bonus. That's an extra 4 cards. Daniel has seen this turn. Has he drawn it? I was going to say boss orders. Can't use boss orders. Did Professor Churro, of course. But that was a great turn there from Daniel. Daniel removed the Genesect EX liability, and I imagine has enough for a KO, actually.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Vessel.
There's a couple of pieces having to work out. Needs 3 energies to take the knockout.
Here, make it range 50 multiplier. Yveltal has 110 hit points, so we do need 3 energy. Now, I see an Earthen Vessel at the very least.
Yeah, so this will grab 2 energies out of the deck. The other thing that, again, we're going to have to keep an eye on all these different lines, right?
Okay.
Arthur could maybe try and gust up the Gimmighoul as well. If you do clutch it, it has to be evolved to be able to retreat or evolved to do anything as well. So that's another way to force the evolution up to all of the ability Pokemon. So again, all these little lines that we're going to have to just watch, keep an eye out for. And also, I guess the only other thing is there's 2 Professor Churro scenario in that list.
And worth noting, did actually have superior energy retrieval in hand. I missed that, so that's going to be 2 energy back from the discard pile, 2 energy from the Earthen Vessel. So we have more than enough for a KO now. Another Gimmighoul has hit the bench, and Daniel should have enough here for a big KO. Oh, yeah. Is he going to KO? Yeah, surely we're going to attack, surely.
Yeah, I mean, big is an understatement right now.
That's true. Hey, it's a top 4 game now. Every knockout is important and big, in my opinion. One thing I want to keep an eye on here, as we do see the KO, I actually chose to discard 4 energy. Overshot, so there's going to be extra energy in the discard pile. It is over to Arthur now, though. Daniel Magazine takes his 2nd prize card here in our top 4 feature match. Gdansk Regional Championship. Remember, the winner of this match will advance to the finals to battle it out against Emma Hagen. It is over to Arthur now, though. Let's see how this pans out. Nestball going to start the turn off.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of energies in the discard right now because of the Psyduck retreat and the Yveltal going down. There's 9 dark energies in total in Arthur's deck. There's 1 on that Monkey Dory already. We're just going to have to be a bit careful when we use Punk Up or get energy attachments down, that we can make sure we get full value. But this is why Arthur most likely has played that Nest Ball, because it's also a nice way to double check, reconfirm you've got the energies available to yourself, as we do see the evolution here, Punk Up being activated. I'm sure it's just going to be 2 to the active Pokemon. Oh, maybe going on to the Impidimp as well, maybe clear up some some cards from the deck there, as we get the extra attachment to the benched Impidimp. He's got Dark Energy in hand for the 2nd Monkey Dory as well, so can play around with a few more things.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage counters to maneuver here, to be honest with you. There's a Lily's Determination as well. Arthur hasn't taken a prize card. It's going to be for a full 8 cards here.
I mean, we've spoken to many Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX players. They always like playing from behind. They can utilize things like 100%. Iono, still keep the Lily's Determination to draw 8, can start throwing damage counters over to the Gimmighoul, use Shadow Bullet, maybe even to take the knockout and kind of just remove them from play when they come down. Of course, it is a big liability there in the active spot because it is a 2-prizer. One of the few decks that scared Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX away from the World Championships, for example, was Golden Go EX in the end. But, actually, Arthur's beaten Daniel in Swiss already.
Okay,
so we have precedent about how this match may go, but Daniel's going to be doing his utmost to make himself into the final.
Also going to use the Spike with Jim here. Going to grab another Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. Does he play Rare Candy?
Yeah, he plays one
copy of Rare Candy.
Most copies do. Most decks do, just in case they need to explode into the EX Pokemon and maybe start attacking quite quickly.
Here we are going to see Adrenabrain use for the first one. That's 3 damage counters from Psyduck onto the active. That's 200 hit points left. We could actually see a KO here. if we wanted to, if you pile damage into the active.
Yep, here we go. So just setting up other Pokemon as well. You know, keeping the 6 prizes can often mean that you can still utilize Lilies to draw and see more cards. Here we go. It's a big Shadow Bullet. 180 damage to the active Pokemon and 30 to one of the benched Pokemon there. It's got aiming for that other Gimmighoul on the bench that had 3 damage counters on it already. 10 HP away from knockout. Just double checking as well. Is it between turns, the Freezing Shroud?
Yeah, there we go. The between turns Freezing Shroud coming in the clutch. And you know what that does? That means no Pheasantipity because there was no KO on Arthur's turn. The KO was in between. So Arthur on the board here, taking 2 prize cards, setting himself up nicely in this top 4 feature match. What can Daniel do?
Didn't hit one of his free energies. Both players still have a free ofs in their prize cards right now. But here we go, coin bonus for 2 cards. Daniel was facing up against a big EX Pokemon here right now. Looks like we're gonna get the evolution up of the damaged Gimmighoul as well. So that will be going to 70 at some stage because of the Freezing Shroud if that is not removed from play. So we get a second 2-card draw from the coin bonus. Has it helped?
Surely it has. Surely it has. You have to imagine, but here is the Spikemuth Gin. Obviously, this cannot conclude, but I like this when you're playing it. If you can just consult the deck, work out what you have and what you have there. Oh, the Picnic Basket. Cheeky little card, that one. He'll 30 damage from each Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponent's. This is really interesting, because Arthur loves getting damage into play for the Freezing Shroud, because then you can, you know, Adrenaline Brain it off. Picnic Basket will completely heal that at this moment in time. And, you know, really, you know, disrupt the damage for the Technical Machine devolution play that he might be working towards. So it's like eyeing that up there. It's an interesting wrinkle. Yeah. Obviously, probably there for Dragapult, but works perfectly fine in this scenario as well.
Yeah, I think it's got great sort of stretch uses, as we do see this secret box come down from Daniel's side of the board now, pitching away that second copy of the Lunatone and the Mega Marwile EX as well. A great little sort of late game finisher or attacker through things like the Cornerstone Ogerpon EX or the Gobble Down attack, 80 times the number of each prize cards you have taken. So after 4 prizes taken, you can actually deal 320 damage, which is actually a great number.
Yep, dealing with Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Hasn't got an ability as well, so we'll not be getting hit by the Freezing Shroud.
But it's gone, so it doesn't matter.
It has gone. For now, though. It looks like the secret box is concluding for Boss's Orders, Vitality Band, Artisan, and that Picnic Basket as well.
Yeah, Vitality Band's kind of cute, because that means the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX could go down to just the 6 energies, and then the Freezing Shroud tick would there. But it's targeting the Frostlass, wants to limit what sort of damage counters are on the board, say, and that's generally a great way of dealing with this, especially with the Picnic Basket as well. It's this fully healed board from Arthur, so no Monkey Dory shenanigans. For the moment, at least. And this is where Daniel's kind of trying to take the lead here in terms of how we progress this. This is an Earthen Vessel for some energy cards as well. Pitching away the Artisan, so removing the option to remove the Spikemuth Gym in play, but you don't really want to give Arthur access to maybe something like a Super Rod into a Snow Run.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. So if we are going to try and get through the Frostlass, let's not make it easy for Arthur to get them back.
So very measured, very well played so far. I'm sure he's been well aware of this matchup. I do wonder how many times he may have played up against another Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX deck. Here it is, just a 1 energy.
Thanks to that weakness. That's 100 damage. So Daniel Magda takes his 3rd prize card here in our top 4. Still the 3 nest ball. Probably wanted us to take the Boss's Orders there, to be perfectly honest with you, out the prize card. So it is over to Arthur now.
Well, this is where we're going to have to start IO and praying at times. Well, very likely, I think, because you want to try and slow down how many cards Daniel's working with in his hand. Obviously, he pitched away quite a lot with the secret box, but you know he's got supporters and other cards to work with. Spikemuth Gym being utilized here just to kind of double check what he has access to. Looks like he's eyeing up maybe an Arven play here, maybe just to grab some of those important pieces back into his hands. Remember, one of those few things that Golden Go typically doesn't play too much, or if any of, is any hand disruption cards. So Arthur will be able to just, you know, play with the hands and cards that he wants when he wants them until he's ready to do so.
Just like that, Arven is going to be played here. I'm going to use the Super Rod, going to fail the tool card search, and that's going to shuffle in a Frostlass, a Snorunt, and a basic Darkness Energy as well. Super Rod lets you shuffle in three in any combination of Pokemon and basic energy back into your deck. Looks like just going to leave that at the top, so that means Nestball's going to go grab that Snorunt, get it straight back into play, and I imagine we'll see a shuffle up after that.
Yeah, this is the few turns which is going to be quite important because we don't have any damage ticks through Freezing Shroud right now. He's got none of that damage manipulation he can use from his side of the board. It means Daniel kind of almost gets like a semi-free pass at having to work around it. Obviously, it will take some damage because Marnie's Grimmsnarl will be firing away a Shadow Bullet if Arthur chooses to do so. Doesn't really have the bench space to use any other real attacker right now. Like I said, that Psyduck just kind of sitting there looking pretty, but not really helpful in this matchup.
No, just in case any Curse Blasts come out or Fortress EX for what it's worth. We'll be stopping any of that. That will be seeing that though, of course. Nestball has concluded for that Snorunt. Now he's going to consult the discard pile. Golden Go's one of those decks where you do need to keep an eye on the discard pile because you know any energy that is there could just immediately be summoned back to the hand via Superior Energy Retrieval. Looks like Air Balloon is going to be committed.
This is the few sort of very vital turns, right? But there's so many cards in that hand. Looks like a Technical Machine Evolution. Looks like just retreating into the Morgrim and actually going to evolve up and actually get a few ticks over around the board right now. So I quite like this. Straight onto just a Snorunt. We're going to get Frostlass up and live, and that means every Pokemon on the board with abilities will get a ticker on now, and pretty much is the full bench of Arthur's, and then of course the two Golden Go EXs.
Yep, that's a really interesting turn there. And it's really interesting seeing just how much these players really value, well, Arthur values the Frostlass, and Daniel fears it, going out of his way to KO it multiple times, but it has found itself back in play. Now it is back over to Daniel. Boss is ordering it immediately, saying no Freezing Shroud. I'm turning up the thermostat here in the venue. It's not going to be that cold, thank you very much. And just only needs one energy to KO it thanks to that metal weakness.
Yeah, and now Daniel feels pretty safe in having that third Golden Go EX evolved up as well, as we do get the full flow of all coin bonuses used here. And here we go. It looks like it's going to be another massive knockout, taking Daniel to 2 prizes, just kind of reconsulting the hand, making sure he has access to all the key pieces first. And then it's just going to be on Arthur to try and really stem the flow here, because it's only the 1 copy of Super Rod. It's got a couple of copies of Night Stretcher. Can't remember exactly if he has used one thus far. Kind of feel like it's quite important to keep track of those recovery cards at the moment. But can Arthur do anything from this position as well?
See, this is the interesting thing. Daniel's been taking his prize cards very slowly and methodically. If he takes his KO, which I'm sure he will, he goes down to 2 prize cards left. And what you're basically saying at that point is, if you leave Marnie's Grimmsnarl in the active, I'll make it rain, and that's all you wrote. You've got one in play, so I can just boss's orders it as well. We are going to see metal energy attachment to the bench, Golden Go without the air balloon. And there we are, make it rain. Another big KO there for Daniel. 2 prize cards remaining. Only 1 knockout away from taking this game 1 here in our top 4 feature match here at Gdansk Regional Championship. Nestball finally taken for what it's worth. If you are joining us here, the winner of this best of 3 will be advancing to the final. We are currently in our top 4 match. This game is currently tied 0-0, but Daniel is in the lead. Only 2 prize cards left to take. What can Arthur do here, Alex?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about the math right now in terms of some of the damage counters he could move over, but it would mean he'd have to try and leave this big EX Pokemon in the active spot, right? I mean, Arthur will, I'm sure, will try to maybe Iono, try and limit what Daniel has access to, and maybe put damage counters on his side of the board using the Shadow Bullet attack and hope there's no return KO.
Yeah, I think that's all we can do at this point. Yeah, I think this is Daniel's game to lose here. Arthur can definitely still win, but, you know, if Daniel can just make it rain and carry the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, that will be all she wrote. Worth noting, Petulant EX has hit the board, so Subjugating Chains can start to throw dark Pokemon around, maneuvering them into the active if he likes.
Yeah, so here we go. It looks like the Monkey Dory Adrenabrains are being activated. That probably makes sense to heal the active Pokemon as well. Actually, maybe it doesn't make too much of a difference, but that's to 5 on the active now. So it's got 210 HP remaining.
Yep.
So it's going to be another Monkey Tick. It's got 200 remaining now. Petrunt has an energy attached as well. So it can think about an attack. A Shadow Bullet, 180 damage to the active, 30 to the benched, undamaged Golden Go EX. Let's see how Daniel is able to piece together this turn. It's been Iono to 2. He has 3 cards to work with. We'll be able to draw at least 4 more here.
Ridiculous, isn't it? There's a coin bonus #1 for another 2 cards. Has coin bonus ×2 on the bench for another, what, 1 card each. And that's just it. And that's the problem with trying to Iono your way out of a Golden Go deck, is they're going to see so much extra cards just for being on the field, just for existing. You get more card advantage. There's a nice stretcher.
Energy in hand.
Energy in hand.
Oh, just to retreat.
Wow,
so gets another draw. So now he knows more energies are in the discard pile. If he has superior energy retrievals, he can get them back, of course. And then this is just another big coin bonus. He hits the superior
energy retrieval as an Arven to get back more as well. I think that's all we need here. Superior energy retrieval for the full 4. That's 200 damage.
3 more.
We need 3 more. There's a second superior energy retrieval. Is there enough energy in the discard pile? 1, 2, 3, 4. That is more than enough. This is going to be a big make it rain. And Daniel takes game 1 here in our top 4 feature match. Played it absolutely perfectly. 1 game away from the final. What can Arthur do?
So measured. Every prize taken was perfect in terms of how he was able to do so, targeting those Frostlass as soon as they came down, those boss's orders, instantly making those Freezing Shroud Pokemon targets there, easy knockouts with just 1 energy as well because of the weakness, but sending some of those energies, extra energies to the discard away as well. We had a key turn here with the Professor Churro scenario, removing the liability that is Genesect, and then it's just boss's orders over boss's orders over boss's orders. We're not letting you have those Freezing Shroud ability ticks.
Could you say that was the most cool, calm, and collected game top 4 match I've ever seen? Daniel Magda slowly worked his way towards this win, you know, repeatedly going after that Frostlass, saying, no, Arthur, not today. I'm not letting you get those Freezing Shrouds down. And, you know, slowly worked towards this spot where he was in the big 2 prize, you know, left to win. And that's where we only saw the massive make it rain there, the double superior energy retrieval of the coin bonus there. Wowzers. And yeah, and that's all we needed. We only saw the big make it rain once. And that just shows you how collected and calm Daniel was to just get into that position where he can announce a big make it rain. And now Arthur gets to choose whether he's going first or second here in this game too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to have to follow it very closely, of course, because Arthur did have that slightly slower turn 1. Despite going second, you know, he missed the Technical Machine Evolution, missed Secret Box, missed all these other pieces. That could have brought the game a little bit closer. It meant Daniel could be a little bit more measured in that approach, that bit more methodical approach that you've described it as both our players now have their active Pokemon selected. We're going to see our prizes shortly as they're just placing it down now. There it is. Again, nothing too crazy on both sides, so we're going to get this game going. This is game 2 of our top 4 match here in the Gdansk Regional. Whoever wins here will be able to find themselves in the final. It's just a bench of the Gimmighoul and a pass over. So it's over to Arthur, hits the Arven off the top deck there, so we're going to get gaming.
Box in hand as well.
Oh, here we go. Perfect. In comparison to the previous game, we're going to be able to cherry pick exactly what we're after. But there's so many good cards in there. There's the nest balls to get the right pieces as well. I think maybe just missing something like the energy. Just need to double check that was there as well.
I don't think I saw the energy, actually. Don't think I saw that. But however, I think if you're Arthur here, 1 game down, you know, you need to do the reverse sweep in 2 games in a row. I think you'd be rather happy with this setup, I think, you know, saying, right, let's get off to the races now. Secret box in hand. Iron up those supporters. Iron up those tools. Iron up those stadiums.
Nestball just to double check what is maybe prize, what he doesn't have access to for the time being as well. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see this secret box come down immediately after and maybe go into a Lily's Determination, just so that we can try and get as much possible draw for an energy card. and actually evolve up some of our Pokemon. So we do see the Monkey Dory from the Nest Ball, I should say. They're one of the best targets from that Nest Ball because Buddy Buddy Poppin will help you get out some of the other lower HP Pokemon. There it is. Grimmsnarl EX, Rare Candy, and Arven being pitched away. Spikemuth Gym, Technical Machine Evolution, Lily's Determination, and the Buddy Buddy Poppin are the 4 selected cards from that ace spec.
Wow. Think about the value from that secret box. You get 2 from the Buddy Buddy Poppin. You can get 1 from Spikemuth. You see another 8 from the Lilies. And a Technical Machine Evolution can catapult you into 2 stage 1s as well.
Yeah. I'm a man of value, Shay. Yeah. I like that a lot. But you may get too much value because you may end up drawing into your evolution Pokemon. And that can be a little bit detrimental. But if Arthur had an energy in hand, maybe he wouldn't have to go down that route. But we do see the Buddy Buddy Poppin being eyed up here now as well. I'm sure that's going to grab us some of those key pieces. Hopefully won't actually have to get us that Psyduck this time and taking up a valuable bench space. There's the double Snow Run, double Monkey Dory.
Oh, the Precious Trolley, everyone. Secret Box, Precious Trolley on the same turn. Here we go. Technical Machine Evolution, Lily's Determination. Okay, 8 new cards. I think it would be a travesty if we don't see a basic energy here. How determined is Arthur's Lily right now?
9.
That would cap off the perfect turn, in my opinion.
9 outs, right? And then, of course, just hoping not to draw into both of your Frostlass.
True.
Maybe even your 1 Morgrim, because 1 is prized.
Okay,
just so you have some targets. Here we go, the 8 cards, Shay.
We need to see the basic energy. We need to dodge the Frostlass. Here we go. Show us the energy, Arthur. Come on. Oh,
we got the energy.
Oh, wow, okay.
Actually,
towards the back of the hand there.
That hand's looking pretty good from what I can see. He's got the energies. Doesn't look like he's hit into the Frostlass, which is just hanging out at the bottom of the deck right now. Morgrim, and just double checking what those targets are going to be for the evolution, of course. Does get to energy attachment to the active Monkey Dory as well. So it looks like we're just going to go straight into double Frostlass at this point.
Yep, there we go. Technical Machine Evolution targeting both the Snorunt Frostlass ×2. Now remember, Arthur did get this in game 1, but Daniel was not entertained in that, not for a second, and was immediately off to the races to send those Frostlass back to the discard pile. But Arthur's doing everything he can. Freezing Shroud, remember, if you're just joining us, an ability puts 1 damage counter on Pokemon checkup, which basically means in between turns, on every Pokemon that has an ability. Doesn't count itself. So there is no abilities for Daniel worth noting right now, but it is putting damage on those Monkey Dory.
Well, there's one, Shay.
There's one. Now remember, Daniel's been very careful about choosing exactly when to evolve these Golden Go. So if he can manage it, I think he'll try and keep in with just 1, but he might not be able to. Looks like he's going to consult the deck using that Spikemuth Gym. Hasn't got any Marnie Pokemon, I imagine. I mean, I can tell you that hasn't got any. But I quite like this. I quite like this. They're just saying, all right, what have I got in the deck? And at the very least, you can shuffle the deck as well.
Yeah, just double check what we're working with is always key. I mean, when you're given that free chance to do so, Artisan now being played allows Daniel to be able to get a another Gimmighoul into play as well. Kind of set up similar to what you had in game 1. Of course, right now, Artisan's not being able to be used by Arthur because he currently has a full bench.
Exactly.
So Daniel's the only one who's going to get any value out of it, at least for now.
Artisan will conclude for that Gimmighoul, as you did say. What else? Coin bonus for 2. I haven't really had a chance to consult Daniel's hand here. There's 1. There's 2. Okay, Daniel, you're going to have to show us now, aren't you? Let's have a look. I see a lot of energy. I see superior energy retrieval. I see boss's orders as well. Wow. So able to remove Frostlass. Again, only 1 energy needed thanks to that Metal Weakness. Daniel Magda takes the first prize card here in our top 4 feature match. In this game 2, looks like it's going to take the Nest Ball from the prize. It is over to Arthur. This is a rinse and repeat of game 1. We're pretty much exactly the same setups, except Arthur hasn't got that pesky Psyduck knocking about this time. What will Arthur do here?
Yeah, can work with the extra bench space that is available for him right now. Artisan currently is live because there is a bench space available. This is where it's going to be a little bit tricky how we maneuver this, because we do have the 2 Monkey Dories now set up. You don't want to keep the damage counters necessarily on the Monkey Dories now, because we know Daniel plays Picnic Basket.
Yep.
So we want to try and use it to, again, as much value as possible, right? You've spoken about value there, Shay.
Yeah.
And that's the key thing. We need to make that damage counter really pay its worth in gold, right?
Yep, we need every damage counter to do it exactly, you know. Need to stick around first of all and try and be impactful. And I wonder if Arthur will try and build towards the technical machine devolution. We didn't really see it in game 1, but it's definitely an option. But when you have Picnic Basket knocking about, it makes it hard to sort of do the, you know, the grand finale play and lift them all up at the same time. Technical machine devolution, but I think that is an option. That is a builder. That is a build towards. But what can Arthur do here? We did see turn attachment to the Monkey Dory. We are going to see boss's orders as well from Arthur. That's going to bring up a Gimmighoul. They're both functionally the same.
Again, this is maybe coming down to what I mentioned before, where maybe you can clutch the Gimmighoul, and it kind of forces a evolution up an expansion of the Professor Churro scenario, right? So we're just getting the Adrenabrain right now, just kind of being eyed up to see exactly where this is going. Do you even consider taking out a Gimmighoul? Because I guess Clutch actually does that, but it's not ideal.
Could do that.
30 onto the Golden Go EX, and now the second Adrenabrain now being eyed up. What do we do here? So just a 20, keeping 1 on it for the time being. Just as Frostlass goes over to Daniel, that ticks up to 2, and then comes back. Again, another turn that would give after another 3 to work with. And here we go, retreat into the Impidimp.
Oh, okay. Collect?
Will we collect?
Sorry? No, okay. Just to pass over. It's over to Daniel now, though. What can he do? Has got Gimmighoul in the active. He's not going to see the big fat coin bonus for now. Let's have a look.
It's going to be a little bit awkward to work around, of course, because if you want to start swinging away, you need something like an air balloon or even just Professor Churro scenario, then take the knockout on the Impidimp, but then Frostlass is still there.
Oh, here we go. Speaking of efficiency and value, Genesect from the nest ball immediately going to find 2 more copies of Golden Go. Now, wow, this really is a rinse and repeat of game 2, because we saw this and we saw Arthur try and pounce on this via the clutch. Professor Churro scenario is able to remove it from play. I wonder if this could be an X factor. If the Genesect EX sticks around longer than Daniel wants, that could be the time Arthur needs to get back in this game. But for now, Metallic Signal has been used. We are going to see benched Golden Go EX evolve 1 from the coin bonus.
Ooh,
here we go. Going to evolve the active. Okay.
So we're going live with 3 coin bonus. Golden Go EXs. There's the air balloon
in hand, you know. I think I saw it.
Wouldn't surprise me. Another 2 from the Golden Go EX has been moved to the active position. Boss's orders is there.
Times 2.
Yeah.
Just play the maximum 4 copies. So there is Boss's orders again. Daniel said no freezing shrouds. Not today, Arthur. You got 1 cheeky use out of it already. Congratulations. Let me KO these rather quickly. Wow, Daniel's been so efficient. I wonder, you know, this is a testament playing 4 Boss's orders. It just means you can really, you know, go after what you want, especially when that Pokemon only needs 1 energy to discard thanks to the weakness. Daniel Magna, again, this is a real big rinse and repeat. We do see the KO. 2 prize cards taken for Daniel. It's over to Arthur. No more use of Freezing Shroud now. Has promoted the free retreat Yveltal. That's great, of course. But will no longer have the, you know, the easy damage from Freezing Shroud to fall back on here in this game too.
Yeah, just showcasing the draw power of the Golden Go EXs, being able to just get into the game. I mean, the first KO was done even without the Genesect EX in play. And then it's just, like you said, Boss's orders, 1 energy, and it just feels so good to just take an easy knockout without actually expending too much of your sort of card pool that you have in the deck.
Really not. We are going to see an Ultra Ball being played here. Alex going to grab Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. It's like Punkop will be live Punkop when you evolve into it. Let's just search your deck for 5 Dark Energy, goodness gracious, and attach them to your Marnie's Pokemon. Now, we only normally ever see, you know, 3 or maybe even 2 uses of that. Just so you can start using Shadow Bullet. That means you can be a bit more clinical with your other basic energy attachments, letting you get Monkey Dories online or Clutch online. Anything like this. We are going to see the evolution. We are going to see the Punkop. 2 energies attached to the bench. Mine's Grimmsnarl EX. That is a behemoth Pokemon. 320 hit points. Shadow Bullet, 180 damage. You know, it's nothing to sniff at.
But when you're facing up against a Golden Go that can deal with it in 1 hit, that's always a scary thing. Here comes the Snow Runt back from the Night Stretcher as well. Just kind of hanging around. We get energy attachment to the active Yveltal and an Iono to boot as well. So let's see how kind this Iono will be to both our players in this game 2 of our second top 4 feature match we have here at the Gdansk Regional Championship.
Oh, just saying, Daniel drew into the Professor Choro off that Iono to 4, by the way. Just keep an eye on that one. Is it back over to Arthur still, though? We are going to see a retreat, free retreat, and it's going to be the big... Oh, no, it's going to be the Adrenabrain first, I should say. Yeah. Letting you move... Oh, looks like only opting to move 1 damage counter from the Monkey Dory.
That puts it down to 180 HP. So that's in range now, keeping a couple of those damage counters, just expending that Technical Machine Evolution. Attack of Shadow Bullet, because it's 260 HP. Now 30 damage going somewhere on Daniel's board. I mean, they're pretty similar. Onto the Air Balloon Golden Go EX there. So after taking 2 prizes here, leveling up this game 2 of this top 4 match, but we'll be staring down at 2 Golden Go EXs with his own 320 HP behemoth of Imani's Grimmsnarl EX. But can Daniel respond here?
This could be a pivotal turn. If Daniel can go down to 2 prize cards here, take a big 1-hit KO on Arthur's Marnie's Grimmsnarl, really force him to have Rare Candy plus Grimmsnarl combination, try and find Fast Last, ask some questions. This could be the turn where Daniel starts to get back in the driver's seat, and I think he senses that, opting to put down the Soul Rock Lunatone combination. This is for the first time we've seen this in this best of 3 here, with the Soul Rock and the Lunatone combination letting you discard a fighting energy from your hand to draw 3 thanks to Lunatone's Lunar Cycle ability. We're even going to see a Buddy Buddy Poffin to fully max out the bench here for going to grab another Gimme Ghoul here. This is the turn Daniel senses. This is where I can close this top 4 game out if I can reach for that big, bad, scary Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, make it rain and KO it in 1 hit. Here we go.
Coin bonus for 2.
Number 1. Superior energy retrieval and an energy.
Yeah.
How many are in the discard pile? 1, 2. Just the 2 so far. 3. 3. That's 150 damage right there.
Plus the 1 in the hand, so 200 damage. So
let's see the retreat now. Alex, another 2 coin bonus.
Needs the energy attachment as well,
Does
of course.
need a turn attachment.
Here we go. Just what options are there? There is that metal energy in hand and supporters as well. It looks like the Arven's there. So just kind of having to piece it together. Of course, doesn't have a fighting energy to utilize that Lunar Cycle. This is the first time, as Shay's mentioned, that Daniel has been able to put it down, or has decided to put it down, I should say, because we have seen it dispatched to the discard on the previous game. Arven being played now. I know Shay is doing some mental mathematics to try and work out what he needs to take a massive knockout.
I think we need 8, right? Could be the turn attachment as well. So
in total.
Yeah, so we need 8 energy in total. 1 to turn attach, and then 7 to pitch away with Make It Rain.
There you go.
Wow.
So Earthen Vessel for 2 fighting energies going to hand now. I'm sure he does have the superior energy retrieval that we've already mentioned. So can at least Lunar Cycle to see what else he can draw into. And then that'll be all the draw power he currently has on the board. So does Marnie's Grimmsnarl stick around a little bit longer? Here we go, draw 3.
This is a really big turn here, folks. Do we see enough energy? Wow,
he's got 3 energy in hand. Earthen Vessel as well, and superior energy retrieval. Does that mean he can reach there? Just got to double check. There's 4 in the discard pile. This is a big expansion in terms of what he could do.
3, so that's 7. Earthen Vessel. I think we're there.
I think we can do it.
I think we're there. 3 in hand, 4 in the discard. That's 7. Earthen Vessel gets us up to 9, funnily enough. And that's more. That's overreaching there from Daniel. Goodness gracious. Is there enough energy in deck? I believe there is. So Earthen Vessel for 2. Yep, 4. So there's, 4 in the discard pile, 6 that we're currently looking at. And yeah, that's 9. That's more than enough, Alex. That's going to be a big Make It Rain KO.
Yeah, massive, absolute massive turn here. Massive potential swing as well, completely in Daniel's favor. There's the energy attachment to the active Golden Go EX, really Lunar Cycling his way potentially to a massive knockout here. It just looks like he's just kind of deliberating exactly, making sure he doesn't
get everything right.
You don't discard the cards you might need for a future turn. We've got to make sure we do that correctly.
Can't get too ahead of ourselves. Don't want to get too excited. That's something I would do. Superior energy retrieval and discard a Golden Go EX and 1 basic fighting. But we know that we had actually enough to where we can do that. So that's going to be 4 coming back to the hand of the superior energy retrieval. Make it rain. Big 1-hit KO. Everybody get your umbrellas out here in the Gdansk venue because Daniel's making it rain. 2 prize cards left for Daniel to take, and he will find himself in the final of the Gdansk Regional Championship. It's over to Arthur now, starting off the turn with the Artisan, Yvetel in the active.
Just kind of deliberating what he could utilize that bench space for. He looks like he can't grab the Pheasantipity to the bench from the Artisan right now, but he really needs something like that counter catcher in combination with the Iono. Maybe look to try and clutch things up for the moment.
So. I think that's what we're going to be trying to work towards here, Alex. But now, since Daniel, it's going to be the Pheasantipity. That's an easy 2 prize KO there. Daniel can reach into it. But I think you're right. This is going to have to be counter catcher, Iono, clutch, and just hope that you can try and get yourself back into this game.
Yeah, absolutely, because you can't really Professor Churro scenario and Boss's orders at the same time. Nope. So this has got to be the route that he's aiming for. It looks like a flip the script. Can we turn this game on its head? 3 cards, Arthur.
I don't think Iono was in the hands. We'd love to see that here. 1, 2, and 3. That one of them was a supporter.
I think there was 1 Iono there.
I think. Oh, there is a 1 in hand. Okay, I apologize.
Does have nice stretcher for the Frostlass as well. But again, it's just needing something like the counter catcher. But this is
going for the Arven instead. Okay. I guess, yeah, we still need the counter catcher. Arven get counter catcher being eyed up there.
Wanting the guarantee it rather than risk the Iono to 4.
That makes sense.
Because this will, I guess, buy Arthur 1 more turn. Simply because, you know, taking a single prize isn't going to win Daniel the game yet. But it'll take him 1 step closer to the finals.
It does. I mean, I feel as if it's the sort of bare minimum we need to do this turn is just be some form of disruption. As you say, you cannot Professor Torres scenario and Boss's orders in the same turn. I don't think Daniel plays anything like a switch. Does not anything like this. So Arven has been concluded. Pheasantipity has been concluded. Night Stretcher being played here. That's probably going to find the Frostlass, I would imagine. Get that back on board. Freezing Shroud is online. Bear in mind, that does actually hit the Pheasantipity. But it's down to 200 damage. That's a crisp 4 energy make it rain for a KO there.
Sounds like a future problem for the moment, Shay.
It does sound like a future problem.
Let's at least try and buy myself an additional turn, get some more damage pings on the board. Say, here's a counter catcher. Surely must aim for the big, bulky Genesect.
Genesect or, you know, Solwat, Lunatone. Well, probably Lunatone.
Lunatone over the Solrock,
yeah. But we are going to see the counter catcher into the Genesect EX. Turn attachment, was it on the debating on the Pheasantipity perhaps? We're going to bring that one back though. But it is going to be the clutch. That's 20 damage. And we'll stop the Genesect EX from retreating. So Air Balloon will not be an out. Looks like debating on whether to do the Adrenabrain first. It looks like, Alex.
Yeah, scared of the potential of Picnic Basket because there's so much damage there. Oh, he's actually moved the damage counters off. But he's moved it to the active. Look, yeah, and then now the Freezing Shroud ticks there. So we are clutching it up. Will it be enough? Daniel here is now going to draw for his turn. Does have Professor Churro scenario in hand.
In hand for a while.
So then
the Churro slamming that down.
Yeah, immediately.
Genesect EX straight back to the hand. Golden Go EX going to hit the active. Now we cannot play Boss's orders now. So it is just going to be some coin bonus action. And this is where the Golden Go EX deck is really poised to do well when you can start to just coin bonus. That's 4 extra cards so far this turn.
Yeah, Arta's
still unicycle as well if we like.
Arta's used up both his Night Stretchers now. He does only have access to Super Rod as any sort of recovery. So if this Evil Tool goes down and he's looking to try and maybe clutch the game up again, he's not really able to do so without finding that Super Rod. And also probably needs another counter catcher and probably needs the Iono at the same time to boot just to kind of slow the game down whilst he tries to Adrenabrain back into the game. But, you know, stranger things have happened here. Daniel's obviously going to try and take this massive KO. He's got Fighting Gong in hand. One of the new inclusions to the deck, being able to grab a fighting Pokemon or a fighting energy. Got so many pieces here that's available. Available as well. Here comes the Earthen Vessel. Just double checking, grabbing the last couple of energies out of the list and deck as well. And then we're just going to be working, if you do get Ionodes, to things like superior energy retrievals that are left in the deck, or any other important cards that are left in the deck.
It's these kind of players that separate good from great players and great players from world-class players. Just thinking, okay, I can do what I want already this turn. That's fantastic. But how do I now play around the counter, and how do I set myself up so in 2, 3, 4 turns I have a checkmate scenario where no matter what my opponent can do, I will have a win on board. And that's why by filtering all these sort of dead cards, if you like, out of the decks, we don't draw into them. All we want is just energy and ways to find it. And that's what Daniel's trying to do here.
Yeah, just take a moment to take stock. Daniel could be on the verge of making himself into the final superior energy retrieval, dispatching the Genesect and that Mega Mawile going down once again. That Gimmighoul just at the very top there does have 1 damage counter on it. There looks like 4 energies coming to hand. So had to expend, well, maybe didn't have to, but expended the superior energy retrieval. Maybe comfortable enough that there's more than enough in the deck to work with if you do get Ionode or hand disrupted, especially if you've only got 1 prize to take after this potential knockout.
Yeah, more than enough energy in the hand. I wonder if we'll see the overspend again, or will we just see the 3 needed? Yveltal having that pesky 110 hit points actually forces, and we are going to see the overshoot there, discarding 4 energy, doing more than enough damage. Daniel Magda's 1 prize card away from his position in the Gdansk Regional Championship final. Is over to Arthur now. Going to promote Pheasantipity, Freezing Shroud in between turns. 1 damage count on every Pokemon with an ability. Okay, Arthur. What can you do here? No more wiggle room. Daniel Magda cannot take another KO.
Yeah, that's Pheasantipity is the biggest Pokemon on Arthur's board state right now. That's why it's probably gone to the active spot. Does have Air Balloon though.
Okay.
As at least a way to pivot around if he needs to do so. And I can only imagine it has to be an Iono angle here. And just hopes he can draw into, with Flip the Script as well, some additional pieces that allows him just to try and make his way back in the game somehow. Still has access to counter catchers, or at least 1 counter catcher in the deck, but would love to have had it in the hand to make his life a little bit easier. Looks like he's going down the route here of this Iono.
Is there a world in which you try and pull off Petra and EX, attach Energy Switch, Irritated Outburst plus Iono, and just try and announce Irritated Outburst twice?
I mean, it's certainly possible, Shay, but that's a scary position to be in.
It is. But as you say, Pheasantipity's got the most hit, but we are going to see Iono being played here. That'll give Daniel a 1-card hand and Arthur a 4-card hand. But I don't know. I feel as if the time for just, you know, clutch plays.
Going for it.
Yeah, that's all. That's been gone now.
Unfortunately.
Oh, the energy switch is prized. Oh my goodness, we can't even see that.
Yeah, so probably looking for a Super Rod, maybe. Oh, he's got Counter Catcher. Has he found a Super Rod and an energy? Flip the Script as well. Because we could maybe try and go for another clutch play if we find a Super Rod. That's not there.
No.
And that's just 1 card away from maybe just trying to slow the game down just that little bit more. I mean, you have put Daniel down to 1 card. You can bring up.
You can bring up a 1 retreat cost.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than nothing. Monkey Dory coming down with another Dark Energy, it looks like. And you just have to leave Pheasantipity in the active spot. Get the damage counters off it, so it only goes down to 190 essentially once it goes across into Daniel's turn. Here we go, Counter Catcher. I'm sure it's got to be that Lunatone. I don't think there's another good target there. You don't want to give him the Gimmighoul to evolve into. There it is. Promotion of the Lunatone. And then it's just going to be the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain plays. And let's see what we can do from this position.
It's going to be the Adrenabrain onto bench. Golden Go, and then onto the other one as well. To be fair, Technical Machine Devolution, that does actually KO both of those. Does have it in hand. Okay. Now this is interesting. Technical Machine Devolution will de-evolve all of the evolved Pokemon, putting the higher stage back into the hand, and whoops-a-daisy, Gimmighoul has 70 hit points. That's going to KO them both. Arthur takes 2 prize cards here, 2 versus 1. Daniel has to maneuver this Soul Rock out of the active, Lunatone, I should say. Freezing Shrouds obviously will continue as well. Wow.
This is one chance. I mean, we'll have access to coin bonus, but right now it's on the bench because he's got back to the hand.
In the hand, yeah.
This is the only awkward scenario, but he's just eyeing up a couple of cards there. Obviously, we know 2 of them already. There is a nice stretcher. Has to go for the fighting, the draw. Wow. Maybe into Lunar Cycle. Here we go. It's a big 3 cards here, Shay. 3 cards to hand. Yeah. Professor Churro scenario.
And the Professor Churro scenario. Wowzers.
Is that enough?
How many do we need? We need 2 energy to carry Monkey Dory, right?
Yep. Secret box will allow you. You've got Professor Churro scenario, can go into the Golden Go, but then
we need a turn attachment as well, so we need 3 energy.
Yeah, and Superior Energy Retrieval grabs you how many, Shay?
Yeah, it does grab you 4. Oh yeah, secret box. Then we'll just find you the Arvin's go grab that one, right? Do we have a turn? Oh yeah, I think we have
this is
right?
it.
I think we have this, right?
Go on, Shay. Tell me exactly what he's going to grab. The Arvin, Air Balloon, Superior Energy Retrieval. This is big.
Here we go. This is all going to be. She wrote, Air Balloon's going to free retreat the Lunar turn. There is no clutch now. You can promote Gimmickle. Evolve into Golden Go EX. Superior Energy Retrieval for 4 energy. Turn attach plus enough for the KO. And Daniel Magda will take our top 4 feature match here and advance to the Gdansk Regional Final.
Incredible display here by Daniel here, just to overcome a matchup which he actually lost in the Swiss rounds as well. Commiserations to Arthur. He's gone so far with his archetype. But it is Golden Go which makes its way to the final. Waiting in the wings is Emma with that Flareon box deck. But this is how it all went down, Shay.
Yep, and to be honest with you, you could tell me this was game 1 or game 2. It's going to be very similar. Arthur was able to get the Freezing Shroud Frostlass out ×2 in both games, and Daniel did everything he can to stop them. We are going to see Boss's orders on the first one. We just missed that. But here's Boss's orders on the second one. Just saying, I know how powerful these Freezing Shrouds are. I'm not letting you have that. And I'm just going to keep KOing them. And then eventually, all I need to do is uptrade 1 time into the Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And that's all I need to do. And you know what? Arthur actually re-established the 3rd one. And Daniel said, no. Nice try, Arthur. Not today, though. I'm going to KO it again. And this was the turn. The double Superior Energy Retrieval. Just to uptrade that massive Make It Rain once. We only saw it once in game 1. But that's all we needed for some clinical play from Daniel. Super, efficient. And that's all she wrote for game 1.
Yeah, the game 2 went very similar. Arthur had a better turn 1, was able to kind of maneuver into the 2 Frostlass. But again, Daniel was just, no. I'm boss is ordering that straight up to the active spot. I'm taking it down. Because we don't want those damage counters to keep ticking across. And then it was just being able to sept up the board with very little in reality, because we didn't even need the Gen Sec to begin with. Easy knockout, 1 energy card just needed because of the weakness. And then there was this big Lunar Cycle turn. We had that Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX in the active spot, 320 HP, but had all the pieces, really went gung-ho and took all the energy cards. And then even with the clutch play, just had all the pieces to hand. Arthur unable to play 2 supporters in a turn, because Iona would have been great at the same time.
It really would have been.
But that Yveltal was also going down to make it rain. And at this point, Daniel was able to get that Night Stretcher, Lunar Cycle 1 more time, and hit the perfect pieces to take this top 4 match and make it all the way to the final.
Yep, absolutely clinical play there. I absolutely loved watching Daniel, in this best of 3, basically saying, I'm not going to put down Solwat Lunatome. I'm not letting you get those cheeky, easy KOs. However, when I can use them to catapult myself so far ahead you cannot catch up, this is when I put them down. This is when I draw cards, and this is how I accelerate myself to the final.
Yeah, didn't even need to use Picnic Basket in the second game at all. Yeah, we saw it in game 1, that lovely sort of tech inclusion. Like you mentioned, it's great against things like Dragapult, just to kind of manipulate the damage counters on your board side. But also in this matchup where you're actually just removing damage counters across both players. And that is really, really detrimental, because it just makes Arthur's turn sometimes 1 step back, right?
Yep. That's exactly what I feel Daniel was doing, just completely erasing those. Like, oh, you just got Frostlass out? No, you didn't. You've got all this damage in play. Picnic Basket? No, you didn't. But I tell you what, I think it's time. Let's hear from the man himself of the hour, the winner of our top 4 feature match B. Daniel is now in the interview corner with Emily. So let's throw it down to them.
Thank you, casters, so much for your hard work last match. But speaking of hard work, I'm here with the winner of our last round, Daniel. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good.
Closer.
I'm happy that I got to play against Grimmston of Charizard.
Okay. Can you kind of elaborate on that? Why?
Charizard has some annoying parts with Dusknoir and Briar that make the matchup tougher. And Grimmston is also like slow paced, so I can really take my time to figure out my place, and I don't have to worry about doing like a small mistake that can cost me a short match.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the casters did mention that you actually played Arthur in Swiss. Can you go in a little bit about how that match went? Because I believe that Arthur actually beat you in Swiss.
My match against Arthur influenced a lot how I played here. I knew that he was playing a Pack-Current, so when he's at 2 prizes and I have a full HP Goldengos, they normally wouldn't get KO'd by an Ursaluna, but the Pack-Current allows him to kill them in 1 attack, which actually won him the first game when he played originally. And also, I realized that I don't really need to bench the Solrock and Lunatone, since they're massive liability for me, and that's how it went. All right.
Got it. Just one more quick question for you. So last week at Lille, you did play Cynthia's Garchomp, from what I'm hearing. Is there any reason why you would switch off that deck for this one?
I mean, the deck is not that good, but it's like a cool version of Crustle. I had a 4-0 start, and unfortunately I fumbled it, but the main thing is that I had made a bet with my Guardian and travel partner Miloslav Poslední, that if I don't do well with Garchomp, I'm forced to play a real deck, like Guardian Control, but he later allowed me to also play Goldengo, since that's my comfort pick as well.
Well, absolutely. You are heading into the finals. Any shout-outs you want to give before we kind of let you go back to the stage?
I would love to give a massive shout-out to everyone who supported me, cheered on for me, Drew Stevenson for essentially making the deck, giving me the 59, and also I would like to ask TPCI to allow me to go to LIC, since I already have my flight. It's not refundable, but I whiffed both ways of the registration. Thank you.
Right, well, thank you so much. Now we're gonna let you head back to the stage. We got a quick video to show you guys about finding your local league if you want to end up like a great player like Daniel or our other finalist Emma here. We'll see you guys very soon for the finals.
I think, like...
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Yeah. That Pokemon League, that opportunity to get involved in any one of the Pokemon games, the trading card game, Pokemon Go, Pokemon video game, or even Pokemon TCG Pocket. There's an opportunity using that QR code on your screen. So make sure you get your phones out to scan it, or just go straight to the website yourself with the event locator to find your nearest local gaming store. You know, it's something that we try and promote all the time because it's a great place where you can meet like-minded people and really and truly enjoy a hobby that we all love. And that's the reason why we're all here together, right?
Yep, 100%. You know, how many people have we seen on the stream over the course of the weekend and a little last weekend saying, you know, I took this to League, I practiced this here, I learned that. We had Mike on stream earlier, you know, big League aficionado. He loves practicing and getting all those reps in at League. So you have to go there. And at the very least, you know, if you're a bit like me, go to League with some kooky decks and you don't do rather well, at least you're in a building with like-minded Pokemon fans. That's never a bad thing.
Did you call him Michael?
I don't think I did. I don't think I did. He's trying to catch me out. Yeah. I don't think I did.
Right, of course. And it was always amazing to hear from Daniel as well. I had the pleasure of interviewing him last time, and this time he did get his shouts out, which is always great to hear. But yeah, it's incredible just to kind of hear the little bit of the adaptation that he had from facing Arthur in the Swiss rounds as well.
It's one of them where, like, if you play an opponent early on in Swiss, even if they won, like in this scenario, at the very least, it gives you information how to approach the match of thinking, okay, so I tried this earlier, it didn't quite work, let me try this. And that's exactly what Daniel was able to do. Love hearing about how he managed to stumble his way onto the Golden Go deck as well. After playing Cynthia's Garchomp didn't go quite well, and Milosav said, come on now, pick up something a bit more serious, and it was going to be the Golden Go EX. And I tell you what a fantastic choice that was, as he finds himself in the final of the Gdansk Regional Championship. But I tell you what now, viewers, there's only one round left. We've seen many rounds here at the Gdansk Regional Championship. We have one left, and then we will be able to crown a regional champion. So I've got one little job for you, and I've got one job for us. Your job is to get yourself nice and comfortable. Whatever you need to do, whether it's a drink, a little snack, a nice little cushion perhaps, get that ready, because you're not going to want to miss the final. And it's our job to bring you that final. Not our job. We'll swap out. Amy and Emily will be able to do that, but we're going to bring you that action. So don't go anywhere. Our regional final will be coming very soon.
Hello Pokemon trainers, welcome to Moments in Championship History, a series where you will learn about the most exciting stories throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Today we'll be focusing on an incredible deck that combines an unlikely trio of cards. This is a combination that you would not think would synergize well together, but as it turns out, they formed a partnership worthy of a World Championship title. I'm referring to none other than Robin Schul's Zoroark GX Carburetor deck, which combined 3 of the most powerful cards ever printed.
I think one of my strengths at this game is building decks and choosing the right decks for tournaments. I think I'm quite good at seeing what's important in a matchup between 2 decks and seeing how it should play out in theory, and then checking the theory in practice.
The first card was Carburetor from the Breakpoint set. It was a very effective way to stop your opponent's strategies by shutting down all the abilities with its own Garbo-Toxin ability, as long as it had a tool card attached such as Floatstone. Next, the other Carburetor from the Guardians Rising set with a powerful Trash Avalanche attack, dealing damage based on the amount of item cards in your opponent's discard pile. This card alone completely changed how trainers built their decks and played the game, as many powerful item cards such as Ultra Ball, Field Blower, and Puzzle of Time that were played back then were now a liability and would increase the damage that this Carburetor could do. And finally, the glue that brought everything together, Zoroark GX and its trade ability, allowing trainers to discard a card from their hand and draw 2 cards. With multiple Zoroark GX in play, you could draw up to 8 extra cards each turn, allowing you to find key resources like Guzma or Acerola at just the right moment. This formidable card already had 3 international titles to its name with different partners. Tord Reklev won the 2018 European International Championship by combining Zoroark GX with Colysopa GX, and then won the 2018 Oceania International by pairing it with Gardevoir GX. And finally, Stefan Ivanov was crowned champion at the 2018 North America International Championship with the same unlikely trio of Zoroark GX and the 2 Garbodors that would then go on to become world champions. Now, why is it an unlikely trio, you ask? Well, this Garbodor shuts down abilities, while Zoroark GX's best asset is how many extra cards it grants you each turn with its ability trait. So how was Robin able to make these 2 unlikely friends work so well together in the same deck at the World Championships in Nashville? The answer comes in many forms, but the main one is, you want to take advantage of all these powerful cards at the right time. Draw as many cards as possible with multiple Zoroark GXs, shut down abilities when it's convenient for you, and deal more and more damage with each item card your opponent decides to play. In game 1 of his top 4 match against Clive, Robin won by using a Tapu Lele GX with 3 double colorless energy attached to 1 Kiowa Zygarde GX. During game 2, Robin decided to hold off on evolving into Garbodor until the last possible second. And after playing a devastating end to 1, in combination with shutting down all abilities, Robin was able to start an amazing comeback with powerful Trash Avalanche and Riotous Beating attacks to make his way into the finals. On Championship Sunday, Robin adjusted his strategy to start limiting his opponent's abilities as soon as possible against a very ability-reliant Malamar deck, as that deck needed to continually use Psychic Recharge every turn to power up its powerful attackers. Robin didn't hesitate, and as soon as the second turn of Game 1, he decided to shut down all abilities with Garbotoxin.
The lock has been established. Turn 2 Garbotoxin for Robin.
And utilize Zoroark GX with its Psychic Resistance as a bulky and powerful attacker, dishing out a lot of damage with its rider speeding attack.
Robin Schultz takes game number 1.
Game 2 was more of the same.
A perfect second turn from Robin Schultz. It's going to take a 2-prize knockout, lock down the abilities.
And even though it was a bit closer this time around, Robin was able to lock down the Psychic Recharge abilities long enough to walk away with victory.
That is it. Robin Schultz is the 2018 Masters Division World Champion.
Turns out combining 3 of the most powerful and threatening cards ever printed was the perfect strategy for Robin Schultz to be crowned the 2018 Pokémon TCG World Champion. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed learning about the history of this crazy deck. Make sure to let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokémon TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Content as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Players from across the world have journeyed here to Gdansk, Poland, to test their skills to earn those all-important championship points and take one step closer to the World Championships this year in San Francisco. I'm Amy Wasley, and I'm joined by the wonderful Emily Foreman to bring you the finals of our journey today.
Yeah, I am more than excited, Amy. We have had a great weekend here in Gdansk. I am so honored that I was even able to work this regional alongside all of you and the rest of the EU team. But honestly, the stories have been writing themselves. There's no Dragapult in this top 8. There's no Gardevoir in this top 8. We are having a brand new deck come alive here in Europe and going to be taking the win. It is so exciting to see how far we've come. And I think, if anything, the Lille to Gdansk pipeline that we've had has truly shown us what innovation means in deck building.
So true. Our players are ready as the stage is set for another fantastic battle of titans of our TCG, as 2 very well decorated players who have practiced day in, day out have finally come to the pinnacle, to the preface of our tournament, to show us the skills they have learned throughout this season. It comes down to this: Emma Hagen, EUIC top 64, Lille top 32, Stuttgart top 32, Milwaukee top 64. All around the world, Emma is currently playing full time, and maybe this will be her ticket to the World Championships.
Can't forget her opponent on the other side, though, Daniel Magda, a decorated player in of itself. He has been playing Pokemon in all 3 divisions, Amy, and you can see World's top 8 in both juniors and seniors as well, and now making it here to potentially punch his ticket to San Francisco. This one is going to be definitely an interesting matchup when we look at the decks on paper. Emma going to be piloting, and honestly, she has been the pinnacle of the EVs, playing Flareon and Leafeon in her deck, going up against Daniel on his Golden Go and the Soul Rock and Lunatone engine as the prizes are going to be coming down here. Amy, tell me what you see.
You know what? I don't think these prize cards seem too offensive. I think that these are fine. It looks like we're going to have a real tussle. Both of these decks at full power, and one of these two trainers will reign supreme and become our champion. Will it be Emma Hagen or Daniel Magda taking the crown here in Poland, really taking that step further, bringing us a brand new deck to be our champion deck here in Europe Masters Division. There's the fist bump. Let's get right into it.
This is a big, important game one here. Let's talk about the decks themselves going into this finals here. It's going to be the EVs going up against Golden Go EX here. Now, to give the audience a little bit of background, Emma already has played against a couple of Golden Go's in Top Cut. We last saw her on stream playing against one of her closest friends, Christian Fontenot, on essentially the same exact deck archetype. Now, granted, Daniel Magda is playing this Golden Go deck. What this deck does best, Amy, is draw the most amount of cards possible, thanks to, of course, Golden Go EX, but also this new addition from Mega Evolution, this Lunatone. And as long as you have a Soul Rock on your bench, you are able to discard one fighting energy and draw 3 cards. It's a massive amount of draw, and honestly, it's already helped what has been a very consistent deck.
Indeed, and honestly, this could go either way. Just having a look at the pairings, it looks like these two have faced up against one another in the first phase of the tournament. Looks like round 4, they have already faced one another.
This is very interesting here, too, as we pass back on over to Emma's turn. Now, granted, a lot of the times players will see a evolution turn 1 and they might kind of look at it strange, but that Eevee with its boosted evolution ability here, as long as it's in the active spot, which it is, can actually evolve on its first turn here. But Amy, look at the setup that we already have from Emma's side. Buddy Poffin and Terra Orb as well. We already have our terrestrial Pokemon ready to go with multiple Noctowls as well, and the rare Candy here too. That's one less card that we need to Jewel Seek for. Now, granted, we're not getting an attack here, but we're definitely set up.
Oh yeah, on both sides, to be honest. The setup looks pretty clean. We're making a real good stance for both of these players. And now here we go with Daniel Magda's secret box. We already spoke earlier when we saw Christian Fontenot on the stream about the flexibility of the choice of A-Spec in Golden Go. Now, Secret Box has definitely been a staple for a while for a lot of players in this deck because it brings such power and consistency, and that's exactly what we're seeing here with the discard of a picnic basket, a energy card, and the Mega Mawile EX, a curious invention in this deck indeed.
Definitely makes a lot of sense. A lot of Golden Go players decided to tech this in for the week. That gobbled down attack. The more prize cards you take, it gets stronger. And of course, that being a 3 prize Pokemon that is weak to fire, Daniel wants no part of that on his bench at all here. So once again, having your secret box in your hand, going and finding, of course, all that setup that you need. But here we go, our first lunar cycle here. Let's see what we got. Don't have a direct view here, but there's that air balloon. Okay, straight into the Gimme Ghoul. Now, granted, we definitely have to play very carefully here because that Golden Go is very, very, very weak to fire.
Yeah, he doesn't really want to be caught in any of those flames. Definitely has a melting point that's just about Flareon as far as I'm concerned. We go ahead and grab another Gimme Ghoul there with our Nest Ball, really making sure that not only our ferocious draw engine is on board, but also our attacking power. Golden Goes make sure that they can swing back to back to back if necessary, especially when staring down a Flareon. But if Daniel manages to, combo up and knock out this Flareon right here, right now, it could really set the tone for how this game's gonna go for Emma.
This one's going to be very interesting as well. Going back into Daniel's prize cards, there's only one copy of this Genesect EX being played. So Daniel being able to reliably find his golden goes off of just card draw in itself, very telling to show how well mastered he is with this deck. Now, Amy, here's the thing. I'm looking at the hand. I'm not seeing right away a lot that we can work with. I see a little bit of setup, which will definitely help us. But now we've already retreated for turn. It's a little bit scary to leave this 2 prize in the active. So we are going to use Professor Turo's scenario, and we are going to reset the board here, sending Lunatone back up front.
That was really clever, and then we get to just evolve it next turn and carry on. But moving on to Emma's turn, Flareon has survived, and henceforth we have a terrestrialized Pokemon in play, which opens up that gate to let our Noctowl into the building. We're going to be using its fantastic ability, Jewel Seeker. Emma is allowed to take 2 trainer cards, whichever she fancies from the deck. So she's just doing a little deck check now, just checking what she's working with. Although technically on paper, yes, this is a good matchup for her. She still needs to have her wits about her, as Daniel is a very, very good player and has a lot of reps with decks just like this. And so she's going to need to still be careful and tread very wisely as we see that Serrano come down, the Sparkling Crystal, and of course we evolve into Pidgeot with the Rare Candy.
And there we are, finding Pidgeot here, one of the engines of the deck. Not only do you have Noctowl, where if you have a terrestrial Pokemon, you can evolve and start finding the parts that you need, but why not also add Pidgeot to it as well here? So it is going to be the Sparkling Crystal attach into using Burning Charge here on the knockout. And instead of getting another Flareon ready, Amy, I'm actually only seeing the line straight to Blood Moon Ursaluna, because that EVEX, it's prized.
So we don't have another option other than to go in with Blood Moon Ursaluna. Now, we do know that Black Belt's training can help us to get up to knock out a Golden Go. So Blood Moon Ursaluna is still a very valid option. We do have the Pidgeot Quick Search, so it very well could be a great choice in this instance to go in early with a Pokemon that we usually wait until the end of the game to see. But throughout some coin bonuses, we managed to get that Fighting Gong, and we have a Lunatone back on the board.
It once again goes to show, right? This one copy of Genesect EX is stuck in the prize cards, and Daniel has been able to draw into these Golden Goes consistently here. And now you're going to have multiple coin bonuses and a Lunar Cycle, and this is one of the big strong points of Golden Go now in Mega Evolution as well here. So it is going to be the Lunar Cycle. It has to be a fighting energy.
It does.
But we still get some more draw here. No supporter that I can see, or maybe was just drawn one off of the Lunar Cycle here. We'll see what the active 2 coin bonuses bring to us here as we get one more too. I mean, 300 isn't too hard for Golden Go to hit in the later turns, but it's all about, have we got enough energy in the discard in our early game for it? Also have an Earthen Vessel in hand. We can also use the Superior Energy Retrieval. Amy, I actually think we can get there.
I think we can. You know, that energy was attached with such confidence that I felt like he had it right there and then. We're Earthen Vesseling first to grab 2 fighting type energy, but I'm certain we have a knockout right here on this Flareon. We also have Arven. My goodness gracious, we have so much power. And the Vitality Band, which means that we need 1 fewer energy to be able to take that huge knockout.
This one's going to be interesting here. Now, granted, we could also use the Vitality Band kind of Superior Energy Retrieval fodder at the end of the day, right? We still need to discard 2 cards to grab what we need to here, and it looks like that is going to be the case here, as also the Team Rocket's Petrol is in this list as well. Kind of a cheeky card where you're able to grab 1 trainer card from your deck. You got to reveal it, but then shuffle it into the hand. Now, granted, that can be pretty good, but it will be Daniel striking back with the Make It Rain for 300.
That's a huge amount of damage, but just to note, the Vitality Band did get discarded, so we now don't get quite as easy knockout on the Blood Moon Ursaluna as I was referring to before. Vitality Band would have just knocked that down to 250 rather than 260. So we do have to have the extra energy for that now. But going straight into Emma's turn, we're grabbing our next attacker, our Wellspring Ogerpon EX, and Jewel Seekering for Area 0, Underdepths, and Black Belt.
Now, this is really interesting when you kind of refer back to the prizes here. Now, granted, right, we've saw this kind of prize mapping from Emma a little bit earlier, where you can essentially take one prize card, then two, and then use that Briar supporter at the end to take an extra prize card. But the thing is, you tend to be doing that with something like a Terapagos, and that is at the top of the prizes, Amy. Doesn't necessarily feel too great. Now, granted, Vesindipity EX does come down. We can flip the script. For a couple of cards here, we do have Counter Catcher. Gotta see what we still can do here. Buddy Poffin once again to reset up the board here and take just like another look at what's going on here. Of course, you always want to grab your Hoot Hoots.
Hoot Hoot are essential in keeping this deck going from the beginning, when you want to fan Rotom to try and establish as many as you can, to this stage where actually you just need to keep on going. And when the Area 0 Underdepths finally yields, then you can discard the Noctowl and you're back in it.
This could be big here, though, Amy. I'm seeing a line where we could potentially Night Stretcher back the Eevee if we free retreat from the Pidgeot into the Eevee and then able to go right into Flareon thanks to boosted evolution. We could potentially find a Burning Charge, and then we have multiple ways that we can get prize cards powered up here. See what the line is going to be. The Black Belt's training is played for the turn here, but no, it is just going to be the Blood Moon Ursaluna with that Jet Energy, and thanks to the power of Black Belt's training, you're doing a couple more damage to that, and it will be Emma fighting back hard here.
Emma is making an absolute reign of this parade, making sure that she is on top.
See how this one's going to go, how Daniel is going to respond here. Briar is still very much aligned, right? We have the Fire Energy in hand as well. We still have two Hoot Hoots up as well, so the terrestrial Pokemon is still very much alive here, and we can have this extended bench here. And this Blood Moon Ursaluna, Amy, it's pretty big. We'll see what the Nest Ball brings to us here as we're back on to Daniel's turn here. Could only imagine that it will just be another Pokemon that we can kind of work with. No Pheasantipity, though, as it is stuck in the prizes all the way at the top here. Really is taking his time, really has to consider what's going on.
I think the consideration there was just taking a Soul Rock just to thin the deck a little, but decided to leave it in the end, thinking, no, actually, I need the bench space for more important Pokemon or just fewer kind of Pokemon on the bench that I actually don't need to utilize right now. Going to use that Air Balloon to its great effect, allowing you to switch the other Golden Go into the active position so that you can coin bonus for another 2 cards rather than 1. Another Golden Go greets us with its presence. We're going to coin bonus for just the 1 card this time, and hopefully that's given Daniel the power behind his deck that he needs to be able to string together a knockout on Blood Moon Ursaluna. Of course, the first part of that puzzle is using the Superior Energy Retrieval.
Yeah, and you have everything that you want here too, and you can continue, right? You can continue siphoning through this deck here. It's a Lunar Cycle, once again, drawing 3 cards. We're just finding more and more fodder for the Superior Energy Retrievals as well here. Daniel, considering the attach, I don't see anything wrong with it here, but we definitely need a big chunk of change here if we want to go on ahead and knock out this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Now, here's the thing, Amy. This deck, Golden Go now, is a little bit also about resource management, right? So we only have 4 Superior Energy Retrievals in deck. So if Emma is going to go on ahead and bring up another strong, high hit point Pokemon, we have to make sure we're using our resources carefully. We only get 4.
I think the real tell here from Emma is that we are on 3 prize cards. If Daniel takes the knockout on this Blood Moon Ursaluna, that is perfect Briar energy right there. We're going for the Pidgeot in an attempt to stifle that potential, meaning that Emma won't be able to search as easily. We won't have access to that quick search. Blood Moon Ursaluna, not particularly a threat right now. The Black Belt's training is gone, so Pidgeot feels like the much more lucrative target this time.
And honestly, Emma did an amazing job of resetting up a Terra Pokemon onto the bench as well, so we can still get into Noctowl next turn. But once again, losing this opportunity to just grab 1 card for free, well, yes, I mean, 2 is greater than 1, right? But still, Pidgeot has been such a great part of this whole puzzle here. See, another Soul Rock hitting the bench once again, potentially afraid of something like some deck kind of shuffling here, but we'll see how exactly this one is going to go down here.
And there we go. That's a big knockout on that Pidgeot EX. Emma can only search 1 Can only search for one Pokemon this turn so far. We're going to go for the flip the script. We got the second Ultra Ball, so now we can search for 2 Pokemon. We can get a Noctowl. This could be it, because then we are able to get into that Flareon.
This is interesting, Amy. So what we need if we want to go on ahead and go for this Briar play this turn, right? We have to find a way to get the Eevee back onto the bench. We have to find a way to get a Flareon, right? And we've already used Terra Orb in turn 1. So we have to use a couple of Ultra Balls here to get this play going, if that's exactly what she's going for. Still looking through the deck here. The Glass Trumpet as well is a great energy accelerator too here. But it's really hard to say. It's a lot of pieces that she needs to piece together right now to do it, and that Pidgeot honestly was the one that was really kind of helping her out here.
But it's okay. We're going to go for our Noctowl. We'll go for the Glass Trumpet and the Briar. Second Noctowl, going for the 2 Night Stretchers, and here it comes. We'll be able to Night Stretcher for Eevee and Flareon, right?
Still
here it is. There's the Eevee. Then, yep, we go ahead. There's the Fire Energy. Here comes the Briar.
Has the Jet Energy to bring it into the active as well. Here comes the Night Stretcher. She's able to put it together. My goodness, Emma with such a great mastery of this deck. Once again, she has championed this deck the entire time, and she was able to find her Briar play beautifully, even without the help of Pidgeot there, but also thanks to the assist of Pheasantipity, of course. But still, regardless, Emma so confident in this matchup. As we check out the replay here,
what a conquest.
She is on fire this tournament. I mean, you got to talk about the setup, right?
Yeah.
Starting with the boosted evolution Eevee in the active allows for you to go on ahead, use the Terra Orb, and you know Golden Go's not hitting those massive big numbers without Energy Search Pro on turn 2.
Absolutely, and Daniel just unfortunately yielded that gain of momentum over to Emma. Even with the defeat of this Pidgeot, Emma was able to continue to set up thanks to Noctowl. I love the use of the Ursaluna here, really innovative. Usually Ursaluna is used to close out games using its seasoned skill ability, but this time it was used to take a mid-game KO on a Golden Go thanks to Black Belt's training. And then we saw it all pieced together thanks to 2 Noctowl, dual Seekering, the 4 cards we needed to string together the perfect win for Emma in this Masters final of Gdansk Regional Championships. Wow.
Once again, it's the mastery, right? It's Emma's mastery. Not only is she, piloting the deck well, but she knows her outs, right? That's a big thing. And I want to bring it back to a point that you were making, Amy, is that the fact that we're using Burning Charge to power up Blood Moon Ursaluna. Like, usually a lot of the times Blood Moon Ursaluna, as you said, is kind of that end game cincher, right? But we have this, great ability, or this great attack, I should say, that really does allow for you to kind of maneuver your energy around here.
And that's exactly what we are kind of championing with this deck. What it allows is flexibility, whereas Daniel's deck has that aggressive momentum that if you can't slow it down, that it can just rampage through an event and get all the way to the finals, just as we've seen.
Ooh, okay, well, I know one thing that we're not going to see this game.
Well, it's not going to happen like last game, that's for sure. But you know what? Daniel's prize cards don't look too shabby. Let's see how this goes in game number 2 of the Masters Finals.
Letting Daniel once again opting to go first here, as he's going to start to get his bench up and running here, starting right away with a Fighting Gong to grab that Soul Rock here. We're going to start cycling through this deck thanks to Lunatone. Once again, this deck does amazing things with its draw power and its draw capability here. See how exactly it's going to go down here, but here's the thing, right, Amy? I mean, a lot of the times, right, these Golden Go decks actually sometimes really want to go second so they can get their turn 1 Buddy Buddy pop in, and I can't tell by the hand, do we even have a Gimme Ghoul in hand?
I'm not certain we do, We've gone for the attach for turn on the Soul Rock. And, an Earthen Vessel. Okay, so we'll be able to discard a Fighting Energy to draw more cards. So we could get there, but right now it's looking like the Gimme Ghoul are in hiding. They're a bit afraid of Emma's attack power from last game, I imagine. But we are going to need to see them soon to get Daniel off the mark.
It's going to be a little bit interesting, especially if Daniel's not going to be able to bench that gimme ghoul, especially even just one, right? Would help us here. Usually
one is fine.
Emma's not playing too aggressive on her first turn that we've seen so far, but instead just to pass on over to Emma, no gimme ghoul in sight just yet. So it is just going to be this Ultra Ball discarding. I believe that is a boss's orders and a Hoot Hoot here to start going through the deck. This is where she's going to realize that the Briar play that she had last time is not available this time here, and that Wellspring Ogre Pond that, you know, honestly, I mean, she does have the Sparkling Crystal in hand. We were able to get a little bit cheeky there, but still no, it is just going to be this Fan Rotom for Fan Call, setting up some more Hoot Hoots, but here we go. Once again, this Pidgey came in really clutch last time. This Call for Family, where she's able to bring down 2 basic Pokemon onto the bench. You can assume one of them has to be Terrestrial.
Yeah, that's the thing. Right now, the one thing we're lacking is a Terrestrial Pokemon to activate those Noctowl for next turn. Emma has given herself that insurance policy, putting down the Terrapagos, and that's going to help us. Back on to Daniel's turn. Let's see if we can get some momentum going. Now, Emma having that single prize Pokemon in the active does allow for a Solrock knockout this turn, and then leaves Daniel with a single prize board state. I say that's pretty nice, especially when you didn't have the momentum that we're gaining now last turn with the Buddy Buddy Poffin. So here we go with an Artisan as well, really establishing those Gimme Ghoul. Very important to do so at this stage. And honestly, if I were Daniel, I'd be very happy that finally I've got a board full of Gimme Ghoul.
That is fair here. See how exactly this one can play out. I don't know if we want to just retreat and then, you know, hit a Cosmic Beam on the Soul Rock to get something started. At least getting the Pidgey out of play, right? I think Daniel prioritized that in game number 1. It's definitely not the worst idea coming into game number 2 here, especially when you have so much setup. You know, the Wellspring Ogre Pond is not down on the bench. You're not at risk of a torrential pump here. So I don't see the problem. And like we saw in Emma's last game against Golden Go, keeping a 1 prize board very much is to our advantage.
Yeah, and especially with that Briar not in the mix, actually, that, like, obviously Daniel doesn't know that, but it does give that advantage. It gives that wiggle room that we need right now. And okay, we're going with the boss. Oh my, it's got to be the Eevee. It is the Eevee, taking it down with Cosmic Beam from Solrock, one of my caster picks for this weekend. And I'm glad to see it putting in the reps.
This one's going to be interesting, though. No more Eevee, but Emma did a great job of once again calling for family for another Terrestrial Pokemon, so we can go on ahead and Jewel Seeker this turn. But I'm looking at the board, and I'm just a little bit uncomfortable, Amy. No move really feels right here. Now, we do have Area 0 Underdepths in hand, so we can go on ahead and actually bump the Artisan here. And I don't know if... Oh, wait, I was about to say, if you want to go into Jewel Seeker and find Pheasantipity, for example, but it's actually already in hand here.
Yeah, we have it.
Things are looking pretty okay if we're Emma. The question is, what do we attack with? We have Buddy Buddy Poffin as well that we drew into. Some more setup can happen this turn, but it looks like we have so many pieces of the puzzle, Amy, but does it feel right to go back and straight into a Flareon right now when we don't have the Briar play?
I'm not sure. I think the issue is that you're leaving that 2 prize Pokemon in the active, but I feel like it has to be that way, right? Daniel does have a single prize board state. At least if you deal with the Solrock, the Lunatone can't activate until another Solrock comes around. But, you know, at the moment, I think Solrock is really casting a shadow on Emma's board state because there isn't really what I'd call an ideal attack moment right now. Maybe it's a hold back for Emma. Maybe it's a call for family or a kind of, oh, Hilda, wow, okie dokie, wow, straight into the Pidgeot. So that certainly isn't the line. My word, going for the Gimme Ghoul. That's a much more advantageous knockout.
I like this play as well, Amy, right? Daniel has taken 1 prize card, and Emma utilizing Fan Rotom instead of putting up this Terrapagos here and just using Assault Landing to take the knockout. So now, instead of having access to Counter Catcher, it is just going to have to be Boss's Orders that gets us through this. But great response from Emma. Once again, mastery of that play. We do have Pidgeot online, which means the target is already set for Daniel this turn.
Honestly, I forgot the fan Rotom was there because it was just off our screens, but it's a much, much better knockout. And, you know, taking that little bit of draw support away from Daniel, being able to take a knockout with fan Rotom, a really underutilized card in a lot of decks. A lot of people just use it for the setup, but don't forget it's got a fantastic attack as well, knocks out a lot of basic Pokemon, can really help get things moving. As both players have taken one prize card thus far, we kind of are playing this game of, oh, who's going to take that first big knockout? We're really playing that tug of war right now between these two.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right? Because now the problem of, all right, do I want to take one prize or can I find an option to take two comes back into play now on Daniel's side here, right? Once again, Emma, very smart, using the single prize fan Rotom to take the knockout here. Counter Catcher is not live. We have a couple of Arvin, but I don't know, Amy. We can definitely get this Soul Rock out of the active. We can start drawing cards, of course, thanks to Air Balloon, for example, and keeping kind of the draw power going here. But is it just going to be another knockout thanks to the Cosmic Beam here? I actually kind of like it, right? It maintains the single prize board.
It maintains the single prize board, but also Daniel's then on 2 prize cards taken. So actually, that's not too bad either. We kind of like that for Daniel. That feels good. And the Soul Rock at 110 HP is a burden for Emma. It really is.
I love that turn from Daniel. Honestly, he played so conservative, right?
Yes.
He wasn't kind of overdoing his resources here, kind of working with what he has. And now it's back on over to Emma's turn. And once again, kind of the issue, right? We don't want to put up this Terapagos at all. It's just kind of a free 2 prizes here. We have to figure out how exactly she wants to kind of work with this. Now, granted, Emma has only been working with one Eevee for both games, right? She hasn't had access to both at the same time. So it's definitely been a little interesting here, but it is going to be the Ultra Ball. Gotta figure out what exactly we want to grab from this, Amy. What do you think?
Honestly, I'm thinking, is there another Boss's Orders play through maybe a Night Stretcher of Boss's Orders and try and go again with a Gimmighoul knockout and try and bring it back with the fan Rotom? But honestly, either way, this is not the position that Emma particularly wants to be in.
No, not at all. Especially now Daniel has taken these 2 prizes, so now we can get a little bit more aggressive and go for what is going to be that 2-2-2 prize race here. See how exactly it's going to go. We'll see what Pheasantipity gives us off of the script here, but still, Emma did get, I mean, double Knock Towel can help us, right? But then again, it goes back into how aggressive do we want to play right now?
Yeah, what exactly do we go into? What's the right call? Which resources do we want to use? Because again, this is just a game of resources at the end of the day. Will Emma have to use up too much and then later in the game not quite find what we need? I think that's why the Boss's Orders angle kind of is a bit of a shame right now, because it's our last one.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Amy, but it is going to be the Night Stretcher, of course, for Fan Rotom once more, and just taking the knockout on the Gimmighoul with the energy on it, just removing that from play. But I don't know how much Daniel's game plan is going to change, right? We still haven't really gotten rid of the Soul Rock with the energy on it.
No, precisely. So we are taking out that Gimmighoul with another Assault Landing. Rotom really putting in the work here, re-establishing that Soul Rock as the active Pokemon. Daniel Magda now in a position where he could choose to go aggressive and take a 2 prize knockout if the door opens for him. But we are not quite there yet. We need Golden Go. We need some energy. We need a Boss's Orders. We need something to bring it all together for Daniel. Will he have the pieces?
Hard to say though.
That was... Yep.
Daniel's decided that it's go time.
It's go time. It is absolutely go time. I kind of felt that from him and his energy right now, especially with those very dominant Golden Go. You can really tell that he is on it now. It is time to respond.
Yeah, also drew into the Air Balloon as well, so we can attach an Air Balloon onto the Golden Go, retreat into the Golden Go onto the bench, or no, we could just draw one A-OK here too, but still, I mean, I'm not seeing too much Gust available to us right now, Amy. We do have the Genesect that is potentially coming down. I think it's a lot safer to bench it. There's no Flareon that we really have to worry about, but yes, it is going to be the Genesect coming down and hitting the bench right at the top spot. I promise it's there. I know the overlay is kind of covering it, but I promise you that Genesect has hit the board.
So we've used Genesect there to thin the deck. I think that's the key point here. Daniel is not drawing into the cards he needs. So what are we going to do? We're going to take the things that he doesn't want to see in those draws out. They're in the hand now. now, they are no longer a problem. They're also useful for potential discards and things later. However, we're probably going to want to be keeping these Golden Go. Now, we couldn't have double retreated, so we did only have the one because we retreated with the Soul Rock into the Golden Go. So we couldn't sadly draw more with those coin bonus this turn.
Amy, if it's just a single prize knockout this turn, I'm actually kind of worried for Daniel's prize map here, right? I mean, 2 Noctowls have been used, but I mean, quick search is up, and this would be the green light, I think, for Emma to get things started, especially if we're just going to take one here. We'll see how this one is going to play out, though. Superior Energy Retrieval has been used, getting once again rid of the Mega Mawile. I really wanted to see it kind of be used in action here, but it is the cycle draw.
This
3
is it.
cards.
These are an important 3 cards. We want to see a supporter that's going to push us into the driver's seat. No, you're kidding.
Drawn, I think. I couldn't tell from my
come
angle,
on,
Amy.
Oh, he's being so sneaky with that hand. I can't quite
It is.
see.
I can see the clip of the corner. It is going to be the secret box that is drawn, I believe, to at least get that boss's orders going here. And there it is.
Here we go.
Right at the top. Who needs boss's orders when you can grab the card that gets you it after just a couple of discards, right? But we've learned in Golden Go so far that that is okay to do. Secret box, of course, coming down and can grab you an item, a tool, a supporter, and Stadia. Most likely we're looking at the supporter of choice, boss's orders, and some other things to boot with it.
Of course, and honestly, this sequencing was golden. It was perfect. Using the Genesect, thinning the deck, giving himself every possible note that he could hit what he needs with the Lunatone. And boy, did we get it. What a fantastic play. Here's the boss's orders on the Pidgeot. We've seen it before. It worked before. I'm sure that it can work again. Maybe it will slow Emma down enough and give Daniel the gift of a win.
This one's going to be interesting, though. I'm not quite sure how many superior energy retrievals we've used so far in this game. I think
it's just been one.
I think it's just been one, but it's definitely... I know we have another one in hand, and if I'm looking at Emma's deck list, she does play 1 copy of Iono, but the problem is you're up against Golden Go, and look at all the draw supporters that you have, even if you were to take this out.
We've already got a bit of a flurry of energy. There's 4 there, and we've got superior energy retrieval, so we are going to be able to knock out this Pidgeot as long as there's enough energy in the discard pile currently.
Absolutely, and of course there is. There's been a ton of draws, a couple of retreats as well. We'll see how this one is going to play out, Amy.
Here
but
we
it
go.
is, of course, going to be Daniel making it rain for 300 damage onto this Pidgeot EX. He is 2 prize cards away from evening this set and taking us to a game 3.
Absolute dominion of this board state, taking it all the way, saying, I'm not afraid of your Flareon yet.
Ooh, this could be massive, though. Flareon is going to come right into the active here. Dare I say, Amy, I really would love to see an Iono this turn. We may just have to... Oh, wait, no, it's actually in the prizes, too. That's so unfortunate here. But unfortunately for... unfortunately for Emma,
goodness.
this is not looking too good.
It's not looking too hot for Emma. I saw Emma checking Daniel's prize cards there. I reckon, his discard pile. I reckon that was to search out the superior energy retrievals to see how much wiggle room she has for Daniel not to be able to get up to the HP total of the Flareon. Now, Golden Go does 50 damage per energy you discard from your hand. But we have the superior energy retrieval, discarding Professor Tourist Scenario and the Buddy Poffin. It's all coming together. Here we go, the attach return. We're almost there. And the energy is on the board. Flareon is knocked out, and Daniel evens it out against the odds, bringing it to 1-1 in this Masters final at Gdansk in Poland.
It does not matter if you're weak to fire if you have good prize mapping. And once again, it's going to show that while, yes, the matchup is very hard on paper, if you maintain these 1 prize boards, feels really good here. But the boss's orders very early, Amy, forced Emma into some weird, awkward prize trades. And of course, Emma's prize cards did not help her by any means, right? Briar, the play that won her game 1, not available in that game number 2, and the EVX. But it goes to show, right? Daniel knows how to play this deck and pilot it extremely well. It really did come down to, of course, the lunar cycle for the secret box. shots getting that boss's orders, because if not, I mean, that Golden Go was very stuck there. And honestly, we could have seen a very different end game.
Absolutely, but Daniel did everything in his power to make sure that that Lunar Cycle was going to go his way. He thinned the deck perfectly, took out the Pidgeot, limiting what Emma could do to disrupt his plays next turn, limiting what she could do to set up her own Pokemon. Still managed to get that Flareon going, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to hang in there long enough, and Golden Go took those final 2 prize cards to even us up to a 1-1 match in our finals. Super exciting. We're going into the last game, the decider, the pinnacle of play here in Gdansk.
This is very close. And honestly, Amy, good on Daniel for last game. He didn't even have a gimme goal on the bench on turn 1 here. So once again, this mastery here, the prize cards are going down here. Seeing what we have available, honestly.
Oh my goodness gracious.
I don't like the amount of nest balls that I'm seeing in there, but
you know what? I don't like the fact that there's nest balls and a Buddy Buddy Poffin and a Blood Moon Ursaluna, which we saw to great effect in game 1.
Still though, I mean, Emma does play 2 other copies of the Buddy Buddy Poffin here, but we will have to expend some resources with the Ultra Ball, I believe, in hand to at least get our Fan Rotom ready to go here. Gravity Mountain and a Crispin are potentially the targets here. Also has a Crispin in hand.
Yeah.
His priority is trying to keep the counter catcher though, and if honestly, it could see another potential, you know, Soul Rock play, getting really aggressive like he did last time. But here we go. Emma's about to have a kind of a rude awakening that she's going to need to piece her, you know, puzzle together very, very tight.
I think the worry I have here is, where is our terrestrialized Pokemon coming from? Are we going to have to kind of put a Pidgey together to be able to do that again? Because we have the Eevee, but obviously that's going to need to evolve, and I don't think we had it in hand. So how are we going to get these Noctowl online right now? Because it's looking like it's a bit scary. We might have to take the Flareon now and not go for the Fan Rotom and just get it into play to guarantee it next turn. But this is certainly going to slow Emma down as we pass over to Daniel with just a Flareon and 1 Hoot Hoot to boot.
What does he have, though, Daniel, in the hand? Obviously, once again, we saw a little bit earlier, the Thin to Win strategy, right?
It works, it works.
Using Metallic Signal to get 2 Evolution Metal Pokemon out of the deck here, and we'll see how exactly else he wants to set up the deck. Now, granted, I saw a lot of shuffling there. I don't see a Buddy Buddy Poffin in hand just yet. The thing is, I feel like Emma has gone kind of all in on this just one play, Amy, and we don't have a direct out to another Noctowl here, but there's the Buddy Buddy Poffin. We are going to be able to grab some gimme goals, but my question here, Amy, if this Genesect is stuck in the active, can Emma set up another attacker?
I don't know. That's the big question on everyone's mind, because she can use the Crispin on the Flareon and then use Burning Charge, but where is more Pokemon coming from?
A hopeful top deck of a Noctowl, but the problem is when you have 3 Nest Balls prize, that's actually not the easiest thing to do here. But the Professor Turo scenario here coming in clutch, once again forcing Emma in such a tight spot here. Daniel playing masterfully, getting the 2 prize liability off the board, and it's back on over to Emma. I don't believe that she drew into a Noctowl or another Pokemon here, so she's forced to Crispin here for Burning Charge, but is she just gonna power up a Hoot Hoot? It's such a difficult thing to understand. I mean, she drew into a Leafeon. She has nothing else here. It is just going to be a Burning Charge onto the onto the Hoot Hoot. Can Daniel piece it all together here? Can he find 300 damage worth of energy cards to get this win here in Gdansk?
I'm worried for Emma here. Daniel seems to have the advantage. Can he piece together a big old KO on this Flareon? If so, it could be game over, or it could slow Emma down just too much.
So hard to say. Now, she did, granted, draw a Nest Ball off of the prizes here, and she does have an energy attachment onto the Hoot Hoot, so she would be able to at least retreat next turn. But here comes Genesect EX once again hitting the board, and that metallic signal ability, able to grab those 2 evolution metal Pokemon out of the deck here. You know they are going straight into play. You have the 2 prize liability into the active, like exactly how you want it here.
Wow.
So now we're going to see a couple of coin bonuses as well. And here's the thing, Amy, Daniel didn't play too much out of the hand as well. We can start trying to siphon once again these energy cards to get our resources out of the deck.
And that's what it's all about at the end of the day for Golden Go, is making sure those resources are well looked after. And Daniel has been doing that for so many rounds of Pokemon right now that he knows exactly the way to go. So looks like we're going to be drawing some cards with coin bonus there. I love the use of Metallic Signal, not only to thin the deck, but also bring those Golden Go into play. I feel like Daniel has a really musical deck in that respect. It is just
oh my
singing.
Goodness.
The Pheasantipity as well. The draw power is unmatched.
Massive draw here too, Amy. I mean, not only drew the Nest Ball, but the Fighting Gong as well. So we could potentially combo into something like a Soul Rock into using Fighting Gong and grabbing another fighting energy out of the deck as well.
Here we go.
Yep, there it is. There's the Nest Ball play. Looking for the Fighting Gong potentially, unless we already have it inside of the deck here. But no, we still have those combo pieces available. Here comes our first Lunar Cycle here on the side of Daniel. He's got it right in front of him, Amy.
The writing seems on the wall at this point. We just need the energy to back up a knockout, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're looking for, is can we now back this up with enough energy this early in the game? We've got some more card draw online. We're going to go 1, 2, 3 off the Lunatone, but will it be enough? This is the moment that could spell the rest of the game, that could set the tone, that could set the pace. We've got 2 in the discard pile, so we can get a couple back with energy retrieval.
Do also have the Earthen Vessel in hand as well.
Oh my goodness
with
gracious.
3 more energy inside
You're
as well.
kidding.
With 2 superior energies already inside of the hand too. And once again, I mean, there's so much access that we have. Arvin for turn.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I think this is it, Emily. I think he's
Secret
absolutely
box?
got it. No, more. Daniel is saying, I know I'm using my resources, but I am going to go forth and prosper because I need this win, and he is certainly making a display right now.
Absolutely. I think the Vitality Band can be Earthen Vesseled away for 2 more energy here too. We'll see how much energy he has available to him within the deck here, but the secret box pull was definitely very interesting. I was expecting something more along the lines of something like, for example, a Earthen Vessel, because here's the thing, if you put down an Artisan, right, that allows for Emma to also use that, right? She could try and reset up something like a Hoot Hoot here. We'll see how exactly this one is going to play out though in this turn.
Here we go.
It's going to be secret box though, item, tool, supporter, and stadium all coming here. My goodness, a Professor Turo scenario as well, just in case something gets stuck in the active again, just like that Genesect, for example, here.
Oh, wow. Chef's kiss, eh? Air balloon down into one of the Golden Go, giving us more power to go. We're going to use the Earthen Vessel to actually discard the Artisan. Emily, you were so right. It's not advantageous at this point. You don't want to give Emma anything more when she's clearly struggling to get that set up in the space right now. Really showing the power of Golden Go, how aggressive it can be. 2 more cards. We're not done. Drawing cards, mathematicians in chat. I want to know how many cards Daniel has drawn this turn, because boy, it's a lot.
And all of this energy, Amy, is just coming out of the deck, right? I mean, he has the perfect routes to it all. Earthen Vessels, Fighting Gongs, everything. It's all coming out of the deck. And honestly, what he can do is just hold on to it, right? He doesn't have to just, throw it all down, right? He can use enough to get that 300, right? And then just hold on to it for a little bit longer. We'll see how Emma's going to be able to respond, because it looks like Daniel has every single card he needs to knock out not only her only Eevee, but her only Terra Pokemon as well.
Yeah, which will mean that even if we were able to get into a knockdown, it's not going to work. And there it is, a huge knockout on that Flareon EX, really putting Emma on the back foot. Daniel is here to play Pokemon, and play hard he is.
It's definitely not over just yet, right? Emma still has her line for Briar. If she's able to get a 2-prize knockout this turn, but that's a lot to ask for, right? We need to not only in this Pheasantipity draw a way to get back the Eevee, but we also need to find another way to get another Flareon. Now, granted, I don't think Sparkling Crystal has been used, and she's going to use the hands. And honestly, I'm putting my power into her hands as well, as it is going to probably come down to these 3 cards off of Flip the Script.
It is all about that Pheasantipity in this moment. These are a
the
huge
judge cut
screens.
as well.
Oh, I love this. 1.
Not
2.
Night Stretcher.
We like that. 3.
Boss's
no. Oh, that
Order.
doesn't look great. We're going to go for another Hoot Hoot down, but oh my goodness, it's a Jet Energy on Hoot Hoot. Are we triple stabbing? We're triple stabbing. Here we go.
I couldn't see, but I
think
couldn't
it's
see all
20
of them.
damage?
Yep, but flipped
30.
all 3 heads.
Woo!
All right, shakes the
Okay.
hands as well.
Oh my
and
goodness.
there will be a concession. Daniel Magda going to take home the gold at Gdansk Regionals, playing that Gold to Go EX, finally getting a regional championship for Gholdengo underneath the belt. Congratulations to Daniel Magda, a masterclass in what this deck can do, and that's draw a lot of cards.
Daniel Magda really showing that drawing cards is the ace in the hole. Really striking gold, and he is your Gdansk champion. As we see this replay just show the power of this best of 3. An unlikely victory, but a victory nonetheless. Played so artfully by both players. We started off with the Flareon just taking that slow knockout to begin with. Really fighting back. Daniel managed to take 2 prize cards off of that board state, but Emma came back fighting with this unusual Ursaluna play with the black belt, and of course got the knockout on the Gholdengo to really catapult herself into a demanding position.
Yeah, and that goes to show, right, her mastery of her deck as well, right? These unusual lines that EVBox can have where you can kind of find a way, and she was able to draw into double Night Stretcher, the Briar play, right? It was kind of the cherry on top of this amazing game 1 that we were really experiencing here. And honestly, Emma, unfortunately, did not have that much of a better game 2, though. I mean, it was Daniel really taking down the Eevee to start us off, and while Emma fought back hard using her single prize Pokemon to really get things going, it was really just a matter of fact that the prize trade was never truly advantageous for Emma to ever put forward a 2-prizer. Daniel saw that line and just used Boss's Orders and all of his card draw here. And honestly, it really was the secret box at the ending of game number 2 off of the lunar cycle that was allowed for Daniel to bring himself back into this set and winning another game here. But that game 3, Amy, heartbreaking for Emma.
Heartbreaking. The secret box, the worst kept secret in the Pokemon trading card game, has once again shown just how powerful it is as an ace spec. We were having the debate about Gholdengo and ace specs earlier today, and I think maybe this has just shown what the true champion of that battle looks like. But speaking of true champions, my word, this was such an unfortunate beginning for Emma, and Daniel just absolutely didn't let the pressure let up, not for a second. Used every ball in his court, used every thinning method of the deck before drawing cards, drew cards and sequenced perfectly. I absolutely cannot fault his play, not even for a second. Daniel just laid on the pressure, made sure that all of the cards were played in sequence, the air balloon, to be able to draw more cards off that Gholdengo, just to really get all of the pieces together, get almost every single energy in his deck into his hand to make sure that not only did he have a knockout on this Flareon, but he could back up to back-to-back attacks in the future to just not give Emma any wiggle room at all. And then it was all down to that Pheasantipity.
Well, it was also all down to the triple stab. And
of course.
It's the biggest
Sweet
flex
Hoot
to hit
Hoot.
3 heads on your triple stab, but regardless, it was the concession. And you could see Daniel kind of leaning back into his chair and saying, I am the Gdansk Regional champion, yeah. Period. Which is honestly just so exciting to see Gholdengo, which was the top represented deck in day number 2, actually take it all the way home to winning.
Flawless. flawless from both players. They played to all of their outs. They did everything they could. What a fantastic finals. I'm so honored to have cast that match. Thank you to both of our players, because that was masterful. It was honestly one of the best finals I've ever watched. I am so in awe of both of them. I think the fact that Daniel managed to come back, especially when most would say in a vacuum that matchup was not in his favor.
Yeah, and especially with Emma's track record in that matchup in the entire tournament, right? She said in her asymmetrical top cut, she had played 2 more Golden Goes before this point, right? Very proficient at this point at the matchup. She knew her lines, and we obviously saw that thanks to her Briar play and her Blood Moon Ursaluna play. It was all kind of written out, but unfortunately, it goes to show sometimes the hole in a lot of these Jewel Seeker Terra decks is that if you don't start that fan rotom, right? You don't have an easy out to a terrestrial Pokemon. It's a lot harder to claw that game back, especially versus a deck like Golden Go, which just naturally draws the most amount of cards possible.
Yeah, absolutely, and draw cards he did. But speaking of Golden Go, let's have a look at that meta once again and just what it presented us with, because it was so overwhelmingly golden that we saw in phase 2. 52 Golden Go decks made it into our phase 2, and 1 came out as our champion. Terrabox with only 18 players, again, really showing that actually it can put all of these on the map. We had Grimmsnarl, we had so many interesting decks that could have made it, that got so close, that did so well, and I'm honestly just so pleased that we got to crown a champion today.
Absolutely, and once again, it goes to show that Mega Evolution is writing a very different story than Scarlet and Violet, right? We saw 2 decks really at the top of Scarlet and Violet at the end, and now in Mega Evolution, it feels like the floodgates have opened. Play whatever you want, just, you know, build a solid deck around it. I mean, Daniel said it himself in his interview with me that maybe not Cynthia's Garchomp was the right way to go about it, but I mean, you're getting gold with what he calls a real deck, but every deck is real with Golden Go EX. I am super excited to hear how he's feeling. Right? Honestly, like I said, the Lille to Gdansk double regional weekend has kind of proved that, you know what, sometimes it is just about the choices you make. I mean, when we go back to Hermione, for example, right? Stuck with the same 60, stuck with the same archetype, and still made top 8, right? So sometimes it's better to change your deck, sometimes it's better not to.
And that stick or twist has been really a kind of theme throughout this weekend. Let's check on those final standings to see just how it all went down. Of course, we now have Daniel Magda in first place, Emma Hagen second, Arthur with Grimmsnarl in third, Christian with another Golden Go, different ace spec in fourth, Thomas with Flareon in fifth, Cal Connor with Enzorowak, Kaito with Mega Absol, and Armani with that wonderful Charizard EX. We've had an absolute ball here at Gdansk, showing off all of these wonderful players, their decks, their innovation, and honestly, I could not be more honored to welcome putting that golden medal upon our Golden Go player. Let's head over to that award ceremony.
Thank you so much for that, Amy. Yes, thousands of players braved the Baltic breeze entering these Gdansk halls. Hundreds broke through the brutal battlefield into day 2. And from those hundreds, 2 bold, 2 brave, and 2 brilliant players remain. Put your hands together for our Gdansk regional finalist, Emma Hagen! Okay, Emma, first question. How are we feeling a regional finalist?
I'm feeling amazing!
Absolutely love to hear it. Now, Emma, we've alluded to this earlier on in the stream. You are a truly international girlie at this point in the Pokemon season. What is next for Emma?
Well, I didn't get into LAIC, so Stuttgart is the next one, but Toronto.
Okay, Stuttgart and Toronto, and I'm feeling I'm thinking you're going to want to try and go one step further and take one of those home, right?
Yeah, I've gone to second place now. When I got my first day too, I got 4 in a row. Let's do the same here.
Okay, that sounds good to me. One more time, everyone, for our Gdansk regional finalist, Emma! But now, it was written in the moon and amongst the stars. Luna cycling his way all the way to a regional title. Everybody, let's bring some noise now for our Gdansk regional champion, Daniel Magda! Well then, Daniel, my first question to you is, how are you feeling now here, being a regional champion?
Pretty good. I didn't expect to beat Emma in the finals, so that's a surprise.
That's a surprise, but you know, you played to your outs. You know, what was your thoughts going into the finals? What was you thinking, how would that play out?
I was thinking it's gonna be a ceremonial game, but I guess that was about it.
Right, now you seem to have quite the fans there in the crowd. Do you have any shout-outs or people you want to thank for this journey?
Drew for basically giving me almost the entire deck. My Guardian Milo, and everyone else that supports me.
And it sounds like you have a lot of people supporting you, Daniel. All right, then, everyone left in the hall. Let's make some noise now for our Gdansk champion, Daniel!
Let's go! The world invite is secure. Another day, another moment you can't wait, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands.
Wow, what an event here at the Gdansk Regional Championships. It's been an event for the ages, one for all ages, in fact. But yes, I'm Alex Dow. I've been part of this crew with these wonderful people beside me as well. Emily, Amy, and of course, Shay there at the end. How are we all feeling after all of that?
Honestly exhilarating, right? What a finals, right? I think I said it on the desk, I mean it now. Mega Evolution is really here to kind of turn the format up on its head. I'm so excited to see what LAIC is going to bring to us now too. Granted, we do have one more North American regional before we get there, but honestly, you can't even predict what's gonna win anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we even start to even touch on those, let's just have another quick look. Of course, we have our event finalists and event winner graphic here, of course. I mean, Daniel Magda on the left-hand side, Emma Hagen on the right. I mean, just talk to me a little about both of these players because it's incredible to watch them in the final.
Yeah, it was really interesting. You know, I think going into the finals, I'm sure many people thought Emma kind of favored. You got that Flareon EX, perfect mathematics with that weakness and that burning charge, but it just goes to show you when it's just one best of 3, anything can happen. And Daniel identified the lines, navigated his way out of a bad matchup, and now has $10,000 in his bank account.
And not just that, he gets to join the others on that champion graphic alongside the other TBDs as well. But he joins Runa, Alexander, and now we have Daniel there as our third European event champion. So it's incredible to see. But you know, this is where we're starting to highlight some of those other locations at the same time. You touched on one there, Emily. Las Vegas is next.
Yeah, I'm heading back over the pond to go to our first Las Vegas regionals. I am so excited. The first time we're here, I know tons of people are going. It's going to be such a fun time. Why not gamble on a top deck, right? So still, I'm super stoked to, you know, see Las Vegas and Pokemon mix for the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we head into our first international of the season in Sao Paulo, Brazil. But we do eventually come back here for another new format, Amy.
And honestly, one of my favorite locations, we're going back to Stuttgart. I love going over to Germany. It's one of my favorite locations for EU events. Wonderful, especially in the winter when everything gets all cozy and sweet and then we get to cuddle up together and play some Pokemon. Honestly, it's one of my favorites and I can't wait to be going back.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, there's so much more to come as well. But to make sure you guys at home or even here in the venue don't miss anything, make sure you check out all the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast, where you can find out all the information. You can find out when the amazing Shay will actually be back on the screen again, or even Amy or Emily, or even myself, if you just enjoyed us making sure you guys can have a great experience at the same time. At the same time, of course, making sure you're following on all the socials with that @PlayPokemon, using that hashtag #PlayPokemon as well. You've got X, you've got YouTube, you've got Facebook, you've got Instagram, any of your favorite social media platforms. You can make sure you follow along to get all the information at the same time. And of course, where we are live, that @PlayPokemon on YouTube, or on the Twitch channel, Pokemon TCG. But speaking of Twitch, we know that there's loads more coming up on the Twitch schedule at the same time. Shay, talk me through your favorite moment here, or favorite.
I actually had a little look at this earlier, and I'm looking forward to movie night. Pokemon Jirachi Wishmaker. Who doesn't love a little bit of Jirachi? Who doesn't love wishes being made as well? So I'm looking forward to that one right there.
Yeah, anyone else? I mean, there's quite a few things. We've got Pokemon Master Quest, but of course, we get a chance to have a look back at the Latin America International Championships just before we even think about the next one as well. But we're here, you know, we're in Gdansk right now. This has been our third European regional or regional sized event here during this whole season schedule. But we've got so much more to come. Emily, I know you're from across the ponds, but are there any that you're looking forward to that we've got coming up in our schedule?
Ooh, that's so hard to say. I know for me, I'm definitely going back over the pond for Las Vegas, but I mean, you got to look at the tail end of the season, right? I mean, we are going all over EU before we head back to New Orleans for NAIC in San Francisco. No, for me, I've been to Birmingham a couple times. I know that one's going to be a lot of fun, but of course, nothing beats EUIC. That was the first time I was actually in Europe this year. I had an absolute blast and I cannot wait to go back.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, like I said, there's so much more to come, so many more regionals, so much more special championships to come. The internationals are due to kick off in due course as well. So make sure you're following along for all of that to come. But one last final thought, maybe Amy, just give me one sentence of your most memorable moment this weekend.
Blood Moon Ursaluna mid-game.
That's all we need to know, folks. But yeah, we have been your casters here at the Gdansk Regional Championships. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the whole event, the whole experience, and hopefully we can catch you soon at one of these tournaments. But for now, we'll see you soon in Stuttgart.